tomorrow, Frank, Chandler, and the Regent family see a scene in Egypt and hear a horrible-looking man pronounce the name of Robert Regent, whom they have believed dead for 13 years. Thrilled by the thought that her husband may yet live, Dorothy decides to go in search of him. The present act reveals the Regent and Chandler in a native street in the city of Alexandria. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Mother, I must have that cute pair of red Arabian slippers. Aren't they darling?
Which ones, Betty? Every one of these little shops seems to have them by the thousands. Look, Bobby, how the merchants sit cross-legged on the doorstep. Not much like our shops, are they?
Gee, I should say not. Imagine some of our big stores with all the clerks sitting on the floor while the customers argue about the price of the goods.
None of the shops have any fronts, do they, Uncle Frank? Look, that must be a cafe.
Yes, men sit there on the floor in the smoke from that charcoal stove from morning till night, drinking their thick coffee and playing chess. You're a long way from California, Betty.
I know. And I can't see how we got here so quick. It seems like yesterday we were sitting in the living room at home talking about seeing the Egyptian princess in the gazing ball and that horrible man she called Roxar. And he said something about Father.
Yes, and then somebody threw a knife through the window at Uncle Frank, and it just missed him.
Oh, don't speak of it, Bobby. Can't bear to think of it.
Well, I can't figure out why we didn't find him or the police didn't or something. Uncle Frank, how did we get here so soon?
Why worry about that, Bob? Who knows what yesterday means? Here we are. And here's a little shop where they serve coffee when you finish buying things. Shall we go in here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let's do. There's a lovely brass bowl I'd like. I want to speak to you alone, Frank. I'll get rid of the children for a minute. Bobby, you go over to that shop with Betty while she buys a pair of slippers. We'll wait here for you.
All right.
They're gone. What is it, Doc?
I want to tell you there's a man been following us ever since we turned into this narrow street.
Don't look around then, or he'll suspect you've told me. Where is he now?
Leaning against the doorway of that stall where they're selling cakes. He's dressed in a long white robe and turban.
Are you sure he's been following us, Dorothy?
Oh, yes, I am. And it frightens me coming right on top of all those mysterious happenings at home. He's not the man the Egyptian princess called Roxar, anyway. I'd know him. I saw his horrible face.
Well, as soon as we get back to the hotel, I'll try to locate the princess. Is that man still there?
Yes, he is.
Let's sit down here and order some coffee. And before the children come back, I want to tell you what I plan to do.
Oh, yes, do tell me. I have such a helpless feeling away over here, and then those robberies that frightened me so I was a little hysterical, I guess.
You know, I blame myself for not coming home from India sooner. We might have found the secret room in the house and prevented the theft of Robert's papers.
Don't blame yourself, Frank. Remember, if you hadn't spent so many years studying in India, you never would have known that danger threatened us.
And not only you, but...
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. I mean, well, someday I'll tell you. But now for my plan. If we can find Princess Naji, and I'm sure we can, I'll tell her what we saw in the crystal gazing ball, and see if she will tell me who he meant by Robert Regent, and who this Roxar is.
Oh, that repulsive-looking man. Look, here's the shopkeeper.
Coffee for 4, Benally. Why, you're not Benally.
Oh, no, Effendi. Benally have gone to make his pilgrimage to Mecca. He left me to watch his shop. The Effendi wishes coffee?
Just a minute. Benally left no message for me?
No, Effendi.
That's strange.
Perhaps he thought you'd come later when he is here.
Well, perhaps. Anyway, this is my sister, Mrs. Regent, and those 2 young people coming across the street are her son and daughter. You will protect them as Benally would.
Regent? Regent?
Yes. Why should that startle you?
Oh, Effendi, I am not what you call startle. It is strange name in Egypt. I go get you some little sweetmeats?
Yes, go and get them. And later I want to talk to you.
As you will, Effendi.
I got the slippers, Mother. And you know what? When the man told me the price, I took out my purse to pay him. And all of a sudden, another man that was standing there said something to the shopman, and...
I'll say he said something to him. Sounded like he was swearing in Egyptian or whatever language they speak here. And the shopkeeper said he'd made a mistake in the price, and the slippers were only 25 piastres.
So I gave the man $1.25.
Feeling very smart to think she knew how much 25 piastres was.
Never mind that. I turned around to thank the man, and he was gone.
Yes, sir. Vanished. Just like that.
Look around, Dorothy. Is the man you saw following us still over there?
No. Do you think it was he who spoke to the shopkeeper?
Yes. And if he was, he may be someone I should see. Would you be afraid to wait here for a few moments?
Of course not, Uncle Frank. You go on, and I'll look after Mother and Betty.
Yes, go if you think you should, Frank. I'll buy a few things in the shop while we wait.
Oh, I'm thrilled to death. Alexandria. You know what it looks like, Mother?
What?
Like a movie set. I saw one just like it the day I went through the Lasky studio. The same narrow streets, little open shops, and men in turbans walking around selling bread that looks like pancakes.
Don't call them turbans, Betty. They're tarbushes. They're just like Uncle Frank's magic hat.
Well, all right, Smarty. But it is thrilling, isn't it, Mother?
Yes, I think so, too. Look how the windows in the second stories overhang the street.
And maybe behind those lattice windows, a beautiful princess is held captive by a big, fat man with a curved sword.
Oh, Betty. If you must think up fairy tales, for heaven's sake, make them more cheerful.
Why, Mother, you're not really nervous, are you, darling?
No, of course not, dear. Well, drink your coffee, and then we'll do a little shopping.
When's Uncle Frank going to look for the Princess Naji, Mother?
Hush, Bobby. I don't think we should speak her name so loudly. Someone might hear us. Uncle Frank's going to find out where she is today if he can. We're going back to the hotel in a few minutes.
And wait there while he sees the princess? Oh, don't you hope he finds her right away? I'd love to see a princess. Maybe Uncle Frank would take me to see her.
I can hardly wait until he finds her. Just think. She may have news of your father.
I guess you think we don't seem much interested in finding Father, but of course we are. Only I can't remember much about him. And you can hardly remember him at all, can you, Betty?
No.
Well, I can remember him telling me an exciting story, all about a boy that did a lot of things. And when I asked him the name of the boy, he always said his name, son, was Robert Regent.
Oh, good heavens! What was that?
Oh, so sorry, American lady. I am clumsy. And not poor from chef. So sorry to frighten you.
Oh, it's all right.
Come on, Mother. Let's buy what we want and go back to the hotel. You wanted to see that brass bowl, didn't you?
Yes. It will be lovely for those pale yellow tulips at home, won't it?
Oh, yes. And let's look at those lovely opals in the little glass case.
Yes, you really need an opal. What would you do with it if you had it?
Oh, I don't know exactly. But there's something kind of shivery about opals.
Let's not get anything shivery today, Betty.
Why, Mother.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Get whatever you like, of course. I must overcome this feeling of menace that seems to hang over us.
Oh, here's something I want. Look, Mother, a double-edged knife in a red leather case. See how sharp it is.
Oh, and look at the carving or whatever you call it on the handle. And the case is embroidered in gold thread. Well, I must say, Bob, you don't want much.
Oh, may I have it, Mother? I won't ask you for another thing all the time we're over here.
Well, I suppose you may. Men never seem happy unless they have guns or knives or something destructive.
Now, Mother, you know I won't do any damage with it. Isn't it a beauty? Shall I ask how much it is?
Yes, if you like.
Oh, young Sandy have choose finest knife in store. Banali got from young Bedouin, who sell it for love of girls.
Oh, how thrilling. Tell us about it.
Oh, young Bedouin love poor young girl. He rich young man, but father not know he love poor girl. Father not send him money to stay in Alexandria, see girl. So he sell his saddle, his hunting belt, everything.
The poor fish.
At last he have only his knife. Banali buy it from him. Maybe he have killed many men, eh? Who knows?
Oh.
Banali keeps such very beautiful rug upstairs in upper room. You like to come up?
Oh, I see. I suppose these rugs are very valuable. Cost much money?
Oh, yes, American lady. Take many, many years to make. Some are old. 400, 500, many years. Banali not keep them down here.
Let's go up and see them at least, Mother. Isn't it fun? Like a story.
You aren't really afraid, are you, Mother? Well, we're right here on the street.
No, of course not. Which way do we go?
Through this curtain. Walk upstairs, please. I come up after you.
Come on, Mother.
Goodness, it seems dark up here after the bright light in the street.
Where are Mrs. Regent and the children?
They have gone upstairs to see beautiful work. They say you come too.
Oh, very well. Up this way?
Regents. And with them, Chandu the magician, locked in up there. By the sacred mule of the prophet, Roxar will reward me well.
Betty Regent, who had been falsely persuaded to accompany Abdala on a trip into the desert to look for her father, has been discovered in the oasis at Fayoum and returned to Mena House, the hotel on the edge of the desert from which Frank Chandler is investigating the activities of the mysterious Roxar. The present episode finds the Regent family and Chandler in their suite at Mena House. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
So then what, Betty?
Well, that's all, except that he told the hotel people that I wasn't to be disturbed for anything and went away.
Did you see anyone while you were there except Abdala? And the woman that stayed with you, Betty?
No. Her name was Amina, and she stayed right with me every minute, except when she went downstairs for her meal. And the funny thing is that if she hadn't begun to tell me about how she went to America, I wouldn't have suspected a thing about Abdala.
You mean that woman had been to America?
Yes. She worked for some dancing teacher that came over here with a lot of students. And when she went back to New York, she took Amina with her. She lived in an apartment house, and what do you think? The Iceman was an Egyptian.
Who was he, Betty?
His name was Abu.
Abu, eh?
Yes. And Amina fell in love with him, just like that. So they were married and came back here, and Abu started to raise olives down there in Fayoum. But here's the funny thing. Amina said she was all worried about some mysterious business her husband was in, and that he wouldn't tell her about, and that Abdala had come to their house.
Is everybody in Egypt mixed up in this plot?
More people than you'd think, Dorothy. Go on, Betty.
Well, Amina listened at the door and heard Abdala tell Abu that I was to be watched carefully and kept in the hotel as long as possible, so you and Mother would be too busy looking for me to bother about Roxar.
You mean they mentioned Roxar?
No, but they said something about papers that would reach their destination while you were busy looking for me. So I just supposed they meant Roxar.
Well, you sure got us all in a fine mix-up. Mother was nearly crazy worrying about you.
Oh, Mother, I'm so sorry. I was sure I'd find Father and...
Now listen, children. We've talked this all over, and there's nothing to be gained by discussing it again. Betty's sorry she caused us so much worry, and this must end it. I don't want her nagged about it again. Is that clear, Bobby?
Yes, Mother.
And you must promise me, Betty, you'll never, never do such a thing again, will you?
I promise, Mother.
Very well. Now, Frank.
I'll see who it is, Dorothy.
Mother, it's an Arab.
Good evening. Peace be with thee, O Chandu. Thy day be happy, friend. Enter. From many sources I have heard of thy power as a magician. Ah. And when I heard thou art indeed in Egypt, I journeyed from the desert to talk with thee. And what is thy name, friend? I am called Ahmed, and I, too, am a magician. Would the great Chandu deign to witness my feats of magic?
Oh, goody. I've heard of Egyptian magicians. Are you a sand diviner, Ahmed?
It is so.
And can you really do all those tricks like...
Would the young Effendi like to see them?
I certainly would.
And perhaps the great Chandu will consent to perform some feats of his own. Well, I'll trade a trick or two with you. You like? Be it so. Now, if the lady will give me her ring, I will begin.
My ring? Your emerald that Nachi gave Uncle Frank?
Don't do it, Mother.
Let him have it, Dorothy.
Well, here it is.
I take it like this. And I throw it from the open window. Ah. It is gone.
Oh, Mother.
Wait, all of you. Give him a chance to do the trick.
But I saw it go flying through the air, right out into the garden.
Now, if the lady will take an orange from the bowl on the table.
Any orange?
Any orange. Here is a knife. Cut the orange open if thou wilt.
Very well. There. Oh, why, there's something hard inside. Look, Betty and Bobby, my ring!
My
What do you know?
Well done, Ahmed. A very clever trick. The praise of Chandu falls upon the ears like rainfall in the thirsty sand.
What a line he's got, huh, Betty?
Yes, but I kind of like it. Sounds sort of poetic.
Yeah, you would.
If Chandu pleases, I will perform the feat of sand divining.
Tell our fortune? Oh, yes, do.
By all means. Let's see if anything more can happen to us. I wish you could tell me that I would be successful in my search, Ahmed.
The sand can only interpret the will of Allah, sister of Chandu.
But what are you going to use for sand?
Oh, I have brought it. It is here. It would be well to spread the paper upon the floor.
Oh, yes, of course. Get that newspaper there, Bobby.
Shall I spread it all the way out?
Yes, Bob. There you are, Ahmed. It is well. I pour out the sand. So. And now I seat myself on the floor beside it. Who will be first?
You, Mother. You're the most important.
Yes, Dorothy, you first.
What shall I do, Ahmed?
Nothing. Only be quiet while I draw in the sand the mystic symbols. So, the crescent of Islam, the rising sun, the blossom of the lotus. The blossom of the lotus?
What do you see, Ahmed?
I see that thou hast come from far away, from across blue waters and high mountains.
Isn't he marvelous?
I see a house near the sea. There the sun shines as in Egypt. It is quiet now. It is empty.
He must mean our house in Beverly Hills.
It is empty for two reasons. First, because those who live in it are far away. Second, because a precious secret has been taken from it.
Frank, why, this is uncanny.
Under the ground in this house is a deep room, guarded by the figure of a god. Dost thou understand this?
Indeed, I do. But can you tell me whether I am to be successful in finding the one I seek in Egypt?
I cannot see it clearly. Sometimes the sand will not give up its secret because the omens are not good.
Oh.
I see thee going into far countries, seeking. But the end of thy search is concealed from me.
Isn't that the limit?
Say, you talk as though you believed all that stuff.
Well, you heard him describe our house. What about that?
Yeah, I know, but maybe he reads Mother's mind, telepathy or something.
All right, if you want to be cynical about it. It's a good line, I suppose.
Oh, it is not a line. All you think of is...
Children, hush. Is that all you have to tell me, Ahmed?
Sister of Chandu, that is all.
Do I next, will you, Ahmed?
If Chandu pleases. Why, yes, Ahmed. Go ahead. I smooth the sand and make again the mystic symbol. The crescent of Islam, the rising sun, the blossom of the lotus. Why do you add the lotus blossom, Ahmed? I think the great Chandu know the answer to his own question. Oh, yes. I'll tell you what, Betty. Let Ahmed tell your fortune, and then I'll have mine told alone.
You mean you want us all to go out of the room? Oh, no fair, Uncle Frank. If he tells you anything romantic about the princess, I want to hear it.
If he tells me anything romantic, I promise you I'll tell you every word. How's that?
I suppose it'll have to do. You mustn't think I'm curious, Uncle Frank.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, I like that. Go ahead, Alma. Don't pay any attention to them.
Thou art one of the fortunate ones of earth. Thou art cherished by those who love thee well. Thy sky is cloudless. Thy days are fair.
Well, that's nice. Not very exciting.
But in the days to come, thou must beware. Put not thy trust in those thou knowest not.
That's good advice, anyway.
Thou art fair in the eyes of one who sought to do thy people harm.
Who does he mean?
He must mean Abdala.
What does he mean about you being fair in his eyes?
Why,
Do you mean that egg dared to make love to you?
Well, once when Amina was out of the room, he did start to tell me he thought I was beautiful and all that. But what of it? I didn't pay any attention to him. I was so angry because he fooled me about finding Father.
If I ever see that fellow again, I'll make him beautiful with a couple of black eyes.
Bobby, you're not very polite to Ahmed, are you?
Oh, sorry, Ahmed. You know how it is, though, don't you?
Thou art wise to guard thy sister, young Effendi. And I have told her all the sun reveals.
Well, thank you, Ahmed.
Yes, indeed. Well done, my brother.
And now, you want us to leave you, Frank?
Do you mind, Doc?
Of course not. We'll go down into the garden for a while. I'll have some cool drinks sent up for you. You will take refreshment with my brother, Ahmed?
Thou art kind, sister of Chandu.
Come, children. How long shall we stay, Frank?
10 minutes will be long enough, I'm sure.
Don't forget now, Uncle Frank. You promised.
I won't forget, honey. Now, Ahmed, they're gone. What is it? Thou art wise, O Chandu. Thou knewest when I came that I was of the Brotherhood? I didn't really know, but I never refuse entrance to one who may be the bearer of news. And when you drew in the sand the symbol of the lotus, of course I was sure. Tell me the message you bring. In Cairo, Yusuf gave me word to find a messenger who would seek to bring to Roxar the secret papers stolen from thy sister's house. Well, did you find him? If Roxar had not been in Egypt, I would have failed. But in Alexandria, I found him. Who? Roxar? Oh, you mean the messenger? Good. What then? Though he is a Mussulman, I found him drinking wine. I made his acquaintance in a cafe and poured a drug into his glass. When he slept soundly, I called a friend who helped me carry him to a room apart. Well, did you find the papers? Yes, by the grace of Allah. They are here. I took from him every paper on his person. Let me see them. Passport, letter of introduction, credentials. It's only a scrap, Ahmed. I know, but there was no more. It says, to Van Boten without delay. That's all. Can you read English on it? No, Brother Abdala. But is this all? Are you sure? It is all, O Chandu. They've passed the Regent's secret to some other messenger. The papers aren't here after all. A member of Chandler's secret brotherhood comes to Chandler's hotel on the edge of the desert and tells Chandler he has waylaid and searched a messenger who was taking important papers to the sinister Roxar. He brings the papers to Chandler, but to their dismay, the stolen records of Robert Regent are missing. The present act finds Chandler and Princess Nadia in the secret room in the pyramid. Chandu, the magician.
How cool it is in here. I sometimes think old Khufu and the rest of them were trying to build burial places where they would at least keep cool after they were dead.
You still find Egypt uncomfortable after all your years in India?
Oh, I'm used to it, of course, but I still don't like the climate.
And your sister, does she like Egypt?
Yes, and of course the children are so fascinated by the country itself. But they don't think of the heat. Ah, but you should see California, Nazi. There's the perfect place to live.
You sound like one of those tourists who comes to see the pyramids and says, "Oh, yes. This country is all right, I suppose, but give me good old Boston."
Oh, my dear Naji. No man from Boston ever used such an expression.
Perhaps not, but you know what I mean.
Well, I still say you must come over to California and visit us someday when this business is all over. Dorothy was talking about it last night.
You and your sister are very kind, and perhaps we. She must find it very dull with nothing to do but explore this pyramid while you and I discuss this business of ours.
I bring her and the children out here from the hotel because I hate to leave them there without me. So many things have happened to us.
I know. And she feels that she is helping you by seeing that you have no more worries than necessary. How composed she is. And yet, she must be frantic with anxiety.
Yes, I know she is. It's harder to bear this suspense, not knowing whether her husband is dead or alive, than it was to believe him really dead.
You have had news for me?
Yes.
Good or bad?
Well, some of each. Last night at the hotel, an Arab sand diviner came to our rooms and said he'd heard of my ability as a magician.
Oh.
I thought perhaps he might be a messenger from, well, you understand, and I let him in. He did some tricks of magic that were really wonderful. You can imagine how thrilled Betty would be.
I should like to have seen her. Those sand diviners are remarkable.
He finally brought out a bag of sand from under his robe and prepared to tell our fortunes.
That was a clever idea, was it not?
Yes, so I thought. First, he drew the designs in the sand, as they always do, but he added a lotus flower. So then, of course, I realized he must have a message for me.
And did he?
He did indeed. He told Dorothy about her search for Robert, and then went on to speak about papers stolen from her home across the sea.
Ah.
When he had finished with her, he read Betty's fortune and told her to beware of strangers.
I hope she was impressed. When I think of her running off to Fayum with Abdala.
She'll never do that again. Dorothy seen to that. The strange thing was, though, the sand diviner then looked very serious and said to Betty, "Thou art fair in the eyes of one who sought to do thy people harm."
Did he mean Abdala?
He must have. Of course, Bob, with his usual tact, at once accused Betty of permitting Abdala to make love to her. And Betty admitted that Abdala had told her he loved her, but that she refused to listen to him.
I should think so. Of course, Abdala is used to seeing the young girls of this country married by the time they are Betty's age. What happened then?
The sand diviner, his name was Ahmed, by the way, then said he'd like to read the sands for me. So Dorothy and the children went away and left us alone. And so at last for my news.
Yes, indeed.
Well, when I left Alexandria, I told Yusuf, my agent there, to send a man to intercept the fellow who'd stolen the papers from Dorothy's house. I knew it was time he was landing in Egypt.
How did it happen that you arrived so far ahead of him?
Have you forgotten the magic powder?
Then you did find it possible to transport yourself and your family across the sea by your occult power? I have always wondered about that.
I didn't say that, Najee. But you and I both know that many things the world thinks impossible are easy to accomplish when one masters the secrets of the East.
You have learned much in India, my friend.
Much knowledge is needed to fight the battle that is ahead, Najee.
Oh, yes. But if we succeed in defeating Roxar, the first great victory will be ours.
And we must learn the truth about Robert Regent before those papers reach Roxar.
Let us talk of Robert Regent for a moment, Chandu. I have never understood just what happened at that time 13 years ago.
You know, of course, what he was doing over here.
Yes, and that is, I know what sort of business he was on.
Well, he sailed for home on the steamer Light of Asia, just after the armistice was signed.
Oh, and it sank after a collision near Ponta Delgada?
Yes.
And your sister assumed her husband was dead since she never heard from him again?
No, that's not quite it. The steamship company officials wrote Dorothy and said that Robert had been seen on the ship helping other people, up to the very last moment. He could have saved himself, but refused to get into a lifeboat.
Oh, that was it.
How strangely you say that, Najee.
Did your sister ever hear any more of her husband after she had the letter from the steamship company?
Why, no.
There is something hidden in this plot that I do not understand. Something unwholesome and terrifying.
What do you mean, Najee?
It's hard for me to explain, but I mean, there is something about it that makes me shudder, as if I had lifted a stone and had come upon a sickening, horrible insect.
It's Roxar.
Oh, not just his presence or personality, though he is repulsive. It is something diabolical he has in his mind. Something we do not know yet, but
something we feel. All of us. Dorothy can hardly bear the mention of Roxar's name since the night we saw him in the crystal ball talking to you.
No, I don't blame her. I hesitate to speak of this. Even to you, Chandu.
But surely...
Do not misunderstand. It is only that I hate to arouse false hope. And Even now, I cannot be sure where my knowledge begins and my instinct.
You mean Robert Regent is alive?
Hush. Do not let your sister hear. I cannot be sure, and it would be cruel.
But you think he is? You really believe it, Naji?
Yes, Chandu. But
It's not like you to be distressed and anxious. Can't you tell me all about it? We must decide what to tell Dorothy, too, you know.
I know. And I have puzzled over it until I no longer think clearly. Suppose for a moment that Robert Regent had not been drowned when his ship sank, but had been saved in some manner unknown to steamship officials.
It seems incredible. But it might be so.
Suppose, then, that he had been saved because at that last terrible moment he was recognized by Roxar or by some of his men.
But then, where has he been all these years?
That is just it. Suppose Roxar had a reason for keeping him prisoner. Do you know of any reason why Robert Regent should be kept from his family and his work for 13 years?
His work. Of course. His invention. The secret formula.
Yes. That night you saw me in the crystal ball talking to Roxar. He was urging me to betray my government and ally myself with him. When I refused, he told off the names of those who had defied him and whom he had broken.
And then you said, but the American still resists you. What did you mean by that, Naji?
I was trying him out. I had heard rumors that in some mysterious way he had made a prisoner of Robert Regent. At first, I thought perhaps your brother-in-law had put himself in Roxar's power so he might learn Roxar's plan.
But then he would have found some way to communicate with his wife.
Yes, but I knew nothing of that, you see. When I spoke to Roxar of Robert Regent, I was trying to find out whether he was still in Roxar's power.
But Roxar said, yes, he still resists me. So why can't we be sure Robert is alive?
Oh, that is what I cannot decide. Would it be that Roxar's mad dream has overbalanced his scheming mind? Perhaps Robert Regent is dead, and Roxar only thinks he is still alive.
If this is true, then Roxar is nothing more than a madman.
I wonder.
Naji, your mind is playing you tricks. You've been working too hard on this business.
You are probably right. And if you are, Robert Regent is alive.
Let's call Dorothy and tell her, shall we?
Oh, but if I should be mistaken, it would...
You don't know Dorothy, Naji. Years of sorrow have brought her strength.
Very well, then. Call her if you like.
Dorothy. Dorothy. Come here a moment, will you?
What is it, Frank? Do you want the children, too?
Not yet.
Never mind, Bobby. We'll call you presently.
Listen, Dorothy. Naji has something to tell you.
Why, how queer you both look. Is it something about Robert? Yes, it is, Mrs. Regent. Oh, Chandu, you tell her.
It's this. Naji has reason to believe that at the time we saw her in the crystal ball talking to Roxar, Robert was alive.
Oh, Frank, is it really true? Is it, Naji? I can hardly believe it. Oh, how wonderful that you should have found him. Where is he? That is what we do not know as yet. But let us tell you all we do know, shall we? Oh, yes, do. Oh, I can hardly...
Mother! Uncle Frank, come see what we found.
What can they mean? In a few minutes, Betty.
No, Mother, come now. All of you, hurry.
I'll see what it is, Dorothy. Why, they're not out here in the corridor. Where can they be?
Let me see, Chandu. Is that a door across the corridor there? No, it looks like a door, but it is just a way of decorating that wall space. It is only painted. Builders of pyramids often use them. But look, Frank. They're in the corner of it. Oh, it's Betty's handkerchief.
It's caught there.
They must have found a hidden spring. It must be a real door after all to some undiscovered room. But it's closed, and the children must be inside. Oh, what shall we do?
In the palace of the Princess Naji in Cairo, Frank Chandler, also known as Chandu the Magician, is entertaining his sister and his niece and nephew with feats of East Indian magic. A singer, engaged by Naji to amuse her guests, proves to be Abdala, the young Bedouin who once tried to abduct Betty. Chandu, the Magician.
May I suggest, Chandu, that we dismiss the musicians and that Betty go into another room until you have finished with these men?
Oh, perhaps it would be as well. You go with her, will you, Bob?
But why, Naji? Surely you don't think I'm afraid of Abdala, do you?
Yes, why? I'd like to hear what he has to say for himself, the big...
Please, Bobby. Take Betty up to her room for a little while. We'll call you in a few minutes.
Well, okay, Mother. Come on, Betty. Say, I think I found out how Frank did that last trick. I'll show you.
You and your men will wait outside, Rasul.
Now then, Abdallah, what is it?
First, let me tell you that in my country, I am a prince. For thousands of years, my fathers have been rulers over many men. Caravans bearing treasures of ivory, rubies, and perfumes have filled our chests with gold. For centuries, no man has been our master.
Well?
I am the last of my line. When my father dies, there is none to inherit his riches but me.
Well?
All this treasure is yours, Chandu. All my men, skilled in battle, all my fleet horses, the finest in the world.
But I don't understand. I'm not recruiting an army.
I have finished with Roxar. I shall never do his bidding again. I have come to join you.
Frank, don't believe him. It's some trick of Roxar's. Send him away.
It is no trick. Test me. Ask me what you will.
I'll ask you a question. What about that ring you wore that day in the bazaar? The first day we ever saw you. Where did you get that ring?
Madame, Roxar took it from the finger of Robert Regent.
Roxar? Oh, go on. Tell me about it. Frank, do you suppose this is true?
Let him tell us, Dorothy. We'll soon find out the truth.
13 years ago, a certain ship sank near Ponta Delgada in the Azores.
In the light of Asia.
Yes. Many people died. It was not an accident, that sinking. It was planned by Roxar.
How terrible.
He wanted to kill one man, Robert Regent.
And did he? That's what we want to know.
No.
But if he didn't...
Just a minute, Dorothy. How did it happen he didn't kill Regent? He's been thought dead all these years.
Roxar and Robert Regent had a quarrel and parted in great anger. Roxar secretly took important papers from the belongings of Robert Regent and decided to sink the ship on which he sailed.
How do you know this?
Roxar himself told me of it.
When?
At this time. You see, I was on the ship that collided with the Light of Asia at Roxar's orders.
You were working with Roxar then?
Yes. I was but 18 years old then.
Well, what happened?
It was done as Roxar had planned. The small ship came nearer and nearer to the Light of Asia. But at the very moment we were about to strike them, a wireless message came from Roxar not to do it.
Why was that?
He had found that the papers he had were not the ones he had sought. But that we did not know until later. The message was too late. The ships crashed together like thunder, and in the water were many people.
What dreadful.
But Roxar cares nothing for life. Perhaps you know this already.
I do. Go on, Abdallah.
We saved as many as we could, and some other ships came and helped. The Light of Asia sank very soon.
But what about my husband?
I cannot understand how he escaped, but I found him floating in the water. I took him on the small boat to Algiers, where Roxar was then, and there I left him.
You mean you left him with Roxar?
Yes. He was very ill and knew not where he was. Roxar said I had done well.
Where did Roxar take him?
I do not know. I've never seen him since. Now, do you believe I have finished with Roxar and wish to join you, Chandu?
Tell me this. Why have you so suddenly decided to leave Roxar and join me?
Because of Miss Betty Lou.
What do you mean?
I took her away into the Fayum at the command of Roxar. I was to keep her there so you would come to find her, and the messenger would reach Roxar with the secret papers of Robert Regent.
We know all that.
But she was so gentle, so sweet, so beautiful that I came to love her. And at last I told her so.
You dared.
Madame, I am a Bedouin prince. Yes, I told her.
Surely she didn't listen to you.
No, Madame, she would not listen. She thought I had tricked her. And then her brother came and found her. And now my heart answers only to sorrow's beat, as though it were an orchestra, and grief the baton.
Very pretty. But listen to me, Abdala. Miss Regent is not for you. Though you served me 1,000 years, she could never be.
Besides, she's only a child. Why, she's only 16.
But how old are brides in your country, madame?
Oh, you don't understand. It's out of the question.
Bismillah. If fate has decreed I may not have her, so be it. But sometimes Allah is pleased to relent. Time may change you, madame.
Not on this subject.
Women do not understand these things. Is it not so, Chandu? Men should decide them.
It's no use, Abdala. My sister's answer and mine are the same. No.
I must bow to your decision. But think, I did not even ask for a marriage portion. I offered instead my men and all my possessions.
But we don't want them, Abdala. And now you only turn to Roxar and tell him his little scheme is a failure.
You think I came from Roxar. You still do not believe me. But you must. Madame, do you think I tell the truth?
No, it sounds like the truth. But I can't trust my judgment anymore.
If you know so much, Abdala, you must know much more.
It is true, Chandu. I know many secrets of Roxar, on whom be pestilence.
Then tell us more about that ring. You haven't told us all of that.
I only know this. When you saw me in the bazaar with the ring of your husband, Roxar had sent me, bidding me make sure you noticed the ring on my finger.
Oh, but why?
He told me to be sure you saw the ring, and then you would follow me, and I could seize you and take you to the slave market. You would disappear, and Chandu searching for you might also be taken and killed.
Has Roxar no human feelings at all? How can anyone be so beastly?
He has told me many times that he has risen above all emotion, which is but weakness, he says, madame.
But I can't believe anyone could be so heartless, so lacking in...
It is well to believe it, madame. It is true. Whatever opposes Roxar must be destroyed.
But what does he want? What is he trying to do?
Never mind, Dorothy. I know all this. Tell me, Abdala, why didn't you carry out your plan that day in the bazaar?
Because, madame, your sister did not try to follow me, as Roxar thought, but called for the police. I was obliged to run away and try again.
And you tried again? That night in the desert?
Yes. When you entered the hut, it was I who locked the door behind you.
And also, you no doubt, who set off the bomb that blew the hut to bits.
No, that was another. Do you remember that just before the explosion a man entered the hut?
Yes, and was trapped in there.
No, Chandu. It was I. When I learned of the bomb, I tried to warn you. It seemed too cruel that beautiful Miss Betty Lou must die. Even for Roxar, I could not...
But how did you escape?
By a miracle. I was knocked to the earth, and bits of the wall fell like rain. But fate must have decreed a different death for me. When I came to myself, I returned to Cairo, and there Roxar told me you had once more escaped him. Do you still doubt me, Chandu?
Tell me this. Where is Roxar's secret hiding place? Everyone tells me he has one. Where is it?
I cannot tell you, Chandu. I do not know.
Where did he take Robert Regent?
I cannot tell you. Roxar never tells any man where his hiding place is. I only know it is far away.
That's what you told us the night you met us in the desert. How far away do you think it is?
Roxar always says it is many, many days from Cairo. I have heard it is in Europe.
Look here, Abdala. You want me to trust you and allow you to join me. What if I should put you to the test?
You mean to...
I mean this. Suppose I said to you, you may join me if you will find out for me where Roxar's hiding place is. What would you say to that?
Chandu, I believe it to be impossible.
Some of Roxar's men must know. Well, what do you say? Prove to me that you are worthy of trust, and you shall help.
I will try. You shall see that I am to be trusted. And I may see Miss Betty Lou once more before I go?
No, Abdala. My daughter is not to know anything about this. Don't you agree, Frank?
Well, yes. But what harm could it do to allow him to see her if he says nothing but goodbye?
Oh, none at all. But I won't have her getting sentimental about Abdala and going through a lot of renunciation scenes. You know how she is.
You're right. Sorry, Abdala.
Will you allow me to sing to her?
How's this? Suppose you sing something right here. She'll hear you. She's just upstairs there.
It must do. If you will not permit me to see her, my song shall call to her in the voice of my heart.
jasmine flower, where the perfumed fountains thrill. See thy lover's arms await thee. Come, my heart, with vibrant rapture fill, where thy lightest footstep lies, blossoms spring to greet thee, love. Night is fragrant with thy laughter. Come to me, my sweet white dove.
Goodbye, Abdala.
May your days be filled with happiness, madame. Farewell. Chandu, I will not return until I am successful.
Very well, Abdala. Good night.
I salute you all.
The psychic summons. Let's get the message before he goes. Wait, Abdala. Wait. Gone already? Abdala!
Abdala, young Bedouin chief and lieutenant of the sinister Roxar, comes to Chandler at Nodge's palace and begs to be allowed to join Chandler's men. To prove his good faith, he tells Chandler of his capture of Robert Regent years ago. As a test, Chandler gives him a mission. But just as he departs, the psychic summons is heard. Chandu, the magician.
Wait, Abdala.
You want Abdala, Uncle Frank? I'll get him for you.
I must get the crystal ball.
Mine is there on the table, Chandu. May I look, Frank?
Of course. See, the picture is forming already.
Oh, it's the yogi. But that's not the houseboat. Look, Naji, it's a lovely garden. Yes, how beautiful. Listen.
Chandu, my son, go with him thou hast sent into the street. Much will be revealed to thee.
Oh, no, Frank.
Guard thy secrets with thy life. Await the call. Fear not. Farewell, my son.
Why, the crystal's dark. What did he mean by all that?
I understood only one thing, and that is I'm to follow Abdala.
Did not Bob say you would bring him back? There's Bob now. Did you catch him, son?
No, Mother. I couldn't see him anywhere.
How did you know I wanted Abdala, Bob? We thought you and Betty were upstairs.
We were, but we heard Abdala singing, and we came down on the landing to hear him, and then I thought I heard that thing ringing, and then you called Abdala. So I chased out to bring him back.
Oh. Did you or Betty hear any of our conversation with Abdala?
Not a word. What did he want anyway? He certainly had his nerve crashing in here like that, didn't he?
Never mind now, Bobby. Frank, are you really going out to try to find Abdala? Why, you don't know what might happen.
Out to find him? What do you want him for?
I don't know just what I do want him for, Bob. But I'm going to find him just the same. I know better than to disregard any advice from the yogi.
Was that what that summons thing told you, Uncle Frank? Gee, I wish I'd been here. Who was it? Was it the picture?
Your mother will tell you all about it, Bob. I must go. I don't know just when I'll be back, Doc. Try not to worry about me. I'll be all right, you know.
Oh, I'll try, Frank. And I will see if I can keep them amused while you are gone, Chandu.
Thank you, Naji. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Frank.
What happened, Bob? What's the matter? Where's Uncle Frank?
Gone out to find Abdala. Is that a laugh or isn't it?
Find Abdala? Oh, what for?
Oh, we got one of those messages from the yogi telling him to.
But Abdala works for Roxar. He'll kill Uncle Frank or something. Oh, Mother, why did you let him go?
Oh, I couldn't stop him, dear. There are some things you do not know about Betty Lou. Abdala does not serve Roxar now.
Did he say that? And did Uncle Frank believe it? Why, I wouldn't believe a word he said if...
Listen, dear, we hardly know what to think. But Abdala told us one thing that should make us forgive him much.
Why, what did he tell you?
Oh, he told us your father wasn't drowned when the light of Asia sank. Oh, Naji, did you believe him? Yes, I did. Because it accounts for many things already known to me.
But, Mother, if he wasn't drowned, where in the world is he? And why hasn't he written to you all these years?
Oh, that's what Abdala doesn't know, or says he doesn't.
But how did Abdala know about Father? Why didn't he tell us before?
He knew it because he was the one who rescued your father from drowning when the ship sank. And he didn't tell us before because he was working for Roxar, or so he says.
You mean he really isn't working for Roxar now? Why is that?
Because we aren't exactly sure, Betty. Oh, no, that is right. You see, your uncle sent Abdala on an errand to see if he could be trusted. If he can be, he may join those who help Chandu.
Listen, Mother. Just what did that yogi say in the crystal ball just now?
Why, let's see. Something like, my son, follow him thou hast sent into the street. Much may be revealed to thee.
But that might mean anything.
Well, how could it, Bob?
Well, it might mean that Abdala was all right and Uncle Frank could trust him. But it might mean that if Uncle Frank followed Abdala, he'd find out for himself that Abdala was double-crossing him.
I think Bob's right. Oh, I wish Uncle Frank hadn't gone one step. Yogi or no yogi. No one knows where he went, either. He could be killed and we'd never know it.
Oh, Betty, don't. Uncle Frank has to do as he thinks best, you know. And do not forget this. This is not the first time he has had to make decisions that might cost him his life.
Why, Naji, how can you be so calm about it? You sound as if it wasn't anything.
Because I know your uncle. For years he has been prepared to give his life if necessary. And so have all of us who have worked together.
I wish I knew what all this was about. Oh, I'm not asking questions, Naji. I'm only wondering.
I know you cannot help to be curious, Bob. Someday I hope your uncle can tell you everything.
Won't it be fun? The time ever does come. To sit down and piece it all together. Imagine what a story it would make.
What a story indeed.
Well, Mother, if Abdala did save Father's life, he must know where he went, doesn't he?
He knows where he took him, that's all.
Where?
He
says your father was very ill. I don't know whether he means he was injured or what exactly, but Abdala took him with him to Algiers where he met Roxar. And that's the last time he ever saw him.
Then maybe Roxar has him shut up somewhere.
That might be. But why would he keep him a prisoner for 13 years? What purpose would he have? My dear, no one could possibly guess what purpose Roxar would have. And forgive me, but that purpose may have been served years ago. Oh, you mean he may have killed him? I think you should face the possibility. I'm sorry to be cruel. Oh, you're not cruel. You're right. I mustn't hope too much.
Of course you must. I mean, we must all hope just as hard as we can. Don't you agree with me, Naji?
Of course you must, dear. And now, why do we not agree to wait until Chandu returns before we make any more plans?
Do you call him Chandu all the time, Naji?
Yes. He is known as Chandu to all the East. Why?
Oh, nothing. What were you going to suggest that we do while we wait for Uncle Frank to come back? Don't say, let's play bridge.
Oh, no, indeed. But have you forgotten our musicians? Waiting out there in the hall all this time? Let us have them in again, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, let's do. Abu, will you bring in your men again? Betty Lou, will you not sing for us? I have never heard you.
Oh, who told you I could sing?
Your Uncle Frank.
Oh, he likes to hear me sing Pale Hands because it reminds him of India, where he was so long. He showed us a picture of the Vale of Kashmir once in the crystal ball. It was marvelous.
And suppose you sing Pale Hands for me.
Well?
Lovely. You have a beautiful voice.
Oh, thank you.
Not bad. Not half bad.
Oh, Bobby, we really should punish you by making you sing.
What a chance. But I tell you what I will do. I'll do a magic trick.
Chandu the second. Ha ha.
All right, Smarty. Want to see me?
Go right ahead. I love it.
Here you are, then. See this string? Tie one end of it around each of my wrists.
You mean so your wrists are tied tight together?
No, so they're about a foot apart. Now, what is it Uncle Frank says? Oh, yeah. Watch me closely. I hold out my hands straight in front of me. Abracadabra, what do you see?
Why, Bob Regent, there's a ring on the string. And your hands are...
How do you do it?
Uncle Frank showed me. I've been saving it up to spring on you.
Well, you mean thing. You never told me. You have to show me one, too, so
Oh, why, who's that enormous man by the window? How did you get in here?
I came to see Chandu.
You must have come through a window, then. I am sure the servants did not admit you. Chandu is not here.
Then I will wait.
Indeed, you shall not.
I'll toss him out for you, Naji.
Bob!
Stay where you are, young Effendi. This little gun might bite you.
Oh.
Listen to me, every one of you. You are my prisoner. Be await the arrival of the great Chandu. When he comes,
If any of you call out or try to warn him, I will shoot him before your eyes. Perhaps I shoot him anyway.
Oh, you...
Why, you great big...
Listen. Listen, I hear a voice that... Is it Frank? Is it Najee?
Chandler fails in an attempt to rescue Robert Regent from his underground prison near Algiers, and Roxar takes Regent away. Chandler learns that he has been moved to a hiding place known only as the Place of Darkness. Believing this place to be in the catacombs on the island of Malta, Chandler and the Regent return to Malta, where the present act opens. It is the dead of night. The party has descended into utter blackness. Chandu, the magician.
You're sure no one saw us leaving the hotel?
Oh, yes, Effendi. We turned this corner. This way.
Isn't it dark and scary down here? Ooh.
No darker now than it was when we were down here before in the daytime.
No, but it seems darker, just because we know it's in the middle of the night. I hope we don't get lost from each other.
We won't. And we mustn't leave the guide for 1 minute. Remember, Bobby.
I remember all right. I haven't forgotten it was my fault we were too late to find Father in that old ruin in Algiers.
Don't, son. That's over.
It might have been too late even if you hadn't.
No, it wouldn't either. That driver told us, Uncle Frank and me, that Roxar had Father right up there in the rocks, not 100 yards from the ruin when we went in.
No.
Did you know it?
No, she didn't, Bob. I didn't tell her that.
Well, Mother, gee, I thought you knew it.
Frank, did Robert see you? Did he know you were there?
He must have known we were there. He may even have heard our voices. But he didn't see us. That native told us Roxar had blindfolded him.
Poor Robert. I hope he didn't recognize your voice. It would be too heartbreaking to realize you were within a few feet of him and didn't even see him.
Wait here for one moment, Effendi. I will come back to you.
Where do you suppose he's going?
I hope he's not going to leave us here long.
Maybe he's forgotten the way.
You're a little sunbeam, aren't you? Why don't you go on and tell about all the people that have been lost in here and never found their way out again? Got hungrier and hungrier and thinner until finally...
Bobby!
I know what's the matter with him. He wishes Judy Allen was here, so there'd be someone to cling to him and say, "Oh, you big, brave thing, you."
You keep still.
You know what she told him, Mother? She said he reminded her of Ronald Coleman. She really did.
Oh, she did not. I wish something would come right out of the blackness over there and bite you, Betty.
Oh, what was that?
Where's that guy? Abdala, where are you?
Gee, I don't think you called him loud enough. Let me try. Abdul, come back here, you poor fish.
I am here, Effendi.
I don't see his light, do you?
Turn the corner. We'll see him in a minute. There he is. What's that noise, Abdul? Are there any animals in here?
Oh, no, Effendi. You hear but the wind.
The wind? Way down here under the ground, in solid rock?
Aywa, Effendi.
Well, we didn't hear it the last time we were down here.
Perhaps you did not come in this corridor. It is one tiny hole goes up from this place, up to top of ground. Made for air many years ago.
Sounds funny to me.
Let's go to this air shaft, Abdul. I'd like to see what it's like.
Oh, but you are hurried to come here, Effendi. You do not have time.
He's right, Frank. Let's not bother with it now. That's all it is. We don't care.
Yes, it is all. But we can see it later, I suppose. Take us to the altar room then, Abdul.
Let us turn here.
You don't seem to know just where you're going. Are you sure you do know?
Oh, Aywa, Effendi.
Well, then why did you leave us? You were trying to find that room, weren't you? Look at me. Hold your candle up to his face, Bob.
Say, you know who he looks like? He looks just like...
Oh, Effendi, I tell you, I am try for a long time, the guide. My brother bring me here. I try learn how to traveler in every place, but I cannot always remember. My brother not let me come here, but I come when he asleep.
Well, can you beat that? Did you engage his brother, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I must have. They look just alike.
All these natives look alike to me. What are we going to do?
I'm going to try to find that room myself. If I can't, we'll have to go back to the hotel and get the guide I engaged.
But you'll get lost.
If I do, we'll all get lost. You're coming right with me, all of you.
I hope to tell you we are. I've been lost in this place before.
Sandy, give me a little time. I can find it for you. Do not tell my brother.
We'll give you nothing. You should be reported to the police. Not a soul knows we're down here. If we can't find our way out, nobody will ever know what became of us. Nor of you.
Oh, Frank.
He's just trying to scare that guy, Mother. Can't you see?
Why, look. This looks like the place right here. Remember these pillars, Bob? It's somewhere right around here, I know.
It sure is. There's a kind of a room with pillars on each side. In the middle is this altar thing that the guide told us about.
Hold your candles high, everybody. Is that it, Betty?
Yes, sir, it is.
Come on, let's see if it does move.
Is that supposed to have been an altar? It's just a solid block of stone, isn't it?
Nobody knows. One story is that it was used for some sort of pagan ceremonies several thousand years ago.
Why, have these catacombs been here all that time? I thought...
No one knows that either. But it seems likely they've been. Look at the carving on the side of the altar. Those figures certainly look more pagan than Christian, don't they?
They don't look like much of anything to me, to tell you the truth. And now that we found it, what about it?
Don't you know, Mother? I told you the other day. There's an ancient legend that says there's some way to move the altar over. And that under it is a room.
But gee, if it's been here all this time, you'd think somebody'd have found a way to move it. If there is one. Say, Abdul, do many people try to move it?
Oh, Sandy, I do not know. But I have heard that whoever does move the stone must die.
You mean it was an old law?
Oh, no, Effendi. I mean, there is something in the altar that brings death.
Frank.
Oh, it's just a story, Doc.
The tale of a Maltese cat.
You know how these legends grow. And there's no record of anyone ever moving the altar.
But you have come to move it, Effendi?
Yes.
So, perhaps you believe the stories my people tell, eh?
I can't see any reason why this altar shouldn't conceal the entrance to a room. But I certainly don't believe your pretty little story about death. Come on. Let's see if we can find the secret.
Maybe you just pull on the block of stone and it moves over. Let's try it.
It's surely not as simple as that. But we'll try. Come here. We'll push from this end.
Let me help, Uncle Frank.
Oh, we can do it, Betty. Push, Bob.
Gee.
No use. Let's try the other end. Ready?
Sure. Nope. That's not it, is it?
What about one of the sides? Maybe the whole thing lifts up like the lid of a box.
There's no place to get hold of it. If you couldn't lift it by those carved figures, they don't stick out far enough.
I think there must be some other way. If it were easy to find, someone else would have discovered it. Bring your candles here, everybody. You too, Abdul.
Sandy, I fear it. It is death.
Nonsense. Come on over here. We need all the light we can get.
What happened to your flashlight, Frank?
I couldn't find a single place in the letter to buy a battery for it. Here, Bob. Hold your candle here with mine. We'll press on each of these figures, one after the other. No.
You think this altar covers a flight of steps, Frank?
Yes. Remember how that one was built in Naji's palace? Where we found the little girl asleep?
I feel sorry for her yet, Uncle Frank.
So do I. Wasn't she cute?
Come over here to the end of the altar. I think you're right, Dot. It probably does tip up.
But don't you suppose the machinery or whatever opens it would be worn out by now? All rusty, I mean, or something? Because if it's never been opened...
Oh, it must have been opened sometime.
I think it's probably counterbalanced from underneath. I mean that when the end of the altar is released, there's a weight down there that tips the whole thing up.
But it might be either end, of course.
Yes, but look here. See this figure of a man? There's a little projection under his feet, as though he was standing on it.
That's funny, isn't it? He's the only one that has something to stand on. Maybe he was the king or something.
I think that projection covers something. Let me try. Look, it's loose.
Oh, be careful, Frank.
It's all clogged up with dust. I'll blow it off. See? It moves down. And what's that behind it?
Well, there's nothing there. What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
Don't you see? It's a round hole with a metal rod in it. It probably runs right through from one side to the other. Look over there, Bob. See if there's another figure like this one.
Let me look. Yes, there is. There really is.
Now what, Frank?
Abdul, get me a stone, will you? I think we can loosen the rod enough to get it out. And that's what releases the weights, I think.
Well, but Uncle Frank, you don't think Roxar's got Father down in there, do you?
Not yet. But I think he's planning to bring him here. We got here first.
Then you did use the magic powder, huh, Uncle Frank?
Bob, we aren't here alone, you know.
Sorry.
Here is the stone, Effendi. But do not open it, I beg you.
Don't be silly.
Oh, Mother, aren't you thrilled to death?
I wonder.
There. It's moving. Get around on the other side, Bob, and pull. Press down that little projection and pull the rod through.
Okay. Hit it again. Here she comes.
Pull it all the way out. Got it?
Here it is.
And look, I was right. It does tip up.
Look down there. That's a big black hole.
Come back here, Betty.
You were wrong about the step, though, Uncle Frank. Not a step.
Get down on the floor, Bob. Let's see if we can light it up enough to see what's down there.
Okay.
Hold your candle down as far as you can.
What a moldy old place. Gee, I don't wonder nobody ever opened it before. What would they want of it?
Someone wants it now, don't forget. Well, that's that. You can all go back to the hotel. I'm staying here.
Alone?
Of course. I'm going down in there. And you must close up the entrance after me. Put it back just as we found it, rod and all. When Roxar brings Robert here...
But don't you want me to send police or someone out here? Roxar will have you both, and then what?
Of course he will, temporarily. But it's the only way.
But what about this guide, Uncle Frank?
I'll fix him. Listen, Abdul. You want your brother to know you came down here tonight?
Oh, no, and he will kill me. You will not tell him?
No, I won't tell him. If you keep still about all this. You understand?
I not tell. No.
Don't look so, Dorothy. You see, I must do this, don't you? If Roxar realizes we're going to take Robert away from him, he might as well kill him. He'll never learn the secret. This is our only chance. Well, here I go. I'll drop down here.
Oh, gee, Uncle Frank, can't I come with you?
Sorry, Bob, not this time. Abdala will take you all back to the hotel. I'll put that down here. Hand me that taxi cab, will you? Thanks. So long.
Frank.
Close it up. Hurry.
What was that down there on the floor beside you, Frank? What is it?
Chandler and the Regents have returned to the catacombs on the island of Malta, where Chandler believes Roxar will take Robert Regent after removing him from the ruin near Algiers. They find a mysterious pagan altar, concealing the entrance to a room still farther underground. They move the altar aside, and as Dorothy and the rest look down, Chandler lowers himself into the darkness. Chandu, the magician.
What is that thing on the floor beside you, Frank? Hold your candle down.
What do you mean? Oh, this?
What on earth is it, Frank?
Nice little thing, isn't it? See, it's chained to the wall here. It's an iron collar. A bit rusty now in the hinges. They were used for unruly prisoners in the good old days.
Oh, this horrible thing. Please let me send the police out here to protect you. I can't bear to leave you down there in that horrible cell alone.
No. Roxar killed Robert if he sees he's going to lose him. Go on back to the hotel, all of you. You make me feel like an animal in the zoo, all standing around up there. Close up the entrance and go now.
For you. I mean, suppose something happens to you. You'll let us tell the police sometime, won't you?
No, if I don't come back within a few days, you must get in touch with Ted Warren in Algiers, as I told you once before. He'll do all he can to help you find your father. Go now, before Roxar gets here.
But what if he doesn't come at all, Uncle Frank? How long are you going to stay down there?
He'll come all right. That day you saw Mustafa in here, he wasn't on a pleasure trip.
But, Frank, you don't think he's opened this entrance to you?
No, I know he hasn't. There may be another entrance, though, I know.
Say, you know what? Now you told us Mustafa was dead. I just thought of it. What do you suppose?
Never mind that now, Bob. Go on, all of you, right now.
Well, if we must. Bobby, you and Abdala pull the altar down again.
Put the rod back in place, just as we found it, Bob.
Okay, we'll fix it for you. Here she goes.
Oh, it's just burying him alive.
Don't worry about me, Doc. If we find Robert, you can start back to California tomorrow.
I tell you, Mustafa, there is someone in here. Oh, Roxar, who could be here? Well, there is someone, I know it. Leave Regent out there until we have made sure. But no one knows of this room, Effendi. And if they did, no one of Malta would come here. It is said death awaits him who opens the way. Oh, then how do you account for the smell of burnt candles in here, eh? You are a fool, Mustafa. Someone is here now. Or has only just left here. Light more candles. If we know of the other entrance to this room, why should not someone else? What is that? Oh, Effendi, it is the wind. Wind? Down here? 25 feet under the ground? Wind? Well, Effendi, it is the way for the air to come down here. I have told you of it. What makes that noise? No one knows. My cousin, who told me of it, said it had always been so. In the room above, it is even more loud. Well, here are the candles. Give them to me. Why are you shaking like a leaf? What is it? I thought I saw a face in the shadow. There. You are a coward as well as a fool, Mustafa. Let me see. I told you someone was here. Chandler! Oh, Chandu, the magician. How could he come here? Be silent. He came here, did he not? So, Chandler, you cannot keep out of my way. You interfere with my plans. You fool me into telling you where Regent is hidden. And now you are here.
As you see, Roxar.
You are looking for Regent, eh? How did you learn I was bringing him here?
Do you remember once I asked you how you learned of the secret room in the pyramid near Cairo? And you answered, because to me must come all knowledge. Well, occasionally, knowledge comes to others than you.
But how could you arrive here before me? I left Algiers the same night we took Regent from the ruin.
I have, let us say, methods of my own.
Oh, yes, Chandu, the magician. Mustafa, be quiet. You are alone, Chandler?
Yes, all alone, Roxar. Why?
You see this automatic? If you do not wish to die, you will not move. Mustafa, see that he has no gun. Keep your hands still, Chandler. Tie him up, Mustafa. So, you are a fool to come here alone.
No, Roxar, do not trust him, even with his hands bound at his sides. Do not forget, he is Chandu.
Chandu the magician, eh? He is no more than others who have opposed Roxar and who have died.
Yes, but there is one who has not died. You've not beaten Regent.
Not yet, but I will. He will tell me the secret. He will tell me very soon.
What makes you think he will? You've had 13 years already and he hasn't told you.
But he is growing weak. Each time I see him, he is less strong.
You'll kill him one of these days, and then what?
He must not die. Not until he tells me. He must not.
Even you can't keep a man alive beyond a certain limit. Especially when he's had the treatment you've given him for 13 years.
You know nothing of the treatment I have given him.
Don't I? What about those papers of his that he left in the ruin near Algiers? Don't forget I have them all. There are some very interesting things in his diary, Roxar. You must have taken him away in a great hurry, that you didn't take his papers, too.
He did not write down the secret again.
Of course not.
Did he mention my name?
Your real name, you mean?
My real name? I am Roxar.
But in Europe, you're known by another name, are you not?
Enough! I will not listen to you. I have wasted too much time on you already. But you will not live to tell what you learned from Regent's papers. By his feet, Mustafa. 200 years from now, when he is found, people will wonder who he was.
Oh, Effendi, do not leave him here. Take him to the inner room. There he will be more secure.
Why will he be safe out there than here?
Because in there are chains to fasten into the stone wall, and many other things used by a Grand Master of the Knights to make prisoners talk. He cannot escape from that room.
You mean the room that is under the grotto?
It is so, Roxar.
Well, take him there. But first, see that Regent is on the other side.
You've really got Regent here, have you?
Of course I have him here. Why not?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He certainly won't live long down in this place. If you want to keep him alive, you'd better move him somewhere where he can get some sunlight. He must be made of iron to have lasted as long as he has.
You would like to have me take him to a place where some of your men can find him and tell the police, eh?
You'll have to move him somewhere when I get out of here, you know that.
But you will not get out of here. So I need not think of that. Are you ready, Mustafa?
Hey, well, all is ready, Roxar.
Come with me, Chakla. So, this is the room. Even you will not be able to escape from these chains.
Oh, Roxar, I am afraid. He does not move or speak, but I fear him.
Silence! Put the chains on his feet and the collar about his neck. So, Chandu the magician. He can leave you now, I think.
Yes, by all means. I have never been chained up before, and I'll rather enjoy it. I know. Great little toys, these.
Come, Mustafa. Leave him in the dark. I must have one little talk with Regent before I go.
Chandu, where are you?
Naji.
Where are you, Chandu? Jane. Oh, what have they done to you here in the darkness?
Not a thing. But what are you doing here? How did you get in? How long have you been in Malta?
I arrived only this afternoon in an airplane. Oh, I had to come to you, Chandu. How can I help you?
Naji, I don't need help. I let Roxar chain me up like this, but I can escape whenever I like. You know that. How did you know where I was?
Your sister told me. I thought to enter as you did through the ancient altar. But just as I was leaving the hotel, I saw Mustafa. I followed him.
But you shouldn't be in the streets at this hour. What time was it when you left the hotel?
It was 2 o'clock, but what of that?
Oh, you shouldn't have come, Naji. If Roxar should find you here...
Listen, Chandu. I saw Mustafa and Roxar enter through the other door.
By the way, where is that other door? I thought nobody ever came here. There are at least 5 of us in here now. The secret door.
Oh, hush. They will hear you. The other door is through a vault in the cemetery beside the church.
Heavens.
But who is it Roxar and Mustafa have with them? Not...
Yes, it's Regent. But I didn't even get a look at him. They kept him out of my sight. But now, you must go. I'm all right.
No. You must come with me. I heard Roxar say he will kill you at dawn.
You heard him? When?
But now, I was in the shadows of the passageway, and I heard him say...
Naji, he'll kill you. Why did you come here?
Why have I come here, Chandu? Because...
Naji. Oh, my darling.
Disguised as gypsies, Frank Chandler, his sister Dorothy Regent, and her son and daughter are traveling in the mountains of Montalbania with a gypsy tribe. As they sit near the campfire, Chandler discovers a man lurking in the darkness and creeping closer and closer to them. He disappears, and a moment later Betty cries out that she sees him not 10 feet from where they sit. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Uncle Frank, don't go over there where he is. He might shoot you or something.
Let me go, Uncle Frank. No, sit still. Don't keep looking over there toward him. I'll just get up and stroll casually over there toward the wagon. It may be some gypsy who has a grudge against Lupu's family.
Oh, Mother, I wish he wouldn't. Look, he's almost up to that man. Oh, look, he's standing right up.
Nicholas, what are you doing here? Mr. Chandler. It is Mr. Chandler, isn't it?
It's Nicky, all dressed up like a gypsy.
Well, can you beat that?
What are you doing here in the clothes of a gypsy?
Come over here and sit down a moment with us.
With us? You don't mean you have Mrs. Regent and Bob and Betty out here?
Yes, they're right here. You almost frightened Betty to death.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you do, Mrs. Regent?
How do you do, Nicholas?
What's the idea of the trick clothes, Nick?
I'll never speak to you again, Nicky. You scared me so I know my hair has turned pure white.
Oh, Betty, please forgive me. I had no idea you were here. You know I wouldn't frighten you.
But what are you doing here? Do you know these gypsies?
No, but I often dress like this and visit the gypsy camps just for a lark. I've done it a dozen times when I've been home from Paris on visits.
But have they never discovered who you were?
No.
But why were you lurking out there in the trees? Don't you know they might have taken a shot at you?
Oh, that's just part of the fun.
Suppose some of these young gypsy fellows got the idea you were paying attention to some of these pretty girls.
Oh, but I never do that.
I know, but you can't keep them from becoming suspicious.
Yes, and Nicholas, you know.
Just a minute, will you, Dorothy? Nicholas, will you come over here with me a moment? Well, I'd like to speak to you alone.
Of course.
You'll go over here by the wagon where we can talk without attracting the attention of the gypsies there at the fire. We'll be right back. Here's the place. Sit down here on the step of the wagon.
Will you tell me one thing? What are you doing out here?
Oh, we're just on a little holiday.
That seems odd. How long do you expect to be out here?
A few days.
Do you know these gypsies?
Yes. Lupu, the son of the chief, has been a friend of mine for many years. But let's not talk about that. I want to give you a little advice, if you don't mind.
Of course not. But you're not trying to frighten me about these gypsies, are you?
No. But I do wish you'd give up these foolish things you do. You must realize you can't go on doing just as you like.
Oh, I know I should take this government business more seriously. But all this talk of politics and diplomacy bores me almost to death.
Then let me tell you something. Something that's behind all this talk of politics and diplomacy. At this moment, Count Metzos is planning to overthrow the Montalbanian government and seize your father's throne.
What? Oh, that can't be possible.
It is possible, though. It's true.
But Count Metzos, he's been prime minister ever since I was a little boy.
I can't help that.
But how do you know?
Because I heard him and Dmitri discussing it.
You heard them? Where? How could you hear them? Oh, you must be mistaken.
No, I'm not mistaken. I can't tell you how I heard them, but I did. Kidnapping you was the first step in their scheme.
You think they meant to kill me then?
Yes. As soon as the hue and cry had died away a little, I think they meant to kill you there in the cellars of our castle. And if it was discovered before the revolution became a success, they planned to blame me for your murder.
Oh, but I simply can't believe it, Mr. Chandler.
You must believe it. And you must give up these foolish things you do. You're making yourself a target for a bullet or a knife. And who could ever prove it wasn't some renegade gypsy that killed you?
I see. Did you know about this plot when you came up here to Montalbania, Mr. Chandler?
But no sooner had we arrived than I began to hear things which led me to suspect there might be such a plot. You yourself heard Count Metzos talking to an American the night of Mr. Mason's reception.
Yes. Oh, by the way, did you ever discover what that key was for? The one I sent you in the letter?
Yes. I found it unlocked a hidden door, opening into a small library at the back of the castle, next to the mountain. And whom do you think we found in that little room?
You found somebody in there? Who was it?
It was an American criminal whose name is Corbin. He'd been bound and gagged and left in there.
You don't mean you knew him?
I'd seen him once before, almost a year ago in Egypt. At that time, he was working for a man named Von Boden, a mad scientist, and perhaps the most dangerous man who has lived for 100 years.
Von Boden? I've heard that name somewhere. Well, where does Von Boden live?
He's dead now. He died in Malta several months ago. What have you heard of him?
I can't think just now. I know I heard the name somewhere before.
Oh, it's probably another Von Boden. At any rate, we need worry about him no longer. But this plot of Count Metzos is a serious thing, and you shouldn't take it lightly.
Well, if it's really true, I certainly shan't take it lightly. What do you think I should do?
How did Count Metzos receive the news that you didn't return to Paris?
Now that you mention it, he seemed rather upset. At the time, I thought nothing of it. You think he's really trying to get me out of the country so he can go ahead with his schemes, don't you?
Yes. You told me yourself he'd been trying to keep you away from Montevideo, or you believed he had.
Then I was right, wasn't I?
I'm sure you were. I believe the people who kidnapped you were Count Landon's men, the men of the King's Guard. You said you didn't see any of them.
No. They came up behind me and threw something over my head.
You see? If it had been anyone else, some of those guards would have stopped them as they were carrying you through the palace grounds.
I've been acting like a child, haven't I? I'll go right back to Lubova tonight and warn my father. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your explaining all this to me, Mr. Chandler. They might have had my father killed.
That is one thing I can tell you need not fear. Dmitri wished to do it. But that is not the plan.
Dmitri wished to do it? Oh, then his friendship for me in Paris was just a pretense to secure an invitation to come to Montevideo?
Yes, I'm sorry, but it was. But here's another thing. Whoever's at the bottom of this plot does not mean to strike at once. There's no immediate danger.
But I thought you said Count Metzos was at the bottom of it.
No. The whole thing's being managed by someone outside Montevideo. Unfortunately, I didn't learn who it was.
You're up here now on some kind of business connected with that, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
But why did you bring your sister and Bob and Betty?
Because I believed it dangerous to leave them in the castle at Lubova.
Dangerous? Well, what did you think was going to happen to them?
I don't know, but I know these people, whoever they are, will stop at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Chandler, won't you take me along with you wherever you're going? Perhaps I could be of some help, and I might learn more about the plot so I could help my father. May I go with you?
No, indeed. Your life is much too valuable to Montevideo to risk it up here in the mountains where I'm going. And besides, don't you see, if anyone discovered your identity, my trip up here would be wasted.
Oh, I suppose you're right. And I should go back to Lubova at once.
Yes. And I should like you to behave as though you'd heard nothing. Count Metzos knows I'm his enemy. But I prefer not to have him learn I've warned you. Although it's a hard thing to ask of you. Please say nothing to your father until I return, will you?
But there might be things he could do to prepare for a revolution if he knew.
But preparations would arouse their suspicion. And that's just what we don't want, don't you see?
Oh, I suppose so. You're sure there's no immediate danger?
Yes, I'm sure.
What did you tell the servants of the castle to account for your being away?
The servants are not telling anyone we're away.
But are you sure you can trust them?
I'm trusting them because I must in this emergency.
What do you think you're going to find up here in the mountains? Of course, you're not going to try to go to the mountain with a scimitar.
I don't know yet.
No one's ever been there. My father's soldiers have attempted it a dozen times. You'll never be able to reach there, especially with Mrs. Regent and Betty. Isn't there some other way you can get the information you need?
I don't know of any other way.
But what about this magic of yours? Can't you...
I'm sorry, Nicholas. I never discussed that with anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's that commotion over there? The fire. It looks as though another stranger had wandered into the camp.
I wonder who he is.
It looks like the Beau Brummel of all the gypsies to me. Look at that embroidered jacket and his enormous earrings. And look at the rings on his fingers. That friend of yours looks as though he's about to make a speech about him.
Listen, my people. Here is a Romanist from far across the mountain. His name is Karzak, and he boasts that he is the best singer in all the world. I have made him welcome, but he wishes to pay for his food with his song. Quiet, quiet, hear it, my people.
Let the stranger beware of the road. Let the wanderer ease. Send him back to the town where he dwells. Send him out of the die with a knife.
you look so strangely, Mr. Chandler? Do you think the men here wanted to warn you?
Yes. My sister will be frightened. I have to go back to her.
Frank.
I'm coming, Doc.
Frank, that wasn't a gypsy song. That was a threat. He meant you, Frank.
Oh, Mother.
Maybe he did.
Wait here, all of you. I'll go and speak to Lupu.
Well, come on over to the wagon with me if you're scared, Mother.
Yes, I think I will. Come, Betty.
Mrs. Regent, will you let Betty stay out here a few minutes with me? I promise I'll bring her right in if anything happens.
Oh, I don't know.
Please.
Well, for just a few minutes, then.
Betty, would you like to know the real reason I decided not to return to Paris?
Why, yes, Nicky.
I'll tell you.
Wait! Where do you go? Let him go, Lupu. Let him go.
Oh, Mother! Uncle Frank!
The gypsies with whom Frank Chandler and the Regent family are traveling halt for the night. Chandler sees a man lurking in the shadows. He comes closer. It is Prince Nicholas, dressed as a gypsy. He says he often visits the gypsy camps in this disguise. Chandler reveals to Nicholas the plot of Count Metzel to overthrow the king. And Nicholas says he will return that night to the capital. Suddenly a gypsy singer enters the camp. The words of his song contain a veiled threat addressed to Chandler. He goes to question the man, leaving Nicholas alone with Betty. In a moment, there is a scene of confusion, and Betty's voice is heard crying out in terror. Chandu, the magician.
Betty, dear, what is it? Betty, Are you all right? What happened?
What's the matter, Betty? Quick, what happened?
Why, Uncle Frank, Mother, Nicky's gone. He's just gone.
Which way did he go?
I don't know. I didn't even see him go.
What's the matter, for Pete's sake? You made enough noise to wake up all the dead kings and queens of Montebania.
Hush, Bob. Tell us what happened, dear.
Nothing happened. Nicky was just sitting here with me, then all of a sudden Lupu said something to that singer. Then I heard Uncle Frank say, Lupu, let him go. And, of course, I looked over there at the campfire. When I looked back again, Nicky was gone. Uncle Frank, do you think somebody could have just snatched him right up right before my eyes?
No, of course not. Well, what was next saying to you, Betty?
He hadn't said a word. He asked me if I wanted him to tell me the real reason he decided not to go back to Paris. And I said yes.
Well, what was it?
He didn't get a chance to tell me. I don't know.
Well, can you beat that? He must be around here somewhere. Uncle Frank, what happened to that gypsy that sang?
He ran away into the darkness. You see, he had accomplished what he came here to do, and I think he was afraid he might be caught and questioned.
But what about Nicholas?
I think he deliberately disappeared because he recognized the man who sang.
But why didn't he stay and tell you about him if he did?
I don't know, but I think he's probably well on his way back to Lubova by this time.
But why would he do that? Why would he run away, Uncle Frank?
I don't know, but I'm sure nothing's happened to him. I doubt that even those who kidnapped Nicholas would have the audacity to try it again.
I don't know, Uncle Frank. Seems to me anybody that'd have the nerve to kidnap him right out of his own palace garden wouldn't stop at knocking him on the head out in this wild place.
Oh, Bobby, don't.
Come now, Doc. Why don't you and Betty go to bed? We have to be up early in the morning, you know. And I want to have a talk with Lupu. This gypsy coming to the camp has changed everything.
Well, here comes Lupu now. He's probably been around beating the bushes with sticks.
You didn't find him, Lupu?
No, he must be a snake that he has wriggled off into the forest.
Never mind, let him go. It'll probably do no good if we caught him. Did you notice his hands, Lupu?
No, Chandu. But I think if the mark of the scimitar had been on his hand, I would have seen it.
Yes, you probably would have.
The mark of the scimitar? Do you mean...
Never mind, Bobby.
Oh, I don't find his knowing that. Lupu thinks all of the Sabin's men have that mark of the scimitar on their hands.
Oh, isn't that awful?
It's awful for them, but it's an advantage to me. Lupu, I can see now I cannot take my sister and her son and daughter with me further. Will you ask your father if they may stay with your tribe while I'm gone?
Oh, Uncle Frank, you're going to leave us here, are you? Just when things are getting exciting?
Oh, please take us, Uncle Frank. It's just like a movie.
Yes, I must leave you here, Bob. Now that we've been recognized, it'd be foolish to take your mother and Betty with me.
Oh, dear. I don't think it'll be any fun at all without you, Uncle Frank. I'd rather just go back to the castle and wait until you come back.
But we can't do that either.
Now, children, don't argue with Uncle Frank about this. Remember, his work comes first.
And remember, too, Bob, if you went back to the castle, there would be Mr. Grant and Lesson.
Gee, I don't want to go back to the castle. I didn't say a word about that. I think it would be keen to stay with the gypsies. Only thing I wish is that I could go with you.
Well, what do you think could happen to us back there at the castle, Uncle Frank?
Anything.
Well, Mother, you can't say we aren't getting an education. Last summer we were down in Egypt living in the palace of a princess. And now here we are way up here in Montebania living with the gypsies. And nobody could tell us from the gypsies ourselves. Don't you wish Father could see us, Mother?
I think it's just as well Father doesn't know about this little expedition.
Yeah, I made his eyes pop out, I tell you, when I told him all those things that had happened to us down in Egypt. Remember that first day we were in Alexandria and we went down to buy those red slippers for Betty and the man locked us in the upstairs of his shop?
I certainly remember. I have those slippers with me now, right in my suitcase. Remember how Yusuf came into that upstairs room by a secret door and gave us Arab clothes to escape in and told us Nadia had gone to Cairo? Doesn't it seem a long time ago?
Yeah. And we thought every day we'd find out where Father was.
Remember the first time we ever saw Abdala, when he came and sang to us in the marketplace in Cairo? And he had that ring of Father's on his hand that Roxar made him wear so you'd see it. Remember, Mother?
Indeed I do. When he disappeared in the crowd that day, I thought I couldn't bear it.
Yes. And if it hadn't been for Abdala working for Roxar, Uncle Frank never would have had the chance to go there disguised as a sorcerer to Roxar's room. And that's how he found out where Father was.
Yeah. Only he wasn't really there in Algiers where Roxar said. He took him away before we got there. Uncle Frank, I'll never forget that night you and I went out to that room to get Father, and it was all my fault we were so late getting started. If I'd known where that old well was that night, I'd have stepped right in it myself.
Oh, now, Bobby, don't keep thinking of that. We found Father. You mustn't reproach yourself about that.
Well, no, indeed you mustn't. If Roxar hadn't taken your father to Malta, and if things hadn't happened just as they did, the coincidence of the trap door over that old well being open and all that, Roxar probably would have been alive today, and we would still be fighting him.
Well, gee, seems to me I'd just as soon be fighting Roxar as these goofy gypsies with swords tattooed on their hands and all that stuff.
And Dimitri.
Now, Mother, why is it you don't like Dimitri? I've asked you a dozen times and you won't tell me. I think he's the most fascinating man I ever met.
More fascinating than Abdala?
Oh, yes, I really do. Why, Dimitri's been everywhere. Well, Mother, you should just hear him tell about some of his adventures. Abdala was romantic and everything, but Dimitri's a man of the world.
Well, I know he is. I don't blame you for liking him. I think he's keen. It was kind of a break, Nicholas meeting him in Paris. I mean, it's kind of fun knowing a fellow like Dimitri.
Yes. Think of knowing two princes at once. And think of Nicholas coming here tonight dressed like a gypsy.
Miss Betty, I think you and your brother are almost gypsies yourselves.
Why? What do you mean?
Your uncle has told me how you have wandered about in Egypt so long seeking your father. And I think maybe you are small part gypsy now.
Say, Lupu, is it true that the gypsies originally came from Egypt? I mean, hundreds and thousands of years ago. Is it?
So it is said in the legend of the Roman, Miss Betty.
Well, have you ever been to Egypt yourself, Lupo?
Yes, young gentleman. But of that, Lupo never speaks.
Why, I didn't know you'd ever been to Egypt, Lupo.
What's the matter, Lupo? Please not question Lupo ever about Egypt.
Well, gee, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry, Lupo.
Lupo, did you know Prince Nicholas was here in the camp tonight?
Nicholas? No. Did he depart without food or welcome by my people? My father would be very angry. I do not understand why the prince should visit our tribe and go away unseen by us.
Did you know he was in the habit of dressing himself up in gypsy costume and visiting the various gypsy tribes?
Oh, yes, I have known that. He thinks he is not recognized, but I know His Highness, no matter how he stain his skin and speak a Roman tongue.
Does Nicky speak gypsy or whatever it is they speak?
It is so, Miss Betty.
Oh, Frank, I feel terribly uneasy. Every shadow out there beyond the firelight seems to me to hold a staring face. Darkness is full of great eyes.
Why, Dorothy.
Oh, it's not just my imagination. There's some terrible danger here. You know the yogi warned you himself. Give up this trip to the mountain of the scimitar. You'll be risking your life. And if they know you're on the way, your trip will be useless anyway. Oh, please listen to me, Frank. Please.
No, I can't, Dorothy. I must go. I've got to learn the secret of that hiding place up there.
You will not go alone, Chandu. You will permit that I also visit my cousins of the mountain?
Why, yes, if you like. I'll take you. You're sure your father won't object?
Chandu knows that when I seek the slayer of my brother, nothing is forbidden by my father. And were he king of all the gypsies in the world, and I his only successor, it would be the same.
I don't blame him either.
Well, what will happen to us while Lupu's gone?
Not many miles from here, there is a pleasant valley sheltered by two high mountains. Summer lingers in that valley even yet. And there, if I ask it, my father will order that the tribe be camped for a few days.
How far is it from here, Lupu?
If one whips the horses, the valley may be reached in 1 day from here.
Oh, but Frank.
I know that. But think, at the castle there'd be no one to look out for you but the servants. Unless I asked Nicholas to give you a guard of soldiers. And even then it might not be too safe. But here, these men of Lupu's will protect you with their lives. Don't you see how much safer it is for you and Betty here than back in Lubova?
Just as you say, of course, Frank.
Sister of Chandu, your brother has spoken truth. The daggers of the gypsies will guard you and your daughter until there is no longer one man left to fight for you.
Say, you sound kind of like Abdala, a fellow we used to know down in Egypt. He used to pull that kind of a line, too.
Bobby.
I know. In the valley of which I tell you, you will be safe. And maybe, Miss Betty, you will become so much a gypsy you will never, never wish to return to your home across the sea.
Maybe I will. I think it's lots of fun to live outdoors like this and sleep in a wagon at night and dress up like gypsies. It's just like going to a party all the time.
And I'm going to get the men to teach me a lot of stuff they do. Is that all right, Uncle Frank?
Of course.
Listen, Frank. Listen. Do you hear that music?
Yes, of course I hear it. I was hoping you wouldn't, though.
I don't hear it. What is it?
Listen. It's the song of a Stevens men.
Dressed as gypsies, Frank, Chandler, and the Regents are traveling toward the mountain of the Scimitar, where Chandler hopes to discover the secret stronghold of the mysterious Esteban, long the terror of Montevideo. As the wagons are halted for the night, a gypsy appears and sings a song whose words are a threat. Believing his disguise has been discovered, Chandler decides to leave Dorothy, Bob, and Betty with the gypsies and go on with Lupu. At that moment, from far up on the mountainside, comes the defiant music of Esteban's men. Chandu, the magician.
Where do you suppose they are, Lupu? Coming down into the valley here?
Maybe there'll be another raid.
No. They are not coming down into the valley. I know it. They only play to frighten you away, Chandu, as they have frightened all who live in Montevideo for many years.
Where are they? They must be very near.
No, I can show you where they are, that you hear the music so clearly. Do you see this high mountain?
Yes.
It goes up in the air for 1,000 feet. And at the top is a small, flat place where many people may stand together and look down into this valley.
You mean that's where that music is, right up there over our heads?
You have spoken.
Can they see us down here?
They can see the camp, I imagine. But it'd be impossible to distinguish people at this distance, even if it were light.
So they probably would think this is just an ordinary gypsy camp, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes. But the fact that fellow came here and sang that song shows they know we're here. Or at least that I'm here.
But maybe that music up there is just a signal, Frank. Maybe there are men all around us among the trees in the dark.
Oh, no, Dorothy. There'd be no reason for that.
Well, there might be, Uncle Frank. What if they just wanted to swoop down on this camp and attack it?
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. Why should they want to fight Lupu and his family?
No. They do not want to fight with my people. They think to frighten Chandu, whom they fear.
Well, are your people friendly with this gang of Estebans, Lupu?
They have never been enemies of my people, and I would not fight them now. Only that the slayer of my brother is with them.
What makes you think the man that killed your brother is with Esteban, Lupu?
Many things.
Lupu, do you know who Esteban really is? He's not a gypsy, is he?
It is said he is, but there are many stories told of him in the camps as in the town.
You don't think he's a gypsy, do you?
No, young gentleman. I believe the story that says many years ago Esteban was driven from Spain for a crime in his youth.
Gee, I wonder what he did.
It is said he disgraced his family.
Are you sure he came from Spain?
I think he came from that little country they call Basque in the Pyrenees Mountains.
The Pyrenees? Well, that's where Natasha came from. That girl I dragged out of that slave place in Alexandria. Wouldn't it be keen if we had to go to the Pyrenees?
Well, I don't know much about geography, but I can just see you running up one side of a mountain and down the other trying to find Natasha when you don't even know her last name. You couldn't talk to her for good because she didn't speak a word of English. Remember how she sat there in that cushion at Eustace and just cried and didn't say a word? Remember, Mother?
Yes, dear. But you're interrupting Uncle Frank's plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Frank. What was it you were saying?
I want to ask Lupu a few questions about Esteban before we go any further. How old is Esteban supposed to be, Lupu?
Oh, Chandu, no one knows. He must be an old man.
I wonder if it could be possible that Esteban is no longer alive, but his followers just use his name in order to keep people terrified. That's what Mr. Mason thinks, and he's been here a good many years.
I think that is not so, Chandu. How would Esteban's band remain together and not be torn apart by quarreling if he is no longer living?
Oh, it might be that someone else rules the band now. He surely wouldn't overlook training someone to succeed him.
Chandu, you will not mind if I ask you one question?
Of course not, Lupu. What is it?
It is said that the wife of Mr. Mason has been sent away to Paris. Do you know if this is true?
Why, yes, it's true. How do you say you heard it?
In this small country, what one man knows, all men soon hear. Do you know why she has gone away?
Why do people say she is gone?
It is said she is ill of some strange thing, and I wonder.
Have you heard anyone say anything about Mrs. Mason suffering from poison?
No, I have not heard. But myself, I have wondered if it may be.
Do you really think it might be possible?
If I think so, it does not mean it is true. But Mr. Mason has learned very much about the gypsy. And there are some very bad men among the gypsies, as well as among the child.
You mean somebody's trying to get rid of Mr. Mason, too, huh, Lupo?
That is what I think. There may be one who believes Mr. Mason has been in Montevideo too long.
Oh, I never heard of such a heartless thing. Who could be cruel enough to plan it? And how could they do it if they did plan it?
Someone in the household could administer the poison in her food. But, of course, this is no servant's plot.
It must have been a servant who's been giving her the poison if this horrible thing is true. Has Mr. Mason discharged his servants?
No, not yet.
But I should think he'd be afraid for himself.
But don't you see, he doesn't want to invite too much attention to the matter until he knows it's true. His wife's being poisoned.
But I should think the authorities in Montebello would be glad to know of the existence of such a plot. And no one's safe from these people if this is true.
Yes, but suppose it isn't true. And Mason reports it to the king, for instance.
Well, gee, I don't see why that'd hurt anything.
It would be impossible to keep the matter a secret if the king had an investigation made. And when it was discovered the charges were untrue, Mason would be so unpopular, the government would be forced to ask that he be recalled.
Do you think the same people are doing all these things, Frank?
I don't know. But when I receive my next letter from Paris, I'll know whether I'm on the right track.
You didn't think when you came up here you'd have all this trouble, did you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I knew I'd have plenty of trouble. I didn't know just what sort it would be, that's all.
Goodness, how late it must be. What time is it, I wonder?
I'm getting cold, Mother. May I go over by the fire?
Yes, let's all go over there for a few minutes before we go to bed. I'm getting cold, too.
Looks to me as though the gypsies have all gone to bed already. I don't see a one of them.
When one must be on the road before the sun rises, one should find sleep early.
I'll be glad when I get old enough so people won't politely suggest to me that I go to bed.
Now, Bobby.
We might postpone the evil moment by having some coffee before we go to bed, if you like, Bob.
Oh, Frank, I wouldn't like to get someone up to make coffee.
Oh, sister of Chandu, you do not know, then, that Lupu can make better coffee than any woman in the world. If you come over to the fire, you shall see how quickly it can be done.
Oh, is that so? Where did you learn, Lupu?
Many, many miles from Montebello, in a place I think you do not know. Sometime, if Chandu will permit, I will tell you.
I wonder what he means. Gee, I bet he'd had a lot of fun in his life, wandering around all over the place. Didn't have to go to school or anything.
And don't forget, somebody shot his brother. That wasn't very pleasant, I guess.
No, I forgot that. I'm glad it's not me he's looking for.
So am I. He kind of scares me, even if he does laugh and sing and tell stories all the time.
Well, Uncle Frank, I don't see who that man could have been that Nick would know and run away from.
I'm sure it was one of Esteban's men. But I don't see why Nicholas should run away from it. And besides, he promised me he'd go back to Lubova tonight. He had a horse tied out there, a little way from the camp.
We don't know where Nicholas might have met this man, though, Frank. He's such a rash boy. He might...
Oh, now, Mother, he's not a boy. He's 22 years old.
Oh, I know, but he acts like a boy. Well, he thinks it's fun to run into danger.
I don't see why Esteban's men would be out here looking for Nick.
Oh, but they weren't looking for Nicky. That man was singing that song for Uncle Frank.
I know that, but I mean, if Esteban's men had anything against Nick, they could have bumped him off a long time ago if they'd wanted to.
Oh, Bobby, don't.
Well, all right. I certainly don't understand it. Say, Uncle Frank, you don't suppose Nick is chasing that fella, do you?
If he is, he's making the mistake of his life. I can't believe he'd be so foolish.
But he doesn't know about this plot, Frank.
Yes, he does. I told him about it tonight.
And he'd probably think it would be a great adventure to follow that man right into Esteban's camp if he could.
Boy, I don't blame him. I think that'd be keen.
Not thinking of trying it, are you, Bob?
Bobby, for heaven's sake.
Oh, I'm not going to. I know it was silly to go down there to that shop the other day with that old man. You don't have to tell me that. But you can't blame Betty and me for being interested in finding Nick, can you?
Of course not. But you might have known there was something wrong with the man when he wouldn't come with you and tell me the story. Or even tell Mr. Mason.
Oh, Uncle Frank, don't scold him. It was my fault as much as his. Oh, I know we've done a lot of silly things, like getting lost in the catacombs and going out to look for that underground passageway at Naji's palace. Oh, but we'll never do it again. Honest, we won't, Uncle Frank. Will we, Bob?
Gee, no. The next time anything like that happens, I'm going to stand right out in the middle of the street and count up to 1,000,000 before I believe any story anybody tells me.
I hope you'll both remember that. Frank, what'll you do when you find the gypsy hiding place, you and Lupu?
First, I want to make a sketch of the road or trail leading up to the place, so anyone can find it.
So the king can send his soldiers right up there, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, if necessary. And then if I can get right into the camp, I will. Because I want to identify Esteban.
You don't think you'll know him, do you, Uncle Frank?
It's possible I might, Betty.
Honest? You think you know who he is right now?
No, not exactly. But he may prove to be someone I've seen before.
You don't think it?
Dorothy.
You don't think it's who?
Who, Mother?
Oh, never mind. Go on, Frank. What were you saying?
Just that I want to look around at this stronghold of Esteban and see if it could be used as a place to store ammunition and hide a large body of soldiers.
But how could soldiers get up there without being seen?
Well, that's one thing I want to find out.
Oh, look, Mother. Look, Uncle Frank. There comes Lupu with the coffee. Doesn't he look funny?
Hey!
Frank, what's that?
Pistol shots. Listen. Come on, Lupu. Hurry. It must be that gypsy fellow and Nicholas.
Disguised as a gypsy girl, Princess Nadja has secretly entered Montevania to warn Frank Chandler against the sinister Prince Dmitri. Chandler believes the plotters against the king are only waiting for the return of Dmitri, Count Metzos, and the bandit Esteban to launch the revolution. And now Lupu has discovered a cryptic message which reads, Esteban will be at the place of the lion tonight. The present act opens in the drawing room 2 hours later. Chandu, the magician.
I suppose she'll go right home again tomorrow. Or maybe even tonight.
Who, Nadja?
Yes. You know, I used to think if I could make her sorry enough for Uncle Frank, she might marry him.
Well, you certainly have your nerve. How do you know Uncle Frank even wants to marry her? Anyway, if I was Uncle Frank, I wouldn't want to marry anyone just because they were sorry for me. Girls certainly have crazy ideas.
Oh, they don't either. You just don't understand.
No, and I'm glad of it. I have more important things to think about. I bet Uncle Frank wouldn't want you to interfere in his affairs anyway.
Dorothy, do you know where's your mother?
She and Nadia are upstairs, Uncle Frank. Mother's going to lend Nadia some things to wear. She didn't bring any of her own things at all. She left them in that little Austrian village where she met Lupu.
Yeah, and Mother and Nadia have been up in Mother's room long enough for Nadia to put on every dress Mother has.
Oh, no, they haven't. Besides, Nadia had to take that brown stuff off of her face.
Well, that shouldn't take long. I gave her a solution of mine to remove that stain. Oh, there they are now.
Oh, Nadia, you look so cute. Mother's things just fit you, don't they? I am glad to see the last of those gypsy clothes for a time.
It seems kind of funny to see you in American clothes, though, Nadia.
Remember the first time we ever saw her in clothes like ours, Mother?
Why, no, dear. When was it?
It was that night she went out of the palace with Abdala, and Roxar met them on the street.
He thought Abdala had taken me prisoner and was bringing me to him. And I could not tell him Abdala was working for you, Chandu.
You mean you went with Roxar rather than risk his discovering Abdala was working for me?
Yes, you were gone, Uncle Frank. You were going up to Malta, remember, to find Father.
Oh, no, that was before he went to Malta to find Father. He went up to Malta for something else, didn't you, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I was called to Malta for a secret meeting.
Oh, I remember now. You received a message from the yogi saying Naji was in danger, and you borrowed a British seaplane to come back to Cairo.
But let us not speak of this now. We have so little time together. Tell me of your husband, Dorothy. Where is he now?
He's working in Paris on some secret experiment for the French government.
But, Chandu, is that safe for him? Those papers of his that were stolen from his home in California have never been found.
I know it. And the only reason he's safe is because no one knows where he is. He's been given a laboratory in a secret place. And there are only 2 people who know its location.
Does he work there alone?
I don't know just what the arrangements are. Leon Dufresne is in charge of things there.
Uncle Frank, show Nadia that paper we found under the little statue of the Egyptian king, why don't you?
Yes, and show her the statue, too.
Yes, I want you to see them, Naji. Just a moment. They're here. I'll get them.
You wait till you see this funny little thing. We found it down in the cellars while Uncle Frank was up in the mountains hunting Esteban, the gypsy bandit.
Look, Naji. Here it is.
Oh, it is a statue of Khufu.
Why, that's the king that built that big pyramid, isn't it? I mean, the biggest one of all.
Yes, and he is also believed to have built a small pyramid where we have held our meetings for many years.
And look at this paper, Naji. There's a lotus flower drawn on it in invisible ink. I developed it the other night when we found the paper, but it fades out after about 5 minutes.
A lotus?
Yes.
But it is not Egyptian paper.
No, it's Chinese. It was made in Singapore.
Oh, Chandu.
Don't look like that, Naji. It's only what we might have expected.
What is it, Frank?
I wonder who that is.
It's Nicholas, I think. I sent her a message asking her to come up here tonight.
Good evening, Kubek. Mr. Chandler is expecting me.
You have to go into the drawing room, Your Highness.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nicholas.
Good evening, Mrs. Regent. How do you do, Mr. Chandler?
Hello, Nicky.
Good evening, Nicholas. Princess Naji, I present His Highness Prince Nicholas of Montevania.
Your Highness.
I am delighted, Your Highness.
Nicholas, may I ask that you say nothing of the princess's presence in the castle tonight? I will explain at length later.
Of course.
Sit down here, Nicky.
What makes you look so funny, Nick?
Mr. Chandler, you remember you spoke to me one day of a man named Van Boden, and I told you I'd heard of him before, but couldn't think just where?
Yes?
Forgive me, Your Highness, but I have just remembered in what connection I heard the name of Van Boden. He was presented to my father several years ago, and said he wanted to warn him against an Egyptian princess named Naji.
There was no end of Roxar scheming, was there, Frank?
No. What was it he said about Naji?
I don't remember all of it. It happened on one of my brief visits here. You see, Your Highness, I've been at school in Paris for several years.
Yes, I see.
But as I remember it, this von Boden said the Princess Naji was a brilliant political schemer who had some connection with a crowd of international plotters.
How long ago was this, Your Highness?
3 or 4 years.
Oh, Roxar had won Europe against me even then.
I don't understand who Roxar is. Roxar was the title von Boden coined for himself. He lived a sort of double life, it seems. Up here in Europe, he was known as von Boden, Count von Boden. But in Africa and the Far East, he called himself Roxar, and insisted that his men do the same. Naji, you thought his name was Roxar, didn't you?
Yes. I have never heard him called von Boden.
I see. Dorothy, I think it's time for Nicholas and me to go. Don't wake up for us, and please try not to worry about us. Where are you going? I'll tell you about it briefly. By the greatest good fortune, we found a note which said that Esteban is coming to Lobova tonight. He is? That's extraordinary. Did the note say where he expected to be? Yes. That is, it said Esteban will be at the place of the Lions tonight. Oh, but that might be anywhere. Would you mind letting me see the note? Not at all. I have it here in my pocket. Here it is. But it's written in Arabic.
In Arabic? A gypsy bandit who writes in Arabic?
Yes. That's just one of the many queer things about this situation. Now listen carefully, all of you. Bob, you and Betty hid the letter we found in the gypsy's clothes the other night in the cabinet, as I told you. Yes. Good. Now, if anything should happen to me tonight, I want you to take that letter and give it to the king himself. Not to a servant or a soldier, but to the king in person. Will you? Sure I will. But Mr. Chandler, how do you know where this place of the Lions is?
Yes, Frank. Probably someplace in the hills around Lobova here.
Oh, don't you see? Don't you understand the significance of those rooms in the cellars where they've been holding meetings all these years? Don't you remember that enormous lion painted on the wall?
Frank, you don't believe they're going to bring that bandit Esteban into the castle here?
I do indeed. And Nicholas and I are going down there at once.
What, Chandu? What?
Oh, you don't understand, Naji, because you haven't been here. But we know that for generations this castle has been a meeting place for those who plotted against the king. There are all sorts of things that make me believe this is the place. Come, Nicholas.
Yes. Why do you take Nicholas with you?
It's most important that when we discover the real identity of Esteban, I should be accompanied by someone whose word it would be impossible to doubt. Come along, Nicholas. Of course. I believe is to wait here in the shadow of the stone stairway, no matter if they do have candles to light up the place when they arrive. I can hardly wait to see Esteban. Ever since I was a little boy, he's been the terror of the country. But I've never known one person who said he's actually seen Esteban. I understand he's made himself a sort of legendary figure. Yes, he has. I hope we shan't have to wait long. I can hardly believe this is as dangerous as I know it must be. It seems more like a game. It's a pretty grim sort of game for Montevania. Listen. It sounded like a window being opened. It's probably a sliding door. And that's why we couldn't locate it. Look over there in the corner to the right. There's someone lighting a candle just outside the doorway. It's a good thing for us this room is large and the shadows are black. Look at his shadow on the wall. It's a gypsy, beyond a doubt. See the shadow with his jacket and his hat. I wonder what he's standing there for. I wish he'd come out in the room a little further so we could get a good look at him. He seems to be alone. Look, there he comes. He's running his hand along the wall. There must be a door there somewhere. And he's trying to locate the spring. Yes. Look how he's holding the candle down there. Oh, of course. It's the figure of the lion painted on the wall. That's what the note meant. That's right. I wish he'd turn around this way so we could see him. Even if it was only for a second. I'd like to know what the beggar looks like. Look. He's opening a door.
Enter, Esteban. We are waiting.
Look. The light shining on him from inside. And I'm right. Esteban and Count Metzos are the same man.
cellars of the castle, Frank Chandler and Prince Nicholas discover that Esteban, gypsy bandit and terror of Montevideo, is in reality Count Metzos, Prime Minister and confidant of the king. The present act occurs the following day. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, isn't this exciting, Uncle Frank? Oh, I think you're wonderful. I really do.
And did Nick's eyes pop out last night when he was telling us about it? What made you think Count Metzos was really Esteban, Uncle Frank?
Well, a good many things. Of course, the thing that had me puzzled for a while was that Count Metzos had only one arm.
Isn't that funny, Uncle Frank? It really was Count Metzos I saw up in the storeroom that night, wasn't it?
Yes.
It seems unbelievable a man like Count Metzos could keep up such a masquerade for years, doesn't it, Frank?
Yes. But that's the very thing that made it possible for him to do it, don't you see? And he certainly managed the whole thing very cleverly. In the character of Esteban, he was very seldom seen in Lubova. In fact, I haven't been able to find a single person in Montevideo who can definitely say he's seen Esteban.
Well, can you beat that? So when he was Esteban up there in the mountains, he used both his arms. And when he was down here, he pretended to have one, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, that's it. And of course, when he went to Paris, he appeared in either character, I imagine.
Well, what are you going to do now, Frank? This morning, I mean.
Well, I should think you'd go right down and tell the king right now. That's what I should think.
And let those fellows know I know the truth about this business?
But aren't they likely to kill the king, Frank?
No, that's not the plan, Dot.
How do you know what they're going to do, Uncle Frank?
I know they can do nothing until they have a force of soldiers ready to capture Lubova. And I know, too, that cave of the Estebans is to be the place where their men will meet.
But that's miles and miles from here. How will you know if they do meet up there?
Because Lupo is watching them for me.
You haven't answered my question, Frank. Aren't you going to do anything about Count Metzos?
Yes, indirectly. I'm not going to the king with this, you know, until I have all the details. Count Metzos must not slip through our fingers by discrediting me with the king.
Oh, I bet that's Nicky now. I bet he told his father all about it. And...
No, he hasn't. He promised me he'd say nothing until I gave the word.
Oh, I should think he does nearly burst with excitement. Just think of knowing a great big secret like that even the king doesn't know. I can hardly wait to see what he'll say when you tell him.
Frank, it's Dimitri.
I thought he'd be showing up about this time.
You did? What do you suppose he wants?
I think I know what he wants. Bob and Betty, are you sure I can trust you not to say one word that will make Dimitri suspicious?
Oh, Uncle Frank.
Well, gee, of course you can.
Very well. I'll let you stay then. But remember, one indiscreet word may cost us all our lives. And Nicholas and the king as well.
Gee, don't worry. We'll keep still.
His Highness Prince Dmitri is calling, sir.
Show him in, Gubek.
Frank, shan't I go upstairs and warn Naji not to come down where Dimitri might see her?
Let Betty go. I'd rather Dimitri would find you here.
Yes, I'll go, Mother. I'll be right back.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Regent. Good morning, Mr. Chandler.
Good morning, Your Highness.
Good morning.
You were no doubt surprised by my early call.
We understood you had gone to Paris.
I returned late yesterday afternoon.
Will you sit here?
Thank you. Mr. Chandler, when I was in Paris, I received a bit of curious and very interesting information, which led me to call here this morning.
Oh?
Yes. And although it is a matter that is personal to me, I shall venture to speak of it.
Yes?
As you may have heard, Mr. Chandler, while my immediate family was Russian, a number of generations ago, another branch of the family lived in Montevideo.
Indeed.
Yes. And there has been a story in the family for many, many years that a certain document was hidden in this castle in a small secret room.
I see.
I have just learned that you have discovered such a room in the castle here. Is that true?
And if it is?
I wonder if you would mind showing me that room. There's nothing in there that you would have any reason to wish to conceal.
You say it's a document you're looking for?
Yes. A document having no interest to anyone outside the family. But naturally, when one's family has been practically wiped out, all these things become doubly precious. You understand that, I'm sure, Mrs. Regent.
I'd rather you discuss this matter with my brother entirely, Your Highness.
But why should you refuse to extend this courtesy to me? It can mean nothing to you, Muse.
Oh, boy, won't that be keen?
Bobby.
Ah, you too are searching for something.
Oh, the children have been amusing themselves exploring the castle. There's very little for them to do here, you know.
They will probably be glad they are leaving Montevideo very soon.
Oh, we're not in any hurry to leave Montevideo. We're having a swell time.
No doubt you are.
What's the matter with you, Dimitri? You act so funny.
I'm sorry to seem preoccupied. I have a great deal on my mind at the moment. You haven't answered my question, Mr. Chandler. Will you permit me to see if the document I am seeking is in the room you discovered?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, We were planning to look over some books in that room this morning. You won't mind if we accompany you, of course.
Certainly not.
Well, let's not go till Betty comes downstairs. She'll want to go with us.
Here she is now, son. Frank, do you mean we're all to go?
Why not?
Yes, by all means.
Where are we going, Mother? Oh, how do you do, Dimitri?
I am delighted to see you again, Betty Lou.
We're going to the little library at the foot of the secret stairway. Prince Dimitri has just told us he believes there is an old document relating to his family in that room.
But I thought you already knew how to get in there, Dimitri.
For Pete's sake, keep still.
Oh, I mean that...
Since it may take some time, Your Highness, perhaps we'd better go at once. This way, please. Here's the door. Will you open it, Bob?
Sure. You'd better wait here till I light some candles.
Dark as the inside of a pyramid in here. Just a minute.
That's a strange simile for him to employ.
Do you think so?
I want to stand over here by you, Uncle Frank. This room gives me the shivers.
Come on in.
I don't understand this, Chandler.
No?
Better shut the door. It'll blow the candles out.
I suppose this is more of your so-called magic, Chandler.
I'm afraid I don't understand just what you mean.
I'm sorry to have troubled you. I needn't annoy you further. Don't bother to come with me. I can find my way back through the grounds to the gate alone.
What's the matter with him, Uncle Frank?
What's so funny?
What in the world could he have wanted, Frank?
Don't you see? He thought Arania was in here. That story about the old family document was just trumped up to make an excuse to get in here. Didn't you see how he looked around when we first came in?
Was that what he meant by saying he didn't understand this?
Why, of course.
Imagine his surprise. And he thought you'd said abracadabra or something and vanished, Aranya.
Who can that be? It's someone at the little door that opens from the secret stairway.
May I come in?
Naji.
I thought you would not mind if I come to help you hunt for the parchment, since Dimitri is gone.
Of course not. But how did you know about that stairway?
Betty told me about it last night.
I was just going to ask Uncle Frank if I could go upstairs and get you, Naji. This is a lot of fun. Did you ever see anything funnier than this little room, all built here where nobody knew anything about it? I was so thrilled when I first found it, I felt as though I were living in a book.
Well, come on, let's hunt around for that parchment, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes, we may as well now that we're here.
You have a plan for searching the room, haven't you, Frank?
Yes, although I don't know how good it is. I think the parchment is hidden in a book or somewhere on the bookshelves.
Is that why you had me sorting the books in here yesterday afternoon, Uncle Frank?
Yes. How many did you find about Egypt?
14. I put them all in a row there on the third shelf, like you said.
Good. We look at them first. We'll each take one. Look for pages pasted together that might conceal the parchment. And we'll investigate those that have padded covers.
Here you go, Mother. Here's one for you.
I'll take this one.
Oh, by the way, Bob, did you notice any that were printed in Arabic?
Yeah, there was one I remember. That big red one, see it?
Of course. Why didn't I think of this before? Look, Naji.
What is it, Chandu? Oh, the sorcery and the witchcraft of ancient Egypt.
Look here. Look. I thought it might be in the cover of a book. See how thick this is. It's been slit here at the end, and... Just a minute till I get my knife. Here it is. We found it.
Oh, Uncle Frank.
I knew this room must have been built for some purpose. It was to conceal this book. All these other books are just camouflage.
Oh, Uncle Frank, let's buy this castle. Wouldn't it be fun to own it? It's so full of secret things.
Yeah. Can you beat all the things we've found since we've been here? What are you looking at, Uncle Frank?
Look, Naji. Look right here. Help me read it, will you? Doesn't it say that under this room there's an Egyptian altar?
Oh, Chandu, we should not seek it out. No, I beg of you. There is some terrible danger hidden there. I know it. Oh, please, Chandu.
I know, Naji, but it's the only way to defeat him. I know it must be.
What is it, Frank?
You see, Doc, as I've told you before, there's such a thing as black magic, too. The secrets I know, all twisted and distorted to serve some evil purpose.
Oh, yes. And since the days of ancient Egypt, there have been those who practiced these black arts. Oh, Chandu, I am afraid.
Don't, dear. This will be the last of his power. Don't you see that?
Whose power?
I'm going to open the entrance and go down there.
Where is the entrance, Uncle Frank?
It's shown right here on the parchment. And it says the room is lighted by a light that has burned for thousands of years. Just stand away from that bookshelf a moment, will you, Bob? It swings out, I think. There. There's the door. See it? I'll open it. It's light down there.
All magic power is not yours. Chandu the magician.
Naji, you are right. Why, Naji, where are you?
Frank, she's disappeared. She's gone.
Believing Chandler has hidden the dwarf Renier in the small library at the foot of the secret stairway, Prince Dmitri makes an excuse to enter the room with Chandler and the regents. When he learns Renier is not there, he leaves in fury. Chandler discovers the ancient Egyptian parchment concealed in the cover of a book. From it, he learns of a subterranean altar room, where it is said a mysterious light has burned for untold centuries. They open the door. The sinister drum is beating as Dorothy cries out that Nadje has disappeared. Chandu.
The magician.
Naji, where are you? Surely she couldn't have gone down the stairs.
Did you hear Dimitri's voice, Frank?
Of course I heard it.
Then Naji must have heard it, too. She's probably gone back to the stairway so Dimitri wouldn't see her.
Well, how could he help seeing her if he was right here? Where do you suppose he is, Uncle Frank? I don't see him.
He's probably hiding behind a chair or something.
No, he's not in here.
But he must be in here somewhere, Frank. Why, I heard his voice as plainly as I hear yours.
Oh, you don't understand.
Well, come on, let's go down in his room. Naji might be down there.
Oh, she couldn't be down there. Only a second ago she was right here.
Listen to that drum. It's terrible.
Yeah. And look at that funny light that comes up out of that room, Uncle Frank.
Shall I take the children and go back to the other part of the castle, Frank?
No. We mustn't be separated even for a moment. We'll have to go down there. All of us.
Oh, we aren't afraid, are we, Bob? Even if that thing does give us the shivers.
Of course not. I guess you were right about Dimitri being a crook after all, Uncle Frank.
I know you must be right about him now. But you know what? He sort of fascinates me. I mean, I feel kind of helpless when he talks to me as if I had to do what he said.
Oh, Betty, darling, please. Frank, we must...
Down these stairs. And Bob and Betty, be sure not to touch anything down there. Don't pick up anything, even a piece of paper.
Okay. Do you think there's anybody down there?
Do you think Naji's down there? Naji? Naji?
Don't, dear. We're ready, Frank.
All right. I'll go first.
Isn't that green light positively weird?
Yeah. You ought to see your face in that funny light. You all look like we're dead or something.
Bobby, look down there.
Say, are we all crazy or what? Where's that green light coming from?
Here's the bottom of the stairs.
Frank, what is this place?
No wonder the yogi sent me to Montebania. I wonder if he suspected this room was here.
What is it, Frank? What do you mean?
I mean that for years, the members of the Brotherhood have been searching for this room. It was known to exist, but no one knew where.
But what were they looking for it for?
I know.
Yes. It's a room where the black arts have been practiced for countless centuries.
Why, Uncle Frank, you don't mean you believe in witches and demons and all that.
I didn't say that, Betty. And anyway, words like witch and demon and so on were only used by people in ancient days to convey their impression of these sinister forces they couldn't understand.
Oh, heavens, Frank.
Well, where do we go from here, Uncle Frank? There certainly is no one in here.
Oh, what was that? Oh, what a terrible place this is.
Well, gee, Mother, if that was a door that slammed, there must have been somebody in here that slammed it.
Not necessarily, Bob.
Why, Uncle Frank.
Don't be frightened, Betty. We'll be out of here in a few minutes, and all this will seem like a bad dream. Won't it, Frank?
Yes, of course. But what could have happened to Naji?
I don't see how she could get down here without our seeing her. We were all looking right down the stairway.
Oh, I know I seem hysterical about this place, Frank. But there's a terrible force of some sort in here that's mocking us, as though it were defying us to learn what happened to Naji. Don't you feel it yourself, Frank?
You know I do, Dorothy. But you mustn't let yourself be afraid. It's not just Naji's disappearance this room is concealing, but secrets that have been kept here for thousands of years.
But what about Naji, Uncle Frank? Where do you suppose she is?
Oh, I wish that drum would stop beating.
Don't stop.
Now, Mother, you just got through telling me not to get scared.
Yeah, and as long as we're down here, why don't we look around at these old things? I'm going to anyway. What's that over there, Uncle Frank?
It's an altar. Those two gods on either side are the Egyptians, Isis and Osiris.
Well, that big stone statue there against the wall looks just like that little one we found upstairs.
Yes, it's King Khufu.
Well, don't you wish you knew why anybody would build a room like this way up here in Montebania? Hundreds and hundreds of miles from Egypt, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
Where is the light coming from, Frank? I can't see a lamp.
Well, did that parchment mean the lamp kept on burning for thousands of years without anybody paying any attention to it? That's just silly.
Oh, never mind that, Bobby. The important thing now is to find Naji.
Yes. Dimitri must bring her back to us.
But you know she didn't go out with Dimitri, Uncle Frank. He just went out and slammed that door behind him. She wasn't even in the room when Dimitri was there.
Oh, hush, Bobby.
I'll find him. Dimitri, I challenge you to return to this room.
Well, where do you think he is, Uncle Frank? You don't really see him, do you?
Betty and Bobby, we must be still. Don't you realize every moment is precious?
So you won't appear willingly, Dimitri. Then I shall have to force you to come here.
Oh, Frank, be careful.
I know exactly how dangerous it is, Dot. But nothing can stand in the way of my finding Naji. Be quiet now, all of you. Dimitri, Prince of Black Arts, by the power of the 3 times 3, I summon you to appear before this altar. So there you are. What have you done with Naji?
Yes, I am here. No doubt you are congratulating yourself that you forced me to appear before you. You are mistaken. I came of my own accord.
That's not true, Dmitri.
As you will.
Have you hidden Nadji somewhere? What have you done with her?
Perhaps you heard me up there in that secret room, telling you, Mr. Chandler, that you are not possessed of all the magic powers in the universe.
Well?
I see you have already learned the secret of this room.
I wouldn't need occult powers to tell me that. The very atmosphere is charged with evil.
And yet you brought your family here?
Because they're safer here with me to protect them than if I left them in the other part of the castle.
So, you do not then think so lightly of my powers, Mr. Chandler?
On the contrary. I think they're so dangerous that I'm going to take them from you forever.
You are ambitious, my friend. You are not the first upstart who has threatened the Brothers of Jeopardy with destruction. And let me tell you, Chandler, or perhaps you know already, that Nadji has been studying for years to learn to defeat me.
Nadji?
Yes. At first, I did not take her seriously, for after all, she is only a woman. But when she began to work with you, I knew that sooner or later she must be removed. And tonight brought me the opportunity to do so.
And I tell you again, Dmitri, tonight we'll see the last of your evil powers. You will never again practice these black arts of yours.
You shall see which one of us is stronger. I call to my aid the black forces of ancient Egypt. You hear the rushing wind? It blows from the river Styx, the river of the dead. You are surrounded by all the powers of darkness. Listen. Neither you nor all the brothers of the 3 times 3 can prevail against the black magic of old Egypt.
Listen, Dmitri. Do you hear that? I'm not fighting you alone. With me are all the powers of good in the universe. You have reached the end, Dmitri, and those you have marked for death and dishonor will be saved.
Those who died because of me?
Yes. That boy in Paris, young Radislav, ending his life in a Russian prison. Even Roxar.
You know of Roxar? Van Boden?
You think I was blind?
No, you are not blind, but you are weak, as the good are always weak. It is the man who will stop at nothing who is strongest. And I, Dmitri, I am strongest of all.
You are strong, eh? Why then does your altar light die out? Why is your drum growing weaker? The drums of doom, you call it. Why has the rushing wind from the river Styx grown faint? Answer me, Dmitri. Answer me.
It is only your imagination.
No, it's not imagination. It's true. Evil has no power except that which man gives it. And from this moment, Dmitri, your power is gone. And now you will stand there before the altar of the green flame. You will not move nor speak. Listen to the music. It tells you you are broken forever.
That green light's going out. We'll be left in the dark down here with him.
But he can harm you no more than that snake I killed in Nadji's palace in Cairo. Now, Dmitri, I will show you that I do not need your help. I shall bring Nadji to this room myself. Nadji, sister of the lotus, you are even now in the room.
Nadji.
Can you beat that?
Oh, Chandu, you have...
Nadji, we've beaten him at last.
In the underground Egyptian room in the castle, Dmitri reveals himself as a devotee of black magic and boasts that he has caused the disappearance of Princess Naji. But Chandler, by his occult powers, defeats Dmitri and drives him from the castle. The present act opens in the drawing room 2 hours later. Chandu, the magician.
Where were you all the time we were down in that room, Naji?
How did Dmitri get down
And where's
in there?
Dmitri now?
Did he have you shut up somewhere, Naji?
Children, please, please. You haven't given Naji time to catch her breath since we came up from the cellar.
Well, gee, Mother, if we're going to find out anything from Naji, we have to talk fast.
Oh, Naji, please don't go back to Egypt right away. Why do you have to go this very afternoon?
You know I must go, Betty. I have come here in disguise, and I think if the government would be most unpleasant to your uncle if it becomes known he is hiding me here.
Well, but...
And we don't even know now that the servants won't tell someone Naji's here.
But I bet Uncle Frank wouldn't care if the king did find it out. He's not afraid of the king.
Oh, it's not that, Betty.
Well, Naji, will you stay a few days if I can get Uncle Frank to talk to the king? Uncle Frank's pretty influential, I know that.
No, I must return to Egypt at once.
Well, then will you tell us about that room?
Bobby, don't be too insistent, son. These things may be secret. There are many things I must not tell, but of this room I may speak.
Oh, goody. Does Uncle Frank know about them, Naji? Where is he, Mother?
He's dressing. He has an audience with the king at 3.
Honest?
Yes. And
Do you suppose he's going to tell him about Dmitri?
Oh, I hope Dmitri hasn't already told the king about Uncle Frank. I mean, told him a lot of things that weren't true. Maybe Uncle Frank will get put in prison.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, I'm not silly. You know what Uncle Frank said.
I thought you were going to listen to Naji's story of the Egyptian room.
Oh, I'm sorry, Naji.
Oh, yes, tell us about it, won't you, Naji?
In Egypt, there are many old legends which have been told for thousands of years. And some are so old that no one knows the name of the man who first told them.
You mean the story of that hidden room was one of them, Naji?
I do not know how to explain to you what I mean by this room where, how you say, black magic is practiced. Oh, there is Chandu. Chandu, you have come just in time to help me explain to Bob and Betty about those things we have seen in the Egyptian room.
Sure you don't mind talking about it, Naji?
Yes, there's no reason why Bob and Betty need discuss this now.
Oh, Mother.
If Naji doesn't mind, I'd like to discuss it for a moment before I go.
Of course I do not mind, Chandu. I am so happy that Dmitri is gone.
It's always been my understanding, Naji, that room was in Egypt.
Yes, in my palace at Cairo are many ancient parchments. And on some of them is written much about the hidden room, where those who practice black magic go to learn the evil things they do.
You don't mean robbing and killing people and things like that, do you, Naji?
No, Betty. She means they have certain secrets and certain unusual powers, as I have. Only all their knowledge is used for evil purposes instead of good.
Oh, let's not talk of it. That was a terrible experience down there.
Well, I didn't think it was terrible. I thought it was keen. Say, Naji, if you've been reading about this room on all those old... Tell where it was.
It was always spoken of as being in the mountains, but it was supposed to be in the mountains of Egypt.
Why, I didn't know there were any mountains in Egypt. I thought Egypt was all desert and flat.
Oh, no. There are mountains down in the central part of Egypt, down in the Sudan. There's a little village named Dara, where many an expedition has made its headquarters while they were searching for that hidden room.
Well, can you beat that? Do you suppose that room right here in this castle was really the very one? Kind of the headquarters or something?
Yes, Bob. It will be most interesting when I return to Cairo.
I'd like to see those old records too, Naji, in the light of what we've discovered here. I think we haven't come to the end of this thing yet.
Oh, Chandu, I hope this time you are wrong.
What's the matter, Naji? What do you mean?
Never mind, Bob. We can't go into that now. Dorothy, Lupu's caravan will be here while I'm down at the palace, I'm sure. Ask them to drive the wagons into the courtyard near the stables until I come back, will you? They won't need to wait long, and it only takes me a few moments to get into gypsy clothes.
But, Chandu, you are not...
Of course, I'm going with you beyond the frontier. I'll change into my own clothes when Lupu's people reach Lavdor and come back tomorrow on the train.
But, Frank, suppose they won't let you come back into the country.
Don't worry. By tomorrow, things will be very different in Montevideo. My word, I'll be late.
Oh, that old clock in the corner's fast, Frank.
It's never been the same since Bob took it apart when we first came here, Uncle Frank.
Oh, is that it?
Well, gee, it wouldn't run at all before. Say, listen, Uncle Frank, changing the subject. Are you going to tell the king about Dmitri?
Indirectly.
Indirectly?
Yes. You see, Nicholas and I have a little plot. I'm determined to break up this scheme of Count Metzos quietly and with the least possible scandal.
But how can you?
Here's my plan. I asked for a special audience at 3 o'clock. And Nicholas is to induce his father to listen behind the screen in that little audience chamber where I listened that day. The day the gypsy warned the king against me.
But whom will he listen to?
You see, the plan is that Nicholas is to persuade his father to tell Metzos my audience must be postponed.
Do you think the king will agree to such a scheme? It'll sound fantastic to him.
Nicholas promised to see that his father was seated behind that screen at 3 o'clock. And I've got to depend on it that he'll be there.
Well, but what then, Uncle Frank?
Oh, I'll try to lead Metzos on to talk. And the king will overhear everything. Now I must go. Unless you've been taking my wristwatch apart, Bob, I'll just about have time to make it.
Oh, Uncle Frank.
Will you be good enough to come in, sir?
Thank you. Is His Majesty waiting? Ah, good afternoon, Count Metzos. I trust I haven't kept His Majesty waiting.
His Majesty regrets he cannot see you today.
But it's most important.
I have told you His Majesty cannot see you today.
Perhaps you had something to do with persuading him not to see me, Count Metzos?
Why should I trouble to do that?
Perhaps because you are afraid of what I might tell His Majesty.
You will tell him I asked you to leave Montevania, eh? Tell him then, if you have the opportunity, and I will tell him it is so.
Not so fast, Count Metzos. It's not just what I meant.
Then you will tell him I have been spreading scandalous reports about Mrs. Regent. I will deny that. Nicholas is mistaken.
What do you mean? This is something I haven't heard. But that can wait.
Are all Americans as undiplomatic as you, Mr. Chandler?
I don't know just what you mean by that. But we'll let it pass for the moment.
I mean you're serving your country very ill when you antagonize me.
Just a moment. Suppose I should ask the king if he knows how long ago it was you lost your left arm.
What do you mean, Chandler? Why should the king be annoyed by your ridiculous questions about me?
No use, Count Metzos. I know the truth about you. I know that in Paris you sometimes have 2 arms. And even sometimes in Montevania. As, for instance, in the dead of night, when you are searching for a hidden document in the storerooms at the top of the castle where I live.
You insolent American! You dare to accuse me of entering your home in the night like a thief? I'll have you imprisoned for life.
Not so loud, Count Metzos. I can hear you quite clearly. Let me tell you of other occasions when you seem to have the use of both your arms. Those occasions, for instance, when you are in the cave on the mountain of the scimitar.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to tell you that I know that Count Metzos, Prime Minister of Montevania, and that Sabin, the so-called Gypsy bandit, are one.
Look here, Mr. Chandler. You and I must come to terms. There is room for a clever man like yourself in a certain organization, I know. You can be rich. Rich beyond your greatest dreams. It is said you wish to marry the Egyptian princess Naji. Perhaps that also can be arranged. If there are difficulties in your way, you will be very wise to listen, Mr. Chandler.
In return for my silence about this plot of yours, so you may overthrow His Majesty and take the government, you will make me rich.
Yes. Why did we not think of this before? Why should we have made you an enemy all this time? Why, it was Dmitri who...
Ah, yes. Dmitri, who is even now, if my watch is correct, on the Paris train.
Dmitri on the Paris train? No.
Yes, he is. And you will never see him again. Of course I won't help you, Count Metzos, you swine. The king should have you shot.
You will not listen, eh? You insist on being my enemy. Very well. I know the king will never believe you, and even if he should, I'll have you killed myself. I'll have you followed to the ends of the earth and shot or poisoned in some of these native villages. But His Majesty will never believe you. Never. I know it. I have been his minister too many years.
You think he won't, eh? Nicholas, you can remove the screen now. You think the king will not believe me, eh, Count Metzos? There he is. Ask him. He's heard every word we've said. Well done, Nicholas. You've saved Montevania. Look out! He's got a gun!
Frank Chandler contrives to have King Alexander and Prince Nicholas listen, unseen, to the conversation of Chandler and Count Metzos, Prime Minister of Montebania. Faced with Chandler's knowledge of his treachery, Count Metzos draws a pistol and fires, just as the king steps from behind the screen where he has been hidden. The present act opens, meanwhile, in the drawing room of the castle where the regents live. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, Mother, don't stand there looking out the window like what's-her-name. Sister Ann, do you see anybody coming?
No, Mother, don't. It's snowing so hard anyway you couldn't see Uncle Frank if he was right at the gate.
And anyway, he hasn't had time to get back here. I mean, if the king believed him, they went into a huddle about what to do.
Oh, I can just see them. The king and Count Metzos, maybe Nicky and Uncle Frank, circle like they do at a football game and saying, we'd better try a forward pass this time.
Oh, I suppose you're right. What time is it, Betty?
Well, by the clock that Bob fixed, it's 4:30.
Oh, stop razzing me about was, isn't it? Wouldn't run at all before. Anyway, I know it's always half an hour fast, so that's all right. I'll have it fixed yet, so it'll be okay.
4:00. Why, Mother, he's only been down there an hour. And all this snow, it'll take him 10 minutes or so to get up here, even if he comes in a carriage.
Sure, and they wouldn't let him walk up here in this snowstorm. It's almost a blizzard. Come on, Mother. First thing you know, the king will be giving you an office down in the palace with a sign on the door. Mrs. Robert Regent, official warrior to His Majesty King Alexander.
Yes, and you'd have something to worry about if you had that job, Mother, I guess. Because just think of the stable and the bandit, even if you didn't have anything else to worry you.
Oh, I know. I'm being awfully silly about this place. What could happen to Uncle Frank down there in the palace of the king? But he said he'd be back at once. He's going with Lupu's people to take Najee past the frontier.
Will they go in all this snow?
Sure they will. The whole gang of them are back there by the stable. All the wagons and everything.
I didn't know that, son. Why didn't you ask them to come in? They'll freeze out there.
I did ask them, Mother, but they wouldn't do it. They said they were all right. You know, they've actually got stoves in those wagons just so they can travel when it's cold like this.
Why, that's right, they have. I never thought of that. Where are you going, Mother?
Told Uncle Frank I'd see that those gypsy clothes of his were ready to put on as soon as he came back from the palace. He said he wanted to start at once.
Well, Nadja will be ready to go because she was putting on those gypsy clothes a little while ago when I was in her room.
If Uncle Frank comes back, tell him I'll have his things all ready.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do, Bob?
No, what?
I'm going to ask Uncle Frank if we can't go down and visit Najee for a while in Cairo. Because if his business in Montebania is finished...
Sure. I think that'd be slick. And maybe he'd let me go out to the desert and see Alan Midkill. He asked me to, you know.
Oh. Well, there you are, Najee. Come in. You look so cute in those gypsy clothes.
We were just talking about you, Najee.
Am I permitted to ask what it was you were saying?
Oh, of course. We were just wishing Uncle Frank would let us come down and visit you for a little while if he finishes his work here in Montebania.
You like Egypt, eh, Betty?
Oh, yes. It's just like living in a book all the time.
And besides, so many exciting things happened to us over there, we just hated to go home.
We're having a lot of fun up here, too. This spooky old castle is certainly full of thrills, isn't it, Bob?
Boy, I'll say.
What is that queer-looking key there on the table, Betty?
I don't know.
I do. The key to that room across the hall where Renier's locked in. Uncle Frank left it there before he went down to the palace.
For a long time I have been thinking I should like to talk to Arenia alone. And now I think I will do it.
Oh, gee, Naji. I don't know.
Yes, I will have time to ask him some questions before Chandu returns. Certain things have happened in Egypt that Arenia should be made to discuss.
Why don't you wait till Uncle Frank comes back and let him go in there with you?
No, I wish Chandu not to know of this until I have talked with Arenia.
Well, okay, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Please do not speak of this to your uncle. I will return very soon.
That was kind of funny, wasn't it, asking us not to tell Uncle Frank?
I know. I bet she's just afraid he'll worry about her. You know, she's really crazy about Uncle Frank, Bob.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, I know she is. Oh, here comes Mother. Maybe we better not tell her where Naji is either.
I suppose not.
Did Naji come in?
Oh, yes. She'll be all ready to go with Uncle Frank. She'll be back in a minute. Mother, do you really think that Uncle Frank's all through with his work here in Montebania? Maybe he'll go away?
Seems to me he's through if he's broken up this plot against the government. Why, Betty?
Because we thought maybe we could go down and see Naji.
And on our way, maybe we could stop in Paris and see Father. If we could dig him out of his laboratory long enough.
Well, I've been thinking we might stay in Paris since Father's over here. I mean, if Uncle Frank doesn't need us anymore.
May I come in, Doc?
Oh, Frank, of course.
Terrible snowstorm outside. Lupu's people will have to leave very soon, or the roads will be blocked.
What's the matter, Frank? What's happened? You look so strange. Has something gone wrong?
Count Metzos shot himself at the palace just now.
He shot himself?
He did?
Yes. He died instantly. It was probably the best way out for himself, the king, and Montebania. He knew he was ruined.
Did the king and Nicky really hide behind the screen? Listen while you talk to Count Metzos, Uncle Frank?
Yes. That part of it went exactly as I'd planned it. When I told Count Metzos I had proof, he and Esteban, the so-called Gypsy bandit, were the same person. He tried to bribe me, and finally threatened to have me killed.
And the king heard all that?
Yes. And when I called to Nicholas to take the screen away so Metzos could see the king had heard the whole conversation, he pulled out his gun and shot himself before I could stop him. So that's the end of this particular plot, with Dmitri and Metzos out of the way.
So your work here in Montebania is finished?
In Montebania, yes. But there's still the man who planned the whole thing. And I must find him before I can really say I'm through. But I'll run him to earth.
Where are you going to look for him?
In Paris first. Where's Naji? I wonder if she's ready to go. I'd better go and get into these gypsy clothes. Will you see if Naji's ready, Betty? Oh, what's the matter? And you too, Bob. You look as though... Are you keeping something from me? What is it?
Oh, Uncle Frank,
Where's the key that unlocks the room where Arenia is? I put it on this little table. Have you two been...
Frank, what's that queer smell? It smells like smoke. Frank, the hall's full of smoke. Oh, the castle's afire. The flames are shooting up the stairway.
Shut that door, Doc, quick.
Gee, can't we jump out the window, Uncle Frank?
Of course not. We'd break our necks. Come here, Dorothy. I'll tell you what we'll do. It's not much, but it's all we'll have time for. Take your handkerchiefs, all of you, and soak them in water from that thermos there. I'll look out in the hall and see how the stairway is. Hurry. We can make it down the stairs, I know.
Give me your handkerchief, Uncle Frank.
Here. Ready, all of you? Hold your handkerchief over your nose and mouth. Keep over as close to the wall as you can. Why, where's Naji? We're forgetting Naji.
But, Bob, we'll have to tell him now.
Oh, sure we will. Uncle Frank, she took that key and went into Arenia's room. She said she wanted to talk to him.
She told us not to tell you.
She's in there with Arenia. Listen, Bob. You take your mother and Betty downstairs. I'll go over there and get Naji. She may have been overcome with smoke.
Frank, you can't do that.
Come on, all of you. Ready? Go down the stairs and out the front door and don't wait for anything.
Gee, you'd think the fire department would be here by this time.
Come on, hurry.
I'll leave you there?
Will you go? Go at once, I tell you. We'll all be killed.
That smoke.
Come on, Mother. Come on, Betty.
Hurry. Hurry, I tell you. Keep close to the wall.
You hurry, Frank. Get Naji and come on. Never mind Arenia.
It won't take me long if she hasn't locked the door from the inside. Locked. Naji. Naji. Open the door, dear.
Oh, Chandu, I have thrown away the key from the window.
Is Naji in there? Answer me, Arenia.
We of a truth. But she...
The smoke.
She's overcome with the smoke.
I'll have to break it down. I'm coming, Naji. Just a moment, dear. I'll soon get this door open. Naji, where are you?
Here, Chandu,
We'll have to hurry. Opening that door will make the fire spread just that much faster. Here, Naji, put this over your mouth. Can you hold it there? I'll carry you.
Is it all right, Chandu?
I don't know.
No, it's no use. The stairs are gone down. I'll have to lower you from the window. See if I can get these iron shutters open. Yes, that's all right. Bob, are you down there?
We're right under the window, Uncle Frank. Did you find Dorothy?
Yes. I'll have to lower her from the window, though. The stairs are down. Stand by down there, will you?
The servants are all here. What should I tell them to do?
Have one of them go out to the stable to get that big piece of canvas. You wait there.
What is it you shall do, Chandu? Oh, we shall all be burned alive. I wish Irene had not fear of Montepina.
If you want to live to get out of here, you'd better give me a hand with her. I'm going to make a sling out of these sheets and lower Nazi out of the window. Here, catch hold of that end and help me tie these two together. That's it. Oh, that won't be long enough. I'll have to take this curtain.
Chandu, go away and leave me here. Dorothy, please, you...
We're almost out of here now. Wait. Let me lift you up here, where you'll get some air. Do you think you can hold down, Nazi? Do you?
I do not know.
Just a moment. I'll tie it around your waist. Ready down there, Bob?
Sure, Uncle Frank. So please take hurry up. The smoke's getting bigger every minute.
Here she comes. You'll be all right, Nazi. That's it. Now I'll let you down. Don't be afraid.
Oh, Chandu, how will you escape from me?
Don't worry about me.
And how will Irene leave this so terrible place? Irene will die. He will never see Carol again.
Okay, Uncle Frank. Nick's down here, and he's going to take us all down to the palace. Come on.
Nicholas is down there? Good. You and Nicholas take that canvas and hold it out between you. I'm going to toss the ring down there.
No, I will die. They will let me fall to the ground, and I will be...
Be quiet. Come here. Here you go. Ready, Bob?
Okay. I don't know why you want to bother with him, though. We caught him. Come on, Uncle Frank. Come on yourself. What are you going to do?
I'll join you in a minute.
While Chandler is absent from the castle, Nadje decides to question a Renier, the venomous dwarf, whom Chandler has locked in an upper room. Meanwhile, Chandler returns with the news that the rascally Count Metzos has ended his life. Suddenly, fire breaks out in the castle. Hurrying the family to safety, Chandler finds Nadje is locked in the room with the Renier, who has thrown away the key. Chandler breaks down the door and lowers Nadje from the window. Bob cries to Chandler to save himself. There is a crash as the wall collapses. Chandu, the magician.
Come on, Mother. Don't stand there in the snow. There's nothing we can do. Come on, let me take you down to the palace. Nick sent for a carriage.
Oh, I'm not cold, Bobby. That horrible fire keeps me warm.
Mother, you don't really believe Uncle Frank. I mean, you don't really think he didn't get out of there.
Of course he didn't get out, Betty. You saw him yourself there in that window just as the whole wall fell.
But, Mother, Nadje, do you think... Oh, I know he didn't get killed in there. I know he didn't. I bet that's what the yogi meant.
Meant by what, Betty?
Oh, don't you know how he's been saying not to be deceived by the appearance of death? I bet that's what he's talking about.
Oh, no, Betty. Those messages were for Uncle Frank, not for us.
Well, maybe. But I'll bet somehow or other Uncle Frank got out of there.
Right you are, Betty Lou.
My God.
Are you all right, Nadje?
Of course, Chandu. And you... Oh, I knew you'd get out, Uncle Frank.
Well, I can tell you, I didn't know whether you would or not when you started letting Nadje down from the window, and I saw the fire coming up all around you. It's a good thing you didn't try to come down by the stairs, Uncle Frank.
The reason I lowered Nadje from the window was because I heard the stairs fall. And I knew it would be no use to go that way. What happened to Arania?
Gee, he didn't stop for anything. He just ran off into the snow as fast as he could go. You're not going to waste time looking for him, are you?
No. And there's no use staying here in the snow. There's nothing we can do to save the castle.
Uncle Frank, what do they do when they have fires in Lubova?
There's nothing to do. They have no fire equipment.
And so all our things are gone?
Oh, don't think of that, Betty. If we hadn't discovered the fire just when we did, every one of us might have lost our lives in there.
Sure does burn, doesn't it?
Yes. The floors and woodwork burn like paper. They're so old and dry.
And now the secrets of those underground rooms are lost forever, eh, Chandu?
Yes. It was too bad they had to sacrifice the whole castle for that, wasn't it?
Frank, you mean you think someone deliberately burned the castle?
Of course.
But what could have been in it important enough to induce anybody to burn the castle?
Gee, I should think if they had anything in there they didn't want anybody to find, they'd just take it away.
You don't understand, Bob. This might be something that couldn't be taken away.
Then you didn't discover all the secrets down there after all?
Perhaps not. But come, Dorothy. You and the children must go down to Mr. Mason.
I thought we were going down to stay at the palace. Nick said he was sending a carriage for us.
I met Nicholas just as he was leaving and told him. I think it's better for us to go to Mr. Mason.
Oh, Uncle Frank, think how thrilling it would be to stay at the palace of a real king.
Yes, I know, but we won't go there tonight.
But what about Nadje?
Here comes Lupu. I'll speak to her. Lupu, here we are. Are your wagons ready to go?
Chandu, you are alive?
Very much so.
But I saw you standing in the window, and the wall fell. You were there. How could you...
I guess you don't know about the magic powder, Lupu.
Bobby.
You have escaped that magic, Chandu?
I didn't say so, Lupu.
No, but once when we were down in Egypt, we were all locked in a native hut there on the banks of the Nile. And there was a bomb about to go off. And Uncle Frank sent us all out into the desert so we wouldn't get hurt. And then the very next minute, the place blew up. Boy, wasn't that an explosion.
I know, and that was the reason I just knew Uncle Frank would get out this time.
And are we just going to stand here in the snow waiting for a fire to burn itself out before we leave?
Oh, Chandu, I am sorry. But I was so rejoiced to see you alive that I have forgotten for the moment.
Well, that's all right, of course. Are your wagons ready to go?
Of a truth.
But now Nadje's clothes are wet. She'll freeze traveling in one of those wagons.
Oh, sister of Chandu, Lupu's wagons are dry and warm. And there are dry clothes for Nadje to wear.
I will go then, and we must say goodbye here in the snow.
Oh, Nadje, I'm so sorry you can't stay any longer. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nadje. Sure was keen to see you again. We can't say we haven't done our best to show you a good time burning the town down for you and everything.
Goodbye, Bob. Goodbye, Betty. Dorothy, you will write to me very soon.
Of course. Goodbye, Nadje.
Chandu,
Until we meet again, Nadje.
Uncle Frank, I thought you were going with her as far as Lau's door.
I was, but the fires attracted so much attention to me, I couldn't go now unnoticed. Bob, you take Nadje to Lupu's wagons, will you? I'd like to keep Lupu here with me for a few minutes.
Sure.
The carriage for Mr. Mason is standing with the wagons of my people, Chandu.
Oh, is that so? Then Dorothy and Betty, you better go along with Bob. I'll come down to Mr. Mason's in a little while.
Please don't be long, Frank. Too cold up here, and you can't do anything more.
I won't be long, Doc.
What have you done with the dwarf, Arania, Chandu?
I couldn't leave him in there to be burned to death, of course. So I tossed him out the window to Bob and Nicholas, who caught him in a piece of canvas. Bob said he ran away, which was unfortunate, but I might have expected it.
Let him go, Chandu. I will meet him again, and let him beware of the gypsy vengeance. You have wished to speak to me alone, Chandu?
I want to see if we can find that little statue of an Egyptian king. It was standing on a table next to the wall in Bob's room last night, and I thought it might have fallen near here when the wall collapsed.
Oh, Chandu, but even the witch charm of my grandmother would not bring such good fortune as that the little statue will fall here in the snow instead of inside where the fire is so hot.
I don't know. I think we may find it if we look for it now before the snow is any deeper. Let's see if we can figure out about where the room was. That pine tree was at the corner of the castle, and Bob's room should have been about here, I should think.
Oh, but among these blocks of stone and bits of glass, it will be impossible to find the statue, Chandu. Why do you not wait until the fire is dead?
Someone else might find it. It should be about here. Now, it would fall this way, perhaps. What if... Look, Lupu. Here it is. The witch charm of your grandmother must have been working tonight. What luck.
Oh, Chandu, you do not need my gypsy charm. You have plenty of good fortune without it. What is it you do to this statue, Chandu?
Look here. The head unscrews.
But how could you know that?
Well, there was some reason for the statue to be down there in the hidden room, and it suddenly occurred to me the statue might be hollow.
And is there, Chandu? Is there?
Just a minute. Yes, look. And it's written on that same kind of paper. Look here, Lupu. Did you ever see paper like this before?
It looks as if it has come from China.
That's what I think. Let's see if we can read what it says. Listen. Brothers, unless we walk carefully, great disaster may visit us. Fail not to meet at the appointed place in Paris. The one we serve has commanded it. The clock strikes 5. Now, what does that mean?
You think it means they meet in Paris on a certain day at 5 o'clock, Chandu?
No, I think it's a code sentence of some kind. I'll just put the head back on this statue and take it along.
I do not understand, Chandu, how the little statue of Khufu could be in the young gentleman's room.
Oh. You see, it was in the Egyptian room in the cellars. No doubt left there for different members of this organization, whoever they are, to come in and read the message. But then my sister and the children were down there and found the statue and took it upstairs. They left it in the drawing room, and Irene, who probably isn't in the secret, and thought the statue was just an ornament, picked it up when he was hiding in the drawing room, and took it to Bob's room for a joke.
So that perhaps those who were to read the message did not.
Maybe. Some of them probably didn't. Now I must be off. Yeah, and so must you. You'll see Nadia safely on the Paris train at Lausdorff, won't you?
You know I will guard her with my life, Chandu.
I know. Well, goodbye. I must get down to Mr. Mason's. You'll hear from me.
Till we meet again, Chandu.
Come in, Frank.
Well, what's the dope?
Oh, don't we all look funny? Come on over here by the fire, Uncle Frank.
Are those Mrs. Mason's dressing gowns you and your mother are wearing?
Yes, we're kind of swimming in them. Mrs. Mason must be kind of tall.
Frank, let me take your coat and hang it here by the fire to dry.
I'll fix it, Doc. Thank you. Where's Mr. Mason?
He brought us up here and found these things to put on while our things were drying. He said he'd be back in a little while to see how we're getting along.
Take this chair, Uncle Frank. Are you cold?
No, I walked down here.
Is the fire still burning at the castle?
Just smoldering now.
Wasn't it lucky you left our passports here with Mr. Mason, Frank?
Yes. I didn't think of the possibility of fire when I did it. I was thinking of someone trying to steal them. Oh, by the way, Betty, I brought you a souvenir of the fire.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Frank. Oh, it's the little statue of Khufu.
Was that the only thing left?
Almost. I found it lying in the snow. I thought Betty might like to have it.
Oh, yes, it was awfully nice of you.
I wish Mr. Mason would come back up here.
I think he'll be back. He said he wanted to talk to you as soon as you came. The servant came and told him there was a lot of mail from America.
We should be hearing from Robert again. How long since you've had a letter, Dorothy?
Nearly a week. Robert said in his last letter he was having difficulty mailing letters. He said he was beginning to believe someone had discovered the location of his laboratory.
Why, Dorothy. You didn't tell me that.
Well, I thought I did. The letter must have come while you were away up in the mountains.
Come in.
see us all looking like scarecrows?
Madame Regent have a letter for you. It was sent in a lettre to Monsieur Nelson.
Oh, thank you. Must be from Robert, Frank. Why, look, Frank. Look. It's written on that same queer paper like we found in the underground room.
It is? What does he say?
He says, dear... Oh, no.
What is it, Doc?
Frank, this is not Robert's writing. Look at it. This letter's not from Robert at all.
The ancient castle in which Frank Chandler and the Regent family have been living has burned to the ground in a fire of mysterious origin from which they barely escaped. Carter Mason, American consul, invites them to stay at his home. While there, Dorothy receives a letter from her husband. But reading it, she notices first that it is written on the same peculiar paper as that found in the underground room. And second, that the handwriting is not Regent's. The present act opens in the Café Viennois in Paris 2 evenings later. Chandu, the magician.
And so Gustav opened this restaurant. And being very homesick for Vienna, he made it as much like a Viennese restaurant as he could, and called it Café Viennois.
Do all the people from Vienna come here, Uncle Frank?
There are a great many former Viennese living in Paris, and Gustav has tried to make this place seem like home to all of them. The waiters are Viennese and the orchestra and all that.
Frank, you're just telling us all these things to take our minds off Robert, aren't you?
Why, I thought the children would be interested in knowing about this place.
Sure we're interested, but when do we eat? I wish they'd bring us our dinner. I'm starved.
Yes, you would be. You have no soul at all. I think that's the reason you don't care about going to the Louvre, because they haven't a cafe.
Oh, stop, will you?
Yes, hostilities can cease for the moment. Here's the dinner.
Doesn't everything look good? Isn't this fun, Najee?
I always enjoy Paris. And I went to school here.
You did? You've had a simply fascinating life, haven't you?
I hope you may never know such years, Betty Lou.
Don't think of it now, dear. I want you and Dorothy to forget anxiety for a little while. That's why I insisted on Dorothy coming with us tonight.
I know, Chandu. And I will help you to make her a little more happy if I can. Dorothy, you and Betty have been busy in the shop, eh?
Yes, we have.
Indeed we have. We lost all our clothes in the fire at the castle.
Wasn't it lucky I had on that necklace you gave me, Najee? The one you found in that old pyramid?
Did you, indeed?
Yes, I did. Could have broken my heart if that had been lost in the fire. But I did lose that dress Mother sent down here to Paris to get for me for Mr. Mason's reception. It was the prettiest dress I ever had. But we went to see about it today, and they told me they'd make me another one just like it.
Finished with your soup, Betty?
Yes.
How'd you like to finish the dance, Betty?
Oh, I'd love it.
You don't mind, you, Mother?
Of course not, son.
What is it, Chandu? Why does that waiter look at you so strangely when he approaches the table?
I didn't notice it, Najee. Did you, Frank?
Yes.
Who is it? Not someone you know.
I know who he is, and I think he knows me. It's the man who killed Lupu's brother.
Frank. But you won't tell Lupu you found him here, will you? He'll come down from Montebello and kill the man.
No, I won't tell him. But he'll find it out.
But how?
If he comes to this cafe, he'll surely see it.
But is Lupu coming to Paris?
Of course. As soon as I send for him.
Well, why don't you tell this man to go away?
You think this man should escape the penalty for killing the brother of Lupu, Dorothy?
No, of course not. But I think he should be turned over to the authorities. Lupu shouldn't kill him himself.
I know how you feel about it, Doc. I'll see what luck I have in persuading this fellow to go away from here. Here come the children. Let's not speak of this to them.
Oh, Mother, isn't this positively the most picturesque place you've ever seen? We danced over there near the orchestra, and they're all dressed up in the funniest clothes. There's one awfully good-looking one that must be a singer. He's just sitting there.
Oh, yes. I've heard him. He's very good.
Oh, ask him to sing. Will you, Uncle Frank?
Yes, if you like. What would you like to have him sing?
Oh, something romantic, I bet.
Yes, I would. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of in liking romance.
Of course not, Betty Lou.
Well, I would like to have him sing a love song. A beautiful one. That's the kind of song you always think about when you think about Vienna.
If he's been singing here long, he probably knows all the love songs from all over the world.
Well, ask him to sing one.
Otto.
Gee, look at him jump. What's the matter with him, do you suppose?
Not so loud, son. Look how white he is. He looks scared to death.
Otto, will you please ask your orchestra leader to have a song sung for these ladies? Don't stand there staring at me like that. Everyone in the cafe will notice. Tell the orchestra leader what I've said. And later I'll have a little talk with you.
Why, he just went away without saying a word.
Is he one of your men, Uncle Frank?
No.
Well, who is he then?
Oh, he's a man I met in Poland one time, years ago.
In Poland?
Yes.
Look, Betty. Here's the singer.
Yes. He is good-looking, isn't he?
There is a garden in my heart, all sweet and fresh with dew. Its blossoms are my tenderest thoughts, its fragrance love for you. There is a cloister in my heart of calm and holy air. I place your image in the shrine and sweetly worship there.
Oh, wasn't that pretty, Najee?
Yes, indeed, Betty Lou.
I bet you even thought it was pretty, didn't you, Bob?
Well, sure I did. You needn't think just because I said that about you being so goofy about love songs, I can't appreciate good music.
You just wait. Someday you'll fall for a girl, and won't I have fun?
Oh, is that so? You know the kind of girl I like is Natasha.
Natasha? Are you still talking about her? Oh, you only saw her once when you dragged her out of that slave place there in Alexandria. And then when she was there at Eustace with us the next day before Uncle Frank sent her back to Spain or wherever it was.
Well, I know it.
And she couldn't speak a word of English.
Well, I don't care what you say. She's the kind of a girl I like, and someday if we ever get anywhere near where she lives, I'm going to go and see her.
Poor Judy's heart will be broken.
Oh, Betty, stop teasing Bobby about Judy.
Well, she's right here in Paris, Mother. We might run into her any day.
And probably will.
Bobby, if you and Betty want to dance...
Trying to get rid of it?
No, of course not. I only meant we probably won't be here very long.
Oh, sure. Want to dance, Betty?
Uncle Frank, if we ever get settled down again for a few minutes, I'm going to give you some dancing lessons.
No, thank you, Betty Lou.
Well, why? I should think you'd like to.
Come on, Betty.
I was wondering how you were going to get rid of them, Dorothy.
I thought if you wanted to talk to that waiter here in the cafe.
Yes. He's hovering around like a frightened bird. Otto.
Do you suppose he doesn't speak English? Oh, but he must. He understood what you said to him about the orchestra.
Otto, have you some reason for not wishing to speak to me here?
No,
What's the matter with your throat? Something?
Yes, you have come to spy on me. Just when I feel safe.
You know that Gypsy Lupu is looking for you.
Why should I not know it? He has followed me all over the world for 15 years.
You'd better go back to Poland and give yourself up to the authorities, Otto. Lupu will never rest till he finds you. I know that.
And now you will tell him?
I am not a murderer. But you'd better get out of here. Lupu will be in Paris any day now, and I can't keep him from killing you if he finds you.
But you do not know how I have suffered. How I have not had a home or even slept one night with fear for this gypsy and his knife. For the first time here in this cafe, I am peaceful. But now you come.
Murder comes high, you see, Otto. Don't look like that. Gustav is watching you. Put down the coffee cups and go.
He's gone. What a life. 15 years of running from Lupu.
And yet he killed Lupu's brother in cold blood. The night young Radislav was arrested.
Uncle Frank, guess who we saw just now going out the door? She turned her back on us so she wouldn't see us.
Not Judy.
No. It was the woman that used to work for Roxar. That told Mother Nadia was married to Roxar, remember? What was her name?
Sonia Radislav here?
Yeah, that was her name, Sonia Radislav. She just went out.
Frank, I wonder if she saw us.
I wonder what she's doing in Paris. She must be...
Oh, Frank, don't think about that now. Tell me what you're going to do to find Robert. You haven't had any word from Mr. Dufresne, have you?
No. I went to his house, but they said he'd gone away, and the servants didn't know where he was.
Well, can't you go to Robert's laboratory yourself and see if he's all right? I know there must be something wrong. Why should anyone write me that letter?
I'll tell you what I've done, Doc. I sent one of my agents to the place where Robert's laboratory is. This man doesn't know Robert's there, of course. His laboratory is upstairs over the chemist's shop. We had to have some way of accounting for the supply of chemicals that Robert's always needing in his experiments.
Oh, yes.
I'm expecting this man to report to me here at any moment.
But, Dorothy, I think you should not be too much concerned about this letter. It may only be that someone has discovered how your husband has sent your letters to Mr. Mason there in Lvova and has written a letter to frighten you.
Yes, Doc, that's very plausible.
Why should anyone write that want to frighten me?
They know you'd tell me about it, and they would probably think that I'd go directly to Robert's laboratory and...
And there they might find you and kill you, Chandu.
Yes?
Who could it be?
First, we'll have to find out. Oh, there comes my man now. Gustav said he'd bring him to my table as soon as he arrived. Good evening, Leonard.
Good evening, sir.
Mrs. Marty, I present Mr. Lenhart. Mrs. Regent, Mr. Lenhart.
How do you do?
The pleasure is mine.
Miss Regent and Mr. Robert Regent II.
How do you do? I'm very happy.
Sit down, Carl. Tell me what you've learned.
I may speak freely?
Certainly.
I have called at the chemist shop when I have seen it is empty. The chemist is gone. So I have inquired at the cafe next door to the chemist shop, and he have said there have been no one in the chemist shop for more than a week.
Dorothy Regent insists that the letter she received, signed with her husband's name, is a forgery. Leon Dufresne, Chandler's chief agent in Paris, is mysteriously missing. Bob and Betty return from a sightseeing trip with the news that in a narrow street near Notre Dame Cathedral, they have seen a man resembling Dufresne struggling with a huge, sinister fellow in an old house. Chandler and Bob return to the house and discover Dufresne alone and unconscious. The present act opens in the hotel. Chandu, the magician.
Well, here we are, Mother. Didn't Uncle Frank come?
Not yet.
So you might just as well have come down to lunch with us. You know, you're not going to help Father any by starving yourself to death.
Oh, don't pick on her, Bob. Mother, I asked him to bring you up some lunch. I thought you might like something to eat. It'll be here in just a minute.
Thank you, dear. I'm not hungry.
Well, you'd better eat, though. Father will scold us for not taking care of you when we tell him about it.
Oh, don't worry about me, dear. I'm all right. Oh, that must be Uncle Frank now. Come in. Oh.
It's your lunch, Mother. Put it here on the table, Antoine.
There, Mother. Doesn't that look good?
Madame require.
Nothing more, Antoine. Thank you.
Merci, madame.
Now, come on, Mother. Try to eat something, won't you?
Yeah, you act as though we'd already found out that Father was drowned or something.
Oh, Bob.
Well, I didn't mean that exactly. You know I didn't.
Oh, there you are at last, Frank.
Yes. I've had a very busy morning. Dufresne's still unconscious at the hospital.
Did you go through that old house where we found him, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I took 2 gendarmes, and we went through it from the cellar to the roof. All the tenants told the same story. Dufresne was brought there by 2 men who rented that ground floor room and stayed there with him day and night.
Wouldn't you think that some of them would have become suspicious and called the police, Frank?
I think most of those people are glad to keep out of the way of the police themselves. The 2 men told the same story, that Dufresne was their brother and was insane, and that they were keeping him there for a few days before taking him away from Paris.
And did the people believe that, Uncle Frank?
I suppose not, but they wouldn't interfere. If I'd realized Dufresne hadn't gone away somewhere himself, I would have offered a reward for information about him. Those cutthroats down there would surrender their entire family for 100 francs.
Oh, why do you suppose they ran away?
I think they were afraid someone had heard Dufresne break the window and call for help, and decided to go away before the police came and arrested them.
And so they just fractured his skull while they were about it, huh, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
I'm surprised they didn't kill him.
They may have been instructed not to.
What I wonder is, why Mr. Dufresne wrote that letter to you, Uncle Frank, and even sealed it up in an envelope, and still it wasn't finished. Well, why do you suppose that was?
The letter said he'd been writing on it for several days, you know, and he may have felt it was not safe to try to write any more. I mean, perhaps he thought he'd rather let it go as it was than run the risk of those fellows finding it.
Yeah, or he might have been left alone for just a minute and thought that was a good chance to throw the letter out the window, Uncle Frank.
Yes, but we'll find out those things when he recovers consciousness. They're going to call me from the hospital as soon as he's able to speak.
And you haven't learned one thing about Robert, have you, Frank?
Well, yes, I've learned a few things.
I've been to Robert's laboratory.
You didn't find anything that would give you an indication of where Robert might be?
No, the place had been cleaned out. There was nothing there except a few empty bottles, but it held chemicals.
No, what can have happened to Robert?
Well, Uncle Frank, I should think you'd be afraid to go there. I mean, how do you know they aren't watching that building?
What do you mean by they?
Well, somebody must have taken Father away from there. He wouldn't just walk out in the street with his hands full of test tubes.
But you see, I didn't go there in my own clothes, Bob.
You mean you went in disguise?
Well, yes. You know what a pompier is?
I thought a pompier was a fireman with a brass helmet and everything.
That's right. You know, in Paris, the person who owns the building is charged a fee for calling the fire department when there's a fire. So it's to every landlord's advantage to keep the cost of calling firemen down to a minimum.
Well, can you beat that?
I dressed myself in the uniform of a fireman and went boldly to the door of this place and announced that I had been called to see about a fire in the chimney.
Oh, I wish I could have seen you, Uncle Frank.
Frank, I don't understand how Robert's been communicating with Mr. Dufresne all this time. How did he get word to Mr. Dufresne or get letters out to be mailed?
Well, you see, Dorothy, the chemist on the ground floor was one of our men. He didn't know who Robert was, but he knew there was something going on upstairs that was not to be spoken of. His wife had been getting Robert's meals and also taking messages for him to Dufresne.
But where are this chemist and his wife?
I don't know. Dufresne's letter said nothing about them, you know. He just said he'd received a message from me, telling him to close up the chemist's shop, and when he went there to follow my instructions, he found the chemist and his wife gone, and the shop closed.
But Mr. Dufresne didn't say a word about them in his letter, did he, Uncle Frank?
No. And that must mean they were not there when he arrived.
Do you mean the chemist was really working for someone else all the time, Frank?
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I think he and his wife were probably sent away by a message purporting to come from Dufresne.
Well, gee, it certainly is complicated, isn't it? Mother gets a message from Father saying he has to go away for a few days. And Mr. Dufresne gets a message from you telling him to close up the chemist shop. And the chemist gets a message from Mr. Dufresne telling him to go away.
And don't forget, Father told Mr. Dufresne Uncle Frank wanted him to come to Cairo.
But what can be the purpose of all this, Frank? Surely...
The purpose was to get into Robert's laboratory and search it.
But why?
Because they think he's made a discovery that they can use. And that means those papers of Robert's that were stolen from the house in Beverly Hills have never been found.
What do you think they are, Uncle Frank?
I think they're in the hands of some person, some native in Algeria or Egypt, who doesn't know what they are. Don't you know Arania said Roxar had had the Arab who stole the papers in Alexandria killed?
The one who tried to sell them to me in Algiers?
Yes.
Well, if the papers are just kicking around in some native house down there in Algiers, they certainly will never do anybody any harm.
No, unless someone comes along who realizes their real value. As a matter of fact, those papers are just like an unexploded shell lying around somewhere where anyone might come along and kick it.
Frank.
I know.
But who would want Robert's secret now? And how can you even begin to look for these men and the men who've sent Robert away?
Well, first, of course, I went to the police. Foreigners are required to register with them. And we may find them that way. I'm having Dimitri looked up. I know if he came to Paris, he might be able to lead us to the rest.
Listen, there's that summons thing. Now I bet you'll find out about Dimitri and Father and everybody.
My crystal ball. There it is.
May we all look, Uncle Frank?
It may be about Father.
Yes, or... What a strange picture.
Gee, yes. It's the ocean, isn't it? But it sure looks funny.
How black and menacing the water looks.
Look at the rocks at the edge. They're toppling over into the water.
Oh, I hate to look.
Strange we don't hear the yogi's voice, Frank.
Let's all be still. I think we shall hear it.
My son, thou art going into extreme peril. Be warned in time.
I'm listening, my teacher. But what is the meaning of this strange picture of great rocks falling into the sea?
Interpret it according to the wisdom of the East, my son. The sea of thy life is black with clouds of seeming evil. But thou art strong to deny it, if thou wilt.
I understand.
In overcoming the powers of darkness in the place thou hast visited, thou hast done well. The Brotherhood commends thee. But thy work will succeed only by unceasing vigilance. Dost thou understand, my son?
Yes, my teacher.
Tell those thou lovest they must be strong. Tell thy sister this. When there be an empty space within thy life, fill it with love. Farewell, my son. Await the call.
The picture's gone.
And of all the mysterious things the yogi's ever said, this one wins all the prizes.
Oh, I bet Uncle Frank understands it, don't you, Uncle Frank?
Yes.
Well, how about what he said to Mother? What does he mean by an empty space in her life?
Oh, silly, he means because Father's not with her, of course.
Yeah, I bet. I suppose you think he means for her to go around falling in love with a lot of other people. You would.
Oh, you make me simply wild. You know I don't think anything of the kind. The trouble with you is you're a complete extrovert.
Is that so? You don't even know what one is.
The gong will mark the end of the 91st round.
I'm sorry, Uncle Frank. You haven't done that for a long time.
Gee, won't you ever teach me how you do that, Uncle Frank? I'll promise you I'll never fight with Betty again, if you will.
My word. You almost tempt me to do it.
Do you think the yogi meant you're actually going to someplace near the sea, Frank? Or was that picture just, well, symbolic?
Dorothy, I can't tell you. I must find out first whether...
I'll see who it is, Mother. Oh, hello, Naji. Come in. Did you get your ticket?
Yes, Betty.
I could have seen to that for you, Naji.
Oh, thank you, Chandu. But I had to be in that part of Paris for something else. And it was easy to see about the ticket then. Chandu, I have seen on the street Dimitri.
You have? Was he alone?
Yes, he was hurrying along the street as though he wished to be out of sight as quickly as possible.
Did he see you?
No, Chandu. Nicky told me Dimitri came down to Cairo to see you a few weeks ago. Did he, Naji?
Nicholas told you. How did he know that?
I told him.
What do you want, Naji?
Let us not speak of that.
No, that's all over now.
But say, what...
Naji, where did Dimitri go? Did you notice?
Yes, I have followed him as fast as I can so he will not see me. And he went quite a long way. That is why I was so late returning to the hotel. He entered the Rue Chaussée d'Antin, and I saw him stop before a little shop.
A shop? What kind of a place was it?
It was a gem cutter shop, very tiny, with small windows.
Could you find the place again, Naji?
Oh, of course, Chandu.
Can you tell me exactly where it is?
I will go with you and point it out, Chandu.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. Just give me the location and I'll find it.
Naji, did you notice that there was a clock around there anywhere? In the street, I mean?
A clock? But no, Bob. Why do you ask?
Because that message Uncle Frank found in the statue said, the clock strikes 5. I thought if that was a meeting place, there might be a clock around someplace.
Oh, no, Bob. Now, Naji, tell me where that shop was.
I'll answer it. Hello? Robert, I'm listening, yes. Tell Frank what? I can't hear you, dear. Yes? Yes? And what? I can't hear you. Robert, listen to me a moment. What are you? I can't hear you. Robert, tell me where you are. Robert.
Robert Regent has left his Paris laboratory, and no one knows where he has gone. Leon Dufresne, Frank Chandler's chief agent in Paris, has been rescued from an old house where he was held prisoner, but is still unconscious. Princess Nadja has seen the sinister Dmitri on the street and has returned to the hotel to tell Chandler. Dorothy answers the telephone. Her husband is calling. He gives her a message for Chandler. She cries out, "Robert, Robert, where are you?" There is no reply. Chandu, the magician.
Robert. Robert. Hello? Hello? No, operator.
Let me talk to her, Dorothy. Listen, operator. Trace that call, will you? The call just made to this room. Hurry, please. What did he say?
Oh, I could hardly hear him. He sounded so faint and far away. I wonder if he could be ill or...
Oh, probably not. You know how these telephones are over here. Well, what did he say?
I must try to remember exactly. At first I couldn't hear him at all, and then he said, "I've only a moment, Dorothy. Can you hear me?" And I said, "Yes, yes." And then he said, "Tell Frank." And then his voice seemed to die away for a moment, so I couldn't hear him at all. But then he said something about his experiment being successful.
Did he say it was successful? Or it was not successful?
I thought he said it was successful. He said to tell you to communicate with Pierre Roger of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thought that's what he said. Oh, where do you suppose he can be?
Pierre Roger. Why, he's no longer connected with the Foreign Office.
I read about him in the paper myself before we left home. I remember we talked about it in Modern History.
Was he the one they discovered had sold government secrets to the Russians?
Yes?
But Robert wouldn't have anything to do with a man like that, Frank.
Robert evidently believes Roger is still connected with the Foreign Office.
But, Chandu, you do not believe this Roger is in the employ of Russia now?
No. But his transactions with Russia have branded him for the rest of his life. I've seen his kind in Europe before. They do one crooked thing, and then live miserable lives forever after, picking like scavengers at whatever secrets they can unearth, and selling them to anyone they can find.
What are we going to do, Frank?
I'm going to that gem cutter's where Nadja saw Dmitri. I may pick up some information there. In the meantime, Robert may telephone again. I'm sure he will, if he heard you say you didn't understand where he was.
Yeah, if he's not shut up somewhere.
Bob, stop.
And isn't there anything I can do?
No, Dot. Just be sure there's someone here to answer the telephones all the time. If they succeed in tracing that call, we'll learn where Robert is.
Well, can I go with you to the place where Nadja saw Dmitri, Uncle Frank?
No, Bob. I'm expecting Lupu here any moment, and I'll take him with me.
I hope that man that killed his brother has left the cafe.
What cafe?
What do you mean, Mother?
Oh, dear. I forgot you and Betty didn't know about that. The waiter who served us at the Cafe Viennois the other night was the man who killed Lupu's brother.
He was?
Did he know you, Uncle Frank?
Oh, it's Robert again. Hello? Oh, yes. Just a moment. He's right here. It's for you, Frank.
Hello? Oh, yes. I'm glad you called. Where are you now? Yes? No, that's all right. Will you go to the Cafe de la Paix? I'll meet you there in a few minutes. Yes. I will, eh? Well, you can tell me when you see me. Goodbye. It was Lupu.
I hope it really was Lupu, Uncle Frank.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, of course it was. Don't you suppose I know Lupu's voice?
Well, with all the phony letters and telephone calls that have been going around between Father and Mr. Dufresne and whatnot, I wouldn't be too sure.
Well, nothing much can happen to me in broad daylight at the Cafe de la Paix at any rate.
Oh, Frank, why don't you let Bob walk down there with you? If it really isn't Lupu, Bob...
Dorothy, you certainly aren't suggesting I take Bob along for a bodyguard.
Oh, you know I don't mean that, Frank. But with all these things that have happened, and even now we don't know where Robert is, I only mean that Bob could call the police or something. Please let him go with you. You can come right back here.
Dorothy, I never saw you like this. You mustn't let your nerves get the better of you.
Oh, Frank, please.
But what could possibly happen?
Oh, the man might not be Lupu at all. The man who telephoned.
But don't you think that I...
No. Why do you not permit Bob to go with you? Dorothy will make herself sick with anxiety. Don't let him go.
Perhaps you're right. Very well, Dorothy. Come on, Bob.
Okay, wait till I get my hat. I'll be right back, Mother.
Here we are.
Why do you suppose we don't have any places like this at home where you sit out on the sidewalk to eat, Uncle Frank?
I don't know. I wonder where Lupu is. He's had time to get here, I should think. We'll sit down here, where he can see us easily when he comes up. 2 coffees, please.
Oui, monsieur.
Merci.
Did you ever see anything like the way those taxicabs dash around? They look as though they'd rather run you. I think this is Keen. I hope Mother won't be worried because I don't come right back.
As long as I promised her I'd let you come along to see that it's really Lupu who meets me, I think you'd better wait till he comes.
Yeah,
Why, Bobby Regent, imagine seeing you right here in Paris, and I might have missed you altogether if I hadn't just happened to go down to Cody's to get some perfume from Mother. I never would have seen you at all. Can you imagine seeing you right here?
Judy, for Pete's sake.
How do you do, Miss Allen?
Oh, Mr. Chandler, I tried all sorts of ways to get up to Montebania, but they wouldn't let me. I tried to tell them I knew you, but it didn't make a dent on them. Can you beat that?
For heaven's sake, sit down.
Yes, do, Miss Allen.
Oh, why don't you call me Judy? Everybody calls me Judy.
Say, everybody's looking at you.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you again, Bobby. I began to think I never would. What have you been doing up in that funny old country where they won't let anybody in? What are you doing here now? I hope you're going to stay a long time. Oh, look out there. Isn't that the funniest looking thing? Look out there in the street.
Bob, you'll have to take her away somewhere. Everyone who comes along will stare at us. And I'm trying to be as inconspicuous as possible.
Oh, gee. Where'll I take her?
There's a tea shop down on the next block. Take her down there and get some tea and cakes or something.
Well, gee, Uncle Frank, I sure hate to be left alone with her. She's terrible. I'll do it, though, I suppose. Say, Judy.
Huh?
Uncle Frank thinks it's not so good for you to sit here like this. He thinks we should go down to a tea shop in the next block.
Oh, Bobby, I just love it. It's the first time you've ever asked me to go out with you. Oh, it's so surreal.
Well, come on. So long, Uncle Frank.
You'd better telephone your mother.
Okay. Come on, Judy.
Chandu, you have waited a long time?
No, Lupo, not long. I'll pay for this coffee and then we can go.
Where is this we are to go, Chandu?
Princess Nadia saw Dmitri go into a small gem cutter shop on the Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin. The street cuts in behind the opera, only half a block from here.
But it is then around this corner?
Yes, just a little way. Nadia said it was only 2 doors from the corner. Ah, there it is.
I am glad I have not forgot my sharp knife, Chandu. What a place for a trap. And if we are caught, we can be accused of robbery.
Here we are. Let's go in. Good afternoon. Buenos dias, senor. Why, you're Spanish. Where's the man who runs this shop? What is it you wish? I would like to see a ruby. I'm returning to America and wish to buy a jewel as a gift. The rubies I have are very fine, not very fine, senor. Nevertheless, I should like to see one. I have one here. You see it? Oh, yes. By the way, are any of the others in the inner room? I do not know what you mean, senor. I said, are there any of the others in the inner room?
Look out, Chandu. This place is a trap. I know it. This man does not belong.
I will ask you one question, senor. What is the time? And I will answer by saying, the clock strikes 5. Ah, you have not come to look at my rubies, then. I have thought you were of the police. Come with me if you'll be so kind. Did you say any of the others are there now? No, senor. At the moment, there are not. But all who know the word are to be admitted and not to wait. I understand. I'll wait here. Quick, Lupo. We'll have a look around. The air in here is stifling. See if there's a window we can open.
It is like the cage of an animal, Chandu.
Yes. Those candles are burning what little air there is in here.
These chairs against the wall look as though many men came here to meet, Chandu?
Yes.
I hold my breath and keep my sharp knife tightly in my hand when you say to him, the clock strikes 5, Chandu.
It was just luck.
I know you say it is, but I have seen many things you do which seem like good fortune, but which are more.
Look here. Look on this little table.
Ah, they are white cards.
No, just slips of paper.
And look what kind of paper it is. The same as the message in the statue.
Yes, and each one has the Roman numeral V on it. I wonder what that means.
Oh, I see. It means 5. Lupu, you see? These are tickets of admission to this room. V. The clock strikes 5. And there's another meaning. Oh, why didn't I guess it before? Now I see what the yogi meant by that message. Do not be deceived by the appearance of death. The appearance of death. What is it, Chandu? Listen. I hear voices. Lupu, some of them may recognize my voice. Ask the question. What time is it? As you say, Chandu.
Gentlemen, what is the time?
The clock strikes 5.
On his trip into the Egyptian desert, Frank Chandler has learned that Robert Regent has gone to Singapore, but that he is not a prisoner. Dorothy decides to sail for home, stopping en route at Singapore. But suddenly the psychic summons is heard, and looking into the crystal, Chandler and the Regent see a clearing in a tropical jungle. Emerging from a forest path, confronted by natives who brandish long knives, is Robert Regent. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, look, Frank, look. It is Robert.
I know it is, Doc.
Gee, where do you suppose that place is? Look how thick the trees are.
Oh, Uncle Frank. Those natives are going closer and closer to Father. They've got big, long knives.
Let's listen and see if we can hear what they say.
Not a sound.
Look at that biggest native there. Gee, it looks like it. Look at him sneak up closer and closer to Father. Look, Uncle Frank.
I am looking.
Oh, Frank, how would Robert get to such a place, and what do you suppose he's doing there? I can't bear to sit here and look at him being killed right before our eyes.
Yeah, and all the time he's thousands and thousands of miles away, and we can't do anything. That's what burns me up.
Listen, all of you. I'm going to try an experiment I've only been able to do twice in all these years. Even now, I don't know whether I'll be successful.
You mean you're going to try to magic them from here, Uncle Frank?
Hush, dear.
Oh, Yogi, my teacher, far across the sea, I ask your help.
Oh, you must help Robert, Frank. You must. Look at those terrible natives.
I don't see why Father doesn't run away. Why does he have to stand there?
He'd have no chance. He wouldn't go 10 feet before they drag him back. If I can reach them at all, it will have to be through their fear. Cobra, king of the jungle, come from your hiding place. Come out, I say, King Cobra, that life may be saved.
There it is, coiled up right in front of Father. See it?
Well, can you beat that? It's right between Father and those natives. He's looking them right in the eye.
Look how scared they are. They stopped. They're kneeling right down on the ground. Resting their faces right in the dirt.
Father doesn't look as though he sees the cobra at all, does he? He's looking at those natives. Well, look. He's walking right by the cobra.
Oh, I can't believe it. Where's he going? I wish he wouldn't touch those natives.
Listen, Doc. Listen. I think I can hear him speaking. Answer me. Answer me. Where is she? Where's the white girl? Get up. What are you afraid of? What's the matter? Will you tell me where she is? I'll see for myself.
He's going to look in those huts. Oh, dear, I wish he would.
So do I. There might be anything in there.
Oh, if he's looking for somebody, he has to look, doesn't he? There's only 3 of those huts. Won't take him long. Look, there he goes into the first one.
Oh, heavens.
No, he isn't, Mother. He's just going to the doorway to look in. Must have been empty. Coming back down the ladder. There he goes to the next one.
Yeah. And look, those fellows haven't moved. They're still crouched right where they were, and the cobra's still there, too.
It's coming down. Oh, we should get away from there.
There he goes. And that's the last one. Look, he's standing right in the doorway looking inside the hut.
Oh, what can he see in there? There, he's coming back. He's talking to those natives.
I've looked around and I see she's not here. Or at least she's not where I can find her. But the next time I come back, I won't be alone. Remember that.
Oh! He walked right over that cobra. He didn't see it. He's going right back down the path.
He's gone.
Yeah. And the picture's gone, too. Now, Uncle Frank, where do you suppose that could have been?
Oh, Uncle Frank, you're wonderful. You really are.
Yes, Frank. That's the most wonderful thing you've ever done.
Where is that place, do you suppose, Uncle Frank?
I don't know, Bob. The thing that concerns me is the identity of the girl he was looking for.
Why, Frank, how strange that sounded. You don't mean you think you know who she is?
I wonder.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
Do you suppose that was in Singapore, Uncle Frank?
Oh, no. There's nothing like that in Singapore. Singapore's a city. There's an enormous harbor there, always filled with ships from every part of the world. The streets are full of motor cars. And...
Oh, Uncle Frank, you spoil it all. You make it sound just like New York.
Oh, it's far from that. There are thousands of Chinese and Hindus and Arabs.
Arabs?
Yes. There's one street that's called Arab Street that looks almost like one of those busy streets in Cairo.
You're just saying all this to keep me from thinking of Robert, Frank. But
Now, Dorothy, you could see for yourself Robert isn't a prisoner. He's free to come and go as he likes.
Oh, yes.
But you mustn't worry about him. I told you I felt sure he'd gone there of his own accord.
Oh, I know you did. But I still can't see why he would go there without sending any word to me when he knew I thought he was in Paris. I haven't heard one word from him since we left Montebania.
Well, yes, you have, too. He called you up from Bayonne.
It really was Father that called her.
I've been so sure about that all this time. But now, I don't know.
Dorothy, did it ever occur to you that Robert might have called you back again that same night?
You mean after we left the hotel for the railway station?
Yes. Your telephone call was interrupted when he was talking to you, wasn't it?
Yes. He was trying to tell me where he was. You mean you think he might have called me again that night and I wasn't there? Oh, how could I have been so stupid as to rush off from Paris to Bayonne until I'd heard from him again?
But, Mother, you know he's all right now. You saw him not 1 minute ago, and there are probably a dozen letters chasing you all over the place from Paris to Bayonne and from Bayonne to Cairo and from Cairo and telling where they'll go if they don't catch up with you before we leave for Singapore.
You still think we should go with you to Singapore, Frank?
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do there, Uncle Frank? I mean, besides look for Father.
I have business there.
Secret business?
Well, yes.
You're not still looking for those papers of Father's, are you, Uncle Frank?
I'm always looking for them, Bob.
You are? Well, that's one thing you won't have to worry about anymore, isn't it?
Why?
Because Arenya gave them to Mother with that spider or whatever it was inside.
Frank, do you think whatever writing is on those sheets of paper will be destroyed by dropping the envelope in boiling water as you told Abu to do?
Oh, wasn't that terrible for Rennie to come here and... He was really trying to persuade Mother to open that envelope so the spider would bite her, wasn't he? Isn't he awful?
Yeah, that's an old trick of his, too. Remember how that dancing girl told us he sent the spider to the girl he was crazy about that wouldn't look at him?
Oh, yes. Uncle Frank, do you think the writing will all be boiled off of those papers?
Perhaps not. But we'll destroy the papers, even if they're legible. Your father wanted them destroyed, you know. They're certainly too dangerous to carry about with us. Suppose we see if we can read them. Abu, did you drop that envelope in boiling water as I told you?
I was sending.
Do you suppose you could bring it here without tearing it open?
I will bring it in 1 moment.
I hope that spider's good and dead.
Oh, don't be silly. How could he help being dead when he was dropped in boiling water?
Where do you suppose Arenya gets all these poisonous spiders he goes around sending to people, Uncle Frank?
Oh, he's always traveling through these countries that border the Mediterranean. And he probably knows many places where they can be caught.
Oh, there's Abu.
Mother, doesn't he look funny? He reminds you of an old book or something. Servant enters bearing a spider on a silver salver.
Thank you, Abu. That's all.
Frank, be careful.
Oh, we needn't worry about any spider that's in here.
Oh, how drippy the envelope is.
I'll tear it open. I'll shake it over this little tray, and we'll have a look at the spider.
Oh, isn't he terrible looking?
Gee. Why, his body must be 2 inches wide.
Look at his horrible legs. All hairy.
Oh, heavens. Let Abu take it away.
Gee, I don't know, Mother. It'd make a swell specimen for my collection.
No, indeed. You're not going to carry that dead spider with you to Singapore and clear across the Pacific Ocean. You must draw the line somewhere.
Well, all right.
Have you your knife, Bob?
Sure, why?
I want to cut the envelope away from around the papers inside. I'm afraid they'll tear if I try to take them out now.
Here it is. Wait, I'll open it. There.
Thank you. I'll just cut the sides down like this. There, you see?
Is there anything on the papers?
Not a thing.
Oh, let me see them.
Better come over here where they won't drip on the carpet. They're still pretty wet.
Not one word. But what about the name at the top? What about that, Frank?
What name?
Why, Arenya told me. He said... That was why I believed him and told him I'd pay him for the papers. He said at the top of each sheet was Robert Regent, Beverly Hills, California.
He did?
Yes.
Yes, he did, Uncle Frank.
You know, Robert had those letterheads made years ago. Do you suppose it could be possible that boiling water would destroy the printing at the top of the sheet?
No, of course not.
But how could Arenya know about the printing and exactly what it said?
He must have seen the originals. He probably has them himself, hidden away somewhere. He just brought these blank sheets of paper here to play this trick on you.
But I thought Arenya worked for Roxar.
He does. But he's trying to pick up a little money on the side by selling these papers to us, don't you see?
Of course, Roxar doesn't know he has them.
Of course not. Roxar's told me a dozen times, and he must have told his own men hundreds of times, that the Regent's secret is the only thing he needs in order to hold the world in his hand like an apple.
But I should think Arenya would be afraid of Roxar. I should think...
Just a minute, Betty. What is it, Abu?
Chandu, there is a messenger who has a letter for you. He speaks no English.
Ask him to give you the letter, Abu.
Oh, no. It might be from Arenya with another spider in it or something. Don't even look at it. I wouldn't if I were you.
Who does he say sent him here, Abu?
He asks if you know one whose name is Nicholas.
Nicholas?
I was sending the notice from Alexandria, and it's to be delivered by him to you and none other.
Ask him to come in.
You have to answer, Mahmoud. Move faster, coward. Why do you stand there staring like a coward? That is the offended Chandler. Give him the letter.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Here's some money for you.
Mother, he's sort of pathetic. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, you would.
It takes a Valapi Afandi.
Well, Let's see what Nicholas has to say.
What is it, Frank? Has anything happened to Nicholas?
No. He says he heard two natives talking about Dimitri in one of those cafes in the native quarter, where he was whiling away an hour or two before the ship sailed. They said they just learned that Dimitri had been taken to prison in France, and that I had ordered it done.
Well, I'm glad they found out you did it, Uncle Frank.
But listen to the rest of it. I'll read it to you. They were chuckling over something that at first I couldn't understand. But then I heard them say that Mr. Regent had been lured to a strange, forgotten island off the coast of Sumatra.
As Betty and Bob sit in the darkness of Betty's room, discussing their plan to offer themselves to the priests of the jungle god in Dorothy's place, they hear soft footsteps on the veranda of the inn. To their amazement, Dr. Shaw tiptoes to the door, pauses a moment, and goes away. They wait. When they hear nothing more, they decide to go at once. Opening the door, they slip out into the blackness of the jungle night. The present act opens 1 hour later. Chandu, the magician.
Yes? Yes. Who is it?
It's I, Frank. Robert.
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Come in, Robert. My word. You certainly made good time.
Oh, what a trip.
You're exhausted, Robert. Sit here.
Is Dorothy...
Robert. Here, old man. Drink this. That's it. Feel better? Let me help you up. You can lie on this couch over here.
Oh, I'm more tired than I thought.
Take it easy. That's it. Now then, just stretch out there. Hungry? Want me to get you something to eat?
No. We had some food a few hours ago. Is Dorothy still over there?
Yes. She's all right, though. I mean, she's well. Did you really go all the way to the capital in this short time?
Yes. Every step of the way.
Must have been ghastly. I've reproached myself ever since I let you go.
Oh, what difference does it make which one of us went?
You mean it was no use?
Yes. They won't do anything for us.
Are you sure you saw the right man?
I saw the fellow they told me was the head of the bonzes in this country, and he refused to do a thing about it.
Did you tell him who you were?
No.
That was wise, I think.
I thought I'd better not bring up anything about who you were, nor my relationship to you, or anything of the sort. I just put it on the basis that Dorothy was accused of killing this priest, and that she hadn't done it. And I wanted him to send word down here to these fellows to let her go.
I suppose, as usual, he gave you no reason.
No. And that was the only time I wished I had let you come in my place. I felt you might have known how to prevail on him, at least to tell you why he refused.
Oh, I wonder. I haven't made any headway with the natives in this village, you know. And I've tried. And so has Dr. Shaw. To persuade them to parole Dorothy to Shaw, but they won't do it. They're afraid we'll trick them and get her away somehow. They keep insisting that their dealings with white men have made them suspicious of all of them.
Poor Dorothy. It's humiliating to think I've failed her when she's been so wonderful. Running to all sorts of danger to find me when Von Bowden had me shut up in that ruin. And coming over to that forsaken little Montebania just because I was going to be in Europe. And she didn't want to worry me by staying in Beverly Hills alone.
Then you can imagine what this means to me, Robert. Even Bob's done more for her than I have.
What's Bob done?
Well, of course, he shouldn't have. But only tonight. He hit upon the plan of going over and releasing Dorothy by cutting a hole in the wall.
Well, how foolish. Where did he think he was going to take her?
Oh, he didn't know. He thought he'd bring her over here, at least, and then I could think of something to do. Poor kid. Always before, when they've been in trouble, they've known they could count on me to get them out. But now I'm as helpless as they are.
Do you mind telling me, Frank, why you can't make use of these occult powers of yours to release Dorothy? If she were free, there's no reason why we couldn't leave this place at once, is there? I mean, you're not staying here on account of this business you have with Dr. Shaw, are you?
Surely you don't think I'd let that stand in the way of releasing Dorothy? No. For some reason I can't understand. I'm simply powerless to help Dorothy with any secrets I know. I've been sitting here ever since I brought Bob back from that hut. And I can't figure it out. The strange thing about it is, I seem to be able to do, well, anything except that.
What do you mean?
Well, just this. Tonight when Bob went over there to try this foolish scheme of his, I missed him, of course, and somehow I knew where he'd gone. I ran over, and there he was, beside a hole he'd already cut in the wall, and a big native was standing beside him with one of those long knives.
Great heavens.
Yes, I was just in time. Without stopping to think, I put into practice a thing I've known for years. I told the fellow to go back to his hut and go to bed. And in the morning, he would remember nothing that had occurred.
And do you mean to say it worked?
Of course it worked. And then Bob told me he'd tied him up. The guard they have at the door, after knocking him unconscious.
Did Bob walk right up to the guard and knock him down?
Yes, he did.
I wonder the fellow didn't knife him.
He didn't see him in time.
Well, did you use this hypnotism or whatever it is on the guard as well?
Yes. It's not hypnotism, of course. He'll be all right. He won't remember a thing about it.
But what about the hole Bob cut in the wall?
I told the guard to mend it, and that a tree had fallen near the hut and damaged the wall.
But he'll see that's not so.
Oh, but it is so.
You don't mean to say you cut down a tree?
No. I just caused one to fall in such a way that the branch hit the wall at that point.
Dorothy know all this?
I imagine she heard most of it. Those walls are pretty thin.
Do you suppose... No, that couldn't be.
What? Don't hesitate to speak of my failure, Robert. Nothing could possibly make me feel worse than I do. What do you mean?
Well, of course, I know nothing whatever about these secrets. But I do know this. Many times when I've been in the midst of a particularly delicate or important experiment, I'd find that the one thing I needed would continue to elude me. Now, if you still have the power to do any of these things you've learned from the yogi, there's a reason why you can't release Dorothy. And it's not because you've lost the power.
I know. I've been over it 1,000 times. And you're right that there's something. Just some one thing that's preventing me.
I wish I could help you.
No one can help me but myself. That's the irony of the whole thing. I've hardly slept an hour since they dragged Dot away from me, over there in the temple. I go over and over the circumstances. I've tried repeatedly to reach those priests through their native superstitions and fears. Hour after hour, I sit here in the darkness, working, and always with the consciousness that there's a high wall between Dorothy and me. I can't reach her.
Listen to me, Frank. You can't go on like this. I've got some stuff here in this little medicine kit that Dr. Shaw gave me. He told me I might find it impossible to sleep in the jungle with all the fatigue and the nervous strain and so on. And he told me to take a few drops of this in water. Now, you've got to get some sleep. Won't you take some of it at least and sleep for a few hours? Let me fix it for you.
No. Don't get up.
You know, if you get a little sleep, you would have an entirely new slant on this whole thing. And I think the chances are you'd be able to solve it if your mind was clear.
Oh, I know you're right. But it's been impossible for me to sleep, of course.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Those first awful early days of the war. When our work was disorganized, and the enemy's secret agents were everywhere. And we didn't know what minute one of them would turn out to be someone we'd known and trusted for years.
Yes. Except that was somehow impersonal. And you see, this is all my fault. I insisted that Dorothy should come over to Montebania. And that led to this whole thing.
But she wanted to come, Frank. You mustn't blame yourself. She said more than once she felt safer in Europe than she did at home. And she was glad to help you up there in Montebania.
Yes, I know.
Come now, Frank. Let's both get a few hours' sleep. Nothing can happen tonight. I mean, nothing worse can happen.
No, that's one thing. We still have almost 2 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks? What do you mean?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Betty doesn't know it yet, but Bob does. They've decided that Dorothy is to be sacrificed. And they've set the time at the ceremony they call the Feast of the Darkened Moon. And that's in about 2 weeks.
Will the ship be here before that?
You mean you think we might get Dorothy away by force and make a run for it?
Yes. You're armed, of course.
I have a pistol and Bob has one, but I don't know how far we'd get in a scrap with those fellows. There are hundreds of them in the jungle in this vicinity. We'd do much better to trick them in some way.
But how? And in any event, we'd have to wait for the steamer, wouldn't we?
I wonder.
You mean you have a plan of some sort? Even if you aren't able to make use of your occult powers?
Well, it's hardly as definite as a plan, but at least it's an idea.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my word. I'm fagged out.
Why don't you go to your room and turn in?
I'd like to see you get some sleep. Where are you going?
Listen, Robert. Before you left, did you notice that Dr. Shaw acted very strangely?
To tell you the truth, Frank, I thought he did too. But I hadn't met him before, you know. And I thought perhaps he'd always been that way. Why?
There's something very queer about him that I'm going to investigate.
See here, Frank. You don't mean you think Shaw is mixed up in this native mumbo-jumbo, do you? Why, it's unthinkable.
When you've been in this part of the world as long as I have, Robert, you'll know nothing's unthinkable. Do you know what he said that day about being strangely affected by the native ceremonials?
No. I didn't hear that.
I'm going to see what I can find out about that workshop of his. He has a little back room there where no one ever goes except himself. And I've tried to get in there and see what he's up to.
But you can do that in the morning, can't you? I'll invite him to go with me for a little walk down to the sea. While we're gone, you can explore as much as you like. How's that?
Yes, that's right. That's just what I'll do. Poor old Robert. You're half asleep already. I'll just look in on Bob and see if he's really stayed in bed. Bob? Bob? It's just as I said. He's not there.
You don't think? Where are you going, Frank?
I'm going to see if Betty's in her room. Betty Lou. They're both gone.
Do you think someone's taken them away?
Quick, let's go and see what's going on over there, where that drum's beating. Hurry!
In a native inn in a tropical jungle village, Betty and Bob while away the time teaching Natasha to speak English, unaware that Dorothy is face to face with the terrible native gods of the Far East. Chandler returns from a conference with Dr. Shaw. They miss Dorothy. They go to her room. It is empty. But on the table is a folded paper on which is a seven-headed serpent, the mark of the deadly bondage. The present act opens in the dimly lighted native temple. Chandu, the magician.
Oh, how dark it is in here. Where is my daughter? Where is she?
Go forward to the altar, Mem Sahib.
Oh, I can't believe she'd come in here. She's been told over and over not to. Did you bring her here? Did you? You mean she's a prisoner in here?
Go forward to the altar, Mem Sahib. Here now.
Oh, I'm not afraid for myself, but my daughter in this awful place of weird images. Oh.
Here you will wait, Mem
Oh,
Sahib.
no. Why did you bring me here to find my daughter and then keep me from learning where she is? Betty? Betty?
You are calling, honorable lady?
I can't see you there in the darkness. Where is my daughter?
Your daughter, honorable lady?
Yes, of course. This man brought me here saying my daughter had come into the temple. Have you seen her?
Why did you think she had come here? Your daughter is brave indeed to venture within the sacred doors of the jungle god.
Oh, I can't believe she came here of her own accord. But he showed me her scarf, the piece of silk, you know, that she was wearing around her throat. And, oh, you tell him about it. Where is he? He's gone. I'm here alone.
You are indeed alone, in the presence of the god himself. Look up there. Wait. I will stir the sacred fire to life, and you may see his face. It is not often strangers are permitted to gaze upon it.
But I don't understand. You speak remarkably good English for a native of this jungle.
Ah, yes, but perhaps I am not a native of this jungle.
But surely no white man would... Oh, I'm sorry. I hardly know what I'm saying.
Look upon the face of the god.
Oh, it's a man with the head of a snake.
Cobra, king of the jungle.
Oh, I can't remember who you are. But I know I've heard your voice somewhere before. I know I have. Who are you? What are you doing here?
That you will never know.
Oh, you're somebody we've met. Is my daughter here? Tell me that at least.
You are here to answer questions, not to ask them. I will tell you this. You have looked upon the face of the jungle god, and that is because you will not live to leave the jungle.
What do you mean? Oh, this is horrible. Oh, you can't keep me here. Oh, how can you be so cruel? Is my daughter in here, too?
You are to be sacrificed to the god of the jungle. You are to pay the penalty that has descended through the centuries.
What penalty? Is it money you want? I have plenty of money. And I'm not afraid to die if you'll let my daughter go. Oh, please, please.
The jungle message has reached the temple that you are the wife of him who has the great emerald, stolen hundreds of years ago from the idol in the temple of Angkor.
Oh, no. No, I haven't the emerald, and my husband hasn't it either. But if you'll let me go, I'm sure I can find it and bring it to you.
We have known many white men before. Their words are false. Their faces are fair while they speak lies. Men of the jungle cannot trust white men.
Oh, but I'll do everything I can to get the emerald for you. I think I know right now where it is. The one who has the emerald will come to you later and...
The words of the white woman fall upon the deaf ears of the jungle guard.
Oh, but please, please. I know the man that has the emerald would rather give it to you than have my daughter killed. Please let me go and I won't betray you. Really, I won't. I give you my word. I'll come back myself if I can't find the emerald.
If the man who has the emerald knows where it belongs, why has he not brought it to the temple?
Oh, I can't tell you. I really don't know. But I know I can get it for you if you'll just let me go.
Do you think that after the god of the jungle has waited these many centuries for vengeance, he is to be cheated of it now?
But wouldn't you rather have the emerald than my daughter's life?
Perhaps both may be restored to the jungle god.
This is like some horrible dream. Your voice is that of an educated man. How can you lend yourself to these horrible jungle practices? Will you tell me who you are? And if I really have seen you before?
You would know then how to beg me for your life.
No, that's not it at all. And besides, it's not my own life. It's my daughter's. Don't sacrifice her for the sake of this emerald. She's only a girl with all her life before her. I'll get you the emerald, I swear I will.
You have the emerald?
No, I told you I didn't have it. My husband hasn't either. I can get it. I know I can. Give me a chance to bring it to you, won't you? Oh, that horrible-looking idol.
It is not an idol, honorable lady. It is a god.
Oh, but how do you know your god would want you to take my daughter's life and mine? Isn't there some way you can get a sign from him? That's it. Ask your God for a sign that he wants you to take our lives.
His God is but the younger brother of him at Angkor, from whom the emerald was stolen.
But you believe in him? You said so. He might not want us killed. What do you do when you want to find out his wishes? Surely there's something you can do.
Yes, there is a way.
Then try it. Ask him, why don't you? Ask him if we are to die.
I will do it, but think not to escape his vengeance.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be all right. What is it you do?
You see this knife? It is what we natives call a crease.
Oh, you're not a native of this place. I know you're not. Sure, I know you. If I could just see your face.
Be silent. I take the crease and I balance it between this stone and this vessel full of sacred water. If the crease falls on the stone, you shall not die, but if it falls in the water, you shall not escape.
But what's that basket behind the stone? What are you going to do with that?
That is the home of him who bears within his body the spirit of the jungle god. I will remove the lid that you may see.
Oh, it's a cobra, a live cobra.
Who listen to the question I shall ask. Music must be played to please the king. Raise your hooded head, O cobra, king of the jungle. Raise your hooded head and listen to the music. Shall this white woman go free or shall she die? If the knife falls on the stone, she is to live. In the water, death is to come to her according to the law of the centuries. Thus of the jungle upon him who stole the emerald.
Wait, not yet. Oh, that awful knife. Go on. I'm not afraid.
Ah, the knife. It sways with the swaying of King Cobra's head. Death! Is the honorable lady satisfied that the jungle god's vengeance must be fulfilled?
I suppose I can say no more. But I beg you to spare my daughter. Take me if you will.
Your daughter is not here, honorable lady.
Then this whole thing was just a trick. That scar. That native that brought it to me at the inn.
It was written that you must be delivered to the jungle god for vengeance, and when your daughter dropped the bright silk from her throat, we knew the god had shown us the way.
Then she's never been here at all. She hasn't been in here.
No, honorable lady, she is not here.
Oh, you leaned forward in the green light from the altar just then. I saw your face. Let me see you again. Your doctor's son. Oh, I don't know what to do. Doctor's son, my brother's friend. What?
Since when the sun rises tomorrow, you will not be alive. I will tell you what no one in the world knows.
But Doctor's son, how can you?
I said I would tell you a secret. I am not Doctor's son.
Oh, how horrible. Are you
trying to tell me that it was you we saw in Singapore and not Dr. Sun himself?
Honorable lady, you are far too intelligent. I am a relative of Dr. Sun. What you in America would for centuries ago. My people and I, too, believe in them and trust their judgment. I went to the white man's school as did Dr. Sun, and when the time came, I was ready.
What do you mean? Oh, you're...
I mean, when the time came, I killed Dr. Sun and took his place. But now Dr. Sun will be thought to have disappeared, and I have returned to the jungle.
But your knowledge of the secrets of the East, that
too is mine. And now there's no longer reason why you should live. This very night, the God that pronounced your sentence of death shall execute it.
Are you here alone?
You think to pit your strength against mine? Even if you could, let me tell you, in the inner room is a large company of worshippers who await word of your death, that the ceremonial may begin.
Oh, get away! Oh, you horrible... Frank! Frank! Get away.
Dorothy, here I am.
I couldn't believe you come in here, Doc.
Oh, Frank, don't let them take me away. Don't. Oh, they're going to kill me. Frank!
Go away, white man. She has killed the priest. See him there before the altar lying dead.
Frank, please don't let them. Frank!
Stop. Stop, I tell you.
Frank! Frank!
The gods of the jungle has spoken.
In the weird native temple to which Dorothy has gone because she believes Betty is inside, the priest tells Dorothy she is to be sacrificed to the jungle god in vengeance for the theft of a great emerald by a white man centuries ago. The priest advances to take her life. She struggles with him. He falls to the floor just as Chandler bursts in.
In spite of all Chandler can do, the natives drag Dorothy away to an inner room, shouting she has killed the priest. The present act opens in the inn, across the clearing from the temple. Chandu, the magician.
Don't cry, Betty. Please don't cry.
Oh, I feel as though it's all my fault. If it hadn't been for losing my scarf, they never would have got her to go over there.
Well, gee, I don't think you ought to feel as though it's your fault. Because if they hadn't got her over there that way, they would have some other way if they meant to.
Oh, I know. She just went over there to find me. She thought I'd gone in there after she said, Uncle Frank said we mustn't. If I hadn't always been doing things like that ever since we came over here from home, she wouldn't have believed I'd go in there. So it's all my fault after all.
No, it is not. What's the use of saying that? Uncle Frank will be back here in a minute, and he'll probably have it all fixed up. Maybe he'll even bring Mother back with him. Now, don't cry.
I wish I'd never come to this awful place. This jungle is just like some terrible animal opening its mouth all the time to eat you.
Say, listen, you've got to stop talking like that. You're not helping Mother any by going off your bean yourself, you know.
I don't mean to keep crying. I know I've hardly done anything else since Uncle Frank came back and said she was over there. When I think what Dr. Shaw said about how terrible it was in there, I just can't bear it.
Well, at least Dr. Shaw's here, and he'll know how to talk to these natives. He and Uncle Frank will fix something up.
Oh, I hope they can. Poor Father's just frantic. I can tell, even if he does hardly say a word. He was as white as a sheet when Uncle Frank came in and said Mother had gone into that temple.
But where was Father when Uncle Frank came back here with you and you found Mother was gone?
He was down there by the spring. He'd found a funny-looking piece of rock, and he was just starting back around the inn to bring it to us. There it is on the table.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Frank didn't wait a minute when he suspected Mother was in the temple over there, did he? He just dashed over there like a flock of wolves. He wouldn't let me go with him. I wish he had. Maybe we could have got her away from him.
Oh, no, you couldn't. You just got yourself killed. That's what you'd have done. He said there must have been 50 of those natives came running out from that inner room. Father went over there right away after he came back there, and we told him where Uncle Frank was, but he couldn't even get in.
Listen, I think I hear him coming. Gee, when it gets dark out here, it sure gets dark. Can't see a thing. No sign of a light in those native huts or in the temple or anywhere. Just black.
Is it Uncle Frank coming? Oh, is Mother with him?
Uncle Frank, did you get her?
No, Bob. We couldn't get them to release her.
Sit down here, Father. Take this chair.
We were wrong to bring them here, Frank.
How could we dream she'd go over to that temple alone? After all we'd said about it.
Well, you don't blame her if she thought Betty was inside there, Uncle Frank.
Of course not. But I wonder why she didn't call me or wait for your father.
Where's Dr. Shaw?
Gone to his own quarters.
Well, what happened over there, Uncle Frank?
Oh, we went over to the hut of the head man of the village, and Dr. Shaw persuaded him to come out and talk to us. Dr. Shaw explained the circumstances as we reconstructed them, and the man listened carefully, as he would to the story of a dispute between two natives.
Oh, I can't bear to think that Mother's life depends on whether some old native says yes or no. Isn't it awful, Uncle Frank?
Yes, Betty. We may as well face it.
You mean he said he wouldn't let her go?
He said he couldn't. He said that when she killed that priest, she'd broken the most important of tribal laws, and that he could do nothing.
You see, this whole country down here is absolutely at the mercy of the native priests. What you might call witch doctors.
Oh, but it just doesn't seem possible that Mother could be shut up over there and we couldn't do a thing for her or get her out or anything.
Uncle Frank, tell me this. Tell me one thing. You really think those natives are going to kill Mother?
I'm going to be honest with you, Bob. I know they mean to. But that doesn't say they'll be successful.
But how could Mother kill that priest? She didn't have a gun or...
I don't know. I don't think she really did it. But those temple attendants certainly thought she did. And there's no question that she was struggling with him. I saw that myself when I went in. He had a wicked-looking knife in his hand.
Oh, if I had only been in here when she went over there. I can't understand why she'd go.
Now, this is the way I think it happened. The chances are one of these sneaky natives picked up Betty's scarf out there in the clearing and brought it to Dorothy, telling her Betty'd gone into the temple.
That's what you said before, Uncle Frank. Why would they do that?
I don't know, unless... But we needn't think of that yet.
Think of what?
You mean a sacrifice?
Well, yes.
What do you mean, Uncle Frank?
Never mind, Betty. Don't think of it. We'll find something to do.
But did that native you talked to say he couldn't do one thing?
He said nothing could be done to save one who outraged the temple. And that while shedding the blood of anyone who ministered to the jungle god was bad enough, killing the chief priest was the greatest crime one could imagine.
I agree with Betty. I don't see how Dorothy could have killed that man. Did you see his body, Frank?
Yes. He was lying there before the altar. He was a great big fellow.
I wonder if he really was dead. Do you suppose he could have been shamming?
Yes, he was dead, all right. In spite of the confusion, I made sure of that. That was the one thing I had time to do before they swarmed all over me. I didn't see his face.
But Dorothy didn't have a knife or a gun. How could she kill a man like that?
I don't believe she did kill him.
I don't either, Uncle Frank. Why, Mother wouldn't hurt a fly.
Say, you certainly wouldn't blame her for killing a fellow that was coming for her with a big, long knife, would you? Mother's not such a frail flower anyway. You've never seen her when she was all stirred up. Like that night in Cairo when Arenya put the jungle curse on you.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, say, you don't know anything. She had that little pistol Uncle Frank gave her, and she pointed it right at Arenya. She told him he'd never live to put that curse on another person, and she meant it, too, I'll tell you.
Oh, I wish I could have seen her. But she didn't really shoot him, did she?
Well, she would have, only Uncle Frank beat her to it. He magicked Arenya.
I'll tell you what I think we'd better do, Frank. Either you or I should start at once and go up to the capital, where we can appeal to higher authorities than this man here. What do you think of that?
I think it might be a very good plan. The principal temple is near the capital. And if you could get the head priest to intercede for Dorothy, there's no doubt that he'd let her go.
Frank, you look kind of scared yourself. Are you really afraid we might not be able to get Mother out of there before...
Don't think of that, Betty. You mustn't.
Didn't Dr. Shaw say there was a native trail up to the jungle to the capital?
Yes, there is one. But you could never find it.
Why couldn't I take one of these natives as a guide?
You might. If Shaw could find one you could trust.
It would certainly be quicker than waiting for the next boat to stop here. And then having to go back up to Rangoon.
Oh, you wouldn't go that way. You'd have to go around by Singapore and up through the Gulf of Siam.
Well, what do you think?
Suppose you try it. Will you go and see Dr. Shaw and ask him if he knows a native that could show you the trail through the jungle?
Of course I'll go. I'll come right back and tell you what he says.
Don't look like that, Uncle Frank. It's not your fault. You only brought us here because the yogi said not to let us out of your sight.
Say, that's not all he said. Remember the rest of what Uncle Frank told us?
What do you mean?
I mean, that about a time of terror being at hand. And Father thought he meant an earthquake or something. Boy, this is certainly it. Say, how about a little magic, Uncle Frank?
What's the matter, Uncle Frank? You're not afraid. Not really, are you?
Yes. Yes, Betty, I am. Horribly, horribly afraid.
Why, but Uncle Frank, if you're afraid...
I didn't say I wouldn't try to do what I can, Betty. You know I won't give up now, don't you? Come, you mustn't cry.
Well, gee, will you try? Will you, right now?
Of course I will.
It's all fixed, Frank. Dr. Shaw's found the fellow who was starting for the capital in the morning anyway. And he says that although it's almost unheard of for a white man to try this jungle trail, he'll take me if I want to go.
If there was any possibility of a boat stopping here, I'd say take a chance and wait for it, but...
Oh, no. It's no use to wait for that. I'd better go. Aside from a few such possibilities as death by a python and so on, Shaw said there's no danger if we keep to the trail. The natives do it all the time.
Let me help you pack your things, Father.
There'll be no things, Betty. It's not that kind of a trip. The native's taking some food, and he says there's all sorts of ways of getting things to eat along the trail. Edible roots and frogs and so on.
Oh, frog legs aren't bad. I like them.
And all I'll take is several pairs of extra shoes.
Sounds insane. We must try everything.
Have you thought of using your occult powers, Frank?
I've thought of nothing else. But wait, Robert. I'm going to try right now. Will you all go into another room and close the door?
Yes. And, Father, if he does it, you won't have to go. You'll just hear a great big noise, and Mother'll be right here in the room. We've seen him do it.
Go on, quickly. All of you.
We won't come back till you call us, Uncle Frank. Come on, Bob.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't help you, Frank.
Dorothy, you are free from the walls that hold you. Dorothy, nothing can keep you in that place of darkness. Leave it and come to this room. I can't do it. I failed. It's true. I felt I'd failed.
Oh, Dorothy, I failed you just when you need me most.
Dorothy is a prisoner in a native temple in the heart of the jungle, accused of killing a priest of the jungle god. Regent and Chandler appeal to the head man of the village, but he insists he is powerless to interfere with tribal religious laws. Regent plans to start at dawn for the capital, to appeal to high authority there. And meanwhile, Chandler attempts to free Dorothy by magic. But for the first time, he fails. The present act opens in Betty's room at the native inn the following morning.
Chandu, the magician.
Well, goodbye, Frank. I'll make the best possible speed. I'll let you say goodbye to the children for me.
Father's not gone yet, is he, Uncle Frank? Oh, there you are, Father. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?
No, son. There's no use of both of us going.
If you stay here, you may be able to help your uncle in some way. And besides, there are Betty and Natasha to look out for.
Well, okay. Gee, I didn't think I'd ever go to sleep, but I guess I must have.
You won't help your mother by lying awake nights, you know, Bob.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I'll be off. Goodbye, Bob.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Robert. I hope by the time you come back, we'll have found some way to release Dorothy.
I certainly hope you do.
Where's your guide, Father?
He's waiting out here. We want to start now before sunrise so we can be well on our way before it gets too hot.
I'm afraid you're in for a pretty unpleasant trip, Robert.
Oh, that's nothing if I succeed in getting the street to let Dorothy go. See you later.
So long, Father. So that's that. Gee, Uncle Frank, you look as though you hadn't closed an eye all night.
No, I haven't slept.
Well, gee, don't look so cut up. Even if Mother knew you were trying to get her out of there and couldn't, she wouldn't blame you. Why, I bet even the yogi doesn't bat 1,000%.
Oh, there's some reason why I failed. If I could only find out what it is.
Well, listen. You remember that time up in Montebania when you couldn't hear the message from the yogi on account of Dimitri? Maybe it's something like that, huh?
Maybe.
You don't think so?
Oh,
What do you
don't
think?
know what to think.
Well, I don't want to rag you about it. Gee, I know you must feel awful. I feel awful myself.
Good morning, Uncle Frank. Good morning, Bob.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is Father gone already?
Yeah, he left about 5 minutes ago.
Sorry I didn't wake up in time to say goodbye to him. But I didn't go to sleep until awfully late.
He asked me to say goodbye to you for him. He wanted to get an early start, you know.
Yes, I know. Uncle Frank, you know what I've been doing?
Why, what, Betty?
I've been getting some clean things together for Mother. Do you suppose they'd let us take them over to her?
Yes. About half an hour ago, I was sitting here and I heard someone come up on the veranda, very softly.
Have you been up all night, Uncle Frank?
Yes. This native tapped on the screen and told me that for the present, at least, I might go to visit your mother. And that I might bring either one of you with me each time I came.
Oh, that's wonderful. That sounds as though they might keep her there for a long, long time.
Well, we'll soon know what they intend to do.
Well, how soon can you go and see Mother?
Oh, yes. Can we go right away? Poor Mother. She must be so scared over there with all those terrible natives and maybe bugs and even snakes. Oh, I just shivered all night when I thought about her over there.
I think we can go as soon as it's light. She won't be asleep.
Where do you suppose she is? We'll have to get one of those natives to show us.
This man that spoke to me said she was in the hut next to the temple. It seems that's their prison. They often keep people there for a time.
Well, I tell you, Uncle Frank, you and Betty go this time, and I'll stay here. Gee, you'd think Mother'd have kicked and screamed and everything while they were taking her from that temple to that hut.
She probably realized it was useless. And the best thing she could do would be to accept her captivity quietly.
Poor Uncle Frank. You feel terrible, don't you?
Indeed I do, Betty. Shall we have coffee before we go?
Oh, no, let's not. I couldn't drink it thinking of Mother sitting over there wondering and wondering what was going to become of her. And I'll hurry up and get those things of hers so she can at least have clean things to put on.
You'd better take her some water in a clean cup. Place is probably pretty mean,
Oh,
June.
don't, Bob. It's just as horrible as it can be. Let's not try to think of anything more to make it worse. Just a minute. I'll be right back, Uncle Frank.
Listen, Bob. Stay right in this room all the time we're gone. I don't want anything to happen to Natasha.
Sure, I'll stay here. But do you think something's going to happen to her?
I don't know. But you know, they may have found out in some way she's a dancer. And a good many of their native rites include ceremonial dancing. If they got Natasha away from us and took her off into the jungle, we'd never see her again.
Well, gee, don't think I'll let anybody get away with her. What if I have to shoot somebody, Uncle Frank?
Hush. Not so loud. You mustn't let the natives know you have that pistol. And you mustn't shoot it unless you actually have to defend Natasha. I mean, unless they're really going to take her away. I hardly imagine they'll try that with Dr. Shaw right here in the village. But I wanted to warn you not to go outside and leave Natasha alone. She'll be awake in a little while probably and join you here. Don't let her go outside either.
Oh, she's afraid. She's been scared so much she won't move. I know that.
Not a word about this to Betty, of course.
Oh, sure not.
Here I am, Uncle Frank. You think they'll let us give her these things, don't you?
Oh, I imagine so.
Can we go right now? See how light it is? It's nearly sunrise.
Yes. We'll have to stop at the hut of the man we talked to last night and take him with us.
Well, doesn't it make you feel helpless to be cooped up here at the mercy of a lot of savages?
Just think how it makes poor Mother feel. Come on, let's go. Look, Mother, we brought you some clean things to put on. I thought you'd want them.
Thank you, Betty. That was very thoughtful of you, dear.
Oh, Mother, Father's gone way up through the jungle to the capital to get the head priest to tell these men they have to let you go. Hasn't he, Uncle Frank?
Yes, Doc. We'll have you out of here in no time.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Where's Bobby?
We left him over at the inn with Natasha. These guards of yours told me I could bring but one of the children at a time.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's so dark in here, Mother. There isn't even a single window, is there?
No. And I guess it's just as well we can't see too clearly in here.
Oh, Mother, I can't bear to think you got in here just because you went into the temple to get me.
Oh, you mustn't cry, dear. Don't want these natives to think we're afraid of them.
No, that's right, Doc. Can you tell me exactly what happened in the temple?
Oh, it's so confused. But I don't see how I could have killed that priest. You know, that native came to the inn, and he had Betty's scarf, and said Betty'd gone to the temple. So, of course, I ran out on the veranda and looked around the clearing. And when I didn't see Robert or Bob or Betty, I thought he might have told me the truth. So I went over there. As soon as I was inside, they told me they'd got me there to take my life in revenge to the jungle gods for the theft of an emerald centuries ago. Frank, I'm sure it's the emerald in the emerald casket they're talking about. I tried to tell them I didn't have the emerald, and they said they knew Robert had it. Oh, but I forgot to tell you the worst thing of all. Did you recognize that priest when he was lying there on the floor?
No. It was so dark I couldn't see his face, and the natives were swarming around me like a hive of bees. You mean it was someone we know?
He stayed in the darkness all the time he was talking to me there before the altar. But I knew I recognized his voice, and I asked him where we'd seen him. At last, just before he tried to kill me...
Oh, Mother!
No, now, dear, he didn't succeed, did he? You see, Frank, just before he drew that knife, he turned his face toward the light on the altar.
Who was it, Doc? Did you let him know you recognized him?
Why, yes.
Oh, that's probably what's caused this whole thing. Who was it?
It was that Dr. Sun we met in Singapore.
Dr. Sun? But that's impossible, Dorothy.
Oh, he told me he wasn't really Dr. Sun at all, but that he was some sort of relative of his who was the family black sheep, and that he had killed Dr. Sun some time ago, and he'd been masquerading under his name all this time.
Poor Doc. And after that, of course, you didn't have a chance. He'd never let you go with that knowledge.
And that's what he said. And then he ran after me with that awful knife, and well, of course, I struggled with him. But how could I have killed him, Frank? I know I didn't.
Oh, I'm sure you didn't either.
Oh, those horrible drums. It seemed to me they beat all night.
Yes, they did.
I asked this guard that stands in front of the house what they were for. He told me they were having a ceremony of some kind out in the jungle.
I thought I saw the reflection of flames against the sky in the night. That must have been what it was.
The very thought of it makes my blood run cold. Oh, Frank, what about your magic powers? Can't they do anything about this? Oh, I don't mean to be weak, but all this frightens me so.
Oh, Dorothy, I don't know how to tell you. Last night, I tried for the first time and failed.
Oh, Frank. But never mind. They'll have to let me out.
Well, there's the guard, Mother.
We'll just try to do just as they say and make them no trouble. We'll get you out of here.
Look out there, Uncle Frank, just outside the door. There's a whole line of those natives drawn right up there like soldiers, and they all have knives. Oh, you don't suppose they're...
No, Betty, no, of course not. What is it? Is it time for us to go?
You have heard the jungle drums in the night, Sahib.
Sahib? So you're from India, eh?
And you know that. But that is nothing to you. You have heard the jungle drums beat.
Yes, of course.
The jungle drums say that tonight when the moon is high, the Mem Sahib shall be brought before the priest of the jungle god, and the god shall give her life or death.
Dorothy Regent is the prisoner of a native tribe in the heart of the Malay jungle, accused of killing a temple priest. For some strange reason, Chandler's magic powers fail when he tries to release her by the use of his knowledge of the occult. However, he is permitted to visit Dorothy in the hut where she is held captive. While he is there, a native brings word that at a ceremony that night, her fate is to be decided according to jungle law. The present act opens that night before the ceremonial fire. Chandu, the magician.
Will you permit me to be seated beside my sister?
You may sit beside her if you will hold your hands before you, so.
I agree. You have no objection if I talk with her, I suppose.
No, Sahib. But those who sit beside her will hear your words.
That's all right. Hello, Doc. Poor girl.
Oh, I'm all right, Frank. It's only when I think what might happen, but...
Don't, Dorothy. Nothing can happen tonight anyway. And every moment's delay means Robert's nearer the capital.
It's a picturesque sight anyway, isn't it? That fire in the center and those musicians over there with their faces painted.
That's the way to look at it. Remember, this will be just like a bad dream 2 months from now, when you're at home again.
Of course it will. How are the children?
They're all right.
Isn't it a shame Dr. Shaw can do nothing to help us? If he's been here as many years as he says, I should think he'd have a great deal of influence with the natives.
He has. Or I would never be permitted to speak to you this way. I learned this evening he'd made a strong plea to the chief of the village to have you paroled in his care. But they wouldn't agree to it. They're afraid that by some white man's method, you'll be spirited away beyond reach.
Oh, if there only were somewhere that I could be.
There will be, Dorothy. Something will have to happen, so we can get you away from them.
You know, when you're safely at home and reading a magazine about these native rites and superstitions and all that, sounds fascinating. You don't realize how terrifying it is to be at the mercy of their jungle code.
No. But remember, it works both ways. It was just an accident that knife trick of yours failed the other day in the temple.
Oh, Frank, look. Look over there toward the temple. There's a whole procession of them with their bodies painted and knives in their hands. They're coming over here.
It's just a regular ceremonial procession. It's that paint that makes them look so terrifying.
You don't suppose they'll take me back in that awful temple, do you? Oh, those leering idols and that awful green light that flickers on the altar. And that terrible image of the man with the cobra's head. Oh, I can't bear it, Frank. I can't bear it if they take me in there. I'll go mad.
Hush, Doc. Hush, they won't. They're going to have a whole ritual right out here. See? There's the man who's going to conduct it. Shaw told me this chap that's coming now is a very important man in the tribe. A sort of medicine man or witch doctor. He very rarely comes out of the jungle. He has a sort of hut in there where he's supposed to perform all sorts of incantations and cast spells and all that sort of thing.
Oh, I can't bear to think my life depends upon what that man might say. Isn't it dreadful? But I mustn't let them know I'm afraid, must I?
No. If they ask you any questions, try to tell them what happened as clearly as you can.
Will they ask you anything, do you suppose?
They may, of course, since I was in there when they dragged you away. And then, too, I saw the priest lying on the floor of the temple, you know.
Oh, it just goes round and round in my head all the time. I can see it over and over. That man creeping toward me with that horrible knife, and then the next second he was lying on the floor.
I wish I could have got a chance to examine his body.
What do you mean, Frank?
Lean over here toward me a little. I want to tell you something. I daren't move or they'll think I'm trying to trick them. Can you hear me?
Yes, Frank. What is it?
I think that priest was killed by someone who was hiding there in the temple for that very purpose. And I want to find out who it was if I can.
Is that why you said you'd like to have seen his body?
Yes. Don't you see, if he died from a knife wound or a poisoned dart, you couldn't possibly have killed him.
Oh, I see.
If they question me, I'm going to try to bring that out in the hope that whoever did it will give himself away. It must be someone right here in the tribe.
Oh, that's the first hopeful thing I've heard since they shut me up in that hut.
Look, they're ready to begin.
I speak in the tongue of the white man, my people, so that he who is accused may understand my words.
When I have told you the story, the jungle god shall decide her fate. But first I draw about me the ring of fire, that the jungle god may enter in.
Frank, should I have told those guards about that knife in the temple?
What do you mean, Doc?
I mean, you know, I proposed that knife test to the priest in the temple that day to prolong the time I had, because I thought you might find me, find out where I was, and come and get me.
No. It's a good thing you didn't tell me that, because, don't you see, that would mean that the god had already decided against you.
Oh, of course. So they probably wouldn't even bother with this farce of a trial if they knew that.
Yes. But now that the priest is dead, it will never be known.
Oh, why is it you can't help me with your magic powers, Frank? I can't understand.
I can't either.
The times are good, my people. And now I call upon the Lord of the jungle to hear my word.
Oh, that cobra. He took it out of the basket and he's holding it right in his hand.
He'll put it down on the ground, you see, and leave it there until the trial is over.
Many centuries ago, a white man stole from the eye of an idol of the temple of Angkor the great emerald. This you know. The Bangs have sought the emerald over the world, but have found it not. And now the jungle god has delivered us a white woman for sacrifice. She has entered the temple. She has seen what no white man should see. She has killed the chief priest of the jungle god.
Oh, Frank, they look at me as though they'd like to tear me to pieces. Look at their eyes glaring at me in the firelight, and their horrible shining bodies.
Hush out. Don't let them know you're afraid. Heads up. That's it.
Does the white woman wish to speak?
Shall I, Frank?
Of course. Stand up, Dot.
You have searched my belongings since I have been a prisoner here, and you know I have not the emerald. And I tell you I did not kill the priest. How he died, I do not know. But I swear to you I did not kill him. Let my brother speak to you. He'll tell you I didn't kill the priest. He was there when... Oh, I didn't kill him. You've got to believe me. Why should I kill him? I only went to the temple to save my daughter. I thought she'd entered it by mistake. I didn't kill him, though. That's all I have to say.
Does the white man wish to speak?
Is it permitted that I see the body of the priest that my sister is accused of killing?
The body of the priest is sacred and not to be looked upon by white men.
How do you know some of your own people didn't kill him? Have you examined his body for poison dots or for knife wounds? You know my sister wouldn't carry a knife?
The body of the priest is gone.
You mean it's been burned?
It is not for you to question.
If you won't let me see the body, I ask that you examine it yourself. Remember, if the priest was killed by one of your own people, he is still here in the village, and others may die.
You have spoken, white man, and now the jungle god shall decide. Let the music begin. Cobra, raise your head and say whether the white woman shall live or die.
Is that all they're going to do? Is that all we can do? Oh, what are they waiting for?
Don't you see? They're waiting to see what the snake is going to do. If he crawls across that stick, it means...
It means I'm to die. Is that it, Frank? Is it?
Look, my people. King Cobra has said it. The white woman shall not live. Unless the man set twice 7 times, she shall die. And the vengeance of the jungle god be complete.
They're going away. Back to the temple. What did he mean? Did he mean 2 weeks? I'm to live 2 more weeks?
Yes, and in 2 weeks, Robert will have had time to come back from the capital and...
Oh, through the jungle?
Yes, he has a native guide, you know, or I may be able to reach the yogi.
You mean to reach him mentally, or... Oh, you're not going away to India. You're not going to leave me here alone, Frank.
I won't unless I... Hush now. You'd better go with these fellows.
Am I to stay in this hut for 2 more weeks?
Dr. Shaw is still trying to see if he can't persuade them to let you stay over there at the inn. And he may find some way to do it.
Have you tried bribing them?
Yes. I told him to offer any amount. But they're so afraid of being spied on and caught accepting a bribe, they won't take money. Everyone watches the others. And then, of course, the man who really did kill the priest is here somewhere.
Oh, I'd better go before they take me away. I can't bear to have them touch me.
They won't if you go along with them. Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Frank.
Don't give up hope. We'll get you out some way.
Good night.
Good night.
Mother, can you hear me?
Bobby, where are you?
I'm just outside, in the back. I've made a little hole in the wall and I'm going to get you out of here. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not going to leave you there.
Bobby, you must go away. We could never leave the village even if you did get me out of here. Please go away.
No, sir. I'm not going to. I've got a hole in the wall. I'm going to take you right out of here tonight. If we have to swim the whole Pacific Ocean to get away, we'll do it. I'm not going to leave you in there any longer.
Bobby, they'll kill you if they catch you out there.
No, they won't. Anyway, they're not going to catch me. I'm not going to leave you in there another night.
Despite her insistence that she is innocent of killing the temple priest of the jungle, Dorothy is condemned to suffer death, and Chandler is powerless to avert the sentence, which is to be executed at the Feast of Darkness 2 weeks later. Returned to the hut where she is held prisoner, Dorothy hears Bob's voice, whispering he has come to rescue her. She begs him to leave, but he is determined to set her free. Chandu, the magician.
please. You must. You must go away. Don't you know they'll kill you if they catch you?
But they're not going to catch me. I got that sharp knife I bought in Cairo. They cut through these walls like cheese. It's only made of layers of dried leaves anyway, don't you know that?
Oh, but Bobby, the least sound, the guard will be around there before you can move. Please go away.
I'm not going to make much noise.
Listen, Bobby. You must listen to me.
Come over here next to the wall, Mother. Come right over here. See? Cut a little place through already. Now they can't hear us.
Oh, but don't you see? We can't get out of here. We can't get out of this village. And even if we did, what would we do? Where's Uncle Frank?
He's in his room over at the inn. I hope he's sound asleep. I certainly didn't tell him I was coming over here. I knew he'd never let me do it.
Of course he wouldn't. Oh, heavens, that noise, Bobby.
Well, I suppose I'll have to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you see, I knocked the guard out. I sneaked up behind him when he wasn't looking, and I knocked him right out. He just fell over like he was a dummy. And I tied his hands and feet and stuck a handkerchief in his mouth and tied another one right around his head so he couldn't get it off.
Oh, Bobby. Don't you see that's just the thing we mustn't do? Oh, they'll kill us all. You've got to go and untie him at once, now, before some other native comes along and sees him there.
Now, Mother, don't be silly. I've got this far and nothing's happened to it. See, you have to take some chances. Anyway, these natives aren't going to come around here in the middle of the night.
But you don't understand. Even if you do succeed in cutting a large enough hole in the wall for me to crawl through, what will we do? We're entirely at the mercy of those men. It's only by a miracle they haven't killed me or some of you already.
Say, Mother, you know what? Uncle Frank's just getting thinner and thinner. He's all cut up about not being able to magic these fellas and get you out of here.
Oh, I know he must be. What do they think is wrong?
Well, I don't know. I asked him the other day if he thought it was something like that time when we were up in Montebania and he couldn't get the message from the yogi on account of Dimitri. I don't know whether he thinks some of these natives are beating him out or whether he just can't make it work anymore.
Oh, how horrible this place is.
Well, I'll get you out of there before long, I tell you.
Oh, I didn't mean that. Of course, it's uncomfortable in here, but it's not unbearable.
Well, you may be able to bear it, but I can't. It just makes me sick to think of you being in there.
But don't you see? If it had been just a question of getting me out by force, Uncle Frank would have done it days ago. He knows it's no use to try to escape from them.
Well, what is he going to do?
He has to find a way to make them release me of their own accord. Or else wait until Father returns from the capital with permission from the head priest to let me go. Or until the next boat stops here.
Yes, but don't you know by that time it may be... Oh, gee, Mother. I didn't mean to remind you of that. But now that I have said it, you know what I mean anyway. I'm not going to leave you in there until they come along and... I'm just not going to do it, Mother.
Oh, hush, son. Not so loud.
Well, if that guard has come to by now, he can't wiggle an eyebrow. I tied him up too tight.
Son, if you tied up the guard, why didn't you just open the door and not go to all this trouble to cut through the wall?
Well, I wasn't going to say anything about that. I couldn't get the door open. It's so dark there and fastened shut in some trick way. When they brought you back here, I was watching them across there in my room. I sneaked over here as soon as it was dark. But I don't know how they have the door fastened. I couldn't find any place to get it open, and of course I didn't want to pound on it and make a lot of racket.
Bobby, you've got to listen to me. That noise will wake up every native in the camp. Go on back to the inn and go to bed. Now I insist on it.
Well, it's too late now. Because if they come back and find you still here in this big hole in the wall, they'll think you did it. And then it just will be too bad. I'll have it big enough for you to get through in just a minute. Oh, Jean.
What is it? What is it, Bobby?
Somebody's seen me. There's a big fat native crawling around the corner of the hut on his hands and knees. And he's got a knife in his teeth. He doesn't think I've seen him yet.
Run, Bobby. Run as fast as you can. Wake up Uncle Frank if you have to, but run.
He's not 2 feet from me. Well, what do you want?
Oh, Bobby, look out. Oh, that awful knife.
Hey, you let me alone.
Sit back there against the wall, Bob. I'll handle this.
Frank.
So it's you, is it, Wong? Drop that knife. Drop it, I say. Look at me, Wong. Look at me. Do you hear that music? Look at me, Wong. I want you to return to your hut. When you reach it, you will instantly go to sleep. And when you awake in the morning, you will forget this. Your mind will not hold the memory of this night. Go.
Gee, he just turned around and went away without a word. Gosh, Uncle Frank, you...
Oh, Frank.
What were you doing here, Bob? I thought you were asleep in your room.
Well, I was. But, gee, how can a fellow sleep when his mother...
What's this hole in the wall? Were you foolish enough to think you could help her escape from this hut? What did you think you were going to do then?
Gee, I thought I'd bring her over to the inn and you'd know something to do. Gosh, I couldn't bear to think of her staying in there any longer.
Oh, Frank, I know he shouldn't have done it. I tried to persuade him to go away.
Well, I'd take a chance even in the jungle before I'd leave her in here and just let him come along and shoot her or something.
I don't blame you, Bob, for wanting to get her out of this place. But it would be certain death to all of us to try it. Betty and Natasha and you and I, as well as your mother. We couldn't go 100 yards into the jungle. And there's no other way out of the village except the path that leads to the ocean. And what good would that do? I wish you'd spoken to me about this plan before you came over here.
Well, there must be something we can do.
We're doing everything we can, Bob. Come on now. We've got to get back to the inn before they discover us. I can't understand why that guard didn't see you here.
Well...
He tied him up, Frank.
What? Where?
Right around by the door.
Come on, quick. Show me where he is.
Well, he was standing there right in front of the door, and I sneaked up behind him, and I let him have it. Gee, I hit him a peach of a smack. Look, there he is. See that shadow there on the ground? That's him.
How long ago was it you tied him up?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. I've only been cutting at that wall about 5 minutes.
Well, let's see if he's unconscious. You must have hit him hard, or else he struck his head on something when he fell.
Yep, he's out cold. I did hit him, didn't I? What are you going to do with him, Uncle Frank?
I'm going to see to it that he knows nothing about it tomorrow. It's the only way to save all our lives. Just be quiet a minute, will you? God of the Temple of the Cobra, hear my words. You have seen nothing tonight. You know nothing of what has occurred in this place. In the morning, you will mend the rent made in the wall, made by a tree which has fallen against it. In 5 minutes, you will awake. I say again, you have seen nothing.
Gee.
Take that gag out of his mouth, Bob, while I cut this cord you tied him with.
Okay. There it is. Say, if we have to leave Mother there, can't we go around and say goodnight to her?
Yes. Hurry, though. We want to be away from here when this fellow wakes up. Come on.
Hey, listen, Uncle Frank. How is it you can do all these things to these natives, and still you can't...
Don't keep asking me that, Bob. Do you suppose there's a moment of the day or night when I don't think of it myself? I don't know what's the matter. I don't know why I can't. Don't you know I'd be willing to give my life to save her from them? Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I shouldn't have said that. It's not you I'm talking to, though. It's myself.
Gee, I don't mind. I know how you feel. I won't say anything about it again.
Oh, it's all right. Just for a moment.
Here's the hole I made in the wall. Mother.
Yes, dear. What is it? Where's Uncle Frank?
Right here. Don't worry about this, Dorothy. This will all be taken care of in the morning, and no one will know the difference. Oh, Dorothy, you don't know how I feel to go away and leave you in this...
Oh, I know, Frank. But I'm not blaming you. Please go away. I'm all right, and we don't want to arouse all the other men in the village. Good night, Bobby.
Night, Mother.
Good night, Dot. I'll bring Betty over in the morning.
Don't let her worry about me, Frank.
Come on, Uncle Frank. Betty. Wake up, Betty.
Oh, what is it, Bob? Mother?
No, listen. Don't talk so loud. These boards are just like paper. I've got an idea.
What's the matter? Why are you all dressed? Where have you been?
I'll tell you about it in a minute. But listen, I've got an idea. Let you and I go over to that old temple and knock on the door. And when the priest comes to the door, we'll tell him we'll let them take us if they'll let Mother go. What do you think of that, huh?
Oh, Bob, do you suppose they would? You mean both of us?
Well, I thought we'd both go and see what they said anyway.
Oh, yes, let's. It's the first thing I've been able to think of that might work. It'll only take me a minute to get ready.
Well, now listen. I tell you just what we'll do.
although she swears she is innocent, Dorothy Regent has been sentenced to death for the killing of a native priest in the heart of the Malay jungle. In the darkness, Bob comes to the hut where she is held captive and attempts to release his mother by cutting a hole in the wall. Knowing they will all be killed if Bob's rash plan is discovered, Chandler takes Bob back to the inn. But Bob and Betty are secretly plotting to rescue their mother in another way. Chandu, the magician.
Hush, not so loud, Bob. Uncle Frank will hear us and we'll have to give it up.
Gee, yes, I know it. Say, let me tell you what he did.
What he did? When?
Just now.
You mean you've been outside somewhere? Oh, Bob, you haven't been over there where Mother is.
Yes, I have. I couldn't go to sleep thinking about Mother over there, and suddenly I thought, why couldn't I go over with that sharp knife I bought in Cairo and make a hole in the wall of that hut where Mother is and just get her out?
But how could you cut through the wall?
Because those huts are made out of layers and layers of those big flat leaves, dried and stuck together some way. No trick to cut through them. What I knew I'd have to look out for was that guard they keep there by the door.
Didn't he hear you?
No. I sneaked over there just like an Indian, and I didn't make one sound. I sneaked over there, and there he was, standing right in front of the door, just like he was made out of stone or something.
Oh, Bob, why, you're a regular hero yourself. Wasn't Mother glad to see you?
Wait till I tell you. She wasn't so very. I mean, well, I sneaked up on that guard, and he never saw me at all. Can you beat that? Talk about the years of savages.
Now, go on, quick. What happened?
Well, I just sneaked right up to him and gave him a good punch in the chin.
How could you get up in front of him without him seeing you?
Well, I don't know how, but I tell you I did. I just stood along there in the shadow of the house, and I felt as though I only moved about an inch every hour. But he didn't see me. He didn't see me until I was right there. And when he looked at me, I let him have it. And boy, did he hit the ground.
Oh, Bob, I never was so thrilled in my whole life. How did it happen you didn't bring Mother back with you?
Don't talk so loud. I went around to the back of the hut, and as soon as I cut a little tiny hole, I could hear Mother crying.
Crying? Oh, poor Mother.
Yeah. So I called to her, and she tried to make me go away.
Why didn't she come with you?
Oh, she said they'd kill us all, and anyway, she said there wasn't any way we could get away from the village, even if we got her out of that hut, because...
But you could have brought her back over here, and Uncle Frank could have done
Yeah,
something.
that's just what I thought. But you know what? She kept telling me to go away, and I kept telling her no, I wouldn't. All of a sudden, there was a great big native crawling right up toward me with a knife in his teeth.
Oh, God.
And just as he got up to me, there was Uncle Frank, right out of nowhere. And he grabbed that native and made him drop the knife. And then he just magicked him or something and told him to go away and not remember that he saw anything or anyone.
He did?
Yes, sir. Then he made me take him around to where I knocked out that guard. And, gee, I forgot to tell you, I tied him up with some cord I took from here and gagged him with a handkerchief.
I'll never be mean to you again as long as I live. And I'll never tease you about Judy or anything.
I hope you don't. Well, Uncle Frank made me untie the guard and everything. Because he said even if we did get Mother out, they'd just take us all right out in the jungle and kill us without a word. Now, can you beat that?
Do you suppose they really would?
Well, that's what he said. He said that I was not only risking my own life, but yours and Natasha's and Mother's besides. And that Father'd come back here maybe with permission to let Mother go, and here we'd all be dead.
Well, never mind. Nothing did happen. But say, when you came in here and waked me up, you said you had a scheme for us to go over there to the temple and everything. What are we going to do about that?
Well, I thought if you weren't afraid, we could go over there and do just as I said. We could knock on the door of the temple, and when they came, we could say that if they only wanted somebody to sacrifice, maybe they could take us and let Mother go. At first, I thought maybe we could draw straws or something to see who wins, but that...
Oh, no, I think we'd better both go. But what do you suppose Mother'd say? She'd never let us do it if she knew about it. She wouldn't even go away from that place if she thought they had us over there. You know that, Bob.
Oh, gee, I suppose she wouldn't.
Anyway, how would we know they'd let her go, even if we did go in there? Even if they told us they'd take us in her place?
Well, I guess we'd have to see them let her go before we'd let them lock us up.
Oh, yes. But if we saw Mother, then why wouldn't she see us? And what would Uncle Frank be doing all that time?
Well, this is just what I thought. Maybe it won't work, but then maybe it will. You know what Mother told me when I was over there to the hut to see her yesterday? About how she got that guard of hers to talking? And told her they had fellows that stood in front of the altar all night in the temple and burned fire and things so the God wouldn't have to be left there alone.
Yeah?
Well, those fellows must be over there now. And we don't need to wait for it to be morning. We could go over right now. And then if they do it, if they'd let Mother go, I mean, we could watch from the temple, and we could see him let her go, and she'd just come back over here thinking nothing of it, huh? Now, wouldn't that work?
Well, we have to think of everything, you know. So we have to think what Mother'd do when she found out we weren't here.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what would she do? She'd go and tell Uncle Frank, and Uncle Frank would go and ask the man over there at the temple, or
maybe that fellow that runs the village, and then they'd know. But what could they do? I mean, Mother couldn't do anything about it once we were there. You have to fix it some way so she won't know about it till it's too late. Because there's no use trying to persuade her to let us do it.
Of course not. She never would.
Gee, when we left home to meet Uncle Frank in Paris, we never thought we'd die here in this jungle and never come back, did we?
No. Somehow, you always think that nobody but old people die. Oh, but let's not think about that. It's certainly no worse for us than it is for Mother.
No, it's not even as bad. Because, gee, she's already had such a lot of trouble with Father being gone all those years and thinking he was dead and everything.
Yes. And then, we've made her a lot of trouble, too. Even the first time we went over to Egypt, we were always doing some crazy thing like getting lost or going down in that underground place of Naji's with Digger Crumb and that Arab.
Yeah, and up in Malta when we went down in the catacombs without a guide, nearly scared Mother to death.
Yes. Sometimes it seems as if she ought to be glad to get rid of us, doesn't it?
It sure does. Hey, listen. What's that? There's somebody out there on the veranda.
Nobody can see us in here. It's dark.
I'm going to see if I can see who it is. Keep still now.
What was he doing?
You saw who it was, didn't you?
Of course I did. It was Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, he came right along from the end of the inn down the veranda to this door. He looked as though he was trying to see in here.
Bob, do you suppose he's really mixed up with these natives in some way?
How do you mean?
Well, don't you know how funny he talked the other day when we first came? All about native superstitions and everything. You said yourself you thought he was kind of crazy.
Gee, I know I did, but I didn't think he'd... Gosh, Betty, you don't think about a white man really being in with these natives that are mean and cruel and everything like these are. I'd like to know what he wanted. Why would he just come up and kind of peek in and then go away?
Maybe he heard us talking.
Oh, I don't see how he could have. We were talking so low, and we weren't talking at all when he came along here.
Well, maybe we were wrong about him. Maybe he just came along here to see that everything was all right. I know he's been pretty worried about poor Mother.
Well, he didn't sound as though he stopped anywhere else along the veranda here. I heard his footsteps just going away.
Yeah.
Say, what about Natasha? Look in her room and see if she's all right, will you?
Well, why shouldn't she be all right?
Well, go on, look, quick.
Why, of course I will. What do you mean about her being all right? What's the matter, Bob?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you, but Uncle Frank told me he was kind of scared about Natasha, because he said if these people found out she was a dancer, they might snatch her up and take her off to one of their places in the jungle, because they have to have dancers for some of their ceremonies, and I suppose they'd rather have a white girl than a native dancer any day, wouldn't you?
Oh, Bob, but you don't think Dr. Shaw could... Oh, dear, I don't know what to do.
Well, what do you mean? We can't help what Dr. Shaw does.
No, but if we go away and leave Natasha in there alone, and somebody comes and takes her away into the jungle while everybody's asleep...
Gee, yes, that's right. I wonder if Uncle Frank really is asleep.
Oh, I should think he would be. He's hardly slept one wink since Mother's been over there in that awful place. No, he's terribly worried because he can't get her out by magic. I know he is.
Oh, boy, you should have heard what he said to me tonight about it.
What?
Well, you know how we've been wondering all the time what was the matter, that he couldn't do something about Mother. And tonight, I just asked him about it before I thought. And, gee, he told me he was nearly crazy trying to think about it. And he didn't know what was the matter, and he told me he hoped I'd not speak to him about it again because...
This is exactly what the yogi meant by that message Uncle Frank got in Singapore. He said not to let any of us out of Uncle Frank's sight for even a minute, didn't he?
Oh, he didn't exactly say that. But he said to take us with him wherever he went. But, of course, Uncle Frank probably thought of that 1,000,000 times.
Yes, and you know what else he said? He said that something was going to happen and Uncle Frank would lose his magic power.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Well, yes, I think so.
Oh, no, I don't think he said that. Why should Uncle Frank lose it?
Well, I don't know. Of course, we can't figure all that out. But we've got to decide what we're going to do. If we're going to go over to that temple, we'll have to go right now, because it's going to begin to get light pretty soon. What about Natasha?
Well, gee, I don't know, but we aren't sure they take Natasha away, of course. Uncle Frank only told me to watch her.
Well, for that matter, they might have taken her away while we were over there tonight trying to get Mother out of that hut.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, shall we go or not?
Oh, sure, let's go. Natasha will be all right, and if we can get him to let Mother go...
Yes, she'll only be alone for a few hours, because Mother will be back and Uncle Frank will wake up. Come on, let's go right now before we start thinking of a lot of things.
Yeah. Take a good look around before we go out, because it'll be the last time you'll probably see the sky and everything.
Don't, Bob. So you're going to write a note?
No, let's not wait for that. We'd have to go out in the other room and get paper and everything. And Uncle Frank might hear us. He'll find out where we are.
Well, Come on, let's go. Listen, Bob, I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said to you and everything.
Well, that's all right. I've said a lot of things to you, too. I'd rather have you for my sister than anybody I know of. Are you scared?
Well, yes, I am a little. But, oh, come on. It's silly to be scared when Mother's over there in that awful place.
Okay. Here we go.
the hot jungle night, Robert Regan returns from a fruitless trip to the native capital, bringing word that the head priest of the Bonzes will not order Dorothy's release. Bob and Betty, unknown to Chandler, have gone to the temple to offer their lives in Dorothy's place. Chandler goes to Bob's room and finds him gone. He looks for Betty. At that moment, he hears in the distance the sound of the jungle drums. Chandu, the magician. I'm going over there. That's not in the temple. Wait a minute, Frank. Don't go over there alone. hear that? That's in the jungle. You think they've got the children out there? I'm certainly going to go and see. I'm wondering how we can reach the place where they are. Come on. Let's see if we can find a path. There should be one behind the temple. Let's go down this way. Keep in the shadows as long as we can. How could they get Bob and Betty out of their rooms without you hearing them? If you were sitting right there in the chair all the time. Bob and Betty have probably gone over there of their own accord. What? After that experience tonight? I know. But if they heard that drum booming and thought Dorothy had been taken out there to the jungle, they might go there. Here. Walk along by the temple wall. Let's see if we can find a path. Oh, there's something uncanny about this place. I felt it when we first came. I feel it again tonight. I've been to a lot of jungle since I left here for the capital, but this is the only place I've noticed that feeling of horror. It seems to fill the very air. You're right. Wait. What was that? Just an animal, I guess. What makes you think there's a path near here? I know there must be. They must have some way to come and go between here and the ceremonial place. But it's so black. We'll never find it except by chance. Stop here just a moment. We're directly behind the temple. Is there a door in the back wall of the temple? I've never seen one. Of course, I've never examined the place very closely. I've never had the chance. You can't tell where the sound of that drum is coming from. It seems to be hanging in the air. They'll build a fire soon, I know. And then we can tell where they are. Look here. Look. Isn't this the beginning of the path? Being right here. How can you tell? Yes, I know it is. Look here. I'll follow close behind you. I never could find my way through this undergrowth. Seems to be almost as dense as the rest of the jungle. No, there's a path here, all right. It probably winds back and forth over... Wait a minute. Step back here. Confound these white clothes. Yes. And they may have left guards along the path. Oh, I think not. They'd never think of attempting to reach their place in the jungle. What did you think you heard then? It sounded like someone walking very softly. Do you think it was the children? No. How could the children find their way in here? They couldn't, alone. Look out. Here's a place where the path turns. We'll have to go faster. We mustn't be caught out here after daybreak. Look. There's the fire. We'll be there in a moment.
I hope we don't burst out of this jungle and meet those fellows face to face.
No, we mustn't do that. But if they're engaged in the fire ceremony, they won't be looking this way.
What'll we do if they actually have Bob and Betty?
Let's meet that when we come to it. Wait a minute. We're almost there. See that last thin strip of jungle there before the clearing?
Do you think we'd dare wait right in the path? When their meeting's over, we'll be right in their way.
Just wait a few moments anyway and see what's going to happen. Can you see them? Here, look through here. Right under this branch. Bob and Betty aren't there.
Do you suppose they've hidden them somewhere?
They have. Although I don't know why they would.
Why, look at that fellow, Frank. The one standing there on the other side of the fire facing us. Do you know who that is?
It looks like the guy Dr. Shaw sent you to take you through the jungle.
It is. But I don't understand.
Wait. He's going to tell them something.
You have heard the words of the priest. I will tell you what my eyes have seen. Through the jungle I led the husband of her who is to die.
Oh, it seems very strange to me Dr. Shaw would send me into the jungle with a native who was already mixed up in this business.
I'm beginning to understand a lot of things.
Listen to that.
By night and day I led him through the thickest parts of the jungle. And many times I wished he would die. But because it was forbidden, I could not kill him myself.
My word.
I'm glad we came here tonight, though.
When we arrived in the great temple, I took him at once to the one who seeth in darkness. I whispered my story into his ear, and the white man knew it not. But the one who seeth in darkness is very wise. He turned his face away from the white man because he knew.
What does he mean?
He means the reason the man wouldn't listen to you is because he recognized you.
But if he did, I can't see how I ever escaped with my life.
You will see. Listen.
The one who seeth in darkness has said, return the white man to the village alive. The way of the white man is strange. If his woman dies, he will restore to the temple the great emerald.
But, Frank, don't you see what they mean? There's no chance of releasing Dorothy. They're going to kill her to make me give up the emerald.
Of course, that's what they mean to do.
Do they mean the emerald you have? The one in the lid of the emerald casket?
Yes. Listen. Let's see if we've heard the last of this.
And so I bring to you the message of the one who seeth in darkness. Fear not the white woman at the feast of the darkened moon. It is finished.
Come on, Robert. Let's get out of here. This meeting will break up in a few moments, and we'll be caught here in this narrow path.
But listen, Frank. Listen to me. Surely you'll return the emerald to these people rather than have Dorothy killed?
Come along quickly. I'll explain as we go. I don't know how much longer that meeting will last, and there's no sign of Bob or Betty. The reason I don't give those people the emerald, Robert, is because it doesn't belong to them.
Oh, but it must. Why do you keep going over this business of the theft of the emerald if it's not theirs?
This tribe is a depraved lot who live by pillage, and they've admitted to their membership criminals of every nationality in the world, almost, who enlist with them, hoping they may profit by the robberies and murders these people do.
And you mean you think that fellow took me to the wrong person, and not the head priest of the Bonzes after all?
Yes. And don't you see what that means?
I know. What does it mean? No. Here we are at the back of the temple again.
We've only a few minutes. But let's look around quickly and see if Bob and Betty are here.
Are we to look inside the temple?
I hope they haven't gone in, because I know they keep guard before the altar day and night. Here, around this way. Look up for that branch there.
Yes, thanks. I just missed running into it. It must be nearly morning, isn't it?
Yes. It'll begin to grow light in a few minutes. We'll go up the steps very softly and put our ears against the door. We may be able to hear something, even though those doors are pretty thick. We're right through here. Hush. Stop a minute.
What is it?
There's someone sitting right in front of the door. Don't you see them?
My word. You have eyes like a cat.
See that shadow? It's someone sitting on the top step.
What are we to do?
If it's the guard, he's already seen us and the harm is done. I'm going up there. Look. It's Bob and Betty. They're both sound asleep.
What in the world?
Bob! Betty. Wake up, Betty.
Oh, why, Uncle Frank. Father. Oh, is it time to get up already?
Hush. What's the matter? Oh, gee, Betty. We went to sleep. Now I bet we've spoiled it all.
What's the matter? Oh, weren't we silly?
What are you doing here? Bob.
Oh, it's all my fault.
Oh, no, it is not.
Suppose we go back to the inn before those natives come back here.
Yes, indeed.
Well, Uncle Frank, we got natives. We came to the temple and asked the priest to let us take us instead of Mother. They'd do it and let Mother go.
Yeah, but I thought of it. Betty didn't, Uncle Frank. I didn't go to bed at all when you took me back to the inn. I just went right in Betty's room and waked her up, and I thought of it all by myself.
No, you didn't. It was nearly all my fault. I thought up all the details.
Oh, does it matter whose fault it is?
Oh, please don't scold Bob, Uncle Frank.
I'm not going to scold either one of you. I know what courage it took to offer yourselves to those savages, thinking they'd take your lives. Here, let's go this way. We'll be protected by the blackness of the trees. We won't be out in the open at all until we reach the front, the inn. But listen to me, both of you, please. Don't keep trying to do these things. Don't you suppose if those priests would accept another life in your mother's place, I would long ago have offered mine, and so would your father.
Why, we never thought of that. We just couldn't imagine what anybody'd do without you, Uncle Frank.
Gee, no. Now, don't you go trying it, will you?
Listen, Bob and Betty. I want you to promise me you'll try nothing of this sort again. Because at last I think I'm on the track of an idea that will help us get your mother away from those natives.
Honest?
Are you really, Uncle Frank?
And don't you see, he mustn't be hampered by worrying about you doing these foolish things every time his back is turned.
Well, I'll promise.
So will I. Oh, gee, Uncle Frank, do you think you really can get her away?
You know, wait a minute. There's someone in our sitting room.
How can you see anybody in this blackness?
I didn't see him. I heard him. Wait a minute. Hear that?
Who is it, Frank? Can you tell?
I certainly can. It's Dr. Shaw. In the darkness, Frank Chandler and Robert Regent, seeking Bob and Betty, make their way by a narrow path through the jungle to a small clearing where a native ceremony is in progress. Bob and Betty are not there, but Chandler later finds them asleep on the steps of the forbidden native temple. Returning to the inn, they are amazed to see Dr. Shaw tiptoe from their sitting room and close the door softly behind him. The present act opens in the laboratory of Dr. Shaw the next morning. Chandu, the magician.
And so There. Half a minute and I'll be with you. I just want to have a look at this reaction. That's odd. I'm stuck into that. I'll come back to it later.
No.
What were you saying?
Oh, nothing of any great importance. I've been wondering about your work with the natives. Do you feel it's repaid you for the years you've spent in research work over here?
Repaid me 1,000 times. Why do you ask?
Oh, because I'm interested in that sort of thing in a small way myself, you know.
But you're not a medical man.
No. But your work with the natives has not been confined to medical research, has it?
Ah, but these native cases are very interesting, Chandler. Very interesting indeed.
But are they of use to civilization? Have you learned anything to take back with you? I mean, of course, except material for some highly technical papers for the medical journals.
The things I shall take back with me, Mr. Chandler, but not the things I should ever include in articles for the medical journals. No, not at all. My colleagues in London, I fear, would not look upon me kindly.
Ah?
No. You're right, Mr. Chandler. I have learned much more than the case histories of a lot of savages. What a field this is for original research. What a field.
You mean along the line of the native beliefs?
What?
But you told me yourself you had spent some time investigating them. I mean, of course, along with your other investigations.
Yes, yes. They are fascinating, I tell you. Why, Mr. Chandler, these natives are in possession of secrets that have been lost to science for thousands of years. They know things you wouldn't believe.
Yes, so I've heard. What sort of things?
Oh, well, for instance, what do you suppose is back of the imprisonment of your sister? You and I both know there is more to this than meets the eye, Mr. Chandler.
Yes, yes, I know there is. But go on. What else do you mean?
When I first came to this jungle, I was interested solely in medical research. But you know, after one has lived here for a time,
these native things begin to get under one's skin.
Yes, I know. I know.
So presently, I began to see that all knowledge was not confined to the West, and that these fellows knew things I hadn't dreamed of. And as years passed, and the natives came to trust me, they told me things. Ah, Mr. Chandler, if I dared to reveal them, things whose very existence is known to only a handful of men in the West, and they are unknown to each other.
Oh, you can trust me, Dr. Shaw. You know that. I think perhaps I know what you mean.
You know?
Do you by any chance mean black magic?
Are you?
Where did you study?
No one knows this, Chandler, but I studied under perhaps the greatest authority in the world. In Egypt.
I think I begin to understand.
There in Egypt, these things have been known for thousands of years. Tell me this. Tell me how these natives, most of whom have never left the villages where they were born, can understand, yes, and practice too, the black art of a land 4,000 miles away. You do not know, eh, Chandler?
Why, I have a theory, of course.
Yes, you have a theory, but I know.
Can't you give me an example of what you mean?
Listen, Mr. Chandler. Have you ever heard that in the reign of the Ptolemies, in ancient Egypt, many a royal household was adorned with a Mongol princess? Have you heard that?
Why, no. Is that true?
It is indeed. How do you suppose it happened? How do you suppose those Mongol princesses were induced to leave their beautiful homes and travel all the way to Egypt?
Well, how?
The kings of Egypt are said to have had a claim on the Mongol princes. And I know this. The claim they had was the knowledge of how to make them send their beautiful women to Egypt. They had studied the things I am now discovering. The secrets of magnetism.
I see. This is very interesting. Go on, Dr. Shaw.
Magnetism has been successfully applied to inanimate things. Now it is time to experiment with the living.
What?
Oh, of course, I meant animals. Yes, animals, my dear fellow.
Of course. Was it before you came to the jungle that you studied these things in Egypt?
Of course it was. I've been here for years. You know that.
Then you really came here to study the practices of the natives along these lines. Is that it?
Yes, of course I did.
Then your message to me in Sumatra...
I hardly know why I sent you that message, Chandler. But I never really meant to tell you these things.
What did you mean to do?
I meant to finish up the business we had together, and then perhaps one day I should disappear, and you would go back to England and report me missing in the jungle. But I should not be missing. No, indeed. Go back to England, if you will. Tell them what I've said to you. No one will believe you.
Oh, come now, Dr. Shaw. You know I'm not going back to England and tell those doctors all this. Don't you realize I might be able to furnish you a valuable collaborator in your work?
You would work with me? You yourself?
Oh, I couldn't. I'm not a scientist. But my sister's husband. Surely you've heard of him.
You think Robert Regent would assist me in my experiments?
I think it's possible. Come, why don't you tell me what it is you're up to? I know my brother-in-law would listen to me if I urged him to help you. He feels he owes a great debt, you know, because I rescued him from imprisonment in Algeria.
Ah, you may be right. To think of Robert Regent interesting himself in my experiments. I might even... Shall I tell you what I hope to do?
Yes, by all means.
If I can perfect my latest invention, the scientific world will be rocked to its foundations.
What sort of invention is it?
Who knows the tremendous possibilities of magnetism when placed in the hands of one who is not afraid to use it to the limit of its power?
Magnetism? You mean...
I mean such magnetism as the world has never known. If it were not for the difficulty of procuring subjects upon which to experiment, I could long ago have presented my invention to the world.
What sort of subjects do you mean?
So far, I've confined myself to animals and to these natives. But I shall presently require subjects of a higher order. You understand, I'm sure, Chandler.
Yes. But are these experiments in magnetism to be connected with your knowledge of black magic?
You are remarkably astute, my dear Chandler. I wonder you've not thought of freeing your sister by some such...
What? What do you mean?
Oh, I meant nothing.
You startled me for a moment, Dr. Shaw. I thought for a second you were suggesting a bargain whereby Mrs. Regent might be released. in return for a promise to become one of your subjects for an experiment. But, of course, you didn't mean that, did you?
No, of course not.
May I ask you a question, Dr. Shaw?
Of course, my dear fellow.
Did you ever know a man who calls himself Dmitri?
Dmitri? Do you know Dmitri?
Indeed. I know him well. We had a little business transaction in Montebello not long ago.
But do you not fear to deal with him? Even I would scarcely dare approach him.
No. Why?
Did it ever occur to you that Dmitri might be the Prince of Darkness? No, I see it would not occur to you. You think I am mad, don't you? Mad? I can see you do.
No, of course not. Certainly not. You're as sane as I am. But I think this talk of black magic is a little unsettling. Let's think of something else, shall we?
Abdala! Oh, I wish you hadn't uttered the name of Dmitri. You can't tell what forces you may evoke by the mention of that name. Broken's gates! What's that?
What's what, Dr. Shaw?
Don't tell me you don't hear it. Look yonder. The view light coming through the window. What can cause it? It's broad day outside, and yet look at the lights. The cross!
It's nothing, Dr. Shaw. That cross is only the shadow of the cross pieces on the screen there. Don't be frightened.
But what is that uncanny sound? What is it, Chandler? Have you ever heard it before? Do you hear it now?
Of course I hear it. I've heard it many times, but...
What is it then? Tell me. It's something I called up from the black depths of the world. Why did you come here talking of this? How dare you pry from my mind the precious secrets I've guarded so long? Don't stand there like that. Go! Get out of here! Oh, by the black god of the temple, I'll have your life!
For weeks I've been waiting and listening for every moment of that sound. Do you think I shall start from this spot now? Just when I've heard it at last? You and your black art. Of course I shan't. Stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to get this message no matter what happens. Stop, I tell you. Yogi, my teacher, I'm listening. I hear you. I hear you at last.
jungle laboratory of Dr. Shaw, Chandler questioned him about his strange research among the natives. The doctor admits he is a student of native beliefs and boasts of his experiments which will startle the world. By a ruse, Chandler learns of Shaw's real purpose, the study of black art. Suddenly, for the first time in weeks, Chandler is able to hear the psychic summons and cries to the yogi that he hears him at last. Meanwhile, the present act opens in a small native house in the Vale of Kashmir, in India. Chandu, the magician.
You are the teacher of Chandu? In the village I met one who showed me the way to your house.
Enter, my daughter. Thou art Naji?
It is so, teacher. And I have come to you because I know Chandu is in peril. But I ask your pardon. I did not see you were occupied.
That which I do is concerned with Chandu also. Thou art very welcome, my daughter. Rest here and be at peace. Thou knowest fear and anxiety should not enter thy mind.
I know, oh teacher. But lately, I have begun to see I am only a woman.
Wisdom belongeth not to man alone, nor to woman alone. And this thou knowest, my daughter. How then didst thou know Chandu was in peril?
The secrets of ancient Egypt, great teacher.
I say again, my daughter, peace. Seat thyself here in this quiet place, and as thou knowest, lookest forth upon the beautiful Vale of Kashmir. Let thy thoughts be tranquil, and put fear far from thy heart.
I am listening, great teacher.
I tell thee this, and when again thou shalt see Chandu, thou shalt speak with him of these things. Many days ago I warned Chandu a time of testing was awaiting him.
This I know. He spoke to me of it in a letter.
It is not through fault of his that when I saw for him has come to pass. His sister's fear overcame her in a moment when she should have been strong, and like a frightened bird, she took no thought for what she did.
You know then the nature of the danger Chandu is facing?
Ah, you do not?
No.
For many weeks, his sister has been a captive in the hands of those who hate the name of Chandu.
The bomb.
You have spoken, my daughter.
But Chandu, why does he not free her with the secrets you have taught him?
Ah, my daughter, the danger he faces is greater than that which holds his sister fast. For if he fails, the work of his life is lost.
What can I do to help him, great teacher? I have journeyed far to see thee.
Before Chandu was sent to Montebania, I spoke to him of thee, my daughter, saying that when the time was right, thou shouldst come to India and see me.
Many times I have tried to leave Egypt and come to India, but always something has prevented me.
And didst thou not know then that the time was not yet right?
Great teacher, I should have known. And I am trying to learn the way.
Then I must give thee this warning. Do not permit thy love for Chandu to overcome thee, or thy work will be as nothing.
I am trying, master. And whatever thou sayest, I will do.
It is well.
When I entered thy house, wert thou looking into the crystal, master?
It is so.
And didst thou see Chandu? This is what I am trying to learn.
And Chandu also. When thou hast learned the lessons that go before, this power shall be thine. It could be thine at this moment, if thou hadst overcome thy fear and practiced the things thou hast learned.
Wilt thou not tell me, master, why Chandu is powerless to help his sister? Oh, poor Dorothy, how terrible for her to be at the mercy of those jungle men.
Peace, my daughter. Center thy mind upon the crystal. Since the sister of Chandu was made captive by the Bonzes, I have tried to reach him in this way, but always he has shut me out.
Are these the Bonzes who seek the emerald, master?
They seek it, but they are not those to whom it belongs.
But do you not believe, master, that Chandu may give them the emerald in exchange for the life of his sister?
If he does, it must be.
But I think he is wiser than to listen to their evil words.
Am I to be permitted to look with thee into the crystal, Master?
If thy heart is tranquil. But first, I tell thee this. I know thy problem is almost too difficult for thee. A weaker one than thou wouldst long ago have turned from the path and taken another way.
But, Master, my way was chosen long ago. How could I turn aside?
Ah, thou art brave and strong, my daughter. And when thy hours of testing have come, thou hast never failed.
I thank thee, Master. How didst thou know of my life?
I know what I need to know, my daughter. And now, is thy mind at peace?
Yes, Master.
Thou art without fear, Naji. Thou wilt not permit fear for Chandu to enter thy heart?
No, Master.
Then thou mayest look with me into the crystal.
Will he see me?
That will rest with him. It is but a few moments ago that at last he knew I was trying to reach him. Look, my daughter, and tell me what thou seest.
It is the room of a sorcerer. See? There he stands, tall, black of beard and eye.
And dost thou see around him the trees of the jungle?
Yes, but where is Chandu?
There, before the man.
Oh, the crystal is clearer now. I have seen that sorcerer before. In Egypt. I know I have. I know it. Master, dost thou know him?
Watch. What dost thou see behind the sorcerer?
Oh, it is a host of awful dark forms of evil gathered behind the sorcerer. Who is he, Master?
His earth name is Dr. Shaw.
Oh, we must warn Chandu. Those awful forms are Chandu. Dost thou think he sees us, Master?
Look closely, Chandu, behind the man with whom thou speakest.
Do you hear that, Dr. Shaw? Listen. All the hours I've tried to make myself believe I heard it. Do you hear that sound?
My son, give up thy fear. Put it far from thee.
I'm listening, my teacher, but I do not understand.
What thinkest thou hath kept thy sister beyond the magic circle of thy protection?
My teacher, I do not know. All other powers are mine, but this one thing I cannot do. What are you staring at, Dr. Shaw? You look as though you doubted my sanity. No, don't come nearer. Wait. If I break this thread of communication, I may not be able to reach him again.
Master, why can't we not hear the voice of the sorcerer?
See how the clouds darken about his head.
I see how those forms of evil are gathering about him.
His thoughts are like fog, blown by the wind.
Tell me more, my teacher. Tell me what I must do. I'm trying to understand.
Did I not tell thee this time of testing would come to thee?
In Sumatra? Yes, but somewhere I've made a mistake. Something's wrong, or perhaps I've failed. Shall I come back to India?
No, my son. If thou wilt stretch out thy hand, thy power shall return.
But what am I to do?
Knowest thou not, my son, it is nothing but thy fear that has prevented thee from releasing thy sister from those who seek her life? Hast thou not said to thyself and to thy sister's daughter that fear has entered thy heart?
Why, yes, I have. Of course I'm not mad, Dr. Shaw. Oh, but how could you understand the terrible clouds I've been under for weeks? I'm listening, my teacher.
I tell thee this. Naught but thine own fears have kept thy sister from thee, since first they led her to the altar of the Cobra God.
The Cobra God? Is Dorothy at the mercy of those men?
Remember what I have said, my daughter. Chandu, thou must not hurry the ways of fate. Seek thou the way thou knowest. There is no need for haste. When the time is right, and thou hast removed thyself from fear, thou shalt conquer thine enemy. Dost thou understand?
Oh, what a fool I've been. Of course I understand. I'm not afraid now. I know I can do it. Stay where you are, Dr. Shaw. I don't want to miss one word of this. What do I care if you can't hear it?
Listen, my son. I give thee a test of thy power. Look closely in the heart of the blue flame that thou seest. What dost thou see?
It's Naji. Is she there with you, my teacher? Naji.
If thou art indeed unafraid, my son, thou canst bring Naji to thee in the way thou knowest. Dost thou fear to test thy strength?
No, of course not. What shall I do?
Look into the flame, my son. Dost thou fear to trust thyself to his knowledge, Naji?
No, master, I am not afraid.
I bid thee farewell then, my daughter. We shall not meet again.
Naji, wherever you are, I call you to come to me, here in the heart of the jungle. Naji!
Oh, Chandu.
Naji, you're really here. I've won at last. Come on, quickly. Let's go back to the inn. Oh, Dorothy, I've won!
In the Vale of Kashmir in India, Princess Naji visits the yogi to ask his help for Chanda, whom she believes to be in danger, but whose whereabouts she does not know. The yogi tells her of Dorothy's imprisonment, and that it is because of Chanda's fear for her that he cannot liberate her. Naji and the yogi look into the crystal ball, and at last Chanda hears the yogi's voice. As proof of his power, Chanda summons Naji to come to him in the jungle. The present act opens in the native inn 1 week later. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
There are those drums. That's the signal for the priest to begin. Are you ready to go, Bob?
Of course I am. I've been sitting in my room for an hour waiting to hear those old drums.
Oh, Bob, I'm so nervous I can hardly think. Where's Father? Where's Naji?
Father's sitting in his room with his head in his hands. Nadja's in her room, too, I guess. Oh, just think. What if Uncle Frank can't do it after all?
Oh, he can do. I know he can. He wouldn't have said so.
Well, I know he thinks he can. But, gee, it seems to me it's pretty dangerous to wait till the last minute. Suppose something did go wrong.
Now, Bob, you can't think that. Nothing can go wrong. It's just got to be all right.
Oh, I know. I guess I'm just kind of nervous myself. I wish Uncle Frank had come out of his room. I'd feel better, I tell you.
Didn't you almost expire right on the spot that day when he came walking in here from Dr. Shaw's laboratory and Nadja was with him?
Did I? I must have goggled at Nadja like one of those trick goldfish we have in the pool at home. Because didn't she laugh at me?
I didn't pay any attention to you. I was so busy being surprised myself. Poor little Natasha didn't know what it was all about, did she?
No, and when Uncle Frank said he was just going in his room and wasn't coming out again for a whole week, there wasn't anybody to tell her. I tried all kinds of things.
Oh, I wish I could have seen you. You mean you tried to tell her about the magic powder and everything just by waving your arms around?
Oh, don't be silly. I guess she didn't understand me very well.
I should think not. What did Mother say Uncle Frank told her? He went over there to see her before he went into his room and shut the door and didn't come out.
Well, I asked her, the next day when they let us go over to see her, and all she told me was he told her not to be afraid. But I think he must have told her something else, because she didn't look a bit worried when I saw her this morning. Do you think she did?
No. I don't see how she could help it. Because she knows very well they're planning to have that feast of a darkened moon tonight. You know what, Bob? The guard told her that people who were going to be victims of sacrifice... Oh, doesn't that sound horrible?
Well, what'd he say?
She said he told her they had a special kind of a robe that they had to put on when they took them out to be... Well, when they took them out. And he said it was blood red. Isn't that horrible?
It sure is. But then they're not going to do anything to her. Let's not think of that.
Well, why don't you go and get Father and bring him out here? Uncle Frank will surely come out in a minute. He'll hear those drums.
Yeah, I guess I will go in there. Say, listen, Betty.
What?
Do you think Uncle Frank really hasn't eaten one bite for a week?
Why, I know he hasn't. The servant has put trays down there every day in front of his door, and they've never been touched. Why?
Well, gee whiz. I'd hate to think how empty I'd be if I hadn't eaten anything for a week.
Oh, so would I. You'd look like one of those empty shells we find on the beach at home. You know, those thin things that the animal has just kind of dried up inside of.
Father. Come on, Father. Don't just sit there. It must be nearly time to go. Don't you hear those drums?
I'm coming, son. Oh, I'm wondering if I should take you children over there. Especially Betty.
Oh, Father.
Oh, now, Father, please, why?
Well, you heard what that native said, Bob.
You mean because very few white people have ever been allowed to see this ceremony?
That's not quite what he said, Bob. He said that very few white people have ever lived who have seen the ceremony.
But Father, Uncle Frank will be there, won't he?
I don't know.
Oh, he surely will. Because how's he going to get Mother away from those people if he doesn't go over there?
I don't know, Betty. Where's Nadji?
She's in her room, I think. I'll go and get her.
Father, you really mean you want me to stay here with Betty? Because, gee, I'd hate to have anything happen to her. Just when Uncle Frank's about to get Mother out of that place.
Let's wait and see what your uncle says when he comes out of his room.
Look, there he is on the veranda. Hello, Uncle Frank. Gee, you don't look very hungry.
Hello there, Frank. Hello, Robin. Hello, Bob. Ready to go? I was just saying to Bob that perhaps it wouldn't be advisable for him and Betty to go to the ceremony, Frank.
Why not?
You don't think there's danger, then?
Danger? Of course not.
Oh, Uncle Frank, there you are. You aren't going to make us stay here, are you?
Chandu, you have succeeded.
Yes.
What do you mean you've succeeded? Mother's still over there, isn't she?
Never mind, Bob.
Have you seen Dorothy today, Robert?
Yes, this morning. They told us that was the last time we could see her alive.
Oh, Father, how can you?
Do not be afraid, Betty Lou.
But, Bob, Uncle Frank looks so funny. He looks so he hardly knew it. Look how white he is.
So would you look funny if you hadn't had anything to eat for a week. Don't be silly.
We can go now.
What about Natasha?
I talked to her just a moment ago in her room. She doesn't want to go. She's afraid. I think we'll leave her here.
You think I ought to stay here too, Uncle Frank?
Not unless you particularly want to. This is one night there'll be no danger for anybody. Every native within miles of this village will be at the ceremony.
What about Dr. Shaw?
What do you mean, Betty?
Well, you know that day you talked to him when you got Nadji back here and, well, that last day you were out of your room. We haven't seen Dr. Shaw since that, have we, Bob?
No.
Have you heard anything about him, Robert?
I only heard that he had gone away on a trip into the jungle. And the natives don't know why or
They wouldn't tell me.
Well, gee, I'd hate to leave Natasha here and have that goofy old Dr. Shaw come back to the inn. She'd be scared to death.
I think he's probably gone away purposely to miss this ceremony tonight.
Well, why would he do that?
Sometime when we're a long, long way from here, I'll tell you the whole story. Shall we go?
Uncle Frank, do you really think you can get Mother away from them tonight? I'm trying not to be afraid. Honestly, I am. But aren't you going to take your pistol or anything?
If you'll just trust me for another hour, Betty.
Oh, of course I will. But you know how I feel, don't you?
Of course. Come along.
Well, this time we don't need to go hiding around among the bushes, do we? They know we're coming.
Oh, look at that enormous fire in front of the temple.
Gee, and look at all those natives. Looks like there's thousands of them.
White men, you and your women will sit here. And you will not try to save her whom the gods of the jungle desire.
Are we going to sit right here in the ground? Right here among all these natives?
Yes. Sit down, Betty. And all of you.
Well, where do you suppose Mother is?
In the temple.
In the temple? You mean there?
Yes. They take the sacrificial victims to the temple to prepare them for the ceremony.
You mean putting on the blood-red robe and all that?
How did you know about that?
I told him. The guard told Mother. Natives painted up with stripes with white paint and everything. Don't they look awful?
Gee, and there's Mother.
Why, she doesn't look a bit scared.
Frank, look how composed she is. Do you suppose they've drugged her?
Oh, it's possible, of course, but I doubt it.
Uncle Frank, do you suppose she's sick or something? Look, they got her hands tied behind her, and that red robe thing on her. I should think she'd be scared to death.
She's all right, Bob.
Gee, if I was in that spot, I wouldn't think I was all right. Look, they're making her sit right between those two shiny old natives. Gosh.
Uncle Frank, what's that native standing there in front of that big stone with a long knife? I never saw that block of stone there before. Did you?
It's in the temple. They've moved it there just for the ceremony. Now, Jean, you've never seen this ceremony before, have you?
No, I've not seen it, Chandu, but in the books I have read of it.
Let the music of the jungle speak to the hearts of the jungle men. Tonight is the feast of the darkened moon. Tonight the white woman pays with her life for killing a priest of the temple. You will speak, white woman, before you die. Tell the jungle men why you killed the priest.
I did not kill the priest. I've told you so before.
Oh, Mother. Mother.
Hush, dear.
The god of the jungle has said you killed the priest. By the test of the fire and the cobra, he has said it.
Why do you suppose all those fellas sit there so still, Uncle Frank? They haven't moved a muscle.
It's part of the ceremony. There's always a victim sacrificed at these feasts of the darkened moon. And they sit there like that until after the death blow has been struck.
Gee, I wish you'd let me start shooting, Uncle Frank. I could...
Hush. No.
Will you die by the knife, white woman, or by the bite of King Cobra himself?
By the cobra.
Oh, how can she? I wish I hadn't come. Look, they're taking her right over to the altar. That man's taking a snake out of that basket. Oh, Uncle Frank.
Be quiet, Betty.
Strike, King Cobra! The life of the white woman is dying! Stop! Stop! I call upon all the powers of good in the universe to free her from the god of the jungle. Hear the rushing of wings. The sky is filled with birds to carry her away. Listen.
The natives, they're just falling down on their faces, every one of them.
Until I release you, you will stay here, powerless to move or speak. Cobra, king of the jungle, guard your people well. Life is here tonight, not death.
Will you look at that snake? Standing straight up right beside her and not making a move.
Dorothy! Dorothy! I've beaten them at last.
Frank Chandler and the Regents prepare to depart for America after witnessing the death of Roxar and Dr. Shaw in a blazing house in Cairo. Meanwhile, however, in a prison in the south of France, the sinister Prince Dimitri plots with his lieutenants to instigate a holy war beginning in Algeria. The present act opens on the terrace of a hotel in Algiers.
Chandu, the magician.
Well, go on, Father.
Yes, don't just stop when you come to the most interesting part of it. What did Professor Laharaval say about the ruins?
Gee, yes. When you came rushing up to us on the boat just before we landed here and said we were going to get off and stay for several days, I couldn't imagine what had happened.
Wasn't it exciting getting our trunks off the ship and everything in such a hurry? Didn't you think it was, Mother?
Heavens, yes. I've never seen you more excited, Robert.
I know it did seem sudden, my dear. But ever since I met Professor Laharaval on the ship, he's been telling me of these ruins that have just been uncovered. And when he invited me to visit them with him, I admit I found the idea stimulating.
Well, go on and tell us about the ruins, Father. Ever since we got here to the hotel, we've been trying to get you to tell us where they are and everything.
I think Uncle Frank thought we'd all lost our minds when he saw us getting off the ship. I bet he thought we decided to stay here just because he was going to come here for a while.
Did you tell him about the ruins, Father?
Yes, I spoke to him about them briefly. But he was in a hurry to keep an appointment with someone and said he'd hear more about it when he came back to the hotel later.
Bobby, if you and Betty want to hear about the ruins, you'd better stop asking Father questions about all sorts of other things.
Well, okay. Go on, Father, will you?
From what the professor says, these ruins are in the mountains, not very far from Algiers.
Yes, but Father, you don't know but what somebody else might be trying to take you out there in the ruin and shut you up again like Roxar did, do you?
Oh, my dear, that's absurd. Professor Laharaval is one of the foremost French scientists. He's in charge of the archaeological work in Algeria for the French government. Why, it's impossible he could have any interest in making me a prisoner.
Of course it is, dear. Besides, if they were attempting anything like that, why should they invite me to go along?
Why not? You didn't tell us you were going.
I haven't said I was going. I only said Professor Laharaval asked Father to invite me.
Yes, but... Oh, there's Madame Delange. Did you know she was going to stay at this hotel, Mother?
Of course I did, and you did too. You were standing right beside me on deck yesterday afternoon when she told me she was staying here.
Well, I didn't hear her. Don't you think she's perfectly fascinating, Mother?
Yes, she is attractive.
Well, I bet she's somebody. The way the captain and all the ship's officers acted. She sits right next to the captain at the table. Did you notice that?
Uncle Frank thinks she's probably the wife of some French government official.
Well, I never heard her say anything about her husband, did you?
Don't be silly. Why should she go around talking about her husband all the time?
Well, if my husband was an important French officer, I guess I'd talk about him.
Yeah, and bore everybody to death, I suppose, the way you used to do about Abdala.
Mother, I wish you'd make him quit.
Dorothy, are the children quarreling?
Oh, Robert, do you mean to say you've never heard them quarreling before?
Why, no.
You don't know what you've missed, Father. Mother spends half her life trying to keep Betty out of my hair.
Yes, I'm trying to keep Bob from knocking out all my teeth.
Don't you believe them, Robert. It's not as bad as all that.
Say, Father, didn't you ever get into fights when you were a kid?
Oh, I had no brothers and sisters, you know. I do remember getting my eye badly blackened in a fight with another boy when I was preparatory school.
Honest, Father? What were you fighting about?
Oh, it's been a long time ago, but as I remember it, it began in an argument over which of us was to escort a girl to the annual dance.
How can you beat that? Imagine, Father.
Why, Father, I'm thrilled to death.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, hello, Uncle Frank. We didn't see you coming. Sit down with us, won't you?
Father was just telling us about a disgraceful episode in his wild youth.
Why, Robert, don't tell me your past is emerging after all this time to strike you down. What was it?
Oh, Uncle Frank, he got a black eye fighting with another boy about a girl.
Disgraceful. Did you know this black secret when you married him, Dorothy?
No, indeed.
Well, you can have a swell time picking on him about it on the way out to the ruins, Mother.
What ruins?
Why, Frank, Robert said he told you.
Is that what you were trying to tell me in all that scramble to get off the boat, Robert?
I told Dorothy I was afraid I hadn't made it clear.
I had a confused impression that you'd suddenly decided to leave the ship at Algiers because some French government officer had ruined himself at the gambling table.
Frank, I am sure I didn't say anything like that.
Probably not, but that was what I understood. And I had no time to wait for you to explain then. What is this about ruins?
You met Professor Laharaval on the ship?
Oh, of course. I heard he'd excavated some ruins near Algiers somewhere.
Yes, he wants me to see them. He seems to think
Isn't
that...
it exciting, Uncle Frank? He wants Mother to go along. Isn't it nice you're going to be here in Algiers just when we are?
Gee, yes. When you told us on the ship yesterday you couldn't go home with us, we were kind of sunk because we thought we were going to have a lot of fun at home with you.
Yes, I'm sorry not to be able to go back to California with you.
How long will you be here in Algiers, Robert?
Oh, not more than a few days, Frank. I thought I could go up and see the ruins and come back here in one day.
It can't be far, then.
No, I think it's only a few miles. They say the roads are excellent, too.
And are you going with him, Doc?
I don't know, Frank. I'd like to, of course, but Professor Laharival didn't invite Bobby and Betty.
Why not leave them here at the hotel? If you're going tomorrow, I have nothing to do. I'll keep an eye on them for you.
Oh, we don't need somebody to look after us, Mother. Are you going to miss the trip to the mountains just because you have to watch us as if we were babies?
Oh, it's not that, Betty, but...
Go on, Mother. Don't be silly. We'll be all right. What could happen to us?
Of course, if Uncle Frank's going to be here, that does make a difference. Frank, you sure they won't be in your way?
Of course not. The man I'm to see here won't be back until day after tomorrow, I understand. So that leaves me with tomorrow free, except for one appointment in the morning.
Mother, if you're even afraid to trust us alone for the morning, I bet Madame Melange will take us shopping or something.
Betty, it isn't that I don't trust you, dear. You know that.
Well, I know I didn't exactly mean that. But you know, Madame Melange did say she wished she could show us Algiers because she knows a lot about it. She's been here a lot of times.
Yes, so I understand.
But we can't impose on such a casual acquaintance, Betty.
But she offered to take us, Mother, didn't she? I don't see why you'd think she didn't mean it. Women certainly are funny, aren't they, Uncle Frank?
It seems to me I've heard that remark somewhere before, Bob.
Well, anyway, here comes Madame Melange now. She's coming right over here.
Now, don't speak to her about showing you the city, dear. Let her bring it up if she likes.
I won't, Mother. How do you do, Madame Delange?
Oh, bonjour, Betty Lou. I am delighted to find you at this hotel.
How do you do, Madame Delange?
Won't you sit down for a moment with us?
Merci.
Sit here by me, Madame Delange. I'm just thrilled to death to have a chance to visit Algiers, even for 2 or 3 days. We hardly saw it at all when we were here before.
That is why I have come to speak to you and your mother. Madame, you will permit me the great pleasure of showing you some of the interesting things in Algiers.
Oh, it's very kind of you, Madame Delange, but my husband and I can't be here tomorrow.
Gypsy! You really decided to go, huh, Mother?
Where is it you are going, may I ask?
To the ruins Professor Laharival's party has recently unearthed.
It will be fascinating, I am sure. But you do not accompany your mother, Betty Lou?
No, Bob and I are going to stay here.
And I've accepted the task of keeping them out of mischief.
Well, it will give me great pleasure to assist you, Monsieur Chandler.
Thank you. I shall probably be equal to it myself, though.
I wonder if you will excuse me now, so that I may get together some things I want to take with me.
Oh, certainement, Monsieur.
What kind of things, Father?
Oh, I shall want to take some photographs. I'll need, well...
I'll come with you, Robert, and see about getting our things packed.
Shall we wait for you here, Mother?
Yes, will you? Sorry to be so hurried, Madame Delange.
Oh, it is nothing, Madame. May I suggest that you take with you a warm cloak? You will find it cool in the mountains.
Thank you. We'll see you at dinner, Frank.
Yes, Doc.
Is this your first visit to Algiers, Monsieur Chandler?
Except for a short stay about a year ago, I haven't been here for a number of years.
But she does not change Algiers. When one has climbed the hill to the Kasbah, one can still imagine the harbor is filled with pirate ships.
Gee, wouldn't it be keen if there were pirates here now?
Oh, yes, wouldn't it?
From some of the things I've read about them, I doubt whether you'd think so if you saw them, Betty. Madame Delange, I wonder if you'll excuse me, too. I have a cablegram set.
Of course, Monsieur. And do not forget, if you require an assistant to control Bob and Betty Lou tomorrow, I shall be very happy to have you call me.
Thank you very much.
I can just see Uncle Frank dragging us down the street, kicking and screaming.
Oh, Bob, look at that good-looking Algerian or whatever he is. Look, Madame Delange. He looks like a sheik or something. See him coming up the steps?
Boy, is he dressed up.
He looks like something out of a book, doesn't he? Why, he's coming over here.
Oh, it is my good friend Ismail. But I am delighted to see you once more, Ismail.
Madame Delange, I am enchanted. I did not know you had returned to Algiers. It is my good fortune that I have come to the hotel today to seek a friend.
Oh, I am glad you have come here at this moment. Miss Regent, permit me to present Ismail. Also, Miss Regent's delightful brother, Ismail.
How do you do? Sit down, won't you? You are most kind. You have come to Algiers for a visit?
No, we're just going to be here for 2 or 3 days until there's a boat. Our father's going up to the new ruins with Professor Laharival tomorrow.
Ah.
Yes. Bob, let's order some lemon squashes, shall we?
Sure, that's a good idea. Will you have one, Madame Delange?
Oh, you are most kind, Bobby.
How about you, Ismail?
Thank you. Yes, I will be glad to join you.
Well, that waiter.
He was right here a minute ago. Oh, look, there he is over there.
Quick, Ismail. What of Dimitri?
Hush. They may hear you. He will arrive tomorrow.
Robert, Regent, and Dorothy have left Algiers with a party of French scientists to visit some newly discovered ruins in the mountains. Bob and Betty have been left at the hotel with Chandler. Madame Delange, a shipboard acquaintance, has promised to show them the native shopping district of Algiers. And the present act finds the party in a narrow, twisted street.
Chandu, the magician.
Oh, isn't this fun? It's kind of like Cairo, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah, except Cairo isn't all built up on the side of a hill.
This section of Algiers was once the fortress. Perhaps you knew this.
No, I didn't.
I did.
Bye, my Andes.
Did you, Madame Delange?
Mais oui, I knew it, but I have been many times in Algiers.
A moment. Here is the perfume shop of Ahmed Soliman. This is where you wish to come, Miss Betty?
Oh, yes, Ismail.
Oh, Arigla.
Is this really the shop?
Avec truth. Shall we enter?
Yes, let's do. Awfully crowded out here in the street.
This way, then. Ah, there is Ahmed Soliman himself.
Ah, greetings, Ismail. Good afternoon, Madame Delange.
Oh, bonjour, monsieur.
You are very kind to visit me again. Will you not come inside to the inner room where I may have the pleasure of serving you some of the golden tea of Persia?
Yes, bye, my Andes. Monsieur, I have brought a friend who wishes to buy some of your perfume.
Ah, yes. There is a fragrance suited exactly to her youth and loveliness.
For Pete's sake, Betty, let's get the perfume and get out of here. I don't want that stuff all over me.
All right, we won't be long. But please don't be like that.
Only today I have received much perfume from the flower farm. Madame, have I told you we have 500 acres of flowers that grow only to give up their perfume for beautiful ladies?
500 acres. Can you beat that?
Oh, it must be lovely.
Ah, yes, mademoiselle. And the fragrance makes one swoon with delight. Sit here, if you will be so kind, on this cushion, madame. And you here, mademoiselle.
Will you let my sister see the perfume now?
And some of those cute little colored bottles decorated in gold.
Yes, mademoiselle. But one moment. First, we have the tea, perfumed with amber. You have not tasted it before?
No.
A cigarette, madame. One of these perfume cigarettes adds charm to the personality of an already lovely lady.
Ah, but Madame Delange needs nothing to add to her fascination.
Oh, merci, mon ami.
Mademoiselle does not object if I light one myself?
Oh, why, no, of course not.
Then I will smoke one, if I may. You will not smoke, Bob?
Not me, thanks. Say, what is that stuff?
The perfume from the burning cigarette?
Yeah.
It is an old Egyptian secret known only to the family of Ahmed Soliman. Ambergris and many other precious things. You like it?
Gee, no, it smells like...
Ah, here is the tea. And while you sip it, I will show you my perfumes.
Let me see those bottles on the second shelf, will you? And that little leather case with the tiny bottles, too.
Say, Betty, do you suppose there's something phony in those cigarettes? Why do you suppose he was so anxious to have us smoke one?
Oh, he's just trying to be polite, don't you think?
Maybe.
Isn't there still in here? I can't believe it's only a few feet from all that noise, can you?
It's something about the way it's built. Didn't you notice we came around two sharp corners? I bet it's done that way on purpose.
Oh, I thought it was to keep people in the streets from seeing in here.
Well, why would they care if people saw in from the streets? You sound like you thought he poisoned people in here or something.
Oh, I don't mean that. I think he's fascinating, don't you?
Oh, Betty, you...
Mademoiselle, I have selected for you some of my choicest bottles and two of my rarest perfumes. Which of the bottles do you like? Choose it, and I will tell you its history.
You mean they're old Algerian bottles?
Yes. They come from Egypt, mademoiselle.
Oh, isn't this fun? Oh, what's the history of this blue one?
Ah, that one. You have selected the choicest in my entire collection.
Oh.
Many, many years ago, there lived in Egypt a queen whose beauty was so great that men's eyes were dazzled as they beheld her.
Oh, I know. You mean Cleopatra.
Oh, no. Her beauty was like the sun for the eyes of all men. But this queen
whose name it is forbidden even now to mention, was as beautiful as the moonlight, as the lotus of Egypt, as the sky at dawn.
No wonder they kept the shut up, huh, Betty?
Oh, Bob, you have no soul at all. Go on, Ahmed Solomon, please.
Oh, yes, mademoiselle. The man she loved was unworthy of her. Given the love of a queen, he turned his eyes on a maiden of the court. When the queen saw this, she became very angry.
Oh, but I should think...
Wait, mademoiselle, wait until you have heard. She summoned the man to her, and before the eyes of the maiden, gave him this small bottle, bidding him drink its contents as a token of his devotion to his queen. And when he had done so, he fell at her feet, dead.
Oh, that's awful. I don't want that bottle.
Betty Lou, you must not be so serious. You must know these are only legends, only, stories. Do not choose the blue bottle if it does not please you.
Oh, I couldn't bear it after that.
Mademoiselle's heart is very tender.
It is most appealing to encounter one so delightful.
Well, come on, Betty, get your perfume and let's go.
Yes, I think maybe we'd better. How much do these small bottles hold?
1 ounce, mademoiselle. And here is perfume to fill it. It is called Lotus of the Nile.
Oh, no, I don't like that. It's too heavy.
Rita!
Oh, didn't that sound funny? It's so quiet in here.
Ah, yes, mademoiselle. There is a spell on the shop of Ahmed Soliman, so that peace descends upon those who visit it.
Oh, what kind of perfume do you call that? It smells lovely.
It is the delightful scent, the one I said to Madame. It is precisely suitable for you, mademoiselle. It is mimosa.
Mimosa? Why, that's what Abdala is.
For Pete's sake. Boy, you'd better stay away from me if you get that stuff.
No, not that poison bottle, the other one.
If you care to wait one moment, I will show you one very old bottle. Not to buy, you understand, but just to see for your own pleasure. Very old it is, and very beautiful. One moment, mademoiselle.
Can you imagine anybody making a man drink poison right before her eyes?
Say, you don't know anything about poison. You should have seen the chest of poisons they found in Bombay.
Who found?
Father and Uncle Frank. What I was going to say about the poison was that Uncle Frank and the policeman and I were trying to break into a room where they had Naji tied up. It was in a dark old house, and when we got in, we didn't see Father for a little while. And then we looked around, and there he was with a funny-looking old chest with a lot of bottles in it. The policeman said he wished Father would test them for him and see what they were.
What did Father do with him?
Well, I don't know what finally happened to him, because I asked Father about it one day, and he acted awfully funny, like he didn't want to talk about it. He said nobody was supposed to know he had it because some of the poisons were kinds nobody'd ever heard of, and one drop would kill I don't know how many people.
I wonder what he did with it.
Maybe he let Uncle Frank talking him in to throw it away.
Where was he going to throw it?
Well, I heard Uncle Frank say to Father, "Have it your own way, but I wish you'd take it out and dump it in the bay." So maybe he did.
Where was that? Bombay?
Yeah. Let's ask him what he did with it. I bet he's forgotten he ever had it.
Well, I bet he hasn't. He forgets all about us and everything, but he never forgets about his work or anything like that. You know he doesn't, Bob.
Maybe he's still got it then. We can ask him when they come back from the ruins.
Yes, I'm going to. Why didn't you ever tell me before, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. I forgot about it, I guess. I wonder where Ahmed Soliman is. I'd like to go. If we're going to buy anything more, I hope it'll be knives or something besides perfume.
Oh, you're perfectly bloodthirsty. Oh, there you are at last, Ahmed Soliman.
I ask your pardon, mademoiselle, for keeping you waiting. One of my stupid assistants has moved the bottle, and I could not find it.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, we'll take those, and that one filled with mimosa. Don't you think that'll be all right, Madame Deline?
Oh, oui, Betty. I think it will be charming.
Will you accept the bottle with my compliments, Miss Betty?
Oh, I don't think I could.
I beg you will honor me by accepting it. Am I not your friend?
Will he be offended if I don't take it, Madame Deline?
It will be well, I think, to give him the pleasure of presenting it to you.
I'll take it then, he smiled. And thank you very much.
I was but waiting for you to choose the perfumes and bottles which pleased you most before I spoke.
Oh, yes.
What's that? What is that, Ahmed Soliman?
Oh, it is a regiment of the Foreign Legion.
Oh, come on. Let's go out where we can see it. Come on, will we go right down this street?
Yes. We can go to the doorway where we may see them and return here for the perfume.
Come on, Betty. Don't you want to see them, Madame Delange?
I'm coming, Bob.
No, you can stand right here. Here they come.
Oh, doesn't it simply thrill you to the core? Where are they going, Eastlight?
I am told they have been sent on special duty to the mountains.
To the mountains? You mean to fight? Oh, Bob, why did Uncle Frank have to go to the mountains just now?
I did not know your uncle had gone to the mountains.
Oh, sure. He went this morning. Mother and Father didn't know he was going, or they wouldn't have left us in Algiers. But don't worry, Betty. He'll be back tomorrow. He won't get into the fighting. Why should he?
Oh, Bob, look. Did you see him, Bob?
Who? What do you mean, Betty?
Oh, dear. Look right there. Right in the corner of that jewel shop across there. It is. I know it is. It's Dimitri.
Leaving Bob and Betty with Chandler in Algiers, Dorothy and Regent depart to visit the newly discovered ruins in the mountains. In response to an urgent summons, Chandler has also left Algiers, putting Bob and Betty in the care of Madame Delange. She has introduced them to Ismail, who is, in reality, a lieutenant of the sinister Dimitri. In a perfume shop in the native quarter, Bob and Betty come face to face with Dimitri himself. The present act opens in the drawing room of a lovely villa at some distance from Algiers. Chandu, the magician.
hurry up, Betty, before Dimitri and Madame Delange come out of the villa. I don't know whether we should come up here or not.
Oh, now, Bob, don't be like that.
Well, I know. I didn't say anything at the time, but, gee, if Mother and Father come back to the hotel and we aren't there, I'm just wondering what we're going to tell them.
What do you mean, Bob?
Well, you know very well we can't tell them Dimitri's not a crook after all.
I know we can't tell him he's working in the French Secret Service because he told us not to. But we can certainly tell him about Ismail, can't we?
Yeah, but all we know about him is he's the son of one of the big tribal chiefs back in the mountains, and that he lives at this villa when he comes down to the coast.
Yes, I know. But Madame Delange has known him for a long, long time. He must be somebody pretty important.
Oh, I didn't say Ismail wasn't all right, Betty. I only said I don't know whether we should have come up here to the villa.
What's 30 miles? Besides, it's all downhill going back. We'll be back in Algiers in no time in Ismail's car.
Boy, wasn't that some road coming up here? A lot of it seemed to me was right straight up. That car certainly must have a wonderful engine.
It's a beautiful car, isn't it? Oh, Bob, don't look so kind of like Uncle Frank or something.
What do you mean, Betty?
I mean, you look so kind of stern or something. Oh, if you didn't want to come up here, why did you come?
Oh, I did want to come then. I mean, I thought it'd be all right. The more I think about it, the more I don't know. What if...
Oh, look out. Here comes Madame Delange and Dimitri.
Oh, Betty Lou, is this villa not enchanting?
Oh, yes, isn't it? I think it's so picturesque.
I hoped it would please you.
Will you come into the villa with me, Betty Lou? I will take you to your room.
To a room? We aren't going to stay all night, are we?
Well, Ismail has discovered something about the motor which needs attention. You see, he is not certain whether it can be repaired before it is time for you to return to Algiers. If you must return tonight.
Oh, dear, I don't know, Madame Delange.
It may not be necessary to remain if you do not wish, Betty Lou.
But you will perhaps like to arrange your hair and powder your nose before dinner?
Yes, thank you. I would like to.
We will join you here in a few moments, Dimitri.
Very well. Would you like to see the grounds and the garden, Bob?
Oh, sure. Now we're here, I'd like to see everything.
Come this way, will you?
It sure is a swell garden, Dimitri.
I find it pleasant. The view of the Mediterranean is always interesting, I think.
Yeah. You know, when we lived at home, I always thought of the Mediterranean Sea as a kind of a little place like a bay, all filled up with little sailing ships and everything, so you could almost jump from one to the other. When you see it, it looks just like the Atlantic Ocean, doesn't it?
Many of one's ideas are changed with travel.
I'll say. Wonder why the wall's so high.
Because beyond it is a drop of more than 100 feet into the sea.
Gee, fellow wouldn't have much chance if he fell over here.
No. Look down there. See? If a man were to land on those rocks below, what a shroud the seaweed would make for him. It would twine round and round him and bear him down to the depths and hide his secrets forever.
Gee, this place kind of gives me the creeps. What's that funny ringing sound out there?
It's only a boy marking a reef known as Dead Man's Shoal.
Gosh.
While we are here, Bob, I want to make you understand the position I was forced to take in Montebania.
Well, you couldn't very well blame Uncle Frank for thinking you were a crook, Dimitri, because he thought you were mixed up in that plot of Count Metz's and everything.
Yes, I know. Oh, it was very difficult for me. Of course, I could not reveal the truth about myself, and so there was nothing for me to do but leave Montebania knowing all of you thought me a traitor, even a murderer.
Well, we certainly did. But then you can't really blame us at that.
No. Oh, it was most unfortunate for me. You see, in the Secret Service, one cannot reveal many things.
Oh, sure, I understand that. When Ismail and Madame Delange told us yesterday in the bazaar you were okay and said I shouldn't make such a row about you until I knew what I was talking about, well, I knew we were mistaken about you. I'm sorry we were so rotten to you.
Please say no more about it. I beg you to forget it.
Say, look, who's this fellow coming up here all steamed up? I thought I heard a car a minute ago.
Oh, it is Colonel Louis Raven, one of my oldest friends. He is of the French War Office. Welcome, my dear Raven. Oh, permit me to introduce you to Mr. Robert Regent, Colonel Louis Raven.
Dimitri,
Later, Colonel, if you will be so kind.
Ah, yes.
Mr. Regent and his sister are our guests this evening. I met them during that mission of mine to...
you refer to the time we sent you to Montebania?
Oh, I get it. The French government sent you to Montebania, huh?
Yes, of course.
Well, can you beat that?
By the way, Bob, I understand you are greatly interested in unusual weapons.
Well, yeah, I am kind of collecting funny-looking knives.
There are a number of very interesting ones inside the villa, and Colonel Raven is an authority on them. Will you be good enough to show them to Bob, Colonel?
I should be very happy.
Now?
Why not? There will be just enough time before dinner.
There is something I would like to say to you, Dimitri, at your convenience.
Yes, certainly. Later, my dear Colonel. Oh, here is Miss Betty Lou.
Miss Regent, allow me to present my dear friend, Colonel Raven.
How do you do?
How do you do? Have you come to give me the pleasure of showing you the garden?
Thank you, Dimitri. Madame Deline said you might like to show it to me. It's beautiful. I can tell that already.
Colonel Raven's going to show me the collection of knives in the villa, Betty. We'll be back in a little while.
All right. Madame Deline said she'd like to rest a while. She'll be down pretty soon, Dimitri.
But she has seen the garden often. Come with me.
Oh, look. Look at the moon just coming up. Isn't it gorgeous?
Later it will be still more beautiful.
Oh, it's simply marvelous. I've never seen anything so beautiful in all my life. Look at the moonlight on the water. It's like a dream.
A dream. Oh, yes. And I have brought you to my garden to tell you of a dream of mine.
Your garden? I thought this villa belonged to Ismail.
No, it is really mine. That is another secret I share with you, which no one but you must know.
Oh, I won't tell anybody. But doesn't Ismail live here?
No. He only comes here so that it may be believed that the villa is his. He is the son of one of the tribal chiefs in the mountains.
But I don't see why you...
Oh, but there are many things you do not understand, Betty Lou, but which you will understand later.
What do you mean, Dimitri?
I want you to come to the villa often.
I'd like to come again, too. But I don't know what Mother will say. You know, she doesn't understand about you working for the French government, really, Dimitri. And neither does Uncle Frank.
And you have given your word you will not reveal it to them. You see, you hold my life in your two beautiful little hands.
Oh, I mean, I won't tell anybody.
I know you will not. Ah, Dushka, my sweet one. There is but one thing lacking here at the villa, and that is you.
Dimitri, what do you mean? I can't...
Oh, Betty Lou, you have thought of me since those days in Montebania, when I appeared to your eyes so black, so treacherous.
Oh, yes. Of course I've thought of you.
Betty Lou, you are exquisite. You are like a white rose here in the moonlight.
Oh, I must go, Dimitri. Bob and I...
A moment, Betty Lou.
What is it, Ismail?
Dimitri.
Your pardon, Miss Betty, but there is news of great importance.
What is it? Why do you interrupt me now?
Dimitri, the tribes have not waited for our word. They are rising everywhere. Thousands of hillmen are swarming out of the mountains to attack the French.
What? This is true?
Of course it is true. Raven must have guessed it. Why?
Have the car brought to the gates at once. Oh, Betty Lou, I regret you and Bob must go back to Algiers immediately.
What's the matter, Dimitri? Have you heard from Mother? Is Uncle Frank off?
No, but there is danger here. Abdul, ask Colonel Raven and Mr. Regent to come here at once. And send someone to give Madame Delange. Bring Miss Regent's coat and hat and gloves.
Oh, I can go and get them, Dimitri.
No, there is no time. Before 5 minutes have passed, you must be on your way to Algiers.
Going awfully fast. I think it must be dangerous.
Gee, the way Dimitri acted, we'd better go fast. What was the matter with him?
I think he feared some of the hill tribes might attack the villa.
He did?
Mais oui.
Well, it's funny he and Colonel Raven didn't come back with us then. Gee, I haven't even got a gun. If they'd catch us out here on this lonely road, it'd be just too bad. Say, this isn't the way we came. Do you know that?
No, Bobby. It is another road. A shorter way to reach Algiers.
Oh. Say, listen. There must be another bunch of those Legion fellas like the ones we saw yesterday. There they are, coming round the bend.
You will stop the car, Abdul. The officer is saluting us.
Madame Delange, how fortunate to meet you.
Oh, Pierre, it is you.
Je suis enchanté, madame.
Mademoiselle Regent, may I present Capitaine Pierre Jacques of the Foreign Legion, a good friend of mine.
How do you do?
Charmé, mademoiselle.
And the brother of the young lady, Monsieur Regent.
I salute you, monsieur.
How do you do?
But I am desolate, madame, that I must turn aside your automobile. Permit me to ascend beside you while the company pass.
Oh, mais certainement, Pierre. One must make way for the famous Legion, n'est-ce pas? Abdul, you will turn the automobile from the road.
Deuxième compagnie! En téléphone! À droite! Marche!
from Algiers for a long time?
That is not for me to say, madame. We have been ordered on special duty, and we do not know when we will return.
But you go far?
Serious trouble is occurring among the tribes.
Gee, you really think there's going to be a lot of fighting?
Mais oui, Monsieur Regent, vraiment.
Well, our uncle's up there somewhere. I hope he doesn't get into it.
Oh, dear, and Mother and Father.
Yeah, that's right.
Madame, I must leave you now. 1,000 regrets. May I hope you will be in Algiers when we return?
I hope we shall be, Pierre.
Mademoiselle, it has been a great pleasure to meet you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, wait. One at the end.
What? Oh, yeah, I see him now. Well, can you beat that?
What is so strange about the Legionnaire, Bobby?
Why, gee, he looks just exactly like Prince Nicholas of Montebania. But what would he be doing here in Algeria?
But, Bob, it is Nicky. I know it is. Oh, Nicky! Nicky!
Betty and Bob are invited by Ismail to visit his seaside villa, 30 miles from Algiers. While there, they learn that the villa really belongs to Dimitri, who tells them he is an agent of the French government. They promise not to reveal the secret to Chandu. News comes that the hill men have risen, without awaiting Dimitri's word. He sends the party back to Algiers. On the way, they meet a detachment of the Foreign Legion, and to their astonishment, they recognize one of the soldiers as Prince Nicholas of Montebania. Meanwhile, the present act opens on a rocky pathway far up in the Algerian mountains. Chandu, the magician.
Arms, Effendi, for the love of Allah.
Where are you? Stand up so I can see your face.
Arms, Effendi, in the name of Captain Lebac.
And in the name of France. You are Hussein?
Of a truth, Effendi.
You're prompt. Where's your horse?
Behind that rock, Effendi. I will bring him down the path at once.
Yes. There's no time to lose.
I would not know thee, Effendi, when Captain Leblanc sent me here to meet you in these mountains.
Not many Europeans travel these mountain paths now, do they?
No, Effendi. And for a European to be lost in these mountains now, and at the mercy of the tribesmen, would mean death.
Yes, I know. Which path do we take from here?
This one, Effendi. There's just room for 2 horsemen to ride together. Ben Youssef is a cautious man, as you will see.
He must be very cunning to have gone so far in his treachery to the French without being suspected. What happened that caused Captain LeBlanc to send a messenger to me this morning?
You do not know?
No. You can't mean open warfare has broken out?
I will tell thee, Effendi. And when thou hast heard, thou wilt have nothing but scorn for the tribesmen. Ah, but I know they have not done this of themselves.
What is it they have done?
Last night in Algiers, a great ball was held by the officers of the Legion, and many who were high in the councils of France were there. There were many women. They even danced with the men, as in the custom of your country also, Effendi.
Yes, I know. It was a masquerade. But surely, Hossein, you can't mean anything happened there.
No, Effendi. But while the music was playing, a messenger came. The news he brought was that the killed tribes had risen and had killed every French soldier in the fortress of Raj.
What?
Yes, it is true, Effendi. And that was why Captain LeBlanc knew he must reach you at once. He sent 3 messengers in different directions, each to ask you to meet me and permit me to lead you to the stronghold of Ben Youssef.
You have served France well, Hossein, and those in authority shall hear of you from me when we return.
The praise of the Effendi is like water in the thirsty sand.
It's strange we haven't met any of Ben Youssef's sentries. He can't be so careless of his own safety that he keeps no guards posted.
There will be a sentry soon, Effendi. Who am I to say thou art?
Since you know Ben Youssef, suppose you tell him your own name, and that you bring a friend to speak to Ben Youssef. And by the way, Hossein, if we reach Ben Youssef's stronghold, let me speak with him alone.
But, Effendi, he will take you into an inner room, and you will never be seen again.
That's a chance we must take. The success of our entire plan depends upon Ben Youssef not suspecting us. Wait. There's the sentry now.
Truly, thy eyes and ears are like those of the mountain men. Hossein of the Zua, and a friend to speak to Ben Youssef.
Thou art known to me, Hossein, but a friend I do not know.
Send a messenger to Ben Youssef with the name of my friend.
What travelers are those upon these roads?
It is Ben Youssef himself. It is Hossein and a friend to speak to thee, Ben Youssef.
What is thy friend's name, Hossein?
My name is Chandler, and I'm a friend of your cousin, Amin Mikhail.
Art thou he who is called Chandu?
I am known to Amin Mikhail as Chandu.
But how shall I know that thou art in truth he, and not one who comes bearing his name?
The son of Amin Mikhail, whose name was Abdala, gave his life for me.
In Algeria?
No, in Cairo.
What then?
That is all. Except that I show you this jewel, taken from the casket of jewels given to my sister's daughter by Abdala when he lay dying. Do you believe I am Chandu, Ben Youssef?
Thy story is indeed true. I welcome thee. Thou shalt join the feasting. Rasul, a moment.
Hossein, what feast is there at this time?
They celebrate the victory of Raj.
Follow me, Hossein and Chandu, friend of my cousin.
Yes, she dances well, Ben Youssef. Like a dancing girl of Busada. May I give her this gold piece as a token of my appreciation?
Why not? Fatima loveth gold. Toss the coin to her if thou wilt. Thou art weary, Effendi?
No, Ben Youssef. The ride through the mountains was not hard.
Thou wilt remain with me for a time.
I'm sorry. I must return to Algiers tomorrow.
But there is much I would say to thee.
Whenever you wish, of course.
Shall we then go to another room, away from the music and the dancing?
If you like.
There is an inner room where none will hear the words we say. I regret thy haste, Effendi. I have heard much of thee from my cousin. Through this door. Thou wilt have wine?
No, thank you, Ben Yosef.
Thou art my guest, and it is the custom of our tribe that no questions may be asked a guest. But still I must ask thee why thou hast come alone into these hills. Thou knowest the tribesmen have no love for an infidel.
Is there danger, then? I understood the tribes were peaceful.
Oh, the truth. Never have they been so peaceful.
And the French?
Our friends as always, Effendi. We understand each other now. Oh, we are like brothers.
Then it's perfectly safe for me to ride alone in the hills?
Oh, of a truth. I only feared some ignorant tribesman might mistake you for an enemy.
Your concern for my safety, Ben Yosef, is but another indication of your noble character.
I thank you, Effendi. But before I tell thee what is in my mind, wilt thou show me some of thy powers of sorcery? I have heard thou art skilled in the magic of the East.
I already know what is in your mind, Ben Yosef.
It cannot be. I take counsel with no man.
Nevertheless, it is true.
Truly, thou art a sorcerer, Effendi, unless others have spoken to thee.
Wait. Turn your eyes upon that blank wall and keep silent.
I see nothing.
A moment.
By the beard of the prophet, I see soldiers, thousands of them. See how the regiments pass. They come like a mighty river of soldiers. The people, Effendi. Never have I seen so many in one place. It is gone. What was it? What was it, Effendi?
A review in Paris. It shows the power of France. Look again, Ben Yosef.
Algiers, a powder play, many years ago. Our men, the finest riders in Algeria. I remember it, Effendi. It was a powder play in honor of the French Governor General. By Allah, there is my father. And the young man beside him is I. The scene has gone. Now I know thou art in truth a sorcerer, Effendi. Thou hast shown me the path.
Look at the wall again, and wait.
Ah, it is the fortress of Raj. The tribes have risen. They advance upon Raj. The French within the outpost do not know. See, there is one who admits the tribesmen.
Yes. Treachery.
They are alarmed. See how the French fight like heroes. Our men have taken the fortress. The tribesmen are putting the French soldiers to the sword. The tribes have won. The picture has vanished. What trickery is this?
It is not trickery. That wall but reflects the thoughts in your mind.
Then thou knowest the tribes are risen against the French?
You have seen?
It is dangerous knowledge, Effendi. But thou hast solved my problem. I and my people shall join the others.
Oh, then you will join the uprising.
But you know too much.
I warn you to reconsider.
I fear thy visit here will be a long one, Chandu.
You mean to keep me here?
Of a truth. Thou shalt remain here, under guard, while we carry the banner of Islam forward to conquer the world.
Look at the wall again.
To see another victory for the tribes. Another fortress. I have seen it somewhere. The French are about to execute a man.
Action! Halt! En terre! Contend! And we find your eyes! Section! Attention! Prepare arms!
The man! By Allah! It is I! They have killed me! What devil's play is this?
Ben Yosef, traitor to your friends the French, beware.
In his Algerian garden, Dmitri shows Betty an ancient seat with hidden mechanism, which drops its victims into a great pit, at the bottom of which is a pounding surf. At that moment, 3 French officers arrive, seeking Ismail. Betty goes into the villa. Dmitri invites the men to seat themselves. But just as he's about to press the operating lever, Betty comes out, and he is unable to carry out his purpose. He snarls that Ismail has escaped after all. The present act opens a few moments later. Chandu, the magician.
Abdul.
Your Highness.
How did those 3 French officers arrive?
They came in a great automobile, Your Highness.
Driven by a chauffeur?
No, Your Highness.
Ah. Listen carefully, Abdul. When you are certain the French officers are outside of the villa, you will drive the automobile down the road to the point where the sharp curve overhangs the sea. There you will get out and send it over the cliff.
But, Your Highness, the French officers will know.
No. They have gone by the small gate to seek Ismail. They must be made to think the brakes of their automobile failed to hold it, and... You understand?
Your Highness.
While they are searching for the automobile, we must go.
But if they are searching along the road, Your Highness...
Wait. We will not go that way.
Does Your Highness mean that I am to go also?
No. You will remain here at the villa. Dismiss all the servants. There's enough food here for you for a long time. Do not leave the villa until you hear from me.
But, Your Highness, how will you leave the villa?
In the motorboat, of course. Colonel Raven and I, with Ismail, will leave immediately with our guests. We must be quick, or we will have no time to bring Ismail from the secret room before the French officers return.
The motorboat? But, Your Highness,
If I do not go, who will operate it?
Ali.
But Ali cannot.
Of course he can. You are not to question me, Abdul. Do as I tell you. If anyone should ask for me, say that I have gone to Algiers and taken our guest.
But you will not be in Algiers?
Of course not. Colonel Ruben, Ismail, and I will be on the yacht. You will hear from us when the time is right. Are you sure you will?
Dimitri, I have just heard that 3 French officers are here.
Oh, yes. They are seeking Ismail. He is suspected of being connected with the uprising of the native tribe.
Where are the officers now?
They believe Ismail has escaped, and they are searching on foot in the vicinity of the villa.
You were able to satisfy them of your own good faith?
I am not sure.
Then you...
Wait. I invited them to sit in the old Phoenician alcove, and all would have been well.
No, Dimitri, no!
Yes, indeed. I gave them wine and proposed a toast. And just as I was about to push the lever and shoot them down to the rocks below, where their suspicions would trouble them no more, Betty Lou heard my voice and came running from the villa so that I could not carry out my plan.
You're mad, Dimitri.
It is necessary. This is no time for half measures. If I do not throw them off the scent, our work in Algeria will go for nothing.
But you cannot kill French officers. You will have the French authorities...
Oh, let us not speak of it. This time I have been unable to do it. But I assure you I am not squeamish when it is necessary to act.
What is your plan now?
I have a good one. Abdul has gone to send their car over the cliff as if the brakes would not hold. While they are busy with it, we must leave immediately for the yacht in the motorboat.
What about the young regent?
They will go on to Algiers in the motorboat with Delange, while you and I and Ismail continue to the yacht.
But why do that? Why send them in the boat?
I am closing the villa. I told these French officers I should be obliged to leave and offered to allow them to search the grounds, but they prefer to search the hills. There's still no time to lose. A company of the Legion is in the neighborhood, and sooner or later they'll decide to search the villa.
Dimitri, this is madness. Surely
I will not be questioned, Raven. Find Madame Delange now and coach her carefully in the story she is to tell Bob and Betty Lou, so that when they repeat it to their parents and Chandler, it will sound as if it were true. Go quickly. Get Ismail and warn him to hold his tongue. Threaten him, do what you like, but he must not speak.
Oh, very well. I'll see to it at once.
Hello, Dimitri. How do I look? You were right about the size. Your shirt just fits. I don't know what he did to my suit, but it certainly looks as good as new.
Yes. No one would think you had been attacked and captured by tribesmen only a few hours ago. Oh, by the way, I have some news for you. We must leave the villa immediately.
Well, what's the matter? Where are we going?
Back to Algiers.
Well, but what about that gang of natives on the road?
Oh, we can't go that way. But I have a motorboat large enough for all of us.
Gee, that sounds swell. You certainly think of everything, Dimitri.
In the French Secret Service, one must be prepared for anything. Would you mind telling Betty... Oh, there she is. I was just saying to Bob that we shall have to leave here immediately.
Why, Dimitri? Did those French officers bring you bad news?
Which French officers?
The 3 who brought us word of more trouble on the road and advised us to leave here as soon as possible.
Have they gone?
Yes. They had to rejoin their company.
But, Dimitri, how can we...
Do not think of it, Betty Lou. You know I would not permit you to run into danger. We need not go by the road. We shall take my motorboat, which is in a cave below. And you'll be back in Algiers very soon.
Oh, won't that be fun? I'm all ready now except putting on my hat. Are you going with us?
Of course. I shall see you out of danger first.
First?
Yes. I must go to my yacht for a time, and Colonel Raven and Ismail are going with me.
But who's going to run the boat?
Don't be silly. I can run it, can't I, Dimitri?
Oh, that won't be necessary, Bob. Ali will take you, and of course, Madame Delange will go with you to Algiers.
Oh, couldn't we go out to the yacht?
Not yet. I think it would be best for you to return to Algiers before your father and mother arrive.
Yeah, that's right, Betty. Mother'd be scared to death if she got there and we were gone.
Oh, well. Oh, there's Colonel Raven.
Oh, Raven, are you and Madame Delange ready?
Quite ready, Dimitri.
Let us go, then. Come this way, please.
Right here.
You mean there's a door in the wall? I certainly can't see it.
One moment.
Dimitri, panel slides right back. Is this another old Phoenician trapdoor?
No, my dear. This is a very modern arrangement. Wait, I'll switch on the light.
Oh, gee. A stairway cut right out of the rock. Where does it go?
Down to the cave on the shore below, where the motorboat is kept, Bob. Come, I'll go first. Betty Lou, you and Bob follow immediately behind me. Raven, will you escort Madame Delange?
With pleasure, Dimitri. You understand thoroughly, Madame? When you reach Algiers, the story is that you were motoring with Bob and Betty, were surrounded by tribesmen, but managed to reach a friend's house. This friend was kind enough to lend you a motorboat to come back to Algiers. It's all very simple. Be careful of questions if Chandler should be in Algiers.
I shall be careful. And if they ask me the name of this friend?
Why, of course you will say Ismail.
Ismail?
There are many men of that name in this part of the country, and it should not be difficult to deceive them. Of course, you will warn the young regents again that no mentions be made of either myself or Dmitri.
I shall be careful.
Hurry, Raven. Come, we have no time to wait.
Isn't this thrilling, Bob?
I'll stay. Cold down here, though, don't you think?
Oh, never mind. We shall find wraps in the cabin when we get aboard the boat.
Why is Ismail all dressed up in native clothes all of a sudden, Dmitri?
Oh, he was out looking for information regarding the tribesmen who attacked you. He feels very keenly the insult offered to you as his guest. Is that not so, Ismail?
Exactly, and I shall bring them to justice.
I don't see how you could fight all those fellas even if you knew who they were, Ismail. Say, Dmitri, how much farther does this stairway go?
When we have turned one more corner, we shall find the boat. You hear? Come. Ali, be ready to put to sea immediately.
Your Highness, it is not well to go tonight. It is dangerous.
Still the timid old man, are you, Ali? There's no sign of a storm. Prepare to leave at once.
But, Your Highness...
Do as I tell you. Allow me to help you, ladies. Madame Delange, will you take Betty Lou and Bob down to the cabin? See if you can find some warm cloaks. Perhaps they would prefer to stay in the cabin until we are out to sea.
Very well, Dmitri. Come, Betty dear.
Then, you have instructed Madame?
Yes, she knows exactly what to say.
Good. Now, Ismail, listen. These French officers came to the villa for you. They suspect you have some connection with this native uprising.
That accursed Chandler.
Quiet, will you, or I'll push you overboard like...
Dmitri, you did not...
No. I was interrupted. But understand me. You will say nothing more until we arrive at the yacht. Go below for the present.
Dmitri, I tell you what...
Then. Oh, Bob, perhaps you'd like to come up on deck now. And you, Betty Lou.
Sure we would. Gee, that cliff certainly looks high from here, doesn't it, Dmitri?
It is high.
Okay. Boy, you can't even see the villa from here.
Isn't it dark tonight?
Yes, but the moon will soon rise, and I'm sure you'll enjoy your trip to Algiers.
Oh, I'm sure I will, Dmitri. Isn't this a nice boat?
Oh, I hope you'll have many, many more voyages aboard it. Why are we moving so slowly? Raven, please tell Ali we must continue at full speed.
Very well.
Sounds to me like something's the matter with the engine. I'll go with you. Maybe we can help Ali if he's having trouble.
Betty, my beautiful little Betty Lou. How I wish I could take you to the yacht with me. I hate every moment I spend away from you. But I must dispose of these others first. And then... Ah, Betty Lou.
But what about your work, Dmitri?
Oh, is my work to be compared with you, my darling? Listen, I have news for you. Tomorrow from the yacht, I shall send a wireless containing my resignation from the service. And the next day I shall be in Algiers, and we shall be married.
Oh, Dmitri. Then it's all right for me to tell Mother about you?
No, not yet, my beloved. I must wait until I receive an answer from Paris. But that need not...
Dmitri, will you not come here a moment, please?
Yes, Raven. Wait for me here.
Ali says there is something seriously wrong with the motor.
Ali, you fool.
Gee, he can't help it, Dmitri.
Oh, no, of course not. But, Ali, surely you can find out what has happened?
I don't know, Dmitri. I used to have one of these boats. It was always dying, and I never could find out what was the matter with it.
Raven, can't you...
No, I know nothing whatever about them.
I said there would be a storm, Your Highness. Look at the clouds.
Gee, yes.
Something. You must, Ali.
Your Highness, I cannot. I regret, but...
Fool! Bob, will you take Madame Delange and Betty into the cabin below? I'll take the wheel myself.
I'm sorry, I can't help you, Dmitri.
We must keep the boat out to sea at any cost.
Oh, Your Highness. Your Highness.
I'll look at the engines myself. Ali, you're letting us drift.
Your Highness, I cannot. We are in the tide. We can do nothing.
Dmitri, keep away from the rocks. Keep away, I tell you. We're drifting on a dead man's shoal.
Under pretense of assuring the safety of Bob and Betty, Dimitri takes them from the villa by motorboat. A storm arises. When the engine breaks down, the waves hurl them toward Dead Man Shoal. Chandu, the magician.
Bob, does he mean we're all going to be drowned? Does he?
Sure he does. He means there's curtains for all of us. I don't know why he let us come out here in a motorboat that nobody knew how to run.
Well, he must have run the boat before.
Well, he can't do anything about it now. I'm not just going to stand here and see us all get smashed to pieces on those rocks without doing something about it. I'm going below and see if I can start the engine.
It is quite useless, Bob.
Just the same, I'm going to try it.
Oh, Dimitri, you can see black, jagged rocks under the water. Oh, look at the waves. Can't you do anything?
No, Betty Lou.
But can't Colonel Ben or Ismail...
Ah, you do not wish to die, Betty Lou, and it is not strange to me.
Abdala.
This is the end of our plan, Dimitri.
It is the end for you and Ismail, Colonel Ruffin, but not for Dimitri.
Dimitri, what do you mean? Oh, you sound awful.
Zippy, I got it started.
We have drifted into the channel. Our Bob can only...
What's the matter with you, Allie? You ought to know the channel if there's one here.
I will take the wheel.
Okay, you'd better hurry.
Come on in, Betty. Come in, Madame Delange. Boy, isn't it great to get back here to the hotel all in one piece?
Oh, I was scared to death out there in that boat. I kept thinking Mother and Father and Uncle Frank would never know what had happened to us.
Well, don't think about it now. We're back here and we're all right. Sit down here, Madame Delange.
You didn't look a bit scared out there, Madame Delange. Do you really mean you'd be glad to die?
What do you mean, be glad to die?
Why, perhaps I did not quite mean what I said, Betty Lou.
Oh, I should think not. Gee.
If you will excuse me, I think I will go to my room.
Sure, that's all right. Here, take my arm.
No, Bobby. I shall be quite recovered in one moment. Permit me to go alone.
Why, no, I'll go with you to your room.
Or why don't you go into my room and lie down for a few minutes?
No, I must be alone.
Well, we don't want to bother you.
Oh, Maria, I shall be myself again quite soon. I will come back to your sitting room in an hour, if I may.
Yes, you must. Or if there's anything we can do for you, be sure to let us know, won't you?
Merci, ma chère.
What do you suppose is the matter with her? Didn't she act funny?
I wish she'd let one of us go with her. But it's only a little way to her room. She probably thought... Listen, what's that?
Somebody in the hall.
Oh, maybe something's happened to her. Maybe she's fainted or something. Quick, Bob, open the door.
It's Mother and Father. Hello, Mother. Why, where's...
Mother! Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Hello, Father. Did you
And
see...
we're glad to see you. Where in the world have you been? We were beginning to be alarmed about you.
Oh, we were all right, Mother. We were wondering what had happened to you.
We arrived this morning and found your message saying that you'd gone out for a drive with Madame Delange. But the clerk said that was yesterday and you hadn't come back.
Your mother's been very anxious about you. You shouldn't have stayed away all night, Bob. Where were you?
Well, I suppose we shouldn't. Gee, we did have a lot of excitement, though. Just wait till you hear.
What sort of excitement?
No, Mother. Please don't look as if you thought you couldn't trust us out of your sight again. We couldn't help it. Come on, sit down here and we'll tell you all about it.
Young, we want to hear what you've been doing, too. How'd you get along, Father?
I had a very interesting time, of course, Bob. I'm afraid your mother was lonely.
Oh, Robert, I didn't mind, except for leaving the children here.
Several times we thought we'd come back, but Monsieur Le Harrible and I found the ruins so interesting that we postponed our return.
Did they tell you about the uprising of the tribesmen?
Yes, that's what finally brought us back.
Have any trouble?
Oh, no, but there seemed to be a great deal of unrest in the air. We thought you might not be safe here. Have you heard anything from Uncle Frank?
Well, no. You know, it was funny, but the very day you left, he came and said he had to go away into the hills, and we haven't heard a word from him since.
Did he say why he was going?
Oh, you know how he is, Father. He never likes us to ask him questions. Anyway, he was in an awful hurry, wasn't he, Bob?
I'll say. Why, he asked me to come up and help him get some things together, and he hardly said a word to me. It just looked like he was made out of stone or something.
Oh, I hope he's not in danger.
I wish he'd taken me with him. I mean, I would have wished it if Betty hadn't been here alone. Gee, it must be keen to go way off up there in the hills where you're the only white man among all those natives and try to find out things and everything. Don't you think so, Mother?
No, I'm afraid I don't, son.
Let us tell you what happened to us.
Of course.
Well, we've had a lot of fun. Madame Delange met a friend here, and he had a great big car, and we've been driving all over the place.
That was nice.
Yeah, he's a native, but he's somebody pretty high-powered, I guess. He's the son of a sheik or something. Wonder who that is. Gypsy, look who's here. It's Uncle Frank.
Hello, Frank.
Hello, all of you.
We were just wondering what had happened to you, Frank.
There's a lot of fighting in the hills, and I hoped you and Robert would come back before you got mixed up in it.
As a matter of fact, we just returned this morning. Children say you've been gone as long as we have.
Yes. This uprising is more serious than anyone realized at first.
Did you get into it yourself, Uncle Frank?
More or less. Look here. I have some news for you.
What kind of news, Uncle Frank?
There's been some fighting in a town by the name of Rod. The French legionnaires were there, of course, and several of them were wounded. And among the wounded, I saw Nicholas.
Nicholas? Of Montebania?
Yes.
What's he doing in the Legion?
I haven't been able to find out yet. They were sending him to a hospital here in Algiers.
Do you suppose his father knows he's down here?
I don't know. But it's just the sort of thing Nicholas might do. Enlist in the force.
Uncle Frank, when we were in Montebania, he told me he wasn't going to do things like that anymore. He said he was going to learn a lot about the country and kind of settle down. Kind of, well, I mean...
Yeah, we know. Go on, Uncle Frank. Can we see him? I mean, to talk to? We really did see him marching along the road.
Where?
Oh, one day we were out for a ride, and a bunch of legionnaires came along, and we saw Nick. But we didn't have time to speak to him.
I see. We can go to visit him in the hospital tomorrow.
Is he badly hurt?
I don't know. I have permission for a visit to him, though, so it can't be too serious.
Oh, poor Nicky.
From all I hear, he more or less covered himself with glory during the fighting. Has there been any disturbance here, Bob?
Well, no, not right here. But we were out driving, and we stopped at a kind of a little village cafe for tea, and all of a sudden a gang of those natives came in and said they were going to capture us and make us slaves and everything.
Bobby.
Well, Mother, it's all over now.
I suppose you have no idea who the men were, Bob. You didn't happen to hear the names of any of the leaders?
Well, yes, I did. One of them was called Hamid, and there was another one called Mohammed.
What sort of man is Mohammed?
Oh, he's a big native. You know how they all look, and he had a great big scar right across his face.
Running from his temple across his nose?
Yeah.
A wide white scar, Bob?
Why, yes. Gee, Uncle Frank, do you know him?
He's one of the tribe of Ben Yusuf.
Gosh.
What happened after that?
All of a sudden, they kind of got scared or something, and they all just rode away. He made them.
Then where have you been all this time? Why didn't you come back here to Algiers?
Well, we were afraid to. So we went on to a villa that belongs to this friend of Madame Delange we were telling you about.
And who is this friend of Madame Delange?
Oh, a fellow called Ismail.
What sort of fellow is he?
Well, I know Bob will laugh. But he looks kind of like Abdala, only older and...
Yeah, and kind of hard. He does look something like Abdala.
I see.
Now, don't say you know him, too.
No, I don't know him yet. I'd like to see him, though.
Frank, you don't mean...
I mean nothing yet, Doc. Let him tell the rest of it.
Well, we went to the villa, and then some French army officers came and told us we'd better hurry up and get away from there, because these tribesmen were all over the roads.
And how did you get away?
Well, this friend,
He means Ismail had a motorboat, and we started back here, and, there was a storm, and we finally got back here, and, well, here we are.
Oh, I wish we'd come back sooner.
Why, Mother? Why?
I hardly know. I have a strange feeling that something's going on here we don't understand.
I think the best thing you can do is to leave on the first boat. There's a steamer for Marseille on Tuesday.
Do you want us to leave Algiers, Uncle Frank?
Yes, I do. This situation with the tribesmen is very serious. And I want to get you out of here as soon as possible.
Well, what are you going to do, Frank?
I'll have to stay here for the present at least.
But what can you do?
There'll be plenty for me to do. There's no question about that. You see, the authorities are sure there's something bigger in all this than just an uprising of a few tribesmen.
Just what do you mean by that, Frank?
I mean the Brothers of Jeopardy. Or perhaps even
But I
the
thought
Bonzes.
the Brothers of Jeopardy had given up long ago.
No, I'm sure they haven't. The French have some very good men at work, though. And between us, we'll manage to catch the ringleaders in some way.
Well, if we're leaving tomorrow, I'd better go down to the steamship company and see about our passage.
Are we really going home so soon, Uncle Frank?
Don't you think you can be ready by that time?
Oh, it's not that, Uncle Frank, but you see, it's kind of sudden, that's all.
Thinking of Nicholas, Betty? Don't worry. You'll have time to see him before you go.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, I don't mean that, Uncle Frank.
Betty, dear, what's the matter?
Why, nothing, Mother. Nothing. I mean, I kind of thought we were going to stay here a long time.
Frank, you don't think that chap Dimitri could have anything to do with this trouble, do you?
What made you think of him, Robert?
Oh, I don't know, but that plot in Montebania was certainly Dimitri's work.
He's locked up somewhere, isn't he?
He was, but he managed to escape. The French authorities are looking for him now.
Frank, you don't think Dimitri could be here? Oh, how horrible.
Yes, Doc, I do. And that's one reason why I'm so anxious to get you all away from here.
Bob, shall we tell him?
Keep still. No, we can't.
Robert, if this is true, we mustn't let anything keep us from catching that boat. If you'd seen him in Montebania as we did, Frank knows.
Yes. I thought we'd seen the last of him when... Keep still, all of you. There's someone standing behind that curtain.
Oh, Frank, be careful. Frank, look out for that knife.
Wait, don't, Uncle Frank. It's Ismail.
Frank Chandler returns to the hotel in Algiers, having been warned of danger to Betty Lou. Bob and Betty relate their narrow escape from death in the motorboat with Ismail, but make no mention of Dimitri. As Chandler questions them, a man is discovered hiding behind a curtain. Chandler flings the curtains back. Bob cries out, "It's Ismail." Chandu, the magician.
Stay where you are. I'm armed.
Please, Uncle Frank, wait.
Gee, yes.
What are you doing here?
He got into our rooms by mistake.
Oh, be careful what you say.
I came here to kill you. I'm not afraid to tell you so.
Oh, no, Ismail.
You've got the wrong man, Ismail. This is our uncle, Mr. Chandler.
Bob, please let me handle it.
Betty, is this the man Madame Delange introduced to you? You haven't been visiting at his home, have you?
Oh, yes, Mother. It is Ismail, but I know it must be all right. I know it's just a mistake, and he'll tell us all about it. Oh, please, Mother.
Betty.
Let me talk to him, Uncle Frank. Oh, don't look like that. Don't shoot him or anything until... Ismail, you didn't know we were here, did you?
No, Miss Betty.
You see, Uncle Frank, I told you.
That's hardly the question, I think.
Frank, the children and I will go into my room and wait for you, shall we?
Yes, Doc. Will you? I think that...
No, Uncle Frank, let us stay, please.
For Pete's sake, keep still. They'll make him ask a lot of questions, and then what'll you do? They'll give the whole thing away.
What is it, children?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Mother. Only I don't want Uncle Frank to shoot Ismail or...
Come now, Betty. You can't believe I'm going to stand here and shoot a man in cold blood. Go with your mother, and I'll send for you in a few minutes.
Well, all right. Come there.
Oh, it's looking like the wreck of the Hesperus or something. I tell you, you'll give the whole thing away.
Ismail, drop that knife.
Ah,
You would prefer a bullet through your wrist?
you will not fire a shot here in this hotel.
Won't I? I should find it much easier to explain a revolver shot than you would to explain why you were hiding behind that curtain armed with a knife. Drop it, I say. That's better. Now you will tell me why you are here.
I am here, as I told you, to kill you. You have betrayed my father to the French.
You are Ben Yusuf's son?
You have spoken, dog of a Feringhi.
I see. I think I can use you to very good advantage.
You think you can persuade me, the son of my people, to help you? If you know the tribesmen, you know I would die before I would lift one finger in your service.
I did not say persuade, Ismail. I have certain ways of inducing you to help me, though. When did you hear the news about your father?
I will not speak with you.
Did the messenger who brought you word of your father's arrest tell you who I really am?
I tell you I will not speak with you. I came here to kill you.
There you are, Ismail. Your father and I were alone during that last conversation of ours, but I thought there was someone spying on us and listening to what we said. Now I'm sure of it. You know what passed between Ben Yusuf and me. You know that, don't you, Ismail? You know I discovered he was a traitor to the French. You know how I discovered it.
I know you are a demon. I know I will stop at nothing until I've killed you. Until your blood is spilled upon the stones of the mountains, I will never rest.
Listen to me, son of Ben Yusuf. Your kinsman, Amin Mikhail in Egypt, is my friend. His son, Abdala, gave his life for me. But you are a traitor, as your father was. You know I quote your own language when I say your heart is black. Stay where you are. You are coming with me into the mountains. We shall leave tonight.
You are saying we go into the mountains together?
Yes. You will be most useful to me, I am sure.
I will kill you.
Now, you're not the first to threaten me with death. Listen. I'm going to call my niece and nephew in and ask them some questions. If you are wise, you will deny nothing I say. They will not know I'm holding the pistol in my hand. But you know it. And don't make the mistake of supposing I won't shoot you before them if I must. You'd better sit here. No, here. Away from the window. That's it. Dorothy. Dorothy. You can come back now.
Up to Uncle Frank?
Yes.
Is Ismail still here? Oh, no.
As you see, Ismail is still here. Sit down, all of you. Take this chair, Dorothy. Where's Robert?
He's lying down, Frank. Shall I call him? He's very tired.
No, never mind.
Everything's all right, isn't it, Uncle Frank? I mean, you found out it was just a mistake about Ismail.
Gee, Ismail, we saw you standing there with that knife.
Yes, everything's all clear now. Ismail made a mistake in the room. It's probably just as well we found him, too, because he might have got into serious trouble if he really had found the man he was looking for.
Yes, that's right, Ismail.
Have you known Madame Delange a long time, Ismail?
Oh, Uncle Frank, she told me she'd known him for years and years. She told us that the first time she went out with us to the villa. Remember, Bob?
Yeah, and isn't that villa a swell place?
Where is your villa, Ismail?
It's really about 50 miles from here, Mother. But Ismail's got such a slick car you can get out there in about an hour.
right up in the mountains.
Yes, and right on the sea. Oh, the gardens are so beautiful, Mother. You look right down from the garden over a steep, steep cliff, and there are the waves. Oh, it's positively the most picturesque place I ever saw in my whole life.
Perhaps Ismail will invite us to visit it while we're in Algiers.
Oh, yes, let's. Ismail, is it all right?
Mr. Chandler forgets perhaps that he has invited me to accompany him into the mountains.
Are you going back into the mountains, Uncle Frank? Honest?
Yes. I must go back at once. And Ismail has very kindly consented to accompany me.
And help him? Oh, won't that be wonderful? But Ismail, what about...
Oh, Robert. Come in, dear. Were you asleep?
Yes, I must have been.
Father, this is Ismail, the man we were telling you about that took us out to his villa. Madame Delange knew him. Ismail, this is my father, Mr. Egan.
How do you do? Oliver Whitty. We appreciate your kindness to the children while we were away.
You keep still. You can't ask him about you know who now.
But what are we going to do?
You'll have to wait. You know what'll happen if Uncle Frank...
Betty and Bob, you're not very polite to our guest.
I am not your guest, madame.
I beg your pardon?
Ismail means he is not our guest in the sense of the tribesman, I'm sure. Don't you, Ismail?
Dear.
Keep still.
Ismail and I must leave at once. I'm sorry, Doc, but there's no time to waste if we're to reach the mountains before dawn. Shall we go, Ismail?
We shall probably have left for home before you come back, Frank. Shall we say goodbye now?
Let's not say goodbye. It will only be a short time until we'll all be together again in California.
Are you honestly coming over there this time, Uncle Frank?
Just as soon as I finish this business here, Bob. I promised myself a long vacation.
Won't that be swell?
Yes, Frank, you and I must work out some of those experiments we've been discussing.
By all means. You will precede me, Ismail.
There's something strange about that man, Robert. I don't understand it. I hope Frank won't trust him too far.
Why, Mother.
I'm glad we came back to Algiers when we did. I don't like him.
Ismail? Well, he's a swell guy. He's great, Mother.
No, he isn't. I know it. Imagine being a friend of a man who would hide in here with a knife, ready to kill someone.
But he wasn't going to kill Uncle Frank.
Well, he was looking for someone, son.
Yes, but Mother, Lupu's our friend, and you know very well he's been hunting for that man that killed his brother for 15 years. Nobody can persuade him not to kill him when he does find him.
I know, dear. But let's not speak of it again. Neither one of you will see us Ismail anymore.
But what about Madame Delange?
Madame Delange will certainly understand when I explain what happened here tonight. Now, shall we all go to bed? I'm awfully tired, and I know you must be.
Okay. But, we'll go to bed in just a minute, Mother. I want to show Betty the pictures I took at the villa the other day. I just got them this afternoon. I haven't had a chance to show them to her yet.
Very well. Good night.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Father.
Good night, Father.
Good night.
I had some flowers put in your room, Mother, but I didn't put any in Father's room. I didn't know whether he'd like them or not.
He probably would never even notice they were there. It was very sweet of you to get them for me, dear. Good night.
Bob, how did you ever think of that about showing me the pictures? I was wondering how we could manage to keep from being sent to bed like we were children.
Oh, well, you know what Dimitri said. You have to be prepared for anything.
Don't mention his names aloud. Someone might hear. Listen, Bob, I can't go home on this boat. I just can't.
Why can't you?
Well, I can't tell you, but I can.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. Oh, you've got to help me, Bob. And you know what? Uncle Frank's taking Ismail up to the mountains, and Dimitri thinks he's coming to the yacht.
Gee, yes. I tell you what we'll do. We'll send Dimitri a wireless and tell him.
That's allowed. Oh, how can we do that?
We're stopping us from going downstairs right now. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Mother will never know we've been gone.
Betty, you must go to bed, dear.
Answer it, Billy.
Just a minute, Mother. We're just turning out the lights now. Good night. Good night. Good night, Bobby.
Good night. Come on now, quick. I'll open this door and shut it like I've gone to my room. You do the same with yours. Then sneak out and I'll meet you in the hall.
All right.
Ismail, lieutenant of the sinister Dmitri, has hidden in the Regent Suite in the Algerine Hotel to kill Frank Chandler. He is recognized by Bob and Betty, who believe he has made a mistake in the room. Chandler questions Ismail, but suspects nothing of Dimitri's presence near Algiers. Chandler forces Ismail to leave with him for the mountains, and Bob and Betty decide to send a wireless to Dimitri to let him know. When Dorothy thinks they have gone to bed, they slip quietly out of the room and down the stairs. The present act opens in a native cafe on the outskirts of the city. Chandu, the magician.
How long do you keep me here, dog of a Ferengi?
Until I have learned what I came to hear.
The curse of the prophet be upon you, that I cannot move nor break the black spell you have cast upon me.
Not so loud, Ismail. Someone will overhear it.
Ah.
I told you in the hotel I had greater powers than those given by the mere possession of a pistol. If you had been at your father's stronghold when I spoke with him, would know the name of Chandu.
Chandu? That is the name Father cried out as he was... You have offered this insult to the prophetess tribe in all Algeria.
Of your father's treachery to the French.
The French? Dogs that they are.
Tell you to keep your voice down. If you are recognized, your friends may wonder why it is you are without power to leave this table, unless I give you permission.
Oh, there's no air in here. I cannot breathe. A mountain man be under the stars.
It is stuffed in here, I grant you that. But we must stay a while, nevertheless. Someone will come to look for you. Have you thought of that?
How will he know where to look?
Ah, you've already thought of it then. That's what we're waiting for. I want to see who it is.
And when you have seen, what will you do?
I have a feeling I'll know more about who's behind this uprising of the tribe.
My father, Ben Yusuf. I'm not ashamed to tell you.
No. You and your father are pawns in someone else's game. I know that. And when I find out whose game...
That you shall never know. The honor of the tribesmen is at stake. When once the tribe are roused, the French will be swept from our country like a plague of flies before a strong wind. These few hours, I'm at your mercy, and the mercy of the black spell you have cast upon me. But soon, one will come who is not at your mercy, and when you have been killed, this spell will be broken. You, Chandu, who think you know the secrets of all men. Why, if I chose, I could tell you of a secret that would send you from these hills as if all the demons of the earth were at your heels. But I will not tell you. Chandu.
No?
No. I choose to go with you into the mountains. When you have released me from this spell which holds me powerless to lift a hand against you, I will kill you. No one will see you again.
Listen, Ismail. I'm going to tell you a little story while we wait for, shall we say, for whom we must await? I hope you'll listen carefully, Ismail. I think it may be a story you have heard before.
No, I want none of your stories. I want only to be free of you, and to find my knife in your heart.
Nevertheless, you will do well to listen. This is the story. A long time ago, there lived in the mountains a powerful tribe whose horses were fleet, whose men were strong, whose honor was unquestioned. Did you ever know such a tribe?
No. It might be my own tribe of which you speak.
It might indeed, the tribe in this story. But listen further. When this tribe went out to battle, the men returned victorious because they were strong, and none could stand against them. And for many years it was so.
Why do you speak of this to me? Perhaps it is but a story to while away the time that we must spend here in the cafe. Let me continue. After many years, a man came and whispered words of evil into the ear of the chief of the tribe. And after many days, the chief began to listen. You said it was a story. And so it is. Just a story that I have perhaps made up, like any storyteller, in such a cafe as this, to amuse you. Then why do you speak of the man who came from over the sea? Why not? He is part of the story. After he had whispered long in the ear of the mountain chief, the chief forgot his friends and listened only to this stranger, so that presently men came and took him away, where he could never see the blue sky or the bright stars again. You are speaking of my father, Ben Yusuf. Not so loud, Ismail. Who knows who might be listening? I tell you, this is only a story, and this is the way it goes on. It happened one night that two men such as you and I might be, Ismail, were seated in a small cafe. And as they sat, they heard the voice of a Bedouin singer. You are casting more spells with your black magic. I tell you, I will not listen. This is no spell, Ismail. See, the door is opening, and there stands the singer himself. He has journeyed many hundreds of miles. He is weary, but the song in his heart is never tired. It is like those pictures on my father's wall. I think I see the Bedouin, but... You see him indeed. And so do all these other men. Listen, they are waiting for his song. I will not. I tell you, you will listen. It will perhaps be only a love song from the desert. Sun on a horse beneath a desert sun. Desert skies are blazing with blue fire. As swift before the desert wind I ride to you. On wings of a mighty desire. Beside the still oasis where you dwell, twilight will bring my caravan to rest. My desert pride, my desert flower of love, shall live forever on my breast. Sands are cool beneath the desert moon. Desert stars that shine with silver fire, and swift before the desert wind I ride to you. On wings of a mighty Beautiful, wasn't it? What are you doing? I? Surely you don't think I pretend to say who shall sing in the cafe? But he is coming here. No, it is more of your magic. My dear Ismail, who knows what is real and what is unreal? Surely this man you see before us is as real as you or I. He may have business with us. Thou hast summoned me, Chandu. I said it was more of your demon magic. Welcome to Algiers. Join us, won't you? Let's have coffee together. How many years since we sat at table? Years sit lightly upon thy head, Chandu. And upon yours. What business brings you here? I'm forgetting. Ismail, son of Ben Yusuf. I present the Bedouin, Antar. Antar! Allah be with thee, Ismail, son of Ben Yusuf. And with thee. Come, Ismail. We must make our guest welcome. Coffee for three. Your voice is as fine as ever, Antar.
The praise of Chandu falls upon the ear of Antar like water in the thirsty sand.
Is this he who was to come from over the sea? No. That was but a story.
As I passed through the street of the Kasbah, I heard stories that Ben Yusuf had been condemned to die.
Condemned to die?
Thou hast spoken. It was said the crime was treachery. But thou, his son, wouldst not sit here idle if it were true, I know.
No, Chandu, by the tomb of Muhammad, Thou art thrice accursed. I would I might...
Ismail, stop.
I tell you I'll...
Stop, I say. I was relating to Ismail the story of a certain desert chief who listened to the words of a stranger and was lost.
I know this story well. I have told it often in the marketplaces and in the camps of my people in the desert.
Is it then a story? Truly a story? And not the tale of my father to torture me?
What would it be but a story?
Tell me the name of the man in the story who came from over the sea.
Antar, since you know the story, perhaps you will tell him the name.
If the story is indeed the same, I know his name well. And on this paper, I will write it.
And then, Ismail, you shall read the name aloud.
Here is the paper. And now, I shall write the name.
Read it, Ismail. Look at the paper.
Chandu, I call upon the prophet to curse you and all your line forever.
Look, read it. Read it and tell me what you see.
No, no! You could not know. I tell you, I will not read it.
Frank Chandler has forced Ismail to accompany him to a native cafe, where he awaits word from a messenger. Ismail burns with hatred for Chandler, whom he knows to have delivered the treacherous Ben Youssef to French justice. A Bedouin singer arrives. Ismail does not know whether he is real or conjured up by Chandler's occult powers. The singer tosses a note on the table, bearing the name of the ringleader of the conspiracy. Ismail cries out that he dares not read it. The present act opens in a military hospital in Algiers. Chandu, the magician.
Le voici, mais il dort.
Thank you. May we wait?
Oui, mademoiselle.
We'll just sit here for a few minutes, and if he doesn't wake up, we'll go away and come back this afternoon.
Bien, monsieur.
Oh, Bob, he looks so white.
He does, doesn't he?
Oh, hush, I'm afraid we've wakened him. We moved a little.
Betty. It is. Oh, I must be delirious again. You can't really be sitting there so cool and white.
Nicky, are you awake?
Don't be silly. Of course he's awake. You don't think he's talking in his sleep, do you?
You're real. I'm not dreaming.
Of course we're real. We came to see you the very first minute we could.
What are you doing here anyway, Nick?
Well, you see, I got in the way of a bit of shell.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean, what are you doing in the Foreign Legion?
Oh, Bob, don't start asking him questions the very first minute we see him. They told us we couldn't stay long, but of course we had to come. Is there anything we can do for you, Nicky?
You're doing everything for me when you just sit there where I can see you. How did you know how to find me here?
Uncle Frank found it out some way. Why'd you call yourself Nicholas Alexander?
When one enlists in the Legion, it's usually under a fictitious name.
It is. Why?
Well, you see, the Legion is the refuge of many men who, for some reason, want to conceal their identity or forget their past names and begin again.
Oh, but that wasn't why you enlisted, Nicky. You can't make me believe that.
No. Of course, I took the name Alexander because it's my father's name. It would hardly do to let people know who I really am.
Well, tell us this. Do you really not want us to ask you why you joined the Legion? Because if you don't, we won't say another word about it.
Oh, if you don't mind, I would rather not talk about it now.
Of course we don't mind. How long will you have to stay here, Nicky?
I don't know. I hope not long.
Well, listen, Nick, can't we get you something or anything? I feel as if I'd like to do something for you.
No, thank you, Bob. Oh, there is one thing you could do for me, if you don't mind.
Of course I don't. What is it?
Just outside the hospital, did you notice a little shop where they sell cigarettes?
Yeah, want some?
If it's not too much trouble.
Of course not. I'll be back in no time.
You don't mind, Betty?
What, that you smoke? Oh, why should I?
Oh, I didn't mean that. I don't smoke. Don't you remember? But I want to talk to you a moment alone, and...
I see.
Bob will be back soon, and I'll have to make the most of these few minutes alone with you. You remember the last time I told you I loved you, Betty? Out there in the desert, when your uncle had saved me from those outlaws?
Oh, Nicky, you mustn't. You really mustn't.
You do remember, Betty, don't you? I told you then I'd follow you all over the world until you just had to say you loved me.
Oh, but, Nicky, I can't. I don't. Oh, you don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. I don't mean to frighten you, but I want you to know that nothing will ever change my love for you. And someday, I know your mother will say I may have you. My little Betty. Queen Betty of Montalbania.
Oh, Nicky, please, you mustn't. I'll have to go if you talk this way. Someone will hear you.
No one is paying the least attention to us. But I'll stop if it worries you. You're so sweet, Betty.
No, Nicky, don't. You really mustn't say that to me anymore. You know, it's been a long time since we were in Montalbania, and, oh, everything's different now, Nicky.
What do you mean, Betty? You can't mean... Why, surely there's no one else. Oh, I should never have let you leave Montalbania without promising me that
Nicky, here's Bob.
Here's the cigarettes, Nick.
Thanks, Bob. And just put them on the table, will you?
Betty, you know what I think? I think you should go back to the hotel right away.
You think I should go? Aren't you going with me?
Well, I tell you, I thought I'd stay and talk to Nick for a few minutes if you didn't care. Don't you think it'd be all right for you to go back to the hotel just with the driver?
Well, I know it'd be all right, but what are you going to talk to Nicky about that's so private?
Oh, we don't have to tell you everything, do we? Can't you understand there are times when men like to talk to each other without girls being around?
Oh, is that so?
Don't send her away, Bob.
Keep still, will you? Go on, why don't you, Betty?
No, all right. I don't mind. Is our driver out there?
Yeah, I told him you'd be right out.
Oh, you did? Well, goodbye, Nicky. I'll try and come in and see you again before we go.
Oh, yes, you must, Betty.
If I do, will you tell me what Bob's big secret is? I suppose he's had a letter from Judy Allen or something.
Oh, keep still. I haven't thought about that girl for weeks. Run along like a good girl. I'll be back to the hotel in just a little while.
Goodbye, Nicky. I'll see you soon.
Oh, yes, of course.
Listen, Nick, I want to ask your advice. You're not much older than I am, but you are a little. There's something going on that I don't know just what to do about.
Why don't you tell Mr. Chandler?
Oh, no, we promised we wouldn't. I mean, well, I tell you, I'm kind of worried about...
Betty. Oh, what can that be?
Hurry, Bob. Betty's out there. I know it. And nobody with her but the driver. Gee, I was a sap to let her go out there alone.
Bob, come here quick. Oh, Bob, hurry.
Oh, gee, what's the matter now? We'll come back and tell you what's the matter, Nick. Betty. There you are. What's the matter?
Oh, Bob, I'm simply scared to death. Look at those ragged natives.
What's the matter? What'd they do? They hurt you?
Oh, no. Don't you see who they are? There's some of those rifts or something. Just as I got in the car, they came around the corner and they began to shoot. I was so scared I didn't know what to do.
What happened to the driver?
He ran away.
Gee, I'm sorry I said anything about you going back to the hotel without me. Those Legionnaires will round him up. How do you suppose those fellas get their guns?
Oh, dear, why do you have to think about that now? They'll shoot us.
How can they shoot us? The Legionnaires are taking them away to jail. What makes you so dithery?
Oh, Bob, I wish I could tell you. Oh, no, I don't mean that. Nothing's the matter. I'm all right. Let's go right back to the hotel, then. Let's go right now.
I have to let Nick know you're all right.
Oh, no, don't let's go back. Tell that man at the door. He'll tell Nicky, and tell him we'll come back and see him, maybe tomorrow.
Oh, okay. You wait right here.
Hurry, Bob.
Hey, listen. Will you go and tell Nicholas Alexander we've gone back to the hotel? And say Miss Regan is all right. Yes, monsieur. Thanks. Come on. We'll get in the car and blow the horn and see if the driver will come out of wherever he's hiding.
Yes, let's. Oh, don't, Bob. Stop. You're making an awful noise. Stop. He won't come back.
There he comes now. Doesn't he look scared?
Well, I don't blame him.
Come on, Ben Chasm. Let's get going. Boy, when he don't talk, he must be scared, huh, Betty?
I want to ask you something, Bob, before we get to the hotel. I've been thinking about it ever since, and I can't imagine what Dimitri could have meant.
Not so loud. What do you mean, what he could have meant?
Well, he told those French soldiers Ismail had escaped.
Escaped?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
I don't know. Oh, I bet I know. I bet those French officers don't know who Dimitri and Ismail really are. I mean, that they're working for the French Secret Service, you know. I bet they think Ismail's done something and they came there to arrest him, maybe.
Oh, yes, that must be it. Won't you be glad when we can tell Uncle Frank and Mother about Dimitri, Bob? Because Dimitri and Uncle Frank are really working together, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I suppose they are in a way.
Of course they are. Uncle Frank has to be careful no one knows what he does, just like Dimitri does. Anyway, I hate to keep a secret like this from Mother. This is the first time I've ever done it.
Oh, yeah? Say, what do you suppose Nick's doing in the Foreign Legion?
Well, I think he'll tell us if we don't have to go away too soon. But listen, Bob. Oh, here we are.
Here you are, Ben Catherine. We won't need you any more this morning.
Let's go from the terrace and have a lemon squash before lunch, shall we?
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, look. Stop here a minute. There, Mother and Father and Uncle Frank.
Where?
Third table from the corner. See him?
Oh, dear.
That's what we get for having kind of a guilty conscience. We didn't. We dash right up and say hello and think nothing of it.
Oh, I wonder if he's found out anything. Listen, Bob. I just can't go on feeling like a burglar or something. I'm going over and get Mother and take her off in a corner somewhere and tell her the whole thing.
Yeah, you would. Doesn't a promise mean anything to you? We swore up and down we wouldn't tell one word to anybody. We can.
Oh, but, Bob, I don't mean what you mean at all.
For Pete's sake, are you keeping something from me? I mean, you don't know more about Dimitri and Ismail than I do you?
Oh, Bob, I don't know what to say. I mean, no, of course I don't, but I feel terrible.
Be silly. You know it'll be all right as soon as Dimitri says we can tell Uncle Frank and Mother. Look, Uncle Frank's seen us.
Bob, here we are, over here.
Hello. Come on now, do you want to give the whole thing away?
I won't give it away.
We saw Nick. He asked about you, Uncle Frank.
Sit here, Betty. How is Nicholas?
Oh, he's all right. I mean, he said he thought he wouldn't have to stay there very long. Is he badly wounded?
Not very, I guess. He didn't tell us how it happened. Just said he stopped a piece of shell or something.
By the way, your friend Ismail won't be around to take you out to his villa anymore.
What?
No, you'll never see him again.
Where is he, Uncle Frank? Has he gone out to the yacht?
What yacht?
Oh, I mean, he did say he had a yacht, didn't he, Bob?
Why, yeah, sure he did. Is that where he went, Uncle Frank?
No.
Why don't you tell them what really happened, Frank? You frightened Betty to death.
I can't tell them what happened, Doc. I'm sorry since he was friendly to you while we were all out of the city, but I can't help thinking it's just as well.
What's just as well?
He means it's just as well for you not to see this man again. And I agree with him. I think it was very foolish of Madame Delange to permit you to accept courtesies from Ismail.
Why, Mother?
Well, for one thing, because he was a man none of us knew.
Oh, Uncle Frank, can't you tell us where Ismail went or anything about him?
No, Betty. But you'll never see him again.
And Madame Delange asked me to say goodbye to you both for her, too.
Pete's sake, is she gone too?
Yes. She left the hotel just a few minutes ago. She didn't say where she was going, did she, Frank?
No. She said she'd had a letter calling her away. She left this note for you, Betty Lou.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Frank.
Won't you have a lemon squash before lunch?
Yeah, thanks. We were just thinking about it.
2 lemon squashes, please.
Bob, look. It's not from Madame Delange at all. It's from Dimitri. He says he's gone back to the villa.
In the absence of Dorothy, Regent, and Chandler, the sinister Dimitri has convinced Bob and Betty he is an agent of the French Secret Service. He is also attempting to urge Betty to marry him secretly. He is forced into hiding, however, and promises to send word to her. Meanwhile, Chandler returns to Algiers with word that Prince Nicholas is in the military hospital. Returning to the hotel after a visit to Nicholas, Betty receives a note from Dimitri saying he has come back to the villa, where the present act opens. Chandu, the magician.
And you could learn nothing of Ismail?
No, Effendi. But in the marketplace, I met an old man, very wise and holy. And when I gave him alms, he said to me, "Tell thy people this. Never shall they look upon the face of Ismail again."
Ah, well, you shall take his place. And when the French have been driven from the land, gold and jewels and many fine horses shall be yours.
These things are mine now, Effendi. The people of my tribe live only to see the French, on whom be the curse of the prophet, driven into the sea.
And they shall be, I promise you. Listen, there is much to be done here tonight.
I have said my people will follow thee, Effendi.
It is well. Very soon, a boy and a young lady will arrive at the gates of the villa. They are Americans, named Regent. They are to be brought to the garden. In a few moments, you will take the young man into the villa and explain to him something I will ask him to do for me. The young lady
Thou
I
art
will...
delaying the work of the Brotherhood to...
Hear about this. Have you been talking to Colonel Revenge?
No, Effendi. But this I know. The man who for the love of a maiden rides not out to battle loses not only the maiden, but the battle shall go to his enemy.
Must we stand here all night talking? Can you not see that through this young lady I can defeat Chandler?
Your tongue is too quick, Effendi. I ask thy pardon. What is it thou wouldst have me do?
I want you to take the young man into the villa, as I have told you. Ask him to be seated and pretend to write a note. Take plenty of time, Yareb, for while you are inside the villa, I shall be explaining to the young lady how she can help.
Thou art the prince of cunning, Effendi.
When you have finished the note, fold it and seal it and tell the young man it is to be delivered to the owner of the Cafe of the Three Daggers in the Kasbah.
And on the note there will be...
There will be nothing. Listen, they are here. Stand there in the shadow of the orange tree. It will be well if they should not recognize you if they see you in Algiers. I am here, my friends. Come into the garden.
Oh, hello, Dimitri. Are you sure it's all right for you to be back here at the villa?
It was very good of you to come in answer to my note. Good evening, Betty Lou. What has frightened you?
Oh, nothing exactly, Dimitri. But you see, we had to leave the hotel and everything. We don't know even yet whether Mother will wake up and find we're gone. We can't stay long.
I cannot express my thanks for your help. And now you must meet Yareb, one of my trusted men.
What? Where is he? Oh, I couldn't see in the shadow. I'm sorry. Good evening.
Miss Betty, may I present my friend Yareb?
Thy slave is in the dust that I see.
Oh, thank you.
Bob, Yareb will explain to you why I have asked you to come to the villa at this unusual hour. Will you go with him?
Yeah, sure. But say, what's all this about Ismail disappearing?
Yes, and Madame Delange has gone from the hotel. Did you know that, Dimitri?
Oh, yes. She had, I think, a very important cablegram which caused her to return to Europe.
What boat did she go on? We've been looking for boats ourselves. There wasn't any boat today.
Perhaps on the yacht of a friend.
Oh.
Thou wilt come with me into the villa, young Effendi?
Oh, sure.
Hurry, Bob. You know we must go right back.
Okay, don't worry.
They are gone. And now, my little Betty Lou, I want to look at you in the moonlight.
Oh, Dimitri, you frighten me when you look at me like that. And I know I'm not really beautiful.
Dushka, it is part of your charm that you do not know how fascinating you are. You are like a gardenia blossom. About you there is a fragrance that drives me mad.
Oh, Dimitri, please.
No. Sit down again. You do love me, don't you, my little Betty Lou?
Oh, I don't know, Dimitri. It's also kind of mixed up and everything.
My poor little darling. In a few days, as soon as I hear from Paris, all this worry will be over. Shall we be married here in the moonlight?
Oh.
I will cover the garden with petals of flowers.
Oh, you make it sound so romantic.
It shall be the very spirit of romance. Say you'll marry me before the full moon is gone.
Oh, you've been wonderful to us. Don't think I don't appreciate it. If you'd just let me tell Mother.
Listen, then. Come to me here again tomorrow night, and I promise you everything shall be exactly as you say.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, say you will, Betty Lou.
All right. I'll come if I possibly can. Oh, look, there comes Bob.
He shall suspect nothing. You have the message, Bob?
Yes, I have it, and I'll deliver it. Don't worry. Come on, Betty. I'll leave you at the hotel on my way. I beg your pardon. Do you mind if I sit here? Do you speak English? Do you speak English? I have to find the manager, and I don't exactly know how to do it.
Why, yes, Bob, I speak English.
What?
What do you want of the manager?
Uncle Frank.
Not so loud. Why are you in Arab dress?
What are you doing here all dressed up like a native?
You didn't recognize me, did you?
I should say I didn't. With that brown stuff on your face and those native clothes on. How'd you know me?
I'm sorry to say you'll have to do a little better than that before you can expect to go far in the British Secret Service. Suppose you tell me what you're doing here, Bob.
Oh, well, you see, You see, I tell you.
Of course, your mother has no idea you're not in your room at the hotel.
Well, no, but...
But you thought it would be a lot to put on that Arab costume and have a look around the Kasbah at night?
Oh, no, Uncle Frank. That's not it exactly. Still... Oh, in a way it is.
Not so loud, Bob. Did you come to this cafe purposely or just happen upon it?
Why?
Who told you about the place, Bob?
Well, it was a fellow I met the other day named Yarab.
Where did you meet him?
Out at Ismail's villa.
I see. What was it he told you about this place that made you so anxious to see it?
Well, nothing. Only I just thought it'd be kind of fun.
Why did you ask me if I knew where you could find the manager?
Oh, why, Well, I suppose I might as well tell you. I had a letter for him.
A letter? For the manager of the Cafe of the Three Daggers? You mean this Yarab gave it to you?
Yes. He asked me to bring it to him, and I said I would.
Give the letter to me, will you?
Oh, gee, no, Uncle Frank. I can't do that.
Would you rather give it to me yourself or have me take it from the manager afterward?
Hey, what's the matter, Uncle Frank? You don't think Yarab's mixed up with these tribesmen or whatever they are, do you? Because I know he isn't. Why, he's a friend of...
Give me the letter, Bob.
But you can't go around reading other people's mail.
This time I can. But I'll compromise with you. Look at the letter yourself.
Why, no.
Look at it or give it to me.
Well, gee, I'll look at it, but why?
Where is the letter?
It's right here. Why, there's nothing on it at all.
I'm sorry you found it necessary to tell me all that, Bob.
No, listen, I didn't... Why, there's Yarab. There he is now. What's he doing?
He gave you a letter to bring here, and then came here himself.
Gee, I know it's funny, but...
Men of here! Silence! You know me not. I have concealed my face so that in the days to come, no man may say it was I who spoke to you tonight.
You're sure this is the same man?
Oh, sure, I'm sure, but...
In this room are many whose fathers feared not to sail the sea and take from all men that which they desire. Gold, jewels,
Pirates. That's what Madame Delange told us. I wonder what he's talking about.
Today the tribesmen of the mountains have risen in the name of Islam to drive from Algeria the cursed French Maringi.
Oh, I see what he's doing now. He's pretending he's one of those tribesmen himself.
From the clean high mountains, I have come to call the men of Algiers to war against the French. If thou must die in the holy struggle, paradise awaits thee, with gardens filled with the ripple of cool water, and beautiful black-eyed maidens to serve thee. Come, brothers of Algiers, thy fathers are watching thee.
Gee, they're taking this big.
Let those who will join me follow me from this place. Horses and weapons thou shalt have, and all things necessary for war. Come! In the high mountains my people await thee.
Hey, listen. Do you hear that music, Uncle Frank?
The spirits of the prophet himself will guide thy hand, and death shall visit the cursed breast. Hey, Muhammad! What is happening in this place?
Uncle Frank, the lights are all green. Uncle Frank, where are you?
How dark is his glory. What demon's work is this? This black death! I cannot see!
Uncle Frank, where are you? Where are you?
Get him out here! Wait! You are powerless to move or speak. When I have gone, you will not remember what this man has said, nor will he. Let him go his way in peace. I say to you, you have not heard his voice tonight.
Uncle Frank! Oh, there you are. Gee, I'm glad that green light's gone. Boy, was that you? It sounded just like your voice. Gee, Hey, look! Yarab's sick or something. He's passed right out. Look, Uncle Frank!
Dmitri gives Bob a note to deliver to the Cafe of the Three Daggers in the native quarter of Algiers. Bob dresses in Arab clothing and goes to the cafe, where to his surprise he meets Chandler, who takes the note from him. Suddenly Yarab, lieutenant of Dmitri, springs up and makes an impassioned plea for all Algerine men to join the revolt. By his occult powers, Chandler overcomes Yarab and takes Bob back to the hotel, where the present act opens the following day.
Chandu, the magician.
You can't mean Bob's become involved with these natives, Frank.
Well, of course, I'm only guessing. But let me tell you, last night, very late, I went to an Arab cafe in the Kasbah. It's an awful den. I'd heard rumors that a plot was afoot to recruit those fellows into the army of the tribesmen. So I disguised myself as a ragged Arab and went there.
You sound as if you thought this might be more than a holy war, Frank.
I'm convinced it's nothing of the sort. Ismail admitted as much to me night before last.
Ismail?
Yes, in the last conversation I had with him. He didn't realize what he'd said, but while he was cursing me, he boasted I would never know who was behind the uprising.
You think it's a foreigner?
Yes.
But, Frank, what about Bobby?
It's this. While I was at the cafe last night, sitting there on the floor among those chattering Arabs, the door opened and Bob came in.
Frank? Alone?
Yes, he was alone, and he was dressed in that Arab costume Yusuf gave him in Alexandria.
Good heavens.
I was near the door, and there happened to be an empty place near me. Bob sat down, and after a minute he spoke to me and asked me if I knew how he could find the manager of the cafe.
You mean he hadn't just gone into the native quarter for fun? He'd really gone to that awful place purposely?
Yes, and this is the part I don't want him to know. He told me a man named Yarab had asked him to bring a note to the manager of the cafe.
Did you ask him where he'd met this man who gave him the note?
Yes, and what do you suppose he said? He said he'd met him at Ismail's villa.
And it was Madame Delange who took the children out there. Frank, do you think they've been planning this ever since we met her on the ship? It seems impossible they would go to all this trouble just to get the help of a boy like Bobby.
I know it does, Doc. But of course, if they found Bob was willing to listen to their story, they might use him to communicate with their Confederates. The French would never suspect him.
I suppose you didn't learn what was in the letter.
I took a rather mean advantage of Bob. I insisted either that he let me read the letter or read it himself. When he took it out of the envelope, it was just a piece of blank paper.
You mean it was a trick of yours?
No. There was really nothing on the paper at all.
But that's absurd.
I know. The only reason I've been able to work out is that this was the first time they'd tried the scheme. And if he was going to be caught, they didn't want anything incriminating in the letter.
That seems logical enough.
Yes. But what does Bobby think you're going to do?
He promised me he wouldn't go there again without telling me. So you needn't worry about that, Doc.
But you don't think this trouble is over as far as Bobby's concerned, do you, Frank?
How do you know I don't?
Because if you did, you wouldn't tell Robert and me anything about it.
I've always told you your middle name should have been Sherlock, Doc.
Then I'm right.
Well, in a way.
Well, what is this, a convention or something?
He won't gone very long.
Oh, we could only stay a few minutes. They told us Nicky wasn't so well today. Uncle Frank, I wish you'd go and see him.
Of course I will, but...
Well, we were wondering this. Do you suppose if Nick was worried about something, he might not get well so fast? Or is that a lot of baloney?
Bobby.
Well, Mother, you don't expect me to say, or is that merely a theory, do you?
I'll answer that, Bob. It's not just a theory. Do you think Nicholas has something on his mind?
Yes, we do.
It's probably something about this foolish enlistment in the Foreign Legion. Did he say anything about why he did that?
No, he didn't, Mother. And he asked us not to ask him about it. Can't you go and see him this afternoon, Uncle Frank?
Perhaps. I'll telephone the hospital in a few minutes. But first I want to ask you and Bob some questions. Sit down, won't you?
What kind of questions, Uncle Frank?
Well, just a few questions about Madame Delange and Ismail.
Well, what do you want to know?
Did Madame Delange ever say anything about how it happened that Ismail, who is the son of a mountain tribesman, happened to own that villa where you went?
Why, no, she didn't. Did she, Bob?
No, we didn't ask her.
Well, of course not. But I thought she might have mentioned it. Seems rather strange.
Well, I don't think it's strange at all, Uncle Frank. It's a beautiful villa. I should think anybody'd be glad to have it. The garden is the most beautiful place I ever saw in my life.
I think we'll all go and pay a call at this villa.
Oh, no, Uncle Frank, we can't do that.
Why, the owner, Ismail isn't there anymore.
Why not go now? Then Cassim can have the car here in 5 minutes. All right, Doc?
Yes, Frank, I'd like to. I'll get my things.
Well, here we are. What do we do now?
We'll get out, and there's a button right there by the side of the gate post that you press, and somebody comes and lets you in if there's anybody to let you in. We've never come up here before without... Here, I'll push the button. Looks deserted to me.
A beautiful old iron gate.
Yes, aren't they, Mother?
Now, listen, Bob. If this man Yarab appears, I want you to introduce him to me without letting him know I've ever seen or heard of him before. Will you do that?
Sure I will, but why?
Never mind now. And then I want you to explain to him that you've come out here because you hadn't seen Ismail, and you've been wondering what had happened. So, since your mother and father had returned from the hills, you brought us out for a drive. Is that clear?
Sure, but... Gee, Uncle Frank, you've got Yarab all wrong if you think he's...
Never mind that now. Will you do as I say?
Yes, I'll do it.
There's someone coming out of the door now.
It is Yarab. Hi, Yarab.
Allah be with you, young friend. One moment and I will open the gate.
Yarab, I brought my family out to see the villa. Mother, this is Yarab. Of course, you know Betty. This is my father, Mr. Regent, and my uncle, Mr. Chandler.
Allah be with thee.
You see, Yarab, we haven't seen Ismail for a couple of days, and so we thought as long as the family'd come back from the hills, you know my mother and father were out looking at some ruins, so we thought we'd come out and see if Ismail was sick or anything.
Thy kindness will never be forgotten, young friend. Wilt thou have the goodness to enter?
Do you expect Ismail soon, Yarab?
His return is in the hands of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate.
You don't think he'll mind our looking around here?
If Ismail could know thou hast entered the garden, he would rejoice.
What's that bell that keeps ringing all the time?
Well, Mother, we told you about that. It's the boy on Dead Man's Shore.
Heaven.
Come on, Mother. We want to show you the garden.
Just a minute first, Aunt, will you?
We'll walk on over here, Mother. Now, listen, Betty. What are we going to do if Dimitri does come?
But he won't come out, will he? If he's in the house, he must know we're out here. And he doesn't want Uncle Frank to know we even know him.
Yeah, but he may not be in the house. He may be away from the villa someplace and walk right in on us. What then?
Oh, anyway, Dimitri told me the other night when we were out here it would only be 2 or 3 more days until we could tell Mother and Uncle Frank all about everything. So maybe...
Listen, you aren't really going to fall for Dimitri, are you? I mean, no, he likes you, but he probably thinks you're only a kid. You are, really.
I am not. I'm nearly 18.
Yeah, but don't get any ideas about how he wants to marry you or anything like Abdala.
Well, what if he does want to marry me?
Don't be silly. Say, you don't mean he really does.
Oh, well, no, of course I don't. I mean, I only meant I'm old enough that he did happen to ask me to marry him.
Oh, no, you aren't. And besides, Mother never lets you.
She would if she knew Dimitri like we do.
Not so loud. Here she comes.
Here I am, Betty.
Oh, yes. Look, Mother, come here. Look, right down over the wall. Isn't that positively the most beautiful sight you ever saw? Look how blue the water is, and how the waves flash against the cliff. Isn't it gorgeous?
It is beautiful. But that bell out there, it's like a dirge.
I know it. I used to feel as if it was a kind of warning or something. But that's silly, isn't it?
Don't say it's silly. Where's Uncle Frank?
He and Father went with Yarab to look around the other side of the garden.
Well, you mustn't forget and sit in that old Phoenician seat.
What old Phoenician seat?
Oh, it's a terrible thing. It was built in the old days. And it's a kind of a low bench and an alcove made out of stone. And you press on a kind of a carved fish, and the whole thing turns right over, and he is going to sit there. Oh, Yarab ought not to let him. Uncle Frank, don't sit there, don't.
What's the matter, Betty? What is it?
Oh, I told you about that. Yarab, don't you know about it?
No, Miss Betty. You mean there is a legend connected with this old stone seat?
Oh, no, it's not a legend at all. Now, get away. Get right away, everybody, so you won't fall in, and I'll show you. You see this funny carved fish here?
Don't, Betty.
Hey, you better let that thing alone. You don't know how to work it.
I do, too. I know exactly how. And you press on this fish.
Let me see, Betty. Show me how to work it.
Well, you just press on that fish, Uncle Frank, and the whole seat turns right over.
Like this?
Yes. Look there. See that black pit? It goes right down into the sea.
How horrible.
Gee, I think that's great.
It is a fascinating bit of mechanism, isn't it? Do you know how it comes back to place?
Yes, you just press up on the fish.
Here, I'll do it. Don't get too close to the pit, Betty.
How delicately balanced it must be to respond to a touch on that carving.
If the offender is pleased, I will go to the villa and have coffee brought.
Thank you, Yarab. That'll be very kind.
Don't you think he's fascinating, Uncle Frank?
I wonder what he's doing here. From his dress, he belongs to one of the mountain tribes.
Why, he said he was watching the villa for...
for the owner.
There's something uncanny, something sinister about this place. Do you feel it, Frank?
Yes. I can't help believing there's something wrong here.
Why, what could be wrong?
There must be something wrong. At least in the mind of a man who could leave a thing like that old Phoenician seat unlocked. So any unsuspecting person might press on that carving and be pitched headfirst into the pit.
I must admit those things fascinate me, Frank. There must be a passageway that connects with the pit in some way.
Yes, and I think it's probably a stairway that goes down inside the wall.
Well, can you beat that, Betty?
You mean you know of such a stairway?
Sure we do. Do you want us to ask Yarb to let us go down there?
No, I think we'd better not strain Yarb's courtesy any further.
Let's get away from here, Frank, shall we?
Yes, I think it might be as well. But here comes Yarb with the coffee. We'd better... Why, what is it, Yarb?
I regret, Effendi. I do not understand. But there are many French soldiers outside the gates, and they say not one person will be permitted to leave the villa. I am deeply sorry, Effendi.
Under pretense of making a social call, Frank Chandler has taken the Regents to the mysterious villa of which Bob and Betty have spoken so often. There they find Yarab, who seems to remember nothing of the scene in the cafe the night before. Dorothy and begs Chandler to take them back to Algiers. As they talk, Yarab returns from inside the villa with the news that French soldiers are at the gates, and none of the family will be allowed to leave.
Chandu. The magician.
Why should French soldiers come here, Yarab?
The ways of the French are beyond the understanding of the men of Algeria.
How many soldiers are there?
You think to fight the soldiers of the French, Effendi?
No, of course not. How many are there?
Many.
Why don't you go and talk to them yourself, Frank?
I will.
They have locked the gates, Effendi.
I can talk to them through the gate. Wait here, all of you. I'll see what I can find out about this.
We may as well sit down, Dorothy. There's nothing to be done until Frank comes back. He can surely persuade them to open the gates and let us go. Where are you going, Bob?
Right over here.
We're just going to sit over here in the shade of the orange tree. Now listen, Bob. Turn around this way so they can't see our faces. We've got to do something.
Well, what could we do? What do you mean?
We can't let those soldiers search the villa. They'll find Dimitri.
We can't keep them from searching the villa if they want to. If we say anything about it, it'll make just all the worse.
Oh, dear, isn't it too bad this had to happen just when Dimitri was almost ready to tell everybody he was here and everything?
Yeah, it sure is. Say, maybe if I could get into the villa and find Dimitri, he'd say it was all right to tell Uncle Frank now.
Oh, no, I know it isn't. He'd let me know. He'd let us know.
Gee, you act funny lately. I wish I knew if you were really trying to put something over on me.
But, Bob, how could I?
Well, I don't know exactly, but you sure do act funny.
Well, never mind trying to figure out how I act. If we're going to let Dimitri know we're ready to help him get away, we've got to hurry.
I tell you, I'll just get up from here and walk right into the villa without saying anything to anybody.
Well, what'll I tell Mother and Father?
Tell them I've gone in to get you a drink of water. Say, you know what? Those soldiers are probably not looking for Dimitri at all.
Of course they're not. What made you think they were? He's not supposed to have anything to do with this villa. It's supposed to be Ismail that owns the villa.
Yeah, and I bet Ismail's dead. That's what I bet.
Why, Bob!
Well, I do. Why'd Uncle Frank be so mysterious about it and not tell us what happened to him if he was alive?
You don't mean you think Uncle Frank killed him?
No, I don't think that exactly. Yet sometimes I wonder.
But, Bob...
Now, listen, I'm going into the villa, and you've got to keep Mother and Father right here, remember?
All right. And listen, Bob, if you see Dimitri, give him a message for me, will you?
Sure, what is it?
Well, you see, he asked me to do something for him yesterday, and I couldn't do it. And tell him I will just as soon as I can.
What are you talking about? What did he ask you to do?
Well, do I have to tell you everything?
Well, I think you should about him. Because you might go and pull some boner that'll spoil everything for him.
Well, I'm not going to tell you this, and it's no use wasting time trying to make me.
No, don't be silly. What do I care what it is? I'm going now. You get Father and Mother over here. I'll come right back as soon as I can.
Mother?
Where's Bobby going?
Oh, just into the villa to get me a drink of water.
I wish Uncle Frank would hurry. What can he be doing all this time?
Sit down here, Mother. Don't you just love this garden?
Yes, it is beautiful, dear.
Why, here comes Uncle Frank. What do you suppose...
Come on, all of you. You must go at once. Where's Bob?
Oh, he went in to get me a drink. I'll go and get him.
I'll get him. In the villa?
Oh, you don't have to go, Uncle Frank. Just call him. He'll come.
Bob. Bob.
He'll be right here, Uncle Frank.
Betty.
Come on, Bob. Never mind the drink of water. Uncle Frank says we have to go right away.
Okay.
What happened about the soldiers, Uncle Frank?
If there was ever any doubt about your friend Ismail, there's certainly none now. There were no soldiers.
What?
Not one. I think Ismail's servant Yarab locked the gates himself.
Oh, Yarab's not a servant, Uncle Frank. He's Ismail's friend.
There's no use talking about it anymore. The fact remains someone wanted to keep us here. And if we don't hurry, they may succeed yet. I've got the gates open, and there's the car. They didn't touch that at any rate.
What's the matter with Yarab, Uncle Frank? See him standing there in the shadow of the gatepost?
Yes, I see him.
Uncle Frank, haven't magicked him or something, have you? Look how he's glaring at us. Gee, we ought to say goodbye to him, hadn't we?
If you like.
Goodbye, Yarab. We'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Come, children.
Oh, if we could only tell Uncle Frank. He looks so kind of stern or something.
Now, keep still.
I never was so glad to leave a place. What do you suppose it really is, Frank?
I can tell you this much, Dot. It's just as well Ismail won't be back there again.
It's just as well for who, Uncle Frank?
For Ismail.
Oh, this terrible road. Tell him not to drive so fast, Frank.
Driver. Slower. Go slower.
Stop. Oh, don't go so fast. This can't be safe.
I tell you, drive more slowly. This road is too dangerous.
Uncle Frank, look at the driver.
What do you mean, look at him?
You're right, Bob. Stop, I tell you. Stop at once.
What's the matter? Oh, what is it?
The fellow's not our driver at all. I never saw him before.
I'll fix him.
Bobby, no, don't touch him. He'll drive the car over the cliff into the sea.
Well, gee, Mother, we can't...
It's the only way, Doc. Listen, Bob. Change places with your father. Quickly. Now, when I give the word, be ready. I'm going to climb over there and drag him away from the wheel. And you must take it the minute his hands are off it. All you can do, of course, is keep the car in the road.
I'd better climb over too, hadn't I, where I can reach the brake?
Yes, of course. But wait until I get him out from under the wheel.
You don't suppose he understands English, do you, Frank?
No, but we can't help it if he does. I'm sure I'm a match for him. And there's nothing else to be done.
means to kill her.
But he'd kill himself, too, wouldn't he?
Oh, hush.
We're talking
Oh, I'm not afraid for myself.
Ready, Bob?
Sure, I'm ready. Go. I got the wheel, Uncle Frank.
Can you get at the emergency brake?
Sure. I'll get him over. There.
Fine. Now we'll see what you have to say for yourself. What happened to the driver that took us up there to the villa? Oh, you don't speak English, eh?
Gee, he can't speak at all, Uncle Frank. You've almost choked him to death. Hey, look out! He's getting away. Gee, do you want me to run after him?
No, let him go. We can never catch him among all these rocks. And besides, he'd do us very little good. He was only carrying out instructions.
Frank, do you mean he would deliberately have killed himself in order to kill all of us?
Of course he would. These fanatical Mohammedans have no fear of death when they can be persuaded it's in a holy cause.
Oh, gee, somebody certainly must have been doing a lot of high-powered persuading.
Yes, and I think I know who it is.
Who? Who, Frank?
Our friend Yarab up at the villa. Did Ismail ever speak to either of you about me or my work?
Why,
Ismail? No. No, he didn't, Uncle Frank. Why?
I wondered. Well, we may as well start down if you're all right again, Dorothy. Are you?
Of course, Frank.
Frank, I wonder if you're not attaching too much importance to this Ismail. Why should he take the trouble to cultivate the acquaintance of Bob and Betty? What possible good could they do?
More than you think, perhaps. And don't forget, he's the son of Ben Yusuf. You know how fanatically devoted to each other these tribesmen are. Well, shall we start back?
Shall I drive, Uncle Frank?
No, I'll drive, Bob. Are you sure the emergency brake is set?
I'll say I'm sure.
Change places with me, then.
Okay. Remember how funny it was when you first came back from India, Uncle Frank? When you first started to drive our cars at home?
Yes, indeed.
You were always getting way over on the left-hand side of the street, and I was always having heart failure for fear you'd smack somebody.
Yes,
Frank, what is that ahead in the road?
It's a man, Doc.
Lying in the middle of the road?
Oh, poor thing. The automobile's probably knocked him down and gone right on.
Dorothy, you and Betty sit down on the floor of the car. Hurry.
Quick, do as it says, dear.
You mean, you think that fellow's just lying there on the road so we'll have to stop?
That's exactly what I think. He knows we won't run over him.
Well, I would.
Can't you drive around him, Frank?
No, you see, he's just there at the curve where there's no room to pass him without running into the rocks. I'll have to stop. Dorothy, you and Betty keep out of sight. I don't want them to know we have any women with us.
What do you mean, damn?
You don't suppose that man's alone, do you? There's probably a band of tribesmen hidden among the rocks.
What do you suppose they want?
Money, probably. As soon as I stop, open the door, and we'll both get out and walk up to that man. I want them to think we've been taken in by their scheme. Am I staying here, Robert?
Of course not.
Come on then, Bob. We'll go right up to him as if we suspected nothing.
Gee, he certainly had his nerve to stay right there with you coming down that road 40 miles an hour.
That's why I think he knew who we were. The native drivers would have probably run right over him. What is it, my friend? Are you hurt?
The Ferengi have walked into our trap. Any man of Algeria would have known El Haid had been placed in the road like a jackal to draw the lion to the hunter's hiding place. But not the Ferengi. He would not know.
What do you want?
What should we want but money?
Do you know who I am?
I know thou the Ferengi, and for my men, that is enough.
Look behind you. Look, I say. See how the sun is blotted out by a great dark cloud? Listen. In this land where no rain has fallen for 7 years, you shall see lightning. You shall hear thunder.
What demon's work is this?
Look, I say. See how the sun is darkened by the black cloud. Hear the rushing of the wind from the high mountains. The spirit that rides in the wind bids you and your men go. Go!
What was that, Uncle Frank? Did you know there was a storm coming up?
What? Let's get back to the car before those fellows recover their wits and come back here.
Effendi, come closer.
Look out, Uncle Frank. It's the guy on the ground. He might have a knife.
Go back to the car, Bob. Hurry. You have a message for me, El Hyde?
You have spoken, Effendi. Come to the ruin of Kubri El-Rumbia at the rising of the moon.
Driving back to Algiers from the villa, Frank Chandler and the regents come upon a native lying in the road, apparently badly injured. He proves to be the decoy for a band of robbers. The marauders demand money, and also the motor car in which to escape. Chandler terrifies them into running away. Suddenly, the native whispers to Chandler a summons to come to the ancient ruin of Kubra El Rumia at the rising of the moon. The present act opens at the ruin several hours later.
Chandu, the magician.
Thou hast come at last, Chandu.
I thought you said at the rising of the moon, Kabir. And the moon is not yet above the horizon.
It is true, Chandu, and I ask thy pardon. But for now I have feared the messenger I sent had not been worthy of my trust.
Yes, he delivered your message. He must have been very skillful to have made those ruffians think he was one of them.
He is the son of my son, Chandu. And more I cannot say.
He has done well, Kabir.
He has but fulfilled his oath, Chandu. Thou art wondering why I chose to meet thee in this desolate place?
Of course not. I knew we must meet somewhere in the hills. But isn't it safe to build a small fire? You're cold.
I am old, my son, and the wind from the mountains is like ice.
Let's build a small fire. I know a place in a corner of this ruin here, on the other side, where it won't be seen 10 feet away.
Thou knowest this ruin, Chandu?
Oh, yes. This is the place where my brother-in-law, Robert Regent, was imprisoned for so many years.
It is true, but no man shall descend below the entrance again.
You mean because of the water?
No, my son. The water has receded again into the earth.
Has it indeed?
Of a truth. But for the reason thou knowest, no man may enter its doorway.
I understand. Come, let's build a fire, and you shall tell me why you sent for me. Around this corner we'll be out of the wind, and no one can see the fire. Here.
Have the brothers taught thee the way to make fire in the ancient way, Chandu?
No. In India, I've seen my teacher do it. But the secret is not yet mine.
It is given me to teach thee this before I go to be the guardian of the inner veil. Watch my hands, my son, that this secret may be thine. I draw upon the earth the ancient symbols of the East, and in the name of the 3 times 3, I call upon the source of fire to send me flame to warm this desert place. You see, my son, the power of the ancient incantation is not lost.
You are wise, beyond human knowledge, Kapil.
My son, thy name, Chandu, is well deserved.
You know, then, it was given me by my teacher in India?
Thou hast spoken, and thou shalt tell me of thy work.
You mean here in Algiers?
I mean thy work since first thou listened to thy teacher, the yogi.
Oh. You have information that is connected with my work in some way?
When thou hast told me, I will answer thee.
There's very little to tell. You know, of course, that after the war I went first to Egypt and then to India.
So that for what men call 10 years, thy studies were continued.
Yes. And then one day on the yogi's houseboat on Dal Lake, I looked with him into the crystal and saw the danger threatened my sister and her family in America. The yogi had told me I was soon to return to California, and that danger brought it about. You know of my sister's husband, Robert Regent.
Only that he has discovered secrets lost since the ancient days.
Oh, I don't mean that. You know the man who called himself Roxar had my sister's husband imprisoned in this ruin for 13 years, while he sought to learn a priceless secret.
Of a truth, I know his heart was black.
My sister and her children came over to Egypt with me, and we searched for him for months, and finally found him in Malta.
And it was then that thou made thy way again to India?
I went to see my teacher, who was in Tibet, and he sent me to Montebania.
And in Montebania, where thou hast brought the ruin of plotters against the king, thou hast known the prince?
Nicholas? Yes. Yes, we know him well. He's in Algiers now. For some reason, he enlisted in the Foreign Legion and was wounded when the tribesmen attacked Raj. Is it of him you wanted to speak?
I wish to test thee in thy wisdom, and this, in ways thou knowest not, I have done. And now, tell me this. Before the night has passed, thou must speak with Nicholas of Montebania.
Tonight? But he's lying wounded in the military hospital. Must it be tonight?
Thy work in Algiers may be ended if thou canst speak with him tonight.
And am I to say I have been sent to see him?
The way will be open, my son. And now, farewell.
I shall not see you again?
No, Chandu. My work is done. My son wilt thou see, and El-Haid, his son. But tonight, I tell thee, farewell.
Goodbye, then. I'll go back to Algiers at once.
Mr. Chandler.
I don't wonder you're surprised, Nicholas. It's hardly what you would call visiting hours, is it?
I've been wishing you'd come and see me. And anyway, I can't sleep.
Oh, that's why they moved you into this room alone, is it?
Oh, no, that's not it. At least I think not. I don't know why they did it. Suddenly they came this afternoon and moved me in here without an explanation. It's rather nice, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Perhaps they found out who you really are.
That would make no difference to these Legion chaps. One man is just like another to them. How did you get in at this hour? It must be nearly midnight.
I had to get special permission, of course. They told me you'd been asking for me.
Yeah. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Is there something on your mind? Betty said you looked worried when she was here yesterday.
Why, I can't hide it, even from her. Oh, I wish I knew what to do.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Well, I don't know whether I should or not. I thought for a moment when you came in the door, you might know about it already and might be able to help me.
You're in trouble of some sort?
Well, no. At least not the ordinary sort of trouble.
Is it something about the attack on the village of Raj?
Why, yes. Yes, it is. You mean you do know about it?
Come now, don't excite yourself needlessly. Tell me what's troubling you, and let's see if I can help you.
It's awfully good of you to take so much interest in me.
Nothing of the sort. Tell me what's on your mind.
It's this. I think I have some important information about the attack on Raj. If I could only remember what it is.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, you see, I knew you'd think it was ridiculous, but I can't help it.
Go on. Tell me the rest of it. Why is it you think you know this?
Because it was something I heard just after I was wounded. You know, my company was sent up to reinforce the garrison at Raj. But after we'd been there only a short time, an order came for us to withdraw and defend another small village nearby. You know where it is?
Yes, of course. Go on.
It was while we were leaving Raj that I was wounded. As I was lying on the ground, two of those tribesmen came along and they were robbing the men that had been killed. They thought I was dead. And they took everything I had in my pocket.
And you heard them talking while they were robbing you?
Yes. I was only half conscious, and I seemed to know it was very important for me to hear what they said. And still, I couldn't understand it all. I do know this. The order for us to withdraw to the other village was a forgery.
Have you said anything about this to your company commander or anyone else?
No, because I really had nothing definite to tell him.
But you heard more than this, didn't you?
Yes, but I can't remember enough of it to make it worth anything. I lie here all day trying to make myself recall what it was. Can't you see how I feel? If that order was a forgery, there's a man somewhere in our own ranks that's passing information to the tribesmen.
Nicholas,
and
stop. No wonder your temperature's gone up, and the doctors can't understand why you don't recover more quickly. You must stop worrying about it.
Oh, how can I help worrying? Hundreds of legionnaires may be killed because I can't remember.
You must stop. Let me see if I can help you.
Oh, do you think you could?
It's possible. Now, let's think about it quietly. First, you heard these men say the order to withdraw from Raj was a forgery. Is that it?
Yes, and then
Did you hear them mention any name that might help us find the man that was responsible for the order?
I heard two names. The first one was one of those native names that might have been anything. I keep saying them over and over to myself. You know how many there are alike over here? Mustafa, Abdala, Yusuf.
Not Ben Yusuf.
No. Well, that doesn't seem right somehow.
Might it have been Ismail?
I don't know. I think it was. I think it was Ismail.
Quiet now. We may be on the track of something at last. Try to think what it was they said about Ismail.
Oh, yes. I can almost remember. It was something about information that had been given to Ismail by someone else. And that's the other name I can't remember.
Another native name?
Well, it seems to me it was a very familiar name, but not Arabian. Oh, why can't I think of it?
Never mind now. Can you think what it was they said?
Oh, I can almost remember. I know Ismail was to meet this other man somewhere and get further instructions. Oh, if I could only remember where.
Think. Where was it he was going to meet this man?
It was some place I had never heard of, and... No, I can't remember.
Did they say at the villa? Could that have been it?
The villa? The villa? Why, yes. You mean you know where it is? Do you really? Oh, Mr. Chandler.
That's fine. Yes, I know where it is.
Oh.
Now, one more thing. Who was it he was going to meet there?
Why,
Don't get excited now. Think.
I am thinking. Oh, sometimes I can almost remember. And it's a name I know. I know it is. And then it's gone, and I can't think of it. No, I can't.
It's almost as if someone were deliberately willing me not to remember.
Steady now. Try again. Who was it he was to meet at the villa?
Oh, I tell you, it's no use. He won't let me. He won't let me remember. It's driving me mad, I tell you.
Chandler visits Nicholas at the military hospital in Algiers, and Nicholas tells him that while he was lying half conscious after being wounded in battle, he overheard two tribesmen speaking the names of the men who betrayed the French garrison. But Nicholas cannot remember. Questioning him adroitly, Chandler learns one was Ismail. But suddenly Nicholas cries out that someone is preventing him from remembering the other name. "I tell you, he won't let me," he shouts. "He's driving me mad." The present act opens at a ball at the home of a government official the following night. Chandu, the magician.
Tiens, you are suddenly concerned, Monsieur Chandler, that our plan may fail. Have you then heard something?
No, but I've become suddenly apprehensive.
Ah.
Are you sure you can trust the man who brought you the news that the leader of the revolt planned to be here tonight?
Mais oui, Monsieur, vraiment. And he had exhausted 2 fine horses to ride to Algiers from the mountains to bring me the message. What is troubling you, mon ami?
Oh, it seems logical enough that this leader might have to come to Algiers. And might be daring enough to come to a place like this, where no one knows who he is. Still...
Certainement. And we must not forget this leader may be one whom we know well.
I know. But I have positive information that the leader of the revolt has been out of Algiers for days.
You have no idea who this man might be?
No, I'm not even sure of his nationality. I've been wondering if perhaps he's an East Indian.
Yeah, and why should that be?
You see, he had a name that was familiar to Nicholas in some way. And Nicholas was in India for a short time several months ago.
Ah, you are clever, Monsieur Chandler.
Oh, Uncle Frank, did you ever see so many perfectly marvelous uniforms? And Mr. Morrell, the music is simply wonderful.
Merci, mademoiselle. You enjoy yourself, huh?
Oh, yes. I never saw so many picturesque people in my whole life.
Here they are, Mother.
Oh, yes. Mr. Morel, this is delightful.
Frank, aren't you ever going to dance with me? You never have, even once.
Betty, you know I haven't danced since I was in college. Oh, excuse me, will you? There's a man over there I must speak to.
Well, come on, Mother. Let you and me dance again, huh?
Very flattering, son.
Don't be silly.
What a beautiful garden you have, Mr. Morel.
You like it, huh? Ah, I am honored, mademoiselle.
I think it's perfectly gorgeous.
Here you shall see it then. There is a small temple at the end of the path, which I have had made from marble taken from an old ruin a few miles from Algiers.
Oh, could I go out and see it?
No, certain, no. I myself will show you.
Oh, I mean, would you think I was awfully rude if I said I'd like to go and see it alone in the moonlight?
Ah, mademoiselle, you have the true appreciation of beauty. You shall see my temple then, alone.
And if my mother comes back, you tell her where I am, will you?
Oui, mademoiselle. Follow the path beside the lily pool to the end of the garden.
Thank you. I'll be back in a few minutes. In my garden, jasmine flowers, where the perfume thousand trees.
My gentleman, come here. You should have been here half an hour ago.
But the bandit.
Stop! I know things Colonel Revenge cannot possibly know. Mr. Chandler visited the cafe of the Three Daggers himself 3 nights ago.
But that cannot be offending. I myself was at the cafe that night. I don't know it.
Go back the way you came and tell Colonel Revenge.
Dimitri!
Betty Lou. Yara, will you go?
What are you doing here? I thought you said you didn't want anyone to see you in Algiers.
Didn't you know when you didn't come to the villa, I would find some way of seeing you again?
But I couldn't come. I couldn't without Mother finding out or...
Oh, but I had to see you.
But how did you know I'd be here?
I always know where you are. And have you not yet discovered that my love will bring you to me? Even against your will?
Oh, Dimitri, don't. You make it sound dreadful. Wasn't that Yarab you were talking to?
Yes. Yes, it was Yarab.
But what did you mean about Uncle Frank watching the cafe of the Three Daggers?
Why, Betty, I said nothing about your uncle.
Well, yes, you did, Dimitri. You said Chandler was watching the cafe of the Three Daggers.
You misunderstood me. Why should I care if he did?
Well, that's what I wondered. I mean... Oh, Dimitri, when can we tell Mother and Uncle Frank?
I'm so sorry, Dushka. But I've had no answer from Paris. I must go on. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, I suppose so. You don't know how I feel about telling such awful stories to Mother and Uncle Frank all the time. And even Bob now.
Oh, let us forget all these unpleasant things for a moment. Oh, you are like a rose tonight.
Oh, Dimitri,
Betty Lou. Are you out here, dear?
Quick. Back here in the shadows. She mustn't see me here. Answer her. Tell her you're coming in.
I'm just coming in, Mother.
You mustn't be out here alone, dear.
Now, Mother, you've got to stop treating me as if I were a child.
Why, Betty. What is it, dear? You've been acting so strangely for the past week. Is something wrong?
No, of course there's nothing wrong. It's just that you can't seem
That's
to...
enough, dear. We'd better go.
Come on, then. Suppose Uncle Frank and Bob will be out here looking for me if we don't.
That will do, Betty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean to be so mean.
Dorothy, is Betty with you?
Yes.
You must come in, both of you, at once. There's likely to be trouble.
What sort of trouble?
There's someone hiding here, we think. Monsieur Morel has sent for a detachment of French soldiers. They're going to surround the grounds. If they find this man, he'll be shot down without mercy.
Oh, but Uncle Frank...
I didn't tell you, Betty, but the purpose of the ball tonight was to find this man.
Come, dear. Let's go before the soldiers come.
But, Uncle Frank, I should think...
Come, dear.
I should think if anybody was hiding here, Uncle Frank, he'd go away right now.
Betty, not so loud. If the man is hiding here, he'll hear you.
I hope he will.
Betty, don't you realize what he's done?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Mother.
Who's that? It's someone hiding in the shrubbery. Stop! Stop or I'll fire!
Oh, Frank, don't go in there.
Oh, Uncle Frank, please.
Go on back in the house, both of you. Hurry.
Oh, I can't bear to have him shoot him.
Run in the house quickly and send some of the men out here. Oh, wait. Never mind. Never mind, Doc.
What is it, Frank?
He's gone. But I've found out one thing. I'm right about him not being one of the tribesmen.
What's that in your hand, Frank?
It's a piece of cloth. See? It's a scrap the fellow saw from his clothes as he went over the wall. I light a match. See? It's part of the coat pocket of his evening clothes.
Evening clothes?
Yes. You see, he's a foreigner. Now, you and Betty must go.
Where was Robert when you came out here, Frank?
Talking to Monsieur Morel. I'll find him for you.
Will you? And we must find Bobby.
What are you going to do, Uncle Frank?
We'll hear all about it later, Betty. Oh, here's Bobby.
Where have you been? I was looking all over for you. You know, I thought I heard a shot, Uncle Frank.
You did?
Out here? Yes?
Let's not talk about it now. We'll tell you about it on the way back to the hotel.
Well, Father's looking for you, too. He said he was fed up with the ball and wanted to go home.
Wait a minute, Betty. I want to talk to you a minute.
What's the matter?
That's what I don't know. What happened out there in the garden? Who was it Uncle Frank shot at?
Oh, come on over here. Mother won't hear us if we don't talk too loud. I went out in the garden tonight, and there was Dimitri.
What was he doing there?
Well, you might as well know, Bob. He came to see me.
Did he say that?
Of course he did.
Say, now look here, Betty. You've got Dimitri all wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you act as if you thought he was crazy about you.
Well, I do not.
You do, too. I don't like to see you get all steamed up about him. Fella has to look after his sister, doesn't he?
I don't know what you mean. I'm a grown woman, and Dimitri knows I am.
Yeah, but Dimitri's not the type for you.
Oh, is that so? Well, he's exactly the type of man I admire most. And you should hear him talk about Vienna and Berlin and Paris. Oh, it thrills you to the core.
Sure, I know. I've heard him talk about all those places. But I tell you, he's not your type. Now, you look at Nick.
Oh, what about him?
Well, if you're going to marry anybody, I think you ought to marry somebody like Nick. Because, well, gee, I just don't see what Dimitri can see in a kid like you anyway.
That just shows how young you are.
Oh, yeah?
Why, I have all kinds of poise and everything, and if Mother just let me go out a little more alone, if she didn't treat me like a baby practically, I could soon be exactly as sophisticated as all those women in the stories you read about. At Monte Carlo and everywhere.
Yeah, you'd be swell.
Oh, I couldn't expect you to understand. Anyway, Nicky's just a boy.
Hey, you are crazy about Dimitri, aren't you?
Oh, don't be crude, Bob. I'm going to bed.
Well, go ahead. Just the same, I don't like to...
Well, you don't have to worry about me, because I'm quite capable of looking out for myself and...
Children, why don't you go to bed?
We were just going, Mother. Oh, hello, Uncle Frank.
Frank, did they find that man?
No, Doc. Betty, are you sure you didn't see anyone near the small temple? The man we were looking for must have been hiding near there at the time you were there in the garden.
Oh, I went out there, Frank. The shadows are so black it would be impossible to see him there, especially if he had on black clothes. Hush. What's that? That terrible chill on the back of my neck.
Don't you hear it, Mother? It's the psychic summons.
Where's my crystal ball?
It's over here on the little table, Uncle Frank. Here, I'll bring the whole thing, table and all.
Oh, Uncle Frank, are you sure you ought to listen? What if he told you something dreadful?
Why, Betty, darling, what's the matter with you?
There you are, Uncle Frank.
Is there a picture in the crystal?
No, not yet. Listen.
My son, I warn thee of peril to thyself and those who dwell within the magic circle of thy love.
You mean we are in danger at this moment?
Take thy sister and those others thou lovest, and go into the mountain to the home of the army.
Frank, too dangerous.
Gee, yes, those tribesmen are all over the roads. Why, hush.
Tell thy sister this, my son. Fear not, lest the thing thou fearest shall enslave thee.
Well, what does he mean, Mother?
Hush, dear.
We will go, my teacher. But is the work I do to be carried on by another?
Look, my son, into the crystal. I will show thee the face of him thou must defeat before peace will descend upon thee and thy house.
Oh, let me look.
Gee, isn't this keen? Do you see anything, Uncle Frank?
Yes, faintly. It looks like a great room. There's a man seated before a great table with papers of some sort before him.
Oh, it is getting clearer. You can almost see his face, Frank. Look.
Look out for the crystal, Bob. Catch it. Broken.
Frank, there's some horrible presence in this room. I can feel its icy hand on the back of my neck. Frank!
hotel in Algiers, Frank Chandler received a message from the yogi, telling him to take the family to the mountain home of Si Ahmed, a friendly tribesman, at once. When Chandler questioned him, the yogi replies he will show him in the crystal ball the face of the man he is seeking, the leader of the revolt. But as the family looks into the crystal, there is a rushing wind, and the crystal is swept from the table and shattered to bits on the floor. The present act opens in Si Ahmed's mountain home. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
What's that music, Uncle Frank?
It's the music of the snake charmer I told you about.
Oh, where is he?
He's in the next room.
Isn't that keen? Is he going to charm snakes for us, Uncle Frank?
Yes. I thought you might like to see it.
Sure. We would, wouldn't we, Betty?
Yes, but I bet he's not as good as you are, Uncle Frank.
Frank, for heaven's sake, what is that?
Oh, Mother, it's the snake charmer. He's out there in the other room. We'll go out and see him in a minute.
How can they be bothered with snake charmers and dancing girls, Frank, in the midst of all this trouble with the tribesmen?
Oh, Si Ahmed keeps them here to amuse the women while he's away.
Did he really come today, Uncle Frank, when you were waiting for him down there in the cellars?
Of course he did.
Did he really? What did he say, Uncle Frank? Did you tell him we were all here?
Yes, I told him, of course. He said we were welcome to stay as long as we liked.
Didn't he think it was strange we should come here at this time?
He may have thought it was strange, but his code of hospitality, of course, wouldn't permit him to ask me any questions. I explained as much as I could to him.
I bet you didn't tell him about the yogi and the crystal ball.
Oh, Bobby, don't. Whenever I think of that terrible thing the other night, I'm paralyzed with fright.
You mustn't let yourself think of it, Doc.
I can't help thinking of it, Uncle Frank. And I don't think it was just an ordinary wind that blew the crystal ball off the table. Why, you've had that crystal on that little table for weeks. Nothing like that ever happened to it before.
Yeah, look how we've carried it around all over. Remember how it used to sit there on the little table in Naj's palace in Cairo? Why wouldn't it roll off of that if it was going to roll off?
Children, please.
All right, Mother. But I wish you'd tell us what you meant by saying you felt an unseen presence or something in the room.
I don't know, Bobby.
Oh, gee, do you mean spooks or something?
I can't explain it, son. Just seemed as if there was a great, sinister force there. Some horrible thing that froze the blood in my veins. I could even feel something like an icy finger on the back of my neck. Oh, it was horrible.
Mother.
Perhaps it was only my imagination, dear.
Did you feel it, Uncle Frank? What makes you look so funny? Did you?
Yes, Bob.
Well, can you beat that?
Oh, I knew I couldn't have imagined such a thing as that. Let's not talk about it anymore, shall we?
I should say not. Let's go on out and watch the snake charmer. I'd rather think about snakes than some horrible thing that would come right into our hotel room and knock the crystal ball off on the floor.
Yeah, what are you going to do about that, Uncle Frank? I bet the yogi will be pretty mad.
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. Why would the yogi be mad? Yogis don't get mad. They know better.
Yeah, I suppose you know all about him. Come on, let's go see the snake charmer.
Where's Father?
He's deciphering an old inscription he and Professor Laravel found in the ruins where we were. I couldn't even make him hear me when I spoke to him.
Bob, you and Betty go on out in the other room and wait for us. I want to speak to your mother for a moment alone. We won't be long.
Okay. Come on, Betty.
Hurry up now, Mother. I want to see the dancing girl.
We'll be there in a minute. What is it, Frank?
I want you to promise me, Doc, you won't let your mind dwell on what happened at the hotel the other night. If you weren't so sensitive to these occult things, you wouldn't have felt it at all. But you mustn't be afraid. You know that favorite saying of the yogis, evil has no power except that which you yourself give it.
Yes, I know. And I'm ashamed to be so frightened. But it was so horrible. So evil. And then that icy finger. But I mustn't. I mustn't think of it. I'm all right now, Frank. Let's join the children. I still can't understand how Si Ahmed can have the time to arrange for dancing girls and all that sort of thing while this trouble is going on.
Oh, these girls live right here.
They do? Do you mean they're slaves?
Not exactly. But they come from various mountain tribes, and they're under Si Ahmed's protection. They have good food and clothing and a pleasant place to live and...
Come on, Mother. Come over here on this cushion. Look how slick they got everything.
Are you all right, Mother?
Of course, dear.
Sit here by me, Mother.
Shall I pour you some coffee, Uncle Frank? The man just brought this little table and set it down here. Isn't this cute, Mother?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Betty. I would like some coffee.
You know, the only thing I don't like about it over here is this crazy coffee. So sweet and syrupy.
I'd like to have a great big cup of coffee like we have at home with real cream.
Oh, you have no soul, Bob.
I agree with you, Bob. Even after all the years I've spent in the Orient, I can never really enjoy their coffee.
Well, I like it. And I love these little sweet cakes. Oh, look, here come the dancing girls.
Well, gee, are we going to say this all alone? Where is everybody?
The ladies of the family are doubtless up there behind that stone grill work. They wouldn't be permitted down here with you and me, Bob.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
And is every single man around here away fighting, Uncle Frank?
Except for the guards down in the courtyard and the soldiers posted about the place. There's no one here but women and children.
Well, how many guards have they got?
Oh, there comes the orchestra. Aren't they the most picturesque people you ever saw in your life?
Yeah, and I suppose this is the most thrilling moment of your life or something.
Well, you needn't be so supercilious. When you think of sitting up here in the mountains in the home of an Algerian tribesman watching dancing girls, I think that's something to be thrilled about. I can't endure people that pretend to be blasé.
Oh, I do not.
Hush, children.
Aren't those girls beautiful? You wouldn't think they could get chiffon and things like that over here, would you?
No. They are beautiful, aren't they?
Aren't they graceful? Do you suppose that Siama's wives are looking right down there from behind that stone screen or whatever you call it?
Yes, I think they are. It's the only way they can join in the amusements of the men of the family, you know.
But they have a good time anyway, you know it? Because Mother and I were up on the roof with them today. They have a regular living room up there. And they're all dressed like queens with gold necklaces and big earrings. And one had a little jacket embroidered in pearls.
Well, I should think they'd be bored to death.
It's the only life they know, son.
Well, you wouldn't think a man would want his wife to be so dumb, would you?
Yes, I know you, Bob. You weren't one that could talk to you about the football score. And I think you'd like her even better if she really played football herself.
Oh, keep still. Lot you know about what kind of a wife I'd want.
Well, I know she'd have to be somebody that... Wasn't that pretty?
Yes, wasn't it? Is that the snake charmer, Frank?
Yes. There he is in the corner.
But he's got 3 baskets. Do you suppose they all have snakes in them?
Of course. Watch him.
Listen to the music of the reeds.
Frank, that man's not an Algerian. He has a French accent.
Oh, you know a great many of these men have, Doc. They learn French before they learn English.
Listen to the music, little serpent. Come from your basket that Madame and Mademoiselle and the 2 messieurs may see your shining patterned head. Come out, serpent, when the music plays. To hear a strong serpent, keep time with your swaying hand.
Remember the time you did this for us out in the desert, Uncle Frank? You were lots better than he is, I think.
You slap at me.
So, that is all. Finish. I'll take my serpent and a depart.
What's the matter with him, Uncle Frank? Is he mad?
Maybe he didn't like it because we talked.
I don't know. Let him go, though.
Shall I give him some money?
No. If he's one of Siam's household, he'd be insulted if you offered him money. And if he's just a wandering snake charmer from the mountains, they'll give him money down in the courtyard.
Say, what's that noise down there in the courtyard? Come on, let's go out on the balcony and see.
Is it all right, Uncle Frank?
Of course, we'll all go. Here, try this door. It opens on a little balcony.
Isn't that positively the most picturesque thing you ever saw in your life? All those torches and those men.
Why, they're legionnaires, Uncle Frank. What are they doing here?
They've probably stopped for a little rest and something to eat. They're getting ready to leave.
How beautiful it is here. Look up at the stars, Mother.
Yes. And to think that all through these mountains men are killing each other.
Why, Mother, you...
I've got to go down there. Excuse me, will you? You'll all be right up here. I'll be back in a minute.
Can I come, Uncle Frank?
No. Stay there with your mother and Betty. I'll go down these stairs here in the corner. See here. What are you doing in a Legion uniform?
Ah, you have seen me, huh?
Of course. What are you doing here? Why are you posing as a snake charmer?
You have seen I hurried from the upper room, eh?
Why was it?
I thought you might know my face.
I see. Trying to desert, were you?
I have already deserted, monsieur. Never shall I fight with them again. If you had not come and found me in this so dark corner, the legionnaire would soon be gone, and I would not be missed. No.
Yes. Now they'll shoot you for a deserter.
No, they will not shoot, Pierre.
You're French, aren't you?
What is that to you? Now look, monsieur. Voila, on the balcony.
What is the name of mademoiselle?
Her name does not concern you.
She is your niece, the daughter of your sister, huh?
We are not speaking of my family.
You would say in your country it is a great joke, monsieur.
What do you mean?
You have brought mademoiselle here to keep her away from him, but he will find her. I know him. You do not.
What do you mean? Who will find her?
He.
You must be out of your mind. Hear that? The Legionnaires are going. They'll miss you in a minute and come here to get you. Tell me what you mean.
No, I will not go with them. I hate them all. You see this so small bottle? I have carried it in my tunic for weeks. I hate the French. Alors, I give you a toast, monsieur. Turn the French. In the poison of the East, I drink it.
At the mountain home of Theomid, where Frank Chandler and the Regent are staying, they are amused by the skill of a snake charmer. Later, in the darkness, Chandler sees him in the dress of a legionnaire, hiding as the legionnaires prepare to leave on a skirmish. Challenged, the man admits he means to desert. And before the soldiers can arrest him, swallows the contents of a small bottle. And with a curse for the French, falls to the ground. The present act opens in Dorothy's room an hour later. Chandu, the magician.
There's Uncle Frank now. Now we'll find out all about it.
Who was he, Uncle Frank? Gee, we've been nearly bursting. Mother made us come right in here when all that row went on down there. We could hardly see what was happening. Those shadows were so black down there where you were.
Who was he, Frank?
There's no I get back to Algiers and consult the authorities. He enlisted under the name of Pierre Bouchard. But that's probably not his name. I searched his clothes thoroughly, even the lining of his boots. But I couldn't find a scrap of anything to identify him.
Well, how'd he get out of that snake charmer outfit and into Legionnaire clothes so fast? He wasn't gone out of the room a minute, it seemed to me, until you dashed down there after him.
He had those robes on over his uniform. And he'd pulled soft leather slippers on over his boots.
Well, can you beat that?
Was he really talking about me, Uncle Frank?
Yes, was he, Frank? What did he mean by saying you brought her here to keep him from finding her?
Oh, he was mistaken, Doc. He thought Betty was someone else.
Well, Uncle Frank, do you think he was a spy or something?
Yes, of course. In fact, he confessed to it.
Did?
Yes. And I questioned a number of the other soldiers. They said he'd been constantly in difficulty with the officers for breaking the rules, and pretending he was ill and all that sort of thing.
Who do you suppose he really was, Uncle Frank? Maybe he was really a prince or something in disguise.
Whoever he was, he couldn't endure the strict discipline of the Legion.
Oh, isn't it funny? How could he be a snake charmer? Where do you suppose he learned that? I didn't see any snake charmers in Paris while we were there.
No.
Maybe he learned it in India like you did, Uncle Frank.
From the way he performed the trick, I think he learned it in Ceylon. I've seen them there hundreds of times, squatting on the ground with 3 baskets before them, just as this man did tonight.
Well, do you think he was a regular snake charmer, or just learned those tricks so he could go out and be a spy and no one would know it?
I wish I knew the answer to that myself, Bob. He probably was one of those men always to be found wherever there's trouble of this kind. They drift around the world from one place to another, selling their services to anyone who is willing to pay for them. And any little accomplishments they may possess, such as this snake charming trick, are a great advantage.
Yeah, I guess they are. They're even a great advantage to you. Remember that time in Cairo when you went up to Roxar's room and pretended to be a sorcerer?
When Abdala told me all about it later, how scared Roxar was. How you made him think he saw a great big cave with demons dancing around and everything.
Oh, Betty.
Well, he did, Mother. Uncle Frank told us about it himself.
No, but...
Well, I think it's keen. Say, listen, Uncle Frank. Did the yogi teach you all that stuff at once? Or did you have to learn it a little at a time, or what?
Now, Bobby, don't question Uncle Frank about his work in India.
I don't mind, Doc. Except that it's hard to answer that. Perhaps I can explain it by saying this, Bob. It's not a matter of learning a few tricks, as you seem to think. It's learning to understand the forces that are involved. Once you do that, you see...
Oh, yeah, just like that, I suppose. And when you came home from India the first time, I thought all I had to do was watch you and wave my hand around, and pretty soon all the fellows' eyes would pop right out.
I know you did. I told you there was more to it than you thought. You remember that time when we first went home after we found Father, and you tried to tell the ancient history class about how we found that little girl that had been asleep in the room under the palace for 5,000 years?
I'll say.
Bob, you didn't really.
Yeah, I did. Well, how'd I know they wouldn't believe it? You should have heard them yell. I tried to get Father to come out and talk to them, because I thought they'd believe him, but not a chance.
You mean they didn't believe him?
Well, Mother wouldn't let me disturb him. Still kid me about it.
Uncle Frank, do you ever wonder if we really did see that girl?
No. No, Betty, why?
Well, sometimes I do. Don't you, Mother?
To tell you the truth, I do. Frank, in the air of that room under Naji's palace sort of, well, shall we say, hypnotized us all, so we thought for a moment she was alive.
Well, I know I wasn't hypnotized, and I don't think Uncle Frank was either. You know, he read that parchment right off.
I know. Remember how scared Naji was? Remember, Uncle Frank? He begged you not to open that room, even after you read the directions on the parchment. Where was it we found that parchment?
Oh, you remember that, don't you? You know, I was kind of clowning, and I climbed up in the king's throne, in that old throne room. And I brought my fist down on the arm, and it pushed a spring or something, and it popped right open. And the parchment was right inside.
Oh, yes. Now, I really think that was the most exciting thing that ever happened to us, don't you?
Well, I think it was one of the creepiest. But I think the most exciting was when we got lost in the catacombs.
Yes. That was where you met dear Judy.
Now, don't tease him about Judy, dear.
I can't help it, Mother. He always looks so funny.
Oh, why do you act as if you care, Bob?
I don't know, Uncle Frank. But Judy Allen just burns me to a crisp. I can't help it.
Well, you'll probably never see her again, son.
Say, I wouldn't be surprised to have her walk right in that door this minute.
Oh.
Well, didn't she pop up in Cairo and even in Montebania?
She didn't come to Montebania.
Well, no, but she called me up from Paris. And if I hadn't promised her I'd come down to Paris and see her, she'd have been up there on the next train.
It's hardly the thing for you to discuss a young lady this way, is it, son?
Well, no, I suppose not. But she...
Oh, never mind about that. Uncle Frank, tell us some more about the spy. Was it really poison he had in that bottle?
Yes, it really was, Betty. And I think he'd probably been carrying it with him for a long time, so that if it became necessary, he could drink it, as he did tonight.
What a horrible thing, Frank. Do you mean he drank poison rather than be arrested as a deserter?
He would have died in either case, Doc. He'd have been shot if he deserted.
Frank, you've been trying to put me off in all this discussion of India and Naji and even Judy Allen.
What, Dorothy? Bob and Betty have been discussing all these things, not I.
Please, Frank, answer me seriously. What was that man doing here tonight?
You know as much about it as I do, Doc.
Not quite. Why did he come up here in the dress of a snake charmer?
I really don't know, Dorothy. I'm not concealing that from you at any rate.
But you do think he came up here purposely to see us or get information about us or something of the sort, don't you?
Frankly, yes. But I think whatever he came to do, he failed. Because, don't you see, we discovered him before he had a chance to get away.
Yeah, and besides, what information could he find out by coming up here and sitting over there on the floor charming his old snakes, Mother?
That's right, Doc.
But, Frank, suppose he wanted to find out who we were.
Suppose he did. There's no reason why he
Oh,
should...
why don't you tell me the truth, Frank? I can't think of any reason why our identities should be important to anyone unless perhaps Robert's or yours, but suppose they were.
But, Mother, the fellow's dead, even if he did find out who we were. And even if anybody cared whether he found out, it's too late now.
Unless he had someone with him. A Confederate, I mean.
Why, Mother, oh, you're perfectly marvelous.
Yeah, and if Father ever forgets how to invent things or discover things or governments don't want him to work for him anymore, you can set up a detective agency, can't you? Mrs. Robert Regent, investigations neatly done.
Don't tease her, Bob. I know there's something in what you say, Doc. And I've already done all that can be done to stop any further mischief.
I know, Frank. But suppose these tribesmen attack this place. There can't be more than a few guards. What would happen?
Oh, come now. You're going too far. Let's not think of that, shall we? Isn't this a queer little bottle?
Let me see, Uncle Frank. Isn't it?
Don't touch it, Betty, or any of you.
I wondered why you had those gloves on, Uncle Frank. Is that the remains of the bottle that fellow drank the poison out of?
Yes, Bob.
Oh, heavens, Frank. You're not going to leave it here.
Only for a moment. It's empty, Doc.
Dorothy. Dorothy. Oh, there you are, my dear. I've got it. I've got it at last.
Oh, Robert, that's splendid.
Listen, Father, let us tell you what we...
And it's not only an ancient inscription. It's more, much more. It's a cipher. Why, it's almost unbelievable that even if such a thing existed, that we should have the luck to find it.
But, Father, let us tell you about the snake charmer. He said
Professor LaHarrible had no idea his discovery would be so important. And I really just stumbled upon the key to the cipher.
Sit down, Robert.
What? What, Dorothy?
Sit down, dear. May I see the paper?
Oh, I can't sit down. I'm much too excited for that. You know, this inscription is Phoenician.
But, Father, don't you care anything about
and
all...
it's the first time any such thing has ever been discovered, Dorothy. Oh, I can hardly wait to see the professor and tell him I've read the inscription at last.
Aren't you going to let me see what it says? Sit down here, dear, and show it to me.
Oh, of course I will. Why, what are you all sitting around here for? It must be after midnight.
Oh, Father, we've been trying to tell you about it ever since you came in. There was a man...
Wait, dear. Let's hear more about the inscription. Put the paper down here on the table, Robert, will you?
I know it must seem foolish to you to be so excited about... Why, what's that? Where did you get that bottle?
A deserter from the Legion just drank poison from it. Why? Did you ever see it before? Robert, have you ever seen this bottle before?
Of course I have. And so have you.
It's a bottle out of that chest of poison we found in Bombay.
Pierre Bouchard, about to be arrested as a deserter from the Foreign Legion, has swallowed poison. Later, Frank Chandler finds the tiny bottle in the courtyard. The Regent, absorbed in deciphering an ancient Phoenician inscription, sees the bottle on the table before him and cries that it was taken from the chest of poisons he had found months before in Bombay. The present act opens in the cellars of Siam's mountain home 3 days later. Chandu, the magician.
And now thou hast done that for which I have hidden thee here, Effendi Dmitri. In 1 hour it will be dark, and thy horse shall await thee at the place where thou hast left it.
I am not at all sure I shall be ready to leave in an hour, Your Honor.
But, Effendi, thou hast gained the ear of the servants. Thou hast spoken to the leaders of the men of Siam.
But I have not yet seen the young lady.
It was not for this thou camest here, Effendi, but to sow the seeds of hatred in the hearts of Siam's men.
Bah!
What if thou art found here? I beg thee to go as soon as this sun has set.
Will you be silent, Yoreb? I have told you 12 times I will not permit you nor Colonel Raven to give me orders. I am the leader, and I will not be questioned.
But if thy life is lost, Effendi, what then of the cause for which we work? What then of our plan to drive the French from our border?
My life will not be lost if you do as I tell you. Have I not stirred up the mountain men as Raven begged me to do when he came to see me in the French prison? Have I not made certain the village of Raj would fall into your hands?
Ah, but truth, Effendi.
Well?
But I tell thee this. If the mountain tribesmen learn that thou hast delayed the work thou hast come to do, to look into the eyes of a maiden, they will scorn to follow thee further.
Unless you tell them, they will never know. I have succeeded in what I came here to do, and I tell you again, I will take no orders from you, Yoreb. I will stay here until I have seen the young lady.
But dost thou know, Effendi, the maiden's father is in this house?
Robert Regent? One can easily see you do not know American fathers, Yoreb. And this one in particular. He is so absorbed in his scientific work that he would not know I was here if he came to this very room. Her father.
But, Effendi, someone will see you here. It is only by the grace of Allah that thou hast not been discovered hours ago.
Will you listen to me? You saw how I went to the garden of Morel's house during the ball. Was I discovered there?
No, Effendi. But that too was by the grace of Allah. And only an hour ago I have learned that the father of the maiden comes here each day to look at the symbols written up on the wall.
Ah, he studies these ancient writings, eh?
But truth, Effendi. By questioning the servants, I learned he has not yet been here today.
So, that is my good fortune. What do I care if he does come here tonight? I tell you, Yoreb, I will not leave this house until I have seen Miss Betty. I will see her. Tell one of the servants to send her down here on some excuse, or I swear I will not go with you.
I regret, Effendi Dmitri, Colonel Raven's unwisdom in asking thy help.
You will do well to regret it if you do not go up into the kitchens and do as I ask. Oh, come, Yoreb. We aren't going to quarrel over this little matter. Think. In a few weeks, all these French and their friends will be driven from Algeria, and the mountain men will rule.
I will speak to the servant, Effendi. But more I will not do.
It will not be necessary. Here's a gold piece. Some of these servants of Si Ahmed's would not hesitate to kill for it, to say nothing of so small a thing as inducing Miss Betty to go into the cellars.
I will go, Effendi. But when the French have been driven out of Algeria, thou and I must speak together.
As you will.
Effendi, he's coming.
Not Chandler?
No, it is the maiden's father.
Let him come. He has never seen my face. Go, quickly.
Ah, your father, Effendi. The light is dim. I did not see you.
It's nothing. You hardly touched me. Why, how do you do? I didn't know there was anyone else interested in these inscriptions.
I beg your pardon. Oh, yes. Yes, they are fascinating, aren't they?
I find them so.
You are Mr. Regent, I believe.
Yes. I discovered the inscriptions on these walls quite by accident. It's very fortunate this house was built over old ruins, or the sun and wind would have destroyed the inscriptions entirely.
Yes. Quite true.
Have I met you here?
Unfortunately, no. Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself before. I am a friend of Mr. Chandler's, and when I learned he was here, I decided to combine a short visit to him with a study of these inscriptions. You see?
Yes, indeed. Let me hold a candle up to this one. I've been working on it several days. Look. Isn't that interesting? You see, it's complete except for this corner where the stone has been broken.
Oh, yes.
I have never been particularly interested in these things before, you know. My work has been confined to electrical and chemical fields.
You are very modest, Mr. Regent, for so famous a scientist.
Why should I not be modest? When one thinks of the vast field of knowledge as yet untapped by even the greatest of our present-day thinkers, he feels very insignificant. No, but I regret that so much of my life has been wasted.
Wasted?
Yes, I had the misfortune, just after the war, to fall into the hands of a man who wanted one of my discoveries so badly, he kept me prisoner for nearly 14 years.
Indeed. You amaze me.
It seems impossible that such a thing could happen in our times, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. How did he contrive to do it?
I was thought to have drowned when the steamer on which I sailed for home was sunk.
Really?
But as a matter of fact, one of this man's lieutenants picked me up in a small boat and later brought me to a desolate part of Algeria where I was left.
I see.
And during all those years, other men, working in their laboratories and free to experiment as they liked, discovered so many things that I fear I shall always be a little breathless trying to keep up with them.
You are too modest, Mr. Regent.
Not at all. When we return to America, nothing will induce me to leave my laboratory again until I have completed certain experiments I have in mind.
Oh, you are planning then to return to America soon?
Oh, yes, indeed, quite soon now.
But what of your interest in these inscriptions?
I'm just occupying my mind with them for the moment until my brother-in-law says it's safe for us to return.
Safe? Oh, I see. You mean this warfare of the tribesmen?
To tell you the truth, I don't know exactly what he means. I'm inclined to be a little absent-minded, you know, and I fear I often miss a great deal that goes on about me.
Ah, yes. By the way, have you seen the carvings on the wall of the small inner room here?
Is there an inner room down here? I haven't seen it.
Oh, indeed. The entrance is there. You see? The one with the thick wooden door.
Oh, that room?
Yes.
I hardly gave it a thought. I rather supposed it was the wine cellar with such a heavy door and that great lock.
Have you forgotten the Mohammedans do not drink wine?
I had forgotten. You say there are carvings on the wall in there?
Yes, and some of them are most amazing. They are Phoenician, I would say.
I must look at them.
Just a moment. Take this candle also. You will want more than one.
Thank you very much. Won't you come in with me?
Not now. I have finished what I was doing here. I was just leaving.
I see. Good night, then.
Good night.
Dimitri? Are you down here?
Hush, Betty Lou. Don't speak my name here.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did you get in here, Dimitri?
Never mind that now. Shall I tell you what I've just done?
Why, of course. What do you mean?
I've done a dreadful thing, and you must tell me you forgive me. I had to do it.
What is it? What is it you've done? Oh, Dimitri, if Uncle Frank or Mother and Father should find out you were here, what would they say? Oh, it's too dangerous.
Hush, my sweet. Do not trouble yourself about my safety.
Well, what is it you've done?
Your father came down here and...
Father! Oh, what did he say? Did he ask for me? Where is he?
Please. I have locked him in the inner room there.
Oh, you didn't hurt him?
No, of course not. But I have to see you just for a moment.
Oh.
Every moment with you is so precious. As soon as I'm gone, you can release him at once. Here is the key.
Oh, I must let him out now.
No. If he saw you talking to me, he'd be sure to ask you who I am.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't know you, does he?
No, he has never seen me before. I told him I was a friend of your uncle.
But what are you doing here, Dimitri?
I had to come to the mountains on important business for the government. You understand?
Oh, yes, of course.
And of course I had to see you. You are like a sweet white flower that draws me closer, until I am drowned in your sweetness.
Dimitri,
when will you say you will marry me, Betty Lou?
Oh, we can't talk about it now, Dimitri, with Father locked in there.
Don't you see every moment I am here, my danger grows greater. We must...
Oh, I must go and let Father out of there.
Just a moment. Will you come to the villa and marry me as soon as your family takes you back to Algiers? Will you? Say you will, my sweet.
Oh, I can't talk about it now, Dimitri. I can't. But when we come back to Algiers, I'll send you a note or something.
Oh, well, I suppose I must be satisfied with that. Listen to me, my sweet. You must tell your father you did not see the man who locked him in. Will you remember?
Oh, yes, I will. I will. Oh, please go, Dimitri.
Goodbye, my darling.
Father, I'm coming. Here I am. Father. Oh, there you are.
Oh, thank you, Betty. It was fortunate you happened to come down here. What a stupid, blundering fellow I am. I came in here to read an inscription, and I must have closed the door without realizing it, and it locked. I found myself facing the prospect of spending the night here.
Yes. Wasn't it lucky I came down here? Come on, let's go back upstairs.
I'd like to show that inscription to your Uncle Frank when he comes back.
Come on, don't stop, Father. Mother'll be wondering where you are. Come on up the steps.
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Robert, where are you? Oh, it's Frank. We're only here.
Dorothy, what is it?
What's the matter, Mother? I've just seen a man who looks exactly like that horrible Dimitri. Oh, I wish Frank would come back.
cellars of C. Ahmed's home in the Algerian mountains, the sinister Dimitri awaits the coming of Betty Lou, to whom he has sent a message. Regent comes to the cellars, but Dimitri tells him he's a friend of Chandler's, and Regent suspects nothing. Betty comes to the cellars and begs Dimitri to go at once. He climbs the stairs, and the next instant, Dorothy cries that she has recognized him. Meanwhile, the present act opens near a camp of hostile tribesmen, far up in the mountains. It is night. Chandu, the magician.
It can't be far from here, Philippe.
No, monsieur. They are camped in a, valley just over this hill.
Oh, yes. I can see the light of their fire. We'd better stop here. They may have lookouts posted, and they'll hear the horses hoot.
As you say, monsieur. But this darkness will conceal us from their eyes.
Yes. Let's tie the horses here.
May we?
I think if we're careful, we can find a place where we can look down into that hollow and see what they're up to.
Am I then to go with you, monsieur?
Not down into the camp, but come along as far as the top of the hill there.
Ah, oui.
It's so dark there's no chance of them seeing us unless we get into the firelight, or they see us against the sky.
But between these great rocks we are invisible, eh, monsieur?
Yes. Right through here, I think.
Ah, you are a wizard to have arranged this so clever disguise for us, monsieur.
Hardly a wizard, Philippe. Long years of practice have made it easy for me.
I think even if their guards should see us, they would think we were off themselves.
I hope so. Look out. There's a sharp stone here.
Oui. Look out, monsieur. We are not far from the camp. I can hear their voices.
Yes. And the light's growing brighter, too. What's that?
Huh? I have heard nothing.
Get down behind these rocks, quick.
Ah, the truth, monsieur, you have ears like a fox. I heard nothing until you spoke.
Come on. Right through here. Lie down flat and we can look over the edge without being seen. This is a convenient group of lentis bushes, isn't it?
Oui.
We can pull ourselves right up to the edge, I think.
Spirit of Napoleon! Is this the way the tribesmen make war?
Yeah, they're like children. As soon as they want a battle, they must play.
But see the great fire. One imagines the French soldiers might see them for many miles. And regard the musicians. What is it that they do?
They're having a feast. Keep your face back in the shadow, Philippe.
Ah, I am sorry, monsieur. What fools they are, these tribesmen.
Yes, but it's all the better for our purpose.
You have not told me your plan, monsieur.
I'm going to go down into the camp and pretend I have a message for the leader.
Ah.
You stay here and watch.
Oui.
If they should become suspicious and shoot me or knife me, ride back to Algiers and tell Monsieur Morel what has happened.
Mais mon Dieu, what is for this, monsieur, and send me with you? To watch from a distance like a woman while you expose yourself to death?
But it's better this way, Philippe.
Ah, no.
If you went with me and they killed us both, then what?
Ah, but I do not like it, monsieur.
I know. But no one doubts your courage, Philippe.
But in this place, courage is nothing. It requires no courage to lie here on the ground in the shadow of a great rock.
If they discover who I am and find you hiding here, you'll need all your courage. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I will say no more, monsieur. But tell me one thing. How will you conceal from them that you are American? Do you speak Arabic, huh?
Not well enough to deceive those fellows, I'm sure.
Voila.
But I'll speak to them in English with just a slight French accent.
No, monsieur, that was...
Don't worry about that. I've tried it before. Now I must go. I'm going to pretend to be overcome with fatigue. So don't be alarmed if I appear to stumble and lie unconscious on the ground.
The saints protect you, monsieur.
Thanks, Philippe.
Bravos of the mountain! Wait! Silence, my brother. Who comes?
I bring a message. A message.
Bring water. The messenger is dying of fatigue. He must have come from Algiers. Bring water, Magoo. What word dost thou bring, messenger?
What is your name?
I am Yara, leader of my people. What message dost thou bring?
You are of the truth, Yara?
I have spoken. Here is Magoo with water for me.
Water. The message I have brought is this.
You and your men are to wait in this place until one arrives who will tell you where next you are to fall upon the French and drive them off as you have drove the soldiers from Raj. This is the word of...
Colonel Raven?
Of a truth. I have spoken his own words. And now I must return.
Rest thou by the campfire for an hour. I will send a servant with thee to set thee on thy way.
For an hour, then, I will rest. How many men are in your camp, Gareb? I saw your fires from beyond the mountain.
These are but half of my people. The others are beyond in the valley of the Eagle.
Let them remain there. It is the wish of the leader.
I will give my people the message. Magoo, give the signal. My people, listen to my words. Tonight one has come from out here. Already the French have learned to fear the men of the mountain. Soon they will run before us like a plague of flies before a strong wind. Silence, my people. I have not finished. Thou knowest I have but this hour come from the secret place where I spoke with him who is to lead us to victory against the French. Even now he is going from place to place in the mountains like a serpent, whispering in the ears of soldiers, of servants, of all who are still so blind they will follow the French. Fear not to battle with the cursed Faringi. In the days to come thou shalt rule Algiers. Thou and thy sons and thy sons' sons forever. Tonight, let there be feasting and song. And when the next messenger arrives, prepare to mount thy horses and ride over the mountains to spill French blood upon the stones, to drive all Faringi from Algiers into the sea.
Your tongue is silver, mon ami.
My heart burns with hatred for the accursed French.
A song, Ben Sadak.
We will sing, thou wilt hear one whose tongue is indeed silver, and whose throat is of gold.
I ride into dawn, aye, aye, with thy ride and dawn, aye, aye, my song is brave and gay, I greet the break of day. They depart the land, aye, aye, moonlight fills the sand, aye, aye, my song dies with a stir, its echoes drift away. Always I ride alone, my love is gone, I ride alone.
And now I must depart.
But thy hour is not yet gone. Thou hast not revealed thy name.
I am called Fuad, and before the tribesmen rose against the French, I was a sorcerer.
A sorcerer? My people! The messenger is skilled in sorcery. Shall we permit him to depart without proof of his power? You will please them, Fuad.
It is nothing. But since I have accepted your hospitality, I am glad to make return for it. Men of the mountain, I, Fuad the sorcerer, tell thee to look yonder, where the hilltop meets the sky. Look, I say, look, and thou wilt see a body of horsemen at the summit of the hill. Look once more.
The Ferengi. The French.
Of his truth. They are riding down upon you, men of the mountain. They are coming closer. They will knock you down without mercy. What now, men of the mountain? What will you do?
I declare that the prophet, I go thee now. Thou art Chandu, the magician.